Magic Chef of Ice and Fire Chapter 111 to Chapter 133. Nianbing narrowed his eyes and looked at Bingyun. Why are you dreaming in the middle of the day? Of course, if you are willing to sleep with me, I can consider your proposal. However, you can only walk 1 meter at a time. I estimate that by the time we reach the Ice God Tower, you will already be 70 or 80 years old. Perhaps, you will have given birth to a bunch of children for me, ha 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 ha. You. Bingyun raised her hand to slap Nianbing's face. Nianbing's eyes flashed coldly, and he grabbed her cold little hand. Do you think you are a warrior? Put away your claws. Saying this, he fiercely threw Bingyun's hand away. Qianhuan Bingyun had never been insulted like this in her life. Her full breasts were heaving up and down because of anger, but she did not make another move. You don't deserve to be called a noble magician. Are you proud of insulting me? Well, I will tell you one thing now. I think you will calm down a bit. Your parents are not dead. Nianbing, who was continuing to eat, suddenly froze. The light in his eyes surged, and Qianhuan Bingyun could not help but tremble. He suddenly leaned over the table. What did you say? Bingyun looked coldly at Nianbing and said, I said, your parents are not dead. In the battle that year, Master did not kill your parents. He only sealed them and imprisoned them. Of course, being sealed in ice, their situation can change at any time. As for where they are imprisoned, only Master and I know. Now, shouldn't you consider my proposal? Thump, thump, thump. Nianbing's heart kept beating faster and faster. His handsome face was a little red because of excitement, and his heart was like a surging wave. His parents were not dead, and ecstasy kept invading his heart. Unconsciously, Nianbing clenched his fists, and excitement replaced hatred. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to rescue his parents from prison. He thought of his parents who had suffered in the Ice God Tower. Nianbing's eyes couldn't help but turn red, and her clenched fists trembled slightly. Looking at the complex emotions in Nianbing's eyes, Bingyun suddenly had a strange feeling. The man in front of her didn't seem as annoying as before. Now. Shouldn't you decide to go to the Ice God Tower with me? Perhaps, Master will let you see your parents one last time, Bingyun said coldly. Nianbing looked at Bingyun strangely. You just said that only you and your master know where my parents are locked up, right? Bingyun suddenly felt that something was wrong, but she didn't know what was wrong. Yes, only my master and I know. Nianbing nodded and said, all right. I understand now. I will go to the Ice God Tower. His expression returned to normal, and he picked up his chopsticks again, slowly eating the dishes on the table. Why was he so calm? Bingyun was a bit puzzled, and the way she looked at Nianbing changed. Waiter, our young master is here. The private room upstairs is still open, right? A loud voice sounded, and more than 10 people walked in. It was obvious that most of them were followers, and they were escorting a young man in gorgeous clothes. Although the young man's appearance wasn't bad, his face was a bit pale, and his long golden hair and the golden lion emblem on his chest symbolized his noble status. The waiter bowed and greeted him. So it's the young prince. Come in, the private room has been reserved for you. Nianbing lifted his head and glanced at the young man. He snorted disdainfully. Another little prince. What a joke, what a joke. Why are there so many shameless people in the world? Nianbing's voice wasn't loud, but the young man's followers were obviously not ordinary people. Immediately, dozens of eyes shot towards their table, and a few of them walked over to Nianbing's table. What a tasteful girl. The young man waved his hand, and his followers immediately stopped. He walked slowly to Nianbing's table, and after glancing at Nianbing, his eyes stopped. On Bingyun's face. Which dog was barking just now? Cut off your own tongue, and I'll spare your life. Nianbing lazily leaned against the back of the chair. Okay. If you're willing to cut off your own tongue, I'll really spare your life. The scum of the Rong family really needs to be cleaned up. The young man said coldly, since you're looking for death, don't blame me. Do it, leave him with one breath. With a flash, 2 followers came to Nianbing's side like lightning, and pressed their hands on her shoulders. Suddenly, their vision blurred. Nian Bing, who had been sitting there, suddenly disappeared. When they looked up, they realized that Nian Bing was already standing beside the young man. She was even holding a strange-looking blade that flickered with silver light in one hand. Nian Bing's strong hand was strangling the young man's neck, and her eyes became abnormally cold. What are you doing?" Because his neck was being strangled, the young man's voice was somewhat hoarse. Nian Bing laughed mischievously. "Don't worry, I won't use the knife to kill you, and I won't use it to cut off your tongue, because I'm afraid your dirty blood will contaminate my knife. Tell your followers to behave. I'm not afraid to tell you that I'm a magician. If I want your life, it's as easy as flipping my hand. Don't come over." The young man was obviously very scared, and his body had already begun to tremble. His followers, who were secretly surrounding him, suddenly stopped. Bingyan stood up, and didn't even look at the young man. Nianbing said, "Do you think it's interesting? I'll find you after the competition." After saying that, she turned around and walked outside. The young man's followers wanted to stop her, but in an instant, miserable screams were heard, and an icicle appeared on each of the followers' shoulders. Nianbing watched with some schadenfreude. These people were too arrogant to attack the people of the Ice God Tower. After Bingyan left, Nianbing looked at the young man in her hand with a smile and said, "If I remember correctly, your name should be Rongyao, right? Yes, you should be Rongfei's eldest grandson, right?" When Rongyao heard Nianbing mention his name, his aura immediately increased. "Humph, since you know who I am, why don't you let me go? In this city, no one dares to offend the Rong family." Nianbing smiled and said, "So that's how it is. I'm really scared. Look, my hand is trembling." A silver light flashed in front of Rongyao, as if it could fall at any time. Don't mess around. As long as you let me go, I won't make things difficult for you." Nianbing snorted and said, "Ever since you were young, it seems like you've never kept your word. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Wouldn't killing you dirty my hands? However, it seems that you've been drinking too much for the girls in the city. Let me give you a small punishment." Two kinds of aura, one cold and one hot, rose at the same time. A clear magic aura surrounded Nianbing and Rongyao, making Rongyao's followers even more afraid to move. With Nianbing's magic control, it was easy for her to control the magic aura to deal with Rongyao, who didn't even have the strength of a primary mage. Cold and hot attacked Rongyao's body at the same time. He only felt that the lower half of his body was hot and cold, and his whole body kept trembling. A strange feeling kept rising, and unknowingly, he actually peed in his pants. Nianbing's mocking voice sounded in his ears, "How is it? The baptism of ice and fire is not bad, right? Don't worry, I said I won't kill you. However, have you ever heard of the word impotence? I'm afraid you'll have to start now. In the future, you'll lose the ability to be a man, ha 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 ha." With a flash of silver light, Nianbing's body disappeared. Rongyao's whole body went soft and fell to the ground. His followers didn't have time to chase after Nianbing, and hurriedly helped Rongyao up. Rongyao's lips had already turned purple, and sweat kept oozing out of his forehead. Kill him for me." Nianbing remembered Rongyao's appearance very clearly. When they were young, he was the one who bullied Nianbing the most. Rongyao used the fact that he was the eldest grandson of Rongfei to gather a group of juniors of the Rong family. Nianbing remembered very clearly that one time when Rongbing went out to do something, Rongyao brought a group of people to find him. Not only did Rongbing beat him up, but he also urinated on him. Nianbing remembered the humiliation at that time very clearly. Hatred gradually grew in her heart from then on. Although later when Rongbing came back, he also beat up Rongyao's group, but Nianbing didn't forget the humiliation she once suffered. Today, when Rongyao entered the door, he had already recognized Rongyao from his appearance and the symbol on Rongyao's body. How could he not take revenge? If it wasn't for Prince Rong's words that made him feel a lot of emotions, he probably would have killed him long ago. The new magician competition continued. Nianbing and Bingyan won the first place of the two groups without any suspense. Rongbing won the second place of the first group, but Rongji lost to Mu Jing in the second group. Mu Jing used her innate domain right from the start of the competition against Rongji. Rongji was extremely depressed when he lost. The advantage of an innate domain was too obvious. In a situation where he couldn't use magic scrolls, it was almost impossible to compete with it. After all, how could an instant cast spell compare to an innate domain of the 8th level? Just like that, the 4 people who entered the finals were Nian Bing, Bing Yun, Rong Bing, and Mu Jing. The preliminaries were over, and the finals would only begin after 2 days of rest. Nian Bing would sneak into Prince Rong's mansion every night. He didn't even need to show the red jade lion that Prince Rong gave him. He could easily enter the mansion just by relying on his similar appearance to Rong Bing. Prince Rong's teaching was very strange. He didn't explain anything. He just told Nian Bing a lot of theoretical knowledge and asked him to memorize it. Although Nian Bing's memory was very good, Prince Rong gave him too much knowledge. It took a lot of effort for him to memorize every day, especially when it came to high-level magic spells of various elements. However, what made Nian Bing very excited was that there were even dark magic spells in Prince Rong's secret room. To him, these spells were very precious. Nian Bing didn't tell Prince Rong that his parents were still alive. After he went back that day, he calmly thought about it. He didn't completely believe Bing Yun's words. After all, this was only one side of her story. Nian Bing didn't dare to have too much hope. The higher the hope, the easier it was to be disappointed. However, Bing Yun's words made him excited. At least, the goal of the operation had changed. 2 days passed quickly, and the finals of the 5 Nations New Magicians competition finally began. Early in the morning, Nian Bing bade farewell to Feng Nu and went to the palace. The first competition was between him and Rong Bing. Under Prince Rong's arrangement, just like the battle with Rongxi that day, Rong Bing didn't really fight with Nian Bing. Instead, he directly admitted defeat as soon as he came up, which surprised the other magicians. Other than Nian Bing and Rong Bing, no one understood the mystery behind it. Rong Fei announced that Nian Bing would be the champion of the finals. These few days, Rong Fei was very depressed, not only because of Prince Rong's order, but also because of what happened to his eldest grandson. He tried to investigate but couldn't find the person who crippled his grandson. The second round, Ice God Tower's Bing Yun and Longmu Empire's Mu Jing, please come up to the stage. Bing Yun was still in her original attire, with a white veil over her face. In the finals, the difference in strength had been reduced by a lot. Other than Nian Bing's opponent who admitted defeat, Bing Yun and Mu Jing's match was extremely crucial. If Bing Yun won, then the Ice Moon Empire would take the first 2 places. In so many competitions, this had never happened before. On the stage, Mu Jing looked at Bing Yun with a smile on her face. Admit defeat. Although your absolute magic power is very strong, you shouldn't be as good as Nian Bing in terms of transformations. Without using magic scrolls, you won't be able to compete with my domain. Even if I fight with Nian Bing again, I won't give her time to deal with my domain. I have at least a 70% chance of winning. I'm definitely going to be the champion of this competition. Bing Yun said coldly, you'll only know that after you fight. Don't underestimate your opponent. Although the innate domain is a symbol of strength, it doesn't represent everything. Mu Jing smiled indifferently and said, is that so? Go ahead and give it a try. Let the match begin. Rong Fei announced as he floated back to the side of the stage. 100 great magicians activated all of their magic power to form a powerful defensive barrier around the stage. The contestants who could enter the finals were all outstanding contestants, so they didn't dare to be careless. They were afraid that the defensive barrier would be destroyed by the battle between the 2 contestants and disturb Great Emperor Hua Tian. De Jing's eyes flashed with green light. His body floated up and a huge amount of life force surged out. The green color instantly covered the entire stage. It was the Gaia domain. Bing Yun didn't move. She watched as the surging green color swallowed her whole. Her white magic robe fluttered without any wind, and the blue ice flower on her chest emitted a dazzling light. A layer of white light spread out from Frozen Cloud's body. The speed at which it spread wasn't fast, but wherever the white light passed, it instantly turned into a world of ice and snow. The temperature plummeted. When the large expanse of green met with the white light, it unexpectedly couldn't penetrate the slightest bit. The lush green plants were covered in a layer of frost. The spreading momentum came to a screeching halt. Not only that, it even showed signs of withering. No, this is impossible. Mu Jing, who was hiding in the green, exclaimed. Bingyan said indifferently, nothing is impossible. Are you the only one who can have an innate domain? I think you just became intoxicated with it not long ago. Similarly, I also became intoxicated with it. My domain was something that I had just been immersed in before coming here. The goddess of earth domain that could devour all natural energy couldn't possibly devour my goddess of ice domain that could freeze everything. The deathly stillness in the world of ice and snow is the nemesis of your life force. Now, do you still think I should admit defeat? The appearance of the ice goddess domain shocked everyone present. No one would have thought that Bingyun, who was already so strong, would have such a powerful innate domain. Yan Bing's body turned cold. His eyes flashed. He wasn't afraid of anything. The competition on the stage was no longer important to him. The outcome was already clear. He was thinking about how to deal with Bingyun's innate domain and thousand illusion domain. To him, it was almost impossible to win. With the ice goddess domain, Qianhuan Bingyun's strength had risen to the level of an archmage. Ice god tower, it was indeed an incomparably powerful existence. Just the disciple of the ice goddess priest had reached such a level. Prince Rong also frowned. He exchanged glances with Suyu beside him. His eyes flickered, as if he was thinking about something. The competition on the stage entered a stalemate because of the appearance of the ice goddess domain. Mu Jing tried her best to urge her Gaia domain, wanting to devour the ice energy in the ice goddess domain. However, ice was an extreme energy. Under the influence of the domain, it had already surpassed the scope of natural magic. No matter how she urged it, she couldn't stop her Gaia domain from shrinking under the pressure. Mu Jing was at a loss. Ever since she became intoxicated with the ice goddess domain, she had always thought that she was blessed by nature. However, facing Qianhuan Bingyun, she felt so powerless. A small magic staff appeared in Bingyun's hand. It seemed that controlling the innate domain didn't consume too much of her energy. Her cadence of incantation clearly spread throughout the entire arena. Great ice element. Condense, become the ice of the ancient cold river, become the ice of the solidified moonlight. The fusion of ice and ice, appear, dual-colored ice sphere. Blue dots of light quickly condensed in the ice goddess domain. What made everyone surprised was that this was originally a single target attack magic incantation. It actually mutated. Dots of blue light. 10 dual-colored ice spheres were arranged in a neat row in front of Bingyun. Although the volume of the ice spheres was half of the size of a single ice sphere, they were still 10 dual-colored ice spheres. Bingyun raised her hand and pointed her magic staff forward. The ice spheres in the air rapidly rolled like a grinder. Wherever they passed, the previously frozen plants were all turned into fine powder. The 10 dual-colored ice spheres formed a semicircle and rolled towards Mu Jing, who was hidden in the Gaia domain. Flower of life, I allow you in the name of nature. Release the aura of nature, devour all external forces, transform them into endless life and nourish nature. After a short moment of absent-mindedness, Mu Jing immediately launched a counterattack unwillingly. Although the ice goddess domain had a certain suppressive effect on her Gaia domain, it was not easy to break the Gaia domain. Little yellow flowers floated out of the Gaia domain under the amplification effect of the domain. They grew rapidly, and soon, there were dozens of sunflowers. Gentle yellow light was released from the sunflowers, intertwining into a yellow light net full of life energy that enveloped the 10 two-colored ice balls. Bingyun frowned slightly and said, "You still don't understand? Without the advantage of the domain, how can you be my opponent?" With a light wave of the magic staff in her hand, the 10 dual-colored ice spheres suddenly changed. They were originally parallel to each other, but they suddenly changed into a straight line and rushed towards the light net. The first ice sphere disappeared under the effect of the yellow light net and turned into water elements to nourish the Gaia domain. The second ice sphere disappeared right after, and the Gaia domain was once again nourished. However, the light net shot by the sunflowers had already begun to fluctuate. The dual-colored ice spheres were extremely powerful. When the fifth one was destroyed, the light shot by the sunflowers could no longer resist the impact of the ice spheres. The remaining 5 ice spheres rushed into the Gaia domain and violently exploded. In the instant of the explosion, countless ice shards flew up. The ice goddess domain instantly invaded, causing the Gaia domain that was destroyed by the dual-colored ice spheres to be unable to recover. At this time, 4/5 of the entire area of the competition stage was already occupied by the ice goddess domain. With the chanting of an incantation, another 10 dual-colored ice spheres appeared around Qianhuan Bingyun, but she did not immediately attack. Your Gaia domain is also a top-notch domain. It has the effects of attack, defense, and amplification. If your magic power was at the same level as mine and we were in the wild, I'm afraid the one who would lose would be me. Unfortunately, there is still a big gap between you and me. Admit defeat. Do you really want me to destroy your domain and injure your vitality? Silence. Mu Jing was unwilling to accept this. However, she understood that in the current situation, her domain was suppressed, and her magic power was inferior to her opponent's. Unless a miracle happened, there was no chance for her to win. At this time, she yearned for the prize of this competition even more. If she had the longevity sword in her hand, how could she lose? With the breath of life on the sword, everything would be possible. The competition ended when she admitted defeat. Qianhuan Bingyun once again displayed her powerful strength in front of everyone. No one would have thought that her magic power would reach such a high level at the age of 20. The situation was very clear. Even if Nian Bing did not go through 2 important competitions, no one thought that he could win against Bing Yun, who had an innate domain. Walking out of the palace, Mu Jing lowered her head and pondered. Mu Rong beside her said in a low voice, "Sister, don't think too much. This loss is not your fault. Losing to someone from the Ice God Tower is not shameful. After all, they represented the highest level of magic in the continent. As long as you work hard, your future achievements may not be inferior to that of Bing Yun's." Mu Jing raised her head and looked at her brother. She said, "Do you think I'm thinking about today's competition? Actually, I already knew that this Bing Yun was not that simple. I already succeeded in forcing her to use her innate domain. An exposed opponent is always easier to deal with than an unfathomable opponent. Brother, are our people ready yet?" Mu Rong nodded and said, "They are ready. They are waiting for our orders at any time." Mu Jing sneered and said, "Good, as long as our information is not wrong, after this competition, there should be a good show to watch. Qianhuan Bingyun must die, and if that Nian Bing is not willing to surrender, he will also die. Our Longmu Empire has endured for so many years, it is time for us to make a move." Mu Rong smiled and said, "Sister, do you know? I am really glad that you are not a man. Otherwise, how could the position of the crown prince be mine?" Mu Jing glanced at him and said, "What's the point of saying these things now? Don't worry, I will wholeheartedly assist you in inheriting father's throne. But, don't forget what you promised me." Mu Rong said seriously, "Of course I won't forget. That is my promise to you. Moreover, what I promised you is so beneficial to our Longmu Empire, how can I go back on my word? I am not father, unlike him who only knows how to defend the city. We only have one goal." As he said this, he raised his right hand. Mu Jing also reached out her right hand to shake his. 2 words echoed in their minds at the same time, "Unify the continent." 2 days passed, and night fell again. Nian Bing, wearing a magic robe with a golden lion symbol, walked into Prince Rong's residence. It was not the first time he came here, and he walked towards the study with a faint smile on his face. It seemed that he was in a good mood, and he was not scared by the strength that Qianhuan Bingyun showed during the day. He pushed open the door and entered. The study was brightly lit. In the past few days, Prince Rong had ordered that no one from the Rong family was allowed to enter the study without his permission. His teaching of magic was not to be disturbed. "You're here." An old voice sounded. Prince Rong was wearing casual clothes and was reading a magic book. Nian Bing walked in front of Prince Rong and said, "You don't look too good." Prince Rong closed the book and said, "Do you think I should look good? I spent a lot of effort to obtain that longevity blade." "What a pity." Nian Bing smiled and said, "You don't have confidence in me?" Prince Rong smiled and said, "Should I have confidence in you? The innate ice goddess domain and the acquired thousand illusions domain. Even I would have to spend a lot of effort to win without using magic scrolls, let alone you." After all, magic incantations have always been an important factor in restricting mages. An expert in both magic and martial arts is more suitable to deal with a domain like hers. I've thought of many ways to deal with her in the past 2 days, but the chances of success are very small. Magic cultivation is not something that can be done overnight. Unless you have the 11th magnetic deflection meter today, you don't even have a 10% chance of success. If this girl named Bing Yin continues to develop from the bottom up, the Ice God Tower will have another God's Descent Master in less than 30 years. You saw her domain. It's even stronger than Goddess Gaia's domain. Even in today's competition, she might not have used her full strength. Then let's make a bet. Nian Bing smiled and looked at Prince Rong. A bet? Are you sure you can win? Originally, I was very confident in your magic fusion. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken up a longevity blade. However, Bing Yan is no less experienced than you in actual combat. She won't give you a chance to show off. Even if you can take advantage of your magic fusion, you might not win. What's there to bet? Prince Rong looked at Nian Bing in surprise. Nian Bing said, "It's too early to say these things, but it's not like we don't have a chance. Let's bet on the outcome between Bing Yan and me. If I win, you have to promise me one thing. If I lose, I'll promise you one thing unconditionally. What do you think?" Prince Rong's eyes shone faintly. "Kid, I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. Trying to provoke me like this won't work. However, I can't think of any way you can do it." After a few days of interaction and Prince Rong's unreserved teaching, the atmosphere between Nian Bing and her grandfather had become much more relaxed. "So, are you going to bet or not? A longevity blade in exchange for a condition. It's not a loss for you. Don't worry, what I want has nothing to do with the Rong family. It's only about you. I don't have any extravagant hopes for power." Prince Rong smiled. "Okay, I'll bet with you. Tell me, what condition do you want me to agree to?" Nian Bing's eyes flashed as he said, "What's the point of talking about conditions before we win? Let's talk about it after I win." Prince Rong said, "You seem to be very confident. I want to know how you're going to deal with her innate domain." Nian Bing chuckled. She moved closer to Prince Rong and whispered something in his ear. Prince Rong was obviously shocked. He looked at Nian Bing in surprise. "You can do that? You're so despicable." Nian Bing smiled evilly. "Didn't I inherit your good genes? Since when am I like you? You're so cunning. However, this method is not impossible. At least you have a 50% chance of winning. Your father is much better than you." "Honest? I've been following my father around the continent since I was young. Later on, I traveled the continent by myself. If I'm not cunning, how can I survive?" Prince Rong sighed and said, "Okay, tell me your condition. Even if you lose, I'll agree to it." Nian Bing was stunned. "Grandpa, are you pitying me? Training outside is not a bad thing. When I agreed to your condition that day, I let go of everything. My condition is very simple. Please don't go to the Ice Moon Empire." Prince Rong was stunned. "Don't go? Are you afraid that I'll die in the hands of that old woman?" Nian Bing shook his head and said, "No, as a son, it's my duty to avenge my parents. You've been on the battlefield for a long time. It's time for you to rest. Leave this to me." Although Nian Bing spoke very calmly, his eyes were filled with determination. This was a display of confidence. Prince Rong looked deeply at Nian Bing. Good. You've really grown up." If Rongtian was still alive, he would be very happy to see his son so outstanding. "Do your best to fight for it. It doesn't matter even if you lose in the end." He didn't tell Nian Bing how much effort he had put in to help him become the champion this time. Just persuading Emperor Hua Tian took a lot of effort. He promised Emperor Hua Tian that Nian Bing would be his successor and become the protector of the Huarong Empire. Only then did Hua Tian agree to let Rong Bing take the initiative to admit defeat. Nian Bing's eyes revealed deep emotions. "I hope that is the case. Grandfather, I need to prepare for tomorrow's competition, please protect me." It was already late at night. Nian Bing quietly returned to the inn. Feng Nu was still awake, waiting for his return. Silly girl, didn't I tell you to sleep first? It's already so late. Nianbing looked at Feng Nu with some blame. Feng Nu smiled, I can't sleep if you don't come back, so I might as well train for a while. For people like us, it doesn't matter if we sleep or not. Nianbing reached out and pulled Feng Nu into his embrace, whispering, after tomorrow's competition ends, we will leave here early in the morning of the day after tomorrow. Feng Nu's eyes dimmed, after the competition ends, I should return to the Feng people. Nianbing shook his head, it's still too early to talk about this. After the competition ends, we will have a good talk. At that time, you can make your decision. Feng Nu faintly felt uneasy, whispering, Nianbing, I don't know why, but these days, I always feel like someone is watching us. Nianbing smiled, you are overthinking, it should be the people my brother sent to protect us. The Phoenix Maiden shook her head and said, no, I can clearly feel the people sent by your brother. However, it is as if there is a pair of eyes in the sky watching us. I can faintly feel it, but I can't grasp it. Nianbing was stunned, don't overthink, we will leave here the day after tomorrow. Maybe the people you feel are the experts my brother sent. You also saw that day, the people protecting Yinhua were actually 2 swordsmen. The Huarong Empire is the strongest country in the continent, and the Rong family is the strongest family in the Huarong Empire. The people they sent naturally have some ability. I hope so. I don't know how Elder Feng Kong and my clansmen are doing. It's late, sleep early. Feng Nu, tomorrow is the finals. I want to hug you to sleep tonight, is that okay? Don't worry. I won't do anything improper. Feng Nu blushed and nodded gently. As they were about to leave, she really couldn't bear to reject Nianbing's request. Nianbing cheered. He picked up the Phoenix girl and carefully placed her on the bed. He quickly took off his jacket and wrapped it around her. He hugged her supple body, and her alluring fragrance wafted into his nose. He was filled with satisfaction. At this very moment, Nianbing did not have a single strand of distracting thoughts. Feng Nu was completely his. As long as he hugged her like this, it would be enough. At first, Feng Nu was still a little flustered. She was a little afraid in her heart, but she was also looking forward to it. As Nianbing's light snoring gradually sounded, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. She raised her head and looked at the man hugging her. She clearly felt that the warm embrace was so real. These days, Nianbing's love for her made her fully understand the magic of love. Whenever she thought of leaving, her heart would ache inexplicably. She hugged Nianbing tightly. She kissed him lightly on the lips. With all kinds of complicated emotions, Feng Nu gradually fell asleep. The finals of the 5 Nations New Magician competition had finally begun. Today was the day of the final battle, and the 2 finalists were both representatives of the Ice Moon Empire. Standing on the competition stage, Nianbing clearly felt that the atmosphere on the stage today was a little heavy. In front of him, Bingyan was looking at him with a cold gaze. At your age, you're already very strong. Unfortunately, without an innate domain, it's impossible for you to contend against me. Bingyan said indifferently. Nianbing nodded in agreement and said, indeed, I can't compare to your innate domain. In terms of overall strength, you are much stronger than me. Bingyan's eyes flashed. Since you know the result, why do you have to make a move? After all, we are both from the Ice Moon Empire. Even if we are not representing our country, we can save some energy. The way back may not be peaceful. Nianbing smiled faintly and said, we'll talk about the journey back tomorrow. You want me to admit defeat? Sure, as long as you tell me where my parents are locked in the Ice God Tower and draw a detailed map for me, I will admit defeat immediately. Bingyan frowned and said, are you dreaming? If that's the case, then I can only defeat you. Rongfei said from the side, today is the finals. The rules are still the same. No magic scrolls are allowed. The competition begins. Wait a moment. Nianbing said. Rongfei stared blankly and said, what else do you want? Nianbing said, you are the referee, but I hope that you will not be on the competition stage. Otherwise, it will be bad if you are accidentally injured. Rongfei's eyes flashed with anger. If you can injure me, then I am not fit to be the referee of this competition. After saying that, he retreated to the edge of the competition stage. Nian Bing's eyes revealed a trace of disdain. He had already reminded Rong Fei. If he was unwilling to go down, then it was his business. An icy aura was emitted from Qianhuan Bingyun's body. A white halo floated up and attacked in all directions. She did not underestimate Nian Bing in the slightest, especially after seeing his powerful ice and fire magic. Therefore, she used her ice goddess domain from the start. Nian Bing's face revealed a dignified expression. Suddenly, he did something that shocked everyone present. He took off his clothes. After the red magic robe was taken off, he was only left with a white inner garment. Bingyun saw Nian Bing suddenly take off his clothes, and a trace of panic appeared in her eyes. She could not help but slow down the release of her innate domain. Nian Bing laughed mischievously. The magic robe he took off floated on the ground. He waved his left hand, and red and blue lights flashed at the same time. The sigh of the ice goddess and the roar of the fire god flew out at the same time, nailing the magic robe to the ground. The lights flashed again. Gold, silver, black, and green lights respectively fell around the magic robe. Ice, you are the representation of cold. Fire, you are the source of heat. The auras of ice and fire, please allow me to fuse your characteristics. With your common source as a guide, resonate. The stone of ice goddess and the stone of fire god simultaneously emitted a dazzling light. Golden lines actually appeared on the magic robe that was nailed to the ground. It was a magic array, an extremely complex magic array. The magic array seemed to have come to life. In the center of the array, a mass of red and blue light intertwined with each other rose up. The light constantly flickered. Suddenly, the surrounding world seemed to change. The red and blue disappeared at the same time. Everything became dim. Bingyan's body suddenly shook. The innate domain that was originally released was instantly weakened. The white halo disappeared without warning. The veil on her face slightly rippled. Her body suddenly went limp, and her eyes revealed a blank expression. She did not know what had happened. Nian Bing was clearly prepared. His body swayed. When the two blades flew out, he immediately sat cross-legged on the ground. His brows were tightly knitted, but his situation was much better than Bingyun's. The most unlucky person was Rong Fei. He did not listen to Nian Bing's warning. He was still on the competition stage. He also fell to the ground, and his eyes revealed a painful expression. The magic array on the ground had already turned into a faint purple color. Every magic symbol was slowly revolving around the magic array. The world in the eyes of Nian Bing and Bingyun was completely purple. Everything was so real, yet so illusory. Nian Bing panted slightly as large droplets of sweat dripped down his face. Even though he was in extreme pain, there was an excited smile on his face. He had experienced the same situation before, so he wasn't surprised. He calmed himself down. He calmly looked at Bingyun, who was not far in front of him. "You, what did you do?" Bingyun struggled to sit up. However, no matter how hard she tried, her spiritual energy was completely drained. Nian Bing took a deep breath. He had already gotten used to the feeling of losing his spiritual energy. It seems that I made the right bet. Although the Khanate territory is strong, it can only be released with spiritual energy. Without spiritual energy, your Khanate territory will naturally lose its ability. Our magical energy is not far apart. Now that you have lost your spiritual energy, I'm afraid you can't use your Thousand Illusions territory. We are standing on the same starting line. If we want to obtain the final victory, it will depend on each other's abilities. It will not be easy to defeat the opponent without hurting yourself. The dizziness in her mind continuously stimulated Frozen Cloud. At this moment, her consciousness was blurry. Ever since she started practicing magic, this was the first time she had experienced such a situation. For a magician, without spiritual force, it was equivalent to not having the hand to control a sword. Although her magic was powerful, if she wanted to defeat her opponent, she could only use a large area of effect spell. Nian Bing glanced at the fire cloud cover surrounding the competition stage. The cultivation of 100 great magicians was indeed strong. The area of effect of her forbidden spell should have been larger than the competition stage, but it was forcibly suppressed by the fire cloud cover. Nianbing did not attack Bingyun. Instead, he walked step by step to Rongfei's side, lifted his leg, and kicked him off the stage. One had to know that in this forbidden magic formation, the stronger the spiritual energy, the more painful it would be to be drained. This was also why Nianbing was able to defeat Hillard with this magic formation. At this time, Rongfei was still immersed in pain. Bingyun stood up with difficulty. Her body was a little shaky. She wanted to summon the magic treasure in her spatial item, but without spiritual energy, she could not even summon the simplest item. Nianbing smiled and said, "What's wrong? Are you not used to it? Don't try to be brave. If I were you, I would admit defeat now. When I used the magic formation, I took out my strongest magic sword. With them, I can build a strong defense system and cast a large area attack magic. It is impossible for me to hurt myself. As for you, I'm afraid you won't be so lucky." Bingyun looked coldly at Nianbing, despicable. In a fair competition, you actually used this kind of method to achieve your goal. Even if you win, it is not a big deal. Nianbing laughed and said, "I only pursue the result, not the process. Is this a fair competition? A magician with a domain of creation against a magician without a domain, is this a fair competition? So what if I'm despicable? In order to survive, I'm willing to use any means. Besides, no matter how despicable I am, I didn't break the rules of the competition. I didn't use a scroll. This is just my clothes. You can think of it as a magic item. Isn't your ice god tower a synonym for despicable? Otherwise, why would you use my parents' lives to threaten me? Qianhuan Bingyun, frankly speaking, in terms of individual strength, you are indeed above me. However, if this is not a competition, you may not be able to defeat me. I have at least a 70% chance of defeating you." Bingyun sneered and said, "What's the use of saying this now? This is our first battle, but it will not be the last. Do you think I can't defeat you without a magic staff? Eternal ice. Please allow me to call upon your breath, call upon your tenacity, your coldness, your pride, and transform it into an eternal ice wall, blocking all evil attacks." Ice barrier. An icy blue color condensed in the spell. Although there was no spiritual power to control it, the magic still displayed its original power. The blue light rose from the ground and actually separated the entire competition stage. The surrounding area was connected with the fire cloud cover, forming a huge ice wall. Nianbing smiled faintly and said, "Miss Bingyun, you must remember that the magic array I am using is called Eternal Sleep." Bingyun did not say anything. She quickly began to chant the spell. Without the advantage of the innate domain, she could only rely on offensive magic to defeat Nianbing. Whisper of the Wind of Freedom. 6 lights of divine changes. Dawn piercing through heaven and earth. Eternal Hell's Curse. Darkness, light, space, wind, under the effects of curse, change, divine, and haste, release your breath in the foundation of the ice and fire elements. Green, silver, white, and black lights were released at the same time. The cheers of the magic elements could almost be heard on the competition stage. This was the effect of the top-grade gems. The Proud Heaven Blade, the 4 Stars Blade, the Holy Radiance Blade, and the Demon Devouring Blade surrounded the Eternal Sleep magic array. With the help of the ice and fire elements in the magic array, they released a layer of dense 4-colored light barrier, enveloping Nianbing. A snowstorm appeared outside the ice barrier. The temperature on the competition stage kept dropping. The blade-like snowflakes were like tiny blades under the influence of the wind, constantly cutting every corner of the competition stage. The ice barrier was constantly emitting sizzling sounds due to the cutting of the snowflakes. Nianbing looked at the dancing snowflakes and smiled. He was very clear that Bingyun was known as the Thousand Illusions because she used her powerful spiritual power to control the ice magic to create countless magical forms. The reason why she chose the Eternal Sleep magic array was because without the support of spiritual power, she had lost the ability to change her magic. However, this was not the case for himself. His spiritual power was also powerful, and in terms of magic transformations, it was not inferior to Bingyun's. However, his magic transformations did not only rely on his spiritual power, but more importantly, it was his mimicry magic. Even if he did not use his spiritual power to control it, he could rely on the transformations of various magical elements to produce a strange power. Back then, after the battle with Hillard, Nian Bing had been researching how to unleash his strength while in eternal sleep. During his continuous exploration and cultivation, he finally found a way. Although this method couldn't allow him to recover his mental strength, at least his attacks wouldn't backfire on him. That was the Mimicry 4 Elements Hub magic array in front of him. The clothes that he threw out not only had an eternal sleep magic array, but there were also some auxiliary magic arrays drawn on the edges of the clothes. The biggest feature of these magic arrays was that they drew upon the power of darkness, light, space, and wind to form a super auxiliary enchantment. Within the enchantment, it was much easier for Nian Bing to use the 4 types of magic. Furthermore, when his magic came into contact with the energy range of the Mimicry 4 Elements Hub magic array, it would naturally disappear. In the Eternal Sleep magic array, this was undoubtedly an excellent enchantment. Endless darkness turns into endless curses, corrodes everything in the world, decomposes everything in the world, release your destructive demonic palms and fill the heavens and the earth. Corrosive Mist. This was a spell that Nian Bing had just obtained not long ago, and it was a good opportunity to test it out. The radiance of the 4 Elements Hub magic array suddenly dimmed. Under the control of the magic array at the edge of the magic robe, the 4 types of magical elements underwent a wonderful change. The aura of light converged to the innermost layer, and what connected with the light was silver. Twice, it was green wind, and the outermost layer was dark. It was because of the release of darkness that the entire magic array looked much dimmer. The snowstorm had arrived. The black mist rose at the same time. When the clean snowstorm came into contact with the black mist, in an instant, there was a loud puffing sound. The snowflakes disappeared in an instant as the black mist spread. Nian Bing kept urging his own magic power to strengthen the effect of the corrosive mist. This kind of large-scale corrosive mist was very suitable for fighting against large areas of snowflakes. It was even more useful than cannon magic. In the stands, Emperor Hua Tian's eyes lit up. He wasn't displeased by Nian Bing's use of dark magic. Instead, a strange smile appeared on his face. His gaze met with Prince Rong's, and he nodded slightly. Prince Rong smiled indifferently. He knew that Emperor Hua Tian had now truly accepted Nian Bing. The snowflakes disappeared, and the entire stage was filled with a surging fog. Unfortunately, although the corrosive mist was powerful, it couldn't break through the ice barrier. The ice barrier emitted unpleasant sounds under the effect of the corrosive mist, but only a few honeycomb-like traces appeared on it. The degree of corrosion was far from enough to break through this defensive spell of the 8th step. Just as Bing Yun was changing to another incantation, Nian Bing's magic came one after another. With the help of the 4 elemental core formation, his casting speed was astonishing. When chanting, he didn't need that special intonation anymore. The amplification of the formation allowed him to become one with the 4 elements. When the black mist gradually faded, Bing Yun could see through the ice barrier and see the situation on Nian Bing's side. However, he was shocked to find that countless wind blades were flying towards him. The sound of cutting and shattering could be heard continuously. Ice powder flew everywhere, and clouds of mist burst out. The ice barrier was no longer as sturdy as it was before. At the same time, a ball of golden light suddenly appeared. Countless golden dots of light began to condense on the stage. It looked like the next round of attacks was about to arrive. Nian Bing's previous 2 spells were only of the 6th step, but their power lay in their speed. First, it was the dark corrosion, then the wind's baptism, and finally, the light's illumination. Once it came, the ice barrier couldn't resist the impact of the dark and light elements. Frozen Cloud spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing her veil red. The blue ice flower in front of her chest suddenly shone brightly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with endless ice. She resisted the weakness of her mental strength and took a step forward. Immediately after, her movements became faster. Step after step, her figure gracefully danced. She actually danced behind the ice barrier. With every step she took, she would let out a pleasant melody. It was as if she was playing a musical accompaniment, setting off her exceptional beauty. It was as if a proud plum blossom had been placed in a world of ice and snow. Countless dots of light descended. The golden light quietly fell on the ice barrier. Immediately after, in the dazzling golden light, the ice barrier suddenly turned into a large cloud of ice fog and disappeared. As soon as the ice fog disappeared, Bingyan actually passed through the ice fog and floated out. At this time, Nianbing was finally able to see her graceful dance. Circles of faint blue light rose up around her body like flames. Although her every step seemed to be a bit unsteady, when connected together, it was still very moving. Nianbing wasn't in the mood to appreciate this. Seeing the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but shiver. The Ice God Tower's secret technique was definitely not simple. He didn't dare to be careless and immediately released the next spell. A silver light appeared at the outermost part of the Four Elements core formation. Under the influence of the faint silver light, it gradually became distorted. Although Nianbing's Four Elements core formation was quite powerful, in a situation where he didn't have any mental strength, he could only use a large area attack spell that consumed a lot of mana to ensure that he could hit his opponent. Moreover, because these four spells were mimicry spells, and now that he had to produce a defensive ability to protect Nianbing, he could only use a rank 6 large area attack spell. Otherwise, if he could use a stronger spell, he would have done it long ago. The spatial distortions became more and more intense. It was as if time and space had frozen. Frozen Cloud's figure in the distorted space had already become unreal. Some parts of her body instantly expanded, some parts contracted, and some parts even sucked out all the air. This spatial magic's might was extremely great. However, due to its limitations, there weren't many people who used it. The shattered space formed countless formless shredding blades that sliced at Frozen Cloud's body. The distorted light caused the spectators below the stage to be secretly shocked. Nianbing didn't seem to have used up too much mana after using 4 Tier 6 AoE spells in succession. Furthermore, the spectators below the stage didn't even know how powerful Eternal Sleep was. Although this restriction spell formation wasn't as effective against normal magicians as it was against mental strength magicians, the feeling of having one's mental strength suddenly drained was not something that normal people could endure. If it was a magician with weaker willpower, they would have fainted long ago. Meanwhile, Bingyan and Nianbing were still fighting. When the distorted space came into contact with the blue flames on Bingyan's body, it seemed to shrink a little. It only slowed down her movements a little, but it couldn't stop her movements. Bingyan's speed was very slow, but Nianbing had already discovered the problem. This was because the Bingyan in front of her was getting bigger and bigger, and she was moving in the direction of her own movement. Nianbing's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that she knows martial arts? She wants to defeat me in close combat? No, that's impossible. This was a competition. If she used martial arts, it would be equivalent to admitting defeat. Moreover, how could a disciple of the Ice God Tower have martial arts? Just as Nianbing was pondering, Bingyan's movement speed suddenly increased. The blue flame seemed to have merged with her skin in an instant. Her figure was like a sharp sword, breaking through the distorted space. She was a blur behind her, and in the blink of an eye, she had already rushed in front of Nianbing. The blue flames appeared in an instant, and Bingyan's eyes were filled with fatigue. At this moment, Nianbing suddenly understood. How could Bingyan know any martial arts? The attack just now was clearly a type of magic application. Her goal was very simple, which was to destroy the eternal sleeping magic array in front of her. The 4 elemental core magic array that he released could only reduce the power of his own magic, but it didn't have any effect on external attacks. Furthermore, Bingyan's sudden attack disturbed Nianbing's mind. It was too late to release magic now. If Bingyan destroyed his magic array, once her innate domain was released, he wouldn't be able to resist, as his spiritual power hadn't recovered yet. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Nianbing's mind like lightning. He didn't hesitate to rush out. At this moment, the blue flames on Bingyan's body had already rushed to the front of the magic array. A fiery red aura was instantly released from Nianbing's body. The scorching flames surrounded his body, and with a big stride, he rushed into the flames with the advantage of his body. In an instant, Nianbing and Bingyan shook at the same time. They were burning the magic in their bodies, and the pain caused by the ice and fire made them tremble at the same time. Under the effect of inertia, Nianbing had already rushed through the blue flames. The flames around his body and the ice flames disappeared at the same time, but the strong light caused the two of them to temporarily lose their vision. Nianbing originally wanted to punch Bingyun with his right fist, but the pain from his body made him lose his balance. He subconsciously changed his fist into a palm, wanting to grab something to stabilize his body. Bingyun's injury from Nianbing's attack was much greater than Nianbing's. After all, Nianbing was a magician with the same origin of ice and fire, so he had a strong resistance to ice. However, Bingyun didn't have this ability. At this moment, the strong dizziness and the pain in her body made her spit out a mouthful of blood. Just when she was in a daze, she suddenly felt a scorching thing hit her. Her chest tightened, and a strange heat rushed into her body from the embarrassing part. Bingyun's body went soft, and under the effect of the impact, she suddenly fell back. Nianbing changed his fist into a palm, and his subconscious action really caught something. He grabbed something full of elasticity. He wanted to grab it to stabilize his body, but he found that the thing also fell back, and his body tilted forward. He subconsciously stretched out his other hand and grabbed something full of elasticity. He twisted his body, trying to stabilize himself, but he didn't expect that he became a cushion. With a bang, a strong shock came from his back, followed by a heavy object pressing down on his body. Especially the two elastic softness, they were tightly in contact with his hands. A fragrance like orchids came to his nose, and the leisurely fragrance and cold breath suddenly Ling Nianbing's mind cleared. He subconsciously grabbed the two soft lumps again, but when he heard a moving moan, he was shocked. His vision finally recovered. Nianbing and Bingyun were in an extremely ambiguous position. Nianbing was lying flat on the competition stage, and Bingyun was on top of him. Nianbing's hands were grabbing the towering peaks on Bingyun's chest. Both of them were stunned. How could they have imagined such a scene? Everything happened very quickly, and with the strong light shining, no one knew what had happened except for themselves. The smile on Bingyun's face had disappeared, and her long blue hair that was originally hanging to the ground floated down like a waterfall, covering her and Nianbing's bodies. Their eyes met, and Nianbing's heart beat violently. Bingyun's face was only an inch away from his, and her beautiful face was filled with surprise. Bingyun's beauty was a cold beauty. Among all the women that Nianbing had seen, only Fengnu and Yurian could barely compare to her. Fengnu was more gentle than her, but less cold. Nianbing suddenly realized that their eyes were very similar. The blue sky was so clear, without a trace of impurity. Looking at Bingyun awkwardly, Nianbing maintained his previous position and murmured, "Could this be the legendary milk-grabbing hand? The elasticity is really good." "You bastard," a drop of water fell on Nianbing's face, and the water was so cold. Bingyun struggled to stand up. Her eyes were full of anger and murderous intent. Countless blue elements surrounded her body and were released, crazily sweeping towards Nianbing. Nianbing jumped in fright. He rolled on the ground and barely managed to stand up. A red aura rose around his body, barely blocking Frozen Cloud's attack. "Hey, I didn't do it on purpose. I'm going to kill you." Bingyun's beautiful face was slightly distorted. Her eyes were completely red, as if she was a lioness who was about to devour someone. Bingyun's breath continued to rise. She began to chant the strongest spell she could release. "Are you crazy?" Nianbing knew that something was wrong when he heard Bingyun's spell. If she really used it, not only would he die, but Bingyun would also be finished. Nianbing didn't cherish Bingyun's life, but he didn't want her to die like this. He still had to find his parents' whereabouts from her. Without any hesitation, he rushed towards Bingyun again. He had to interrupt this spell. Several icicles shot out instantly. Unfortunately, without the control of his spiritual power, the icicles were scattered in all directions. Only one icicle flew towards Nianbing from the front. Nianbing didn't care about dodging it this time. He leaned his body to the side to avoid being hit. He grabbed Bingyun's shoulder with one hand and covered her mouth with the other. The icicle accurately pierced Nianbing's shoulder, but without the control of spiritual power, it didn't pierce too deeply. The pain in his hand followed his shoulder. Nianbing cried out in pain, "Why did you bite me?" The spell was interrupted. Nianbing picked up the proud sky blade on the ground and held it against Bingyun's neck. He endured the pain in his shoulder and hand and said, "Just admit defeat. What's the point of continuing to fight?" Tears flowed down Bing Yun's beautiful face. Since she was young, even the ice goddess priests treated her like a pearl. Her pure body had never been insulted like this. How could she stand it? He suddenly closed his eyes, and his neck unexpectedly collided with the proud heaven blade. Nian Bing had been a cook for many years, so her reaction was very fast. As soon as she found that something was wrong, she immediately withdrew her proud heaven knife and raised her hand to hit Bing Yun's neck, knocking her out. Damn, what a crazy woman. The competition is finally over. The dramatic ending left everyone dumbfounded. No one would have thought that the two powerful mages would end the battle in such a way. Nian Bing placed Bing Yun's body on the ground and quickly removed the magic array on the ground. His mental strength began to gradually recover. He first cast a healing spell on himself, which made him feel a little better. He strode to the side of the spectator stand. He bowed slightly and said to Emperor Hua Tian, "Your Majesty, the competition is over. I think I should be the champion at this competition." Emperor Hua Tian's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. Good, the Five Kingdoms' new mage competition is over. The champion is Mage Nian Bing, who represents the Ice Moon Empire's Mage Guild. Pass down my order. Announce the rankings of this competition to the world. Prince Rong, please give the champion's prize to Mage Nian Bing. Prince Rong's face revealed a rare smile. He took the brocade box from the guard beside him and nodded to Nian Bing. Nian Bing heaved a sigh of relief as he strode down the arena and arrived in front of Prince Rong. Prince Rong handed the brocade box to him. Congratulations on being the champion. From now on, you are the owner of this longevity sword. The longevity sword needs fresh blood to be sharpened. I think you should understand this. Nian Bing bowed to Prince Rong and put the brocade box into his spatial ring. Thank you, Prince Rong. Emperor Hua Tian said, "All right, the competition is over. Tonight, we will hold a banquet in the palace. We will invite all the mages from the various kingdoms and give out the rewards I promised. You can all go and rest now." Prince Rong and Nian Bing walked into the scripture hall together. As they walked, Nian Bing whispered, "Brother, when did Bing Yun leave? How come I didn't know?" It turned out that when he turned around to look for Bing Yun after obtaining the longevity sword, she had already disappeared. Rong Bing chuckled. "You're really something. How did you come up with such a despicable plan? But the magic array you drew was really amazing. It could even break a Khanate level domain." Frozen Cloud woke up right after you walked down the stage to receive your award. She seemed to have glared at you fiercely before leaving the training hall without looking back. "Oh right. What did you do when you two fell on the stage? It's not easy to make someone from the Ice God Tower so angry." Nian Bing smiled bitterly. "It was a misunderstanding. It was just a misunderstanding." Rong Bing. A familiar voice rang out. When the two brothers turned around, they saw Enoch running over excitedly. She smiled at Nian Bing and said, "Congratulations, you won the competition this time." Nian Bing smiled. "Sister-in-law, big brother gave it to me. Otherwise, how could I have won the competition?" Enoch snorted and said, "Don't give me that. I'm not blind. But even if our Rong Bing's magic is not as good as yours, so what? Rong Bing, tell me, are you going to be transferred?" Rong Bing looked at her in shock. "How did you know?" Once the words left his mouth, he immediately reacted. But it was too late to take them back. Enoch's eyes reddened. "You don't want me anymore?" Rong Bing frowned. "What does this have to do with whether I want you or not? Our marriage was bestowed by His Majesty. Why would I go against it? This external transfer was just to increase his writing experience." Enoch's eyes were filled with anger. "You mean to say that if it wasn't for my grandfather's orders, you wouldn't have married me at all? All right, Rong Bing, you'd better remember this." With that, she turned around and left. Rong Bing was stunned for a moment and snorted. "Ridiculous. Women are really fickle." Nian Bing patted Rong Bing's shoulder and said, "Hurry up and catch up with her. Coax her and it'll be fine. Women need to be coaxed. Don't be so cold to sister-in-law all the time. After all, you're going to spend the rest of your life together. I'm going back to see Feng Nu too. I'll see you at the palace banquet tonight." With that, she left Rongbing alone. The matter here was already over. It was time to complete Yu Ruyan's orders. Walking out of the palace, he stepped into the bustling streets. Taking a deep breath, he felt much more relaxed. He turned back to look at the palace. It didn't matter if Feng Nu was Yu Ruyan's daughter or not. He wouldn't be attending the banquet tonight. It was time to leave this place. He would definitely do what he promised Prince Rong, but he didn't want to stay here any longer. From the way Emperor Hua Tian looked at him, Nian Bing understood many things. What he needed was freedom, not to serve any country. Last night, Prince Rong had asked him if he was willing to serve the Huarong Empire. Nian Bing refused. Prince Rong didn't say much. He only gave Nian Bing the last of his magic insights and gave him a few more things. Although Prince Rong didn't say much, Nian Bing understood what he meant. He was about to leave this bustling city. Nian Bing couldn't help but feel a lot more relaxed. Now, his only worry was Feng Nu. If Feng Nu was really Yu Ruyan's daughter, would she be able to bear such an unforeseen event? He returned to the hotel. He had stayed there for a while, so the hotel staff already knew him. He greeted the staff and walked to his room. Just as he reached the door, Nian Bing immediately realized that something was wrong. The door was slightly ajar, and there was a gap between the door and the door. Although he and Feng Nu didn't lock the door at night, they didn't have the habit of leaving it open. He couldn't help but push the door open and enter. The room was empty. Feng Nu wasn't there. Nian Bing's heart tightened. Just as he was about to go out and ask the staff, he found a piece of paper on the table in the room. Nian Bing grabbed the paper and saw a few lines of crooked handwriting. Obviously, it wasn't Feng Nu's handwriting. "Boy, you're Nian Bing, right? If you want your wife to live, leave the city from the north gate. Keep going north. After walking for about 10 miles, you'll see a dense forest. Go through the forest and you'll see a mountain. I'll wait for you at the foot of the mountain. I know you're from the Rong family, but if you bring people here, I'm afraid you'll only see your wife's corpse. F***ck. Nian Bing had never felt so angry. His heart was in a mess. He tore the paper in his hand into pieces. His eyes flashed with a complicated light. Taking a deep breath, Nian Bing tried his best to calm himself down. Facing this kind of situation, it was useless to be anxious. Pulling a chair and sitting down, he recalled the contents of the paper. He immediately judged that the other party wasn't Feng Nu's clansman. If it was Elder Feng Kong who took away Feng Nu, he definitely wouldn't have left a message for him. Moreover, to be able to capture a swordsman-level Feng Nu so easily, among the people he knew, perhaps only his godmother Yu Ruyan and the fire dragon King Garamans could do it. But how could Yu Ruyan come here? She was still busy with the matters of the Ottoman Empire. Thinking of this, Nian Bing couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Who was the person who took away Feng Nu? In terms of strength, he wasn't even as good as Feng Nu. The reason he took away Feng Nu seemed to be for himself. Could it be that he was after his few top-grade magic blades? Thinking of this, Nian Bing immediately thought of the contestants from the various countries in this competition. Only they had seen his treasures. Indeed, these priceless treasures could easily arouse the interest of others. His heart kept analyzing all kinds of possibilities, but the more he thought, the more chaotic his heart became. No matter what, he had to save Feng Nu. Even if he had to go through a mountain of blades and a sea of flames, he had to give it a try. Even if the other party wanted his treasured blades, for the sake of Feng Nu, he had no choice but to take them out. Thinking of this, Nian Bing took out the brocade box containing the longevity blade from his spatial ring. He first placed a seal in the room before opening the box. Under the effects of the seal, the radiance on the blade was clearly not as intense. However, the abundant life energy still made Ling Nian Bing's body tremble. He didn't rush to take the blade out of the box. Instead, he bit his finger and carefully dripped a drop of blood onto the yellow gemstone on the blade's hilt. The blood instantly fused with the gemstone. With a soft hum, the longevity blade actually left the brocade box and floated up. A yellow halo of light fluctuated, and a strong life energy with a refreshing smell swept through Nian Bing's body. Closing his eyes, Nian Bing used his heart to feel this peerless treasured blade. He allowed the life energy to nourish his body. It was definitely a wonderful feeling. The life energy that swept through his body kept rising. Every pore on his skin seemed to have opened up, frantically absorbing the enormous life energy brought about by the longevity blade. This was a process of fusion. Before this, every time he obtained a treasured blade, he had to go through this process. However, the time and experience of the process were completely different. The first few magical blades that left the deepest impression on Nianbing was naturally the Holy Radiance blade that pierced through his chest. Of course, he only remembered the pain. However, when the longevity blade in front of him fused with his body, the aura it brought about was so wonderful. Under the effect of the life energy, his body's functions grew crazily. The heavenly splendor token in front of his chest became scorching hot. The red and blue mana in his body were enveloped by a layer of yellow light. The large amount of mana and stamina that he had lost in the competition were rapidly recovering. Even his mental strength was constantly rising under the influence of this life energy, nearing his optimal state. Inspiration flashed through his mind. Nianbing seemed to have understood something. With a wave of his hands, the Morning Dew blade and the Righteous Sun blade appeared in his hands. He stood up. In a flash of light, the two blades outlined a triangular halo of light, forming a hexagram of ice and fire on the ground. Nianbing inserted the Morning Dew and the Righteous Sun blades into the center of the hexagram. Then, he continuously summoned one magical blade after another from his space ring. The entire room was filled with the aura of magic. One could even hear the excited sounds of the various mana elements. The rich mana elements continued to baptize Nianbing's body. He stood in front of the Morning Dew and the Righteous Sun blades, allowing them to absorb the mana elements of their respective elements. Rays of light nourished his body, and the mana of ice and fire in his body quickly recovered. At this moment, his mind was abnormally clear. Although his eyes were closed, he could clearly feel everything that was happening around him. With a slight smile, Nianbing suddenly opened his eyes. A strong cold light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, the Holy Brilliance blade, Demon Devouring blade, Proud Heaven blade, and 4 Stars blade were all inserted into the ground around the magic array. The 6 colors of light intersected and shone, but it rejected the light released by the longevity blade in the air. Stretching out his firm right hand, Nianbing grabbed the longevity blade's hilt. The yellow gemstone on the hilt suddenly shone brightly. An abnormally strong life energy surged out and engulfed Nianbing's body. "Ah!" Nianbing shouted. He suddenly turned the blade around and knelt on one knee. He also inserted the longevity blade into the edge of the hexagram. The 6 colors of the mana instantly turned into 7. At the same time, the aura of the mana underwent a drastic change. Everything in the room that was originally clearly visible became distorted. The 7 colors of light intertwined in the air. Nianbing's spiritual energy was also divided into 7 parts and merged into each of the 7 colors of light. The 7 different types of mana emitted 7 different types of powerful aura. They clashed and pressed against each other. After the life energy was added to the original 6 types of mana, everything became different. The ice and fire elemental magic in Nianbing's body began to fluctuate violently. The magic that was originally calm in his chest and abdomen began to change under the influence of the magic aura in the outside world. The red and blue light gradually approached each other in Nianbing's body. At this moment, Nianbing's spiritual power was unconsciously scattered, and he actually lost control of it. A sudden feeling flashed through his mind. As a mana caster of ice and fire, Nianbing naturally knew what would happen when ice and fire collided without control. With the strength of the mana in his body, if he didn't control it, once they came into contact with each other, not to mention himself, even if there were 2 or 100 of him, he was afraid that he would turn into ashes. Thinking of this, Nianbing's heart was filled with fear. However, he couldn't do anything to change the situation. He desperately tried to gather his spiritual energy to stop the collision of ice and fire. However, the aura released by the 7 mana blades each pulled on a part of his spiritual energy. The strong suction force made it impossible for him to withdraw his spiritual energy to save himself. The red that represented fire and the blue that represented ice seemed to be deliberately tormenting Nianbing, even though they were constantly getting closer. However, the speed of their approach was very slow, as if they wanted to use pressure to grind Nianbing's will. At this time, Nianbing's attention was completely focused on the mana of ice and fire in his body. He didn't realize that the blue and blue mana outside his body was no longer as messy as before. They started to rotate, and the mana of the 7 colors formed a circle of organic combination. The distribution of the halos gradually became more uniform, and Nianbing's body was right in the middle of this mana vortex. The whole vortex under the influence of the blue and red light kept invading his body. Nianbing's clothes unknowingly turned into powder and disappeared. To be precise, within a radius of 5 feet, except for the hexagram on the ground, everything disappeared. The table was eroded into a circular hole, and the bed had a corner cut off by the mana vortex. Sweat flowed down Nianbing's forehead. But very quickly, it evaporated. The red and blue mana vortex in his body was still approaching. The shadow of death invaded Nianbing's mind, but no matter how hard he tried, his body had already entered a state of being sealed. He could only watch as the mana vortex got closer, and there was nothing he could do. The red and blue mana vortex became more and more intense. Nianbing was already in despair, and his brain couldn't think of anything else. He could only think of the word death. He didn't want to die, and there were too many things waiting for him to do. But, in this situation, what else could he do? He could only wait. Wait for his body to be destroyed by the ice and fire. It felt like 100 years had passed. Finally, the red and blue mana vortex got closer, and there was only a hairline distance between them. At this time, Nianbing's mind was on the verge of collapse, but he still tried his best to summon his mana vortex, hoping for a miracle to happen. Did a miracle happen? No. His mana vortex was completely sucked out of his body, and he couldn't stop this final moment from coming. Ripples like lightning appeared around the red and blue mana vortex. When the 2 mana vortex came into contact with each other, Nianbing suddenly had a strange feeling. It wasn't ice or fire, but a feeling of nothingness. Suddenly, a transparent space without any color appeared between the 2 mana vortex balls. It was indeed a transparent space without any color, but he couldn't see anything else through it. In this strange feeling, the red and blue mana vortex balls seemed to be sucked in by this empty space. The 2 mana vortex balls changed shape, and they were no longer round. Instead, they looked like fish, slowly revolving around the empty space. No matter how the mana vortex balls collided with the mana vortex balls, there wasn't a single ripple, as if they were supposed to be one. Before Nianbing could breathe a sigh of relief, his entire body suddenly trembled. He suddenly felt restless between his eyebrows. In the next moment, a surge of magical energy had already rushed into his body from between his eyebrows. Like rivers flowing into the sea, it directly rushed to a point of nothingness between his chest and abdomen. If Nianbing could see the outside world at this time, he would be surprised to find that the 7-colored light that was originally revolving around his body had risen up, and the tip of the vortex was between his eyebrows. The energy of the entire vortex was continuously flowing in, and the external energy was gradually decreasing. In the void, under the impact of the ribbon-like energy, the originally revolving ice and fire energies spun even faster. Gradually, rays of light flashed, and the ice and fire energies turned back into 2 balls. However, this time, it didn't feel like energy, but a solid entity. The red and blue balls of light were sucked into the fingernail-sized void in the center and were rapidly rotating. Around the rotating red and blue lights, 5 light spots gradually appeared. 5 rotating light dots. Their colors were green, yellow, silver, gold, and white respectively. The 5 light balls were obviously much smaller than the original ice and fire energy balls, but at the same time, they also felt solid. Nianbing didn't know what was going on at all. Facing the strange changes in his body, he was a little sluggish. The 5 small light balls gradually increased in size under the continuous influx of energy from the outside world, but the speed of their rotation was still very slow. It was much slower than the ice and fire energy balls at the core. Finally, Nianbing's body trembled again, and the influx of energy from outside his body finally ended. He was surprised to find that he could actually see everything in the outside world. It wasn't through his eyes, nor was it through the spiritual energy that had returned to his body, but through the space between his eyebrows. It was as if he had grown a third eye. A cool feeling came from the space between his eyebrows, as if he had been enlightened. Nianbing realized. Looking out from the space between his eyebrows, everything around him seemed to have become clearer. He could even see the patterns on the objects, and he could clearly see the speed and traces of the energy fluctuations on his magic knives. It really was like an eye, a strange eye. At this moment, spiritual energy swept through his body like a tide, crazily pouring into the empty space between the red and blue light balls. At this moment, Nianbing's mind went blank for a moment, as if everything had disappeared. When he woke up again, he found that everything had changed. The red and blue light balls were touching each other and rotating slowly, and the empty space in the middle had disappeared. The other 5 smaller light balls were still rotating slowly around the red and blue light balls. Moreover, Nianbing had regained the ability to control his body. Just as he was about to get up, suddenly, he was surprised to find that there was something in his brain. When he carefully examined it, he was surprised to find that it was actually a transparent light ball. To be precise, it was a transparent light ball formed by the empty space from before. The glass-like light ball silence stopped in the space between his eyebrows. It really was like an eye that could see through everything in the world. Unfortunately, because of the transparent light ball, Nianbing looked at the outside world through the space between his eyebrows and became distorted and blurred. However, what made Ling Nianbing excited was that he found that his brain had become incomparably clear, and all kinds of magic information kept flashing through his mind. Some problems that he couldn't understand before were solved reasonably, and even the process of understanding was clearly imprinted in the depths of his mind. His spiritual energy seemed to have disappeared, but Nianbing found that no matter what magic element, as long as he casually thought about it, he would immediately feel connected to it. Especially that transparent light ball in the space between his eyebrows. When he wanted to control magic, it would emit a faint light. Nianbing dared to imagine, could this transparent light ball be formed by his spiritual energy? And why was his brain so clear? Slowly opening his eyes, Nianbing saw his naked body. He was surprised to find that he had sweated a lot before, but his body was as smooth as a baby. His sparkling skin exuded a healthy pink color, and his whole body had a strange feeling. With a thought, his body floated up from the ground. At this moment, he could only think of 4 words: reborn. The 7 magic blades were still there, but the 7 colored gems on the hilts seemed to have dimmed. Nianbing raised his left hand, and just as he was about to put them into his space ring, he was surprised to find that his space ring had changed again. The silver ring had become transparent, like a crystal, and the whole ring was like a part of his hand. With a thought, the 7 magic blades on the ground disappeared at the same time, and he clearly felt that the 7 magic blades were all put into the ring. His palm moved lightly, and the crystal-like ring shone with a colorful light. Although it was not obvious, the gorgeous feeling still left a deep impression on Nianbing. What's going on? What exactly happened? Nianbing was at a loss, but he faintly felt that his ice and fire magic seemed to have improved. With a thought, he raised his right hand, and a wind blade quietly appeared. The cyan wind blade was so clear that with a light flick of his finger, it had already left a deep mark on the wall. The joy in his heart was hard to hide. Even without Proud Heaven Blade, he could still use wind magic. Although it was only an instant wind blade of the 2nd rank, it was still a good start. No matter what happened, his strength had definitely improved. Without using a magic blade, he could actually use wind magic. Could it be that he had really become an all-element magician? Thinking of this, Nianbing tested a few spells in succession. Just as he expected, the 7 elements of magic were actually displayed in his hands one by one. However, when he used ice and fire magic instantaneously, the feeling was completely different. Not only was the magic connected by flesh and blood, but at the same time, in terms of power and the feeling of control, it was much stronger than the other 5 elements of magic. His clear brain accurately helped Nianbing to analyze the problem. He faintly understood that it was his ice and fire magic that was triggered by the all-element magic blade that produced the current mutation. Although he could already use 7 elements of magic, but fundamentally speaking, he was still an ice and fire magic magician. Ice and fire were his roots, and the other 5 elements of magic were built on this foundation. Although the size of the 7 elements of magic was very small, but there was a connection between them. Everything was based on the ice and fire magic. At the same time, Nianbing also understood that there wasn't a fundamental increase in his strength. It was just that the form of his energy had changed, paving the way for him to continue cultivating. It was just like how the magical energy in his body was originally a small stream, and it was already filled with magical energy. Now, the water in the small stream had changed, and condensed into a solid state. The narrow stream had now become a vast ocean, and it was undoubtedly very beneficial for his continued development. The only thing that Nianbing did not understand was the current form of his spiritual energy. He could only feel that his spiritual energy had condensed into that transparent ball between his eyebrows, but the feeling of his spiritual energy was not as deep as before. It was not as easy to control magic as before. After straightening out all of this, Nianbing smiled. He was very clear that the change of magic in his body today was definitely not as simple as luck. More importantly, it was the benefits brought by his long-term cultivation. When the quantitative change reached a certain level, it would naturally lead to a qualitative change. And today, he had experienced a qualitative change. Although Nianbing had also thought that sooner or later his ice and fire magic would have a qualitative change, he did not expect it to happen so quickly. He knew that this qualitative change was definitely inseparable from his 7 unrivaled magic blades. It was only because they had provided him with sufficient energy that this kind of change could happen. After changing into a new set of clothes, a comfortable feeling spread throughout his body. Everything that had happened to his body had ended. He immediately thought of Feng Nu, and his originally relaxed eyebrows could not help but tightly knit together. Should he ask Rongbing for help? No, he could not trouble his own brother anymore. Moreover, he did not want to borrow the power of the Rong family to do anything. Only relying on himself was the best choice. With the improvement of his strength and a clear analysis, Nianbing left the room without looking back. He did not leave through the door, because the anxiety in his heart made him unable to wait any longer. This time, he did not use blizzard. Instead, he used the wind element's wind-soaring magic. He floated out of the window, and in the blink of an eye, rose high into the sky, and headed north. The soaring wind spell was not considered fast, at least not as fast as the blizzard spell, but it saved a lot of mana and could continue flying. As he felt the wind flowing around him, Nianbing realized that he seemed to have become a part of the wind. At this moment, the magical power in his body had also undergone a miraculous change. The 5 magic balls that were originally revolving around the red and blue light balls had now become 4. Among them, the green one had actually fused with the central magic ball of ice and fire. As it spun at the core, more wind elements were channeled into his body from the air, and the speed at which his magical power was being depleted was extremely slow. Feeling this change, Nianbing could not help but be overjoyed. The soaring wind spell was already an intermediate wind magic, and the consumption was actually so small. It could be seen that after his body mutated, he could already release stronger magic with a lower cost. In other words, in the future when he fought with others, his ability to continue fighting would greatly increase. For a magician, being able to use mana for a longer time was undoubtedly a huge benefit. However, at this time, Nianbing did not care about the benefits of using mana efficiently, he was more concerned about Feng Nu's safety. Although the soaring wind spell was not as fast as the blizzard spell, it was still much faster than walking. Very quickly, he left the city through the air, and quickly flew towards the north. After flying for 10 miles, Nianbing indeed saw a dense forest by the side of the road. He lowered his flying speed, and quickly passed through the forest on the treetops. In the process of flying, he was surprised to find that his perception of the outside world was much stronger than before. Although he could not use his mental strength to activate it, but in terms of perception, it was not much worse than when he used his mental strength. When he was about to pass through the forest, Nianbing fiercely increased his flying altitude. It was always easier to observe from above. Maybe there would be a chance to sneak attack the enemy. In order to save Feng Nu, he would do anything. At this time, a slow voice sounded in Nianbing's ears. "Kid, don't waste your energy flying, come down quickly, don't you want your wife's life?" Nianbing's heart trembled, the voice sounded in his ears, but it was very obvious that this person was using the voice transmission technique. Feng Nu had also used it before, but it was definitely not as effortless as the other party. She didn't even see the person, but the voice could be heard so clearly. Nianbing gathered her thoughts and flew faster. Finally, she passed through the forest. Far away, he could already see a small hill at the foot of the hill. Feng Nu's red figure was particularly clear. Seeing Feng Nu's figure, Nianbing's heart immediately calmed down. He controlled his magic and floated down. Feng Nu stood at the foot of the mountain. Her beautiful figure seemed a little frail. Her red dress fluttered gently in the mountain breeze. She stood there motionless. Her entire person seemed to be sluggish and stupefied. Even when she saw Nianbing appear, she did not have any reaction. It was obvious that someone had used a special method to restrain her. Nianbing's gaze turned to Feng Nu's side. A fatso was sitting on the ground. Fatso's body was unusually tall. Even if he was sitting, he didn't feel shorter than him. A pair of fat hands were holding a roasted lamb leg and constantly gnawing on it. It seemed to be very delicious. His hands were covered in grease. There was a fire in front of him. Obviously, it was used to roast the lamb leg. Nianbing had never seen this fatso before. It was difficult to estimate his weight from his body shape. Almost every part of his body was filled with fat, so he couldn't tell his age. It was he who kidnapped Feng Nu. Nianbing walked step by step towards Feng Nu and said coldly, "What did you do to Feng Nu?" Fatso continued to eat the roasted lamb leg in his hands. He slowly stood up from the ground. Nianbing suddenly realized that he was actually 2 heads taller than himself. Coupled with his huge body, he was practically a mountain of meat. Fatso waved the lamb leg that still had half a piece of meat in his hand and laughed. The fat on his face squeezed his eyes so much that it was almost impossible to see. "That's right, it's me. Do we have a grudge? I don't think I know you." Nianbing stopped and looked at him calmly. Fatso shook his head and took a bite of the lamb. "No grudge, no grudge. Then why did you kidnap my wife and restrain her?" Nianbing stared at Fatso. From the outside, Fatso didn't have any aura to speak of. He also didn't give off any pressure. It was impossible to see through him. But it was because of this that Nianbing was even more worried. What kind of strength did Feng Nu have? He was swordsman. To be able to kidnap Feng Nu and bring her here without anyone noticing, this Fatso's strength was definitely unfathomable. Fatso laughed and said, "Actually, I didn't have any other intentions when I kidnapped your wife. Don't worry, I won't hurt her. Of course, this is under the condition that you're willing to cooperate." "Cooperate? How do we cooperate?" Nianbing looked at Fatso suspiciously. Fatso gestured at the lamb leg in his hand and said, "It's simple. If you want to take your wife away, there's only one way, and that is to defeat me. But of course, there's a condition. I can give you time. Every 10 days, you can challenge me once. As long as you win, you can naturally take her away. But if you lose, then you have to wholeheartedly cook a delicious meal for me. During this period, as long as you don't slack off, I can guarantee that your wife will be safe and sound. Otherwise, it's hard to say." Nianbing looked at Fatso in surprise and asked, "How did you know that I'm a chef?" Ever since he came to capital Sky City, he had never shown his culinary skills in front of anyone. Moreover, he had never seen Fatso before. Fatso took another bite of the lamb. He opened his mouth and a large piece of meat went into his mouth. "I came from the Ice Moon Empire. As you can see, I'm very fat. Fat people usually have 2 hobbies. One is eating, and the other is sleeping. I really like this kind of food. After I arrived at the Ice Moon Empire, I once ate at a place called the Cool Breeze Restaurant. The food at that time was indeed very good. I heard from the people at that time that there was an ice fire magic chef whose cooking skills were very good. Thus, I learned about your existence from various aspects, so I came to find you. Kid, I hope that your culinary skills won't disappoint me. Otherwise, I'll cripple your wife and return her to you. I heard that you're very arrogant. You didn't even go when the king of the Ice Moon Empire summoned you. So, I can only capture your wife and see if you'll cook for me. How about it? If you're ready, we can start now." Nianbing's eyes flashed with a cold light. He came from the Ice Moon Empire? He captured Feng Nu for food? After hearing Fatso's words, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fatso's smile was a little sinister. However, it seemed that he didn't really want to hurt him, and Feng knew. He couldn't help but become more polite. Senior, if you want to eat, it's very easy. How about this? Let go of Feng Nu first, and I'll cook for you wholeheartedly. What do you think? Fatso shook his head. No, no. I've been following you for a few days. You're very cunning. I feel more at ease with your wife here. Besides, I don't just want to eat. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dragged my fat all the way here to find you. I've seen your competition in that whatever palace. Although you're not very strong, you still have some special characteristics. Nianbing was shocked. You've been to the palace? You're one of Emperor Hua Tian's people? Fatso curled his lips. What is that emperor? In my eyes, he's no different from a chicken leg. You don't need to try to trick me. You definitely won't be able to guess where I came from. You don't need to care about anything else. I've already stated my conditions. If you're willing to admit defeat, then cook for me first. I'm not a greedy person. I only eat once every 10 days, and then I'll go to sleep. After you cook for me today, I'll contact you again in 10 days. Nianbing frowned. Are you threatening me? Fatso chuckled, the fat on his face trembling. He said matter-of-factly, that's right. I'm threatening you. So what? Who told my fist to be bigger than yours? If you have the ability, then hit me. If you can beat me, then I'll return your wife to you. You can beat me to vent your anger. Unfortunately, I don't think you'll have the chance in this lifetime. Fine, then let's fight. Do you think I'm afraid of you? However, it's easy for my wife to be injured here. Let me send her to a place farther away first, and then we'll fight. How about it? Nianbing looked at Fatso calmly. Fatso ate the last piece of meat on the leg of lamb. Stop dreaming. Kid, do you think I don't know what you're thinking? In front of me, don't think of anything. It's useless. It's easy to keep your wife safe. I'll just put her away. As he spoke, under Nianbing's shocked gaze, Fatso waved his hand. A yellow light enveloped Feng Nu. In an instant, Feng Nu disappeared. What did you do to Feng Nu? Nianbing was so anxious that she could not help but take a few steps forward. Fatso replied leisurely, nothing, I put her in my interspatial bag. Don't worry, this interspatial bag can store living things. I even put a few pigs in it a few days ago. If not, what if I get hungry? Nianbing was furious. She raised her hand and threw a fireball at him. How dare you compare my Feng Nu to a pig? You even put her together with a pig? Fatso did not seem to want to anger Nianbing. He waved his hand and said, no, of course not. Every time I put something in my interspatial bag, there'll be a special space, and they won't touch each other. I'm afraid that they'll smell. When we're done, I'll let her out and let you see that she's in good condition. When the fireball reached him, it was immediately blocked by a layer of yellow light and disappeared. Looking at the stubborn Fatso in front of her, Nianbing suppressed her anger. From the way Fatso captured Feng Nu, she knew that it would be difficult for her to contend against him. However, she wanted to at least try now. She wanted to see how big the gap was between her and Fatso. Then she would think of a way to save Feng Nu. Your Doqi is of the earth attribute, but what do you, a warrior, need an interspatial bag for? Fatso said impatiently, are you going to fight or not? If not, I'll make a move on your wife. To be precise, I'm a magic warrior. I also know a little about earth magic. Moreover, it's so convenient to carry an interspatial bag. Magic warrior? Nianbing had never dealt with a magic warrior before. She couldn't help but be more vigilant. She smiled indifferently and said, since you're forcing me, then I won't be polite. Her left hand flashed with a silver light and she suddenly had an extra set of clothes on her body. Fatso saw Nianbing's clothes and couldn't help but laugh. Boy, what are you wearing? Too funny. Nianbing had an extra vest on his body. The vest looked a little awkward when it was strapped to his clothes. There were hundreds of small strips of cloth on the vest, and each strip of cloth had a small roll of something stuck on it. Nianbing looked coldly at Fatso. Her hands quickly touched the vest, and 8 small scrolls suddenly appeared between her fingers. She had specially found a tailor to make this set of clothes for her. She hadn't been idle these days. Although she knew that using too many magic scrolls would affect her magic practice, it had a decisive effect. Although this vest looked ordinary, the scrolls on it were all of Nianbing's belongings. Almost all of her money had been used to buy a large number of top-grade white scrolls. Fortunately, the success rate of making scrolls was relatively high, so she was able to equip the entire vest. There were more than 100 scrolls in total, and the lowest was at the 5th grade. If she were to sell them, the price would definitely not be low. Fatso stared blankly for a moment, then asked, "What are you holding in your hands? Hidden weapons?" Nianbing snorted disdainfully and said, "Calling yourself a magic warrior? You don't even know what scrolls are." During the competition, he had told Bingyun that if they met outside, even if she didn't use the eternal sleeping spell formation, she would still be able to defeat him. He was relying on this super vest. Nianbing had given this vest a name, Hedgehog. Yes, more than 100 offensive magic scrolls. If all of them exploded with the power they should have, then it would definitely be terrifying. It was enough to live up to its name. Fatso laughed and said, "What's the use of these things? Throw a few out and let's see." Nianbing didn't get angry because of Fatso's contempt. Instead, she became even calmer. Her eyes flashed, and 4 scrolls flew out. At the same time, several wind blades shot out, heading straight for Fatso's huge head. Fatso didn't even move, allowing the wind blades to cut him. A layer of pale yellow light appeared around his body, and the wind blades didn't even make a sound before disappearing. However, at this time, the 4 scrolls that flew out were already 3 meters away from Fatso. Nianbing's thoughts moved, and the 4 scrolls sank at the same time. At this time, the other 4 scrolls in her hands also flew out. Facing a strong opponent, she didn't have the slightest bit of reservation. A red light instantly bloomed in front of Fatso. It was the strengthened version of the Fire Wall spell of the 5th step. Compared to the Fire Wall spell, the Fire Wall spell was not only more powerful, but more importantly, it could be moved. The Fire Wall spell was like a moving fortress, quickly pressing down on Fatso. Fatty still didn't move. He watched as the fire wall drew closer and closer to him. At this moment, a huge ice orb appeared. Although it was only a monochromatic ice orb, its huge size and tyrannical impact allowed it to pass through the fire wall in the blink of an eye. A strange scene occurred. The originally burning fire wall was instantly absorbed by the ice orb. There were clearly 4 ice orbs, but at this moment, they became 4 fireballs. Fatso was startled, and with a speed that was completely disproportionate to his body, he threw out 4 punches at lightning speed. Boom 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 boom. 4 loud sounds erupted at the same time. Those weren't 4 simple magic spells, but 4 5th-step ice and fire bombs. Even if it was a small hill, it would be completely blown up. The whole ground around the center of the explosion spread out a large area of cracks. The surrounding shrubs mixed with the soil turned into fragments flying in the air. The air seemed to have become dark. That was the soil produced by the explosion. With a continuous rustling sound, the soil returned to the ground. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Nianbing didn't continue to use the scrolls. Those were all money. He quickly drew a hexagram of ice and fire in front of him, and with a circle of his hands, all 7 magic swords were drawn out. A 7-colored light surrounded the hexagram and rose at the same time. Nianbing clearly felt that this time, it was different. The 7 magic swords seemed to have become his life. Each of them was added with a surging magical aura. The 7-colored light shone, and Nianbing even felt that even if it was any of the 7 elements, he was confident that he could instantly release a 3rd-step attack. Ice, you are the representative of cold. Fire, you are the source of burning heat. The aura of ice and fire. Please allow me to fuse your characteristics. With your common source as a guide, resonate. The red and blue light under the guidance of the hexagram instantly burst out with a surge of magical power. The 7 magic swords simultaneously let out a soft hum. The magical elements in the air became denser. Nianbing suddenly felt a chill between his eyebrows. There, the eyes that were opened could see everything outside clearly again. Light. Faintly flickering. Through the eyes and between his eyebrows, he could clearly see the magical elements being divided into 7 streams and continuously condensing towards the 7 magic swords. That was completely external energy, but now it could be controlled by him. Ecstasy swept through Nianbing's heart. He didn't hesitate. He immediately began to chant a spell. Almighty God of Fire! Please allow me. Let me borrow your right hand. Let the cannon descend upon the human world, extinguish all evil forces. The main cannon illuminates the earth, destroying all obstacles in front, Fire God's right hand. This was the first time Nianbing tried a 9th step spell that could be used by a magician. However, his heart didn't have the slightest apprehension. Ice and fire were his forte. After the mutation of the magical energy in his body, although his magical power didn't rise to a higher level, but he had complete confidence in using 9th step fire and ice spells. The roar of the god of fire was like a furious roar. The fire elements in the air were instantly condensed under the guidance of Nianbing's magical power. Thick flames revolved around Nianbing's body and soared into the air. In a flash, it went through the process of turning from red to blue. This was the 2nd stage of fire magic, true fire. The surging flames gradually condensed into an armored right hand. The enormous fire god's right hand floated in the air. The palm gradually stretched out, the armor on it also became clearer. Success, it really succeeded. Nianbing's heart was beating with joy. At the same time, he also clearly discovered that the consumption of magical power in his body wasn't as much as he imagined. He could faintly feel that he was gradually able to use the true energy of the Stone of Fire. At this moment, a bold idea arose in his heart. Moreover, he immediately took action. Pure and firm ice. The breath of ice covers the earth, the breath of ice freezes the heaven and earth, the breath of ice freezes everything. The essence of ice. Please allow me to borrow your power to condense into the spear of the ice god, piercing through layers of obstacles, bringing coldness to every corner of the world. Spear of the ice god. Following the appearance of the incantation, blue specks of light rapidly condensed on the sai of the ice goddess. Above the morning dew rose clouds of white fog. The fog pervaded the air, quickly condensing on the other side of Nianbing's body. Just at this moment, Nianbing suddenly clearly felt that the magical power of the same origin of fire and ice that was originally rapidly revolving in his body suddenly slowed down. Under the influence of the spear of the ice god, the magical power quickly poured out. The eye between his eyebrows suddenly became a lot more turbid, and a feeling of dizziness continuously invaded his body. This feeling was clearly the result of excessive consumption of magical power. Nianbing's heart was filled with puzzlement. This shouldn't be. With the remaining magical power he had just now, he should have been able to use 3 more spells of the 9th step. How could it be that after just using one, the magical power in his body seemed to have been completely drained? Along with the rapid weakening of his magical power came an enormous pressure. Just the fire god's right hand alone didn't make Nianbing feel any discomfort, but when the spear of the ice god gradually appeared, the enormous pressure brought about by the 2 spells almost made him breathless. That transparent ball between his eyebrows emitted a faint glow, which made him feel a little more comfortable. The eye between his eyebrows also became clear again. Blue specks of light continuously condensed, and a blue spear with a length of 20 feet and the thickness of a person's thigh appeared. In the midst of the flickering light, the spear brought about a faint cold glint. 2 completely different auras of ice and fire filled Nianbing's 2 sides. Right at this moment, the dust from the previous explosion finally settled. The air gradually became clear, and on the ground where Fatso had originally been standing, there was a large hole with a diameter of 15 feet. Although Nianbing had already expected that his previous attack wouldn't be able to harm Fatso, he dared not to think that the result would actually be like this. Fatso stood in the middle of the large hole with a smile, his hand still holding the leg bone of the lamb. Looking at Nianbing, his eyes were full of ridicule. However, when he saw the fire god's right hand and the ice god's spear on both sides of Nianbing, he couldn't help but reveal a look of astonishment. Oh? I underestimated you, to actually be able to use 2 spells of the 9th step at the same time. I'm afraid that even a grand mage would find it hard to do. How did you succeed? Using 2 spells of the same rank at the same time consumes 4 times the energy consumption of the body compared to using 1 spell. This is especially true for spells of the 8th step and above. Kid, it seems that your ice and fire cognate is really quite interesting. Nianbing resisted the shock in his heart with great difficulty, not showing it on his face. The power of the previous 8 scrolls explosion was at least equivalent to 2 spells of the 7th step. However, the result was that even Fatso's clothes weren't damaged. He really couldn't understand what this Fatso had actually done. Could it be that this was the difference in strength? He couldn't wait any longer, because Nianbing's mental force was already somewhat unable to control the 2 spells floating around his body. He didn't reply to Fatso's words, and with a loud shout, both his hands abruptly pointed forward. The ice god's spear whistled with a biting cold aura, the cold aura piercing through the air, emitting a sharp sound. Fatso's face revealed a trace of seriousness. His small eyes unexpectedly revealed a trace of golden radiance. However, his next action almost angered Nianbing to death. He actually raised the leg of the lamb in his hand, making a gesture as if he was holding a sword. Fatso didn't dodge the previous few attacks, which also gave Nianbing a signal. The fire god's right hand moved later but arrived first, unexpectedly catching the spear of the emperor god when it was still 2 meters away from Fatso. At this time, Nianbing waved his left hand, quickly retrieving the 7 magic blades, and in a flash, he cast a wind element acceleration spell on himself, retreating like lightning. What a joke, 2 spells of the 9th step with the same origin of ice and fire, what kind of power would that produce? However, just as Nianbing retreated nearly 10 meters, he was surprised to see that Fatso, who was originally standing on the ground, moved. His speed seemed to have surpassed lightning, the leg of the lamb in his hand just as the 2 spells of the 9th step were about to collide, and at the same time, his fat body instantly cut into the middle of the 2 spells, his fat back carrying a rich yellow radiance, in an instant, leaned against the ice god's spear, and at the same time, the leg of the lamb in his hand flashed. Pong, the first to erupt was a sky full of sparks. Nianbing didn't see that when the leg of the lamb pierced fire god's right hand, a faint golden light flashed. The fire god's right hand, a spell of the 9th step, unexpectedly turned into a large amount of fire elements and scattered in the surroundings. Fatso seemed to be repelled by fire god's right hand, his fat body forcibly leaned back, forcibly moving the ice god's spear away from its original trajectory. At the same time, Nianbing also discovered that his spiritual power had already lost the connection with fire god's right hand. No one could describe Nianbing's shock at this moment. Fatso's fat body nimbly turned, and he actually reached out to grab the ice god's spear in his hand. At the same time, a yellow radiance instantly enveloped the entire spear, and with a shake of his wrist, the spear pierced straight into the ground, disappearing in an instant. A low rumbling sound came from the ground. The tremor of the 9th step spell caused the ground within a radius of 100 meters to tremble slightly, and a layer of frost hung on all kinds of plants within 100 meters. That was the aura of ice. The fatty landed on the ground with a smile on his face. In Nianbing's eyes, his seemingly friendly smile was like that of a demon. It was too terrifying. More accurately speaking, the fatty's strength could no longer be described by the word terrifying. Nianbing never thought that a human could so easily deal with 2 9th step spells. Especially when he dealt with fire god's right hand, that was a lamb's leg bone. Not to mention a bone, even if a flock of sheep were here, Nianbing was confident that she could use the spell to turn them all into roasted lambs. However, the reality was now in front of her eyes. Fatso had dealt with these 2 spells so easily. Nianbing felt that she was going crazy. How was she going to fight this? Facing such an enemy, did she have the slightest chance? The answer was uncertain. Fatso leisurely glanced at the lamb's leg bone in his hand, and laughed, saying, "Kid, you're not bad. Just now, if not I wouldn't have let these 2 spells of yours collide. Otherwise, even if the power wasn't as strong as a forbidden spell, it would probably be close. Your ice and fire magic is indeed interesting. Hee, what other skills do you have? Take them all out." Nianbing's gaze gradually turned from shock to madness. "Give me back my Feng Nu." His hand moved, and with a speed that even surprised Fatso, more than 100 magic scrolls were thrown out by Nianbing one after another like throwing stones, each scroll flickering with a strange light. Facing such a strong enemy, Nian Bing was already a little crazy. At this time, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to destroy the opponent. Fatso's expression changed. Kid, are you crazy? I can't let you die with this. Nian Bing's mind was a little confused, but he wasn't. Although these scrolls weren't enough to hurt his body, the powerful destructive power was something that Nian Bing couldn't resist. God knows what kind of chain reaction would be caused by so many scrolls. After throwing out the scrolls, Nian Bing only felt his vision go black. The consumption of the previous 2 spells of the 9th rank, coupled with his anger, actually made him faint. After all, this was the first time he used the power of 7 magic swords in combination. Every time he used the highest level of magic of a sorcerer, such a strong pressure, even if his body was reborn, was still very difficult to bear. Fatso's body was like a meteorite, sweeping from below to Nian Bing like lightning. Those magic scrolls that were thrown out slid through his body like oil, flying in all directions. Fatso picked up Nian Bing, and suddenly 2 golden flames spurted out from his feet. His whole fat body was like a cannonball, and in the blink of an eye, he was already hundreds of feet in the air. He didn't even look back, and quickly flew in a direction. At the same time, a terrifying moment appeared. Magic lights of various colors flickered on the ground, and a low roar gradually sounded like the roar of the earth. The sound gradually became louder, and balls of light brought about a large mushroom cloud. When these balls of light came into contact with each other, it immediately caused an even bigger explosion. Countless explosions connected together, and the resulting airflow instantly swept through the entire forest that Nian Bing had passed through, as well as the mountain behind it. The next day, Emperor Hua Tian had an additional booklet on his desk. It said that there was an inexplicable explosion 5 miles north of Dutian City. Within a radius of 5 miles, not a single blade of grass was left, as if it had been baptized by a forbidden spell. The entire area of the explosion was 30 feet deep, and all the magic elements seemed to have disappeared. After an unknown period of time, Nian Bing gradually woke up from his coma. Before he opened his eyes, he first looked at the situation in his body. The 7 spinning magic balls were still there, but they were much smaller in size, and the speed of their rotation was more like a crawling snail. Waves of weakness continuously attacked his body, and his brain gradually became clearer. However, the strange iron between his eyebrows couldn't see anything outside. It had become turbid, as if even the transparent ball had disappeared. As his consciousness gradually recovered, Nian Bing gradually remembered everything that had happened before. He opened his eyes abruptly and found himself in the wilderness. The sun shone on his body, bringing a burst of warmth. The fresh air made him feel much better. Looking down at his body, Nian Bing could not help but scream. The hedgehog vest was still there, but none of the scrolls on it was left. That was money. And it was energy. Nian Bing used a whole month to make these scrolls. Just the research and analysis of the various scrolls' functions and combinations had cost him a lot of effort. But now, it had all been used up. Fatso, where's Fatso? The first person Nian Bing thought of when he woke up was Fatso. Of course, he was not worried about Fatso's safety. He was worried about Feng Nu, who was in Fatso's space bag. If Fatso was killed by his explosion, then wouldn't Feng Nu? Just as Nian Bing was filled with regret, a slow voice sounded from behind him. What's wrong? Are you awake? Good, good. Looks like I'm going to have something delicious to eat. Hee hee. Nian Bing turned around and saw Fatso leaning against a big tree, looking at him with a smile. Seeing that Fatso was fine, Nian Bing was relieved. At least, this proved that his Feng Nu was still alive. That was enough. Damn it, you damn Fatso. What are you made of? I had so many magic scrolls and you didn't die. Fatso looked at the unwilling Nian Bing and smiled. You have a lot of magic scrolls, and most of them can cause a chain reaction. Unfortunately, the strength of a single one is not enough. Even if I didn't run at that time, it wouldn't have caused any harm to me. What a pity, those scrolls are still very good. If they were under the control of your mental strength, the power they could achieve should be even greater. But now, it only flattened a small mountain and a forest. Those things are easy to make, right? You don't seem to feel any pain when using them. Bullshit. You don't feel bad at all. Those are all my treasures. Looking at the fatty's expression, he said. Nianbing was on the verge of tears. The other party's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. Could it be that he was a magic warrior on par with swordsmen? No, it can't be that simple. He's too strong. How can a swordsman neutralize 2 of my spells so easily? This Fatso was unimaginably terrifying. Fatso looked at Nianbing's flustered and exasperated expression. He stood up and walked over. Kid, don't overthink it. This was the first competition. Does that count as your loss? At that time, you didn't have the ability to fight anymore. Nianbing snorted and said, "You're so much stronger than me, how can I possibly win? What realm has your dochi reached? Even my magic couldn't do anything to you." Fatty smiled and said, "I'm very lazy, but that doesn't mean I'm stupid. If the power of your magic scrolls could be added together, let alone me, even those guys who call themselves gods wouldn't be able to resist. Unfortunately, the power of magic is very difficult to stack. Even if you could stack 1 or 2, you wouldn't be able to stack them all. None of the magic scrolls you sent out were a threat to me, so I took you and ran away. Didn't you think about yourself at that time? The power of so many magic scrolls exploding, I'm afraid your body wouldn't be able to handle it." Nianbing was silent. That's right. If he was still there, I'm afraid. He raised his head and looked at Fatso. "So you're saying that you saved me?" Fatso laughed and said, "Of course, you don't have to thank me. You just have to use your real skills when cooking." Nianbing snorted and said, "Only a ghost would be grateful to you." "Fine, I admit defeat this time." Fatso's eyes revealed a trace of joy. "Good, then you can start cooking for me now." Nianbing said, "Fatso, how about I discuss something with you?" Since he couldn't defeat him, he could only use his wits. Although he was very confident in himself, especially in his future development, he also knew that if he wanted to defeat this Fatso in front of him, he would not be able to do it in a few years. "Oh? What do you want to discuss with me?" "It's best if it's related to food." "I love talking about food, it will increase my appetite." Nianbing reluctantly squeezed out a smile and said, "You see, you're so strong, how can I compare to you? Don't talk about fighting once, even if a mage fought me 10 times, 100 times, I still wouldn't be able to win against you. How about this, you specify a number and let me cook for you. If I finish this number, you will return Feng Nu to me, okay? This won't be a loss for you. Moreover, although my cooking skills are outstanding, there will always be a time when you get tired of eating it. After you give me the number, I will introduce you to a good chef." Fatso's eyes revealed a trace of light. "What you said seems to make some sense, but I prefer to sleep. Generally, after a big meal, I will have a good sleep." "No, I can't promise you. If I say an astronomical number, you won't do it. Kid, why do you have so little confidence in yourself? Among ordinary people, there are only a few who can open the sky's eye at your age. You know, the sky's eye is unique to those who call themselves gods. With this thing, as a mage, your future progress will be very fast. One day, you will reach a level where you can contend with me." "Sky's eye? What's that?" Nianbing's heart skipped a beat, subconsciously thinking of the transparent ball between her eyebrows. Fatso said, "It's normal that you don't know. Ordinary people rarely know about the existence of the sky's eye. The sky's eye can be said to be a person's third eye. Everyone has it, and it is unique to humans. The sky's eye can see things that the original 2 eyes can't. However, ordinary people's sky's eye is automatically closed after birth. Although I don't know how you opened the sky's eye, being able to open the sky's eye has endless benefits for your future development." Nianbing stared blankly for a moment, saying, "Is it that good? Why don't I feel it? It's just that using it to see things seems to be a bit clearer." Fatso snorted disdainfully, saying, "What do you know? The space between the eyebrows is where the acupuncture points are. What you opened is not only the sky's eye, but also your spiritual cavities, even if you are a fool. As long as your sky's eye is opened, your spiritual cavities will also open, and you will become a smart person in a short time. Acupuncture points are very mysterious. It is said that there are 7 acupuncture points in the human body. If you can open all of them, you can become a real god. And the sky's eye is one of the most important of the 7 acupuncture points. Nianbing thought for a moment, saying, you said so much, but I still can't see the true use of the sky's eye. I am not a fool to begin with, so it doesn't matter if I become a bit smarter. Could it be that the sky's eye is better than the innate domain? Fatso unhappily said, you really don't know anything. What is the innate domain? If that thing can be compared to the acupuncture points, then there is no such thing as the godly continent. I am not too clear about the true use of the sky's eye. In any case, I can tell you that with this thing, in less than 10 years, you can become a mage at the very least. What did you say? Nianbing stood up in shock. Even the dizziness in his head couldn't make up for the shock in his heart. 10 years to become a divine descent master? Is this really possible? Fatso laughed, saying, very surprised, right? Now you know the benefits of the sky's eye. The sky's eye has another name, it is called the trial's eye, also known as the eye of discernment. With it, you can see many things that you normally can't see and understand many things that you can't understand at all. Any knowledge will become easy in front of you. With the sky's eye, it is also very beneficial for opening the other 6 acupuncture points. Not to mention you, even in the godly continent, there are not many people who can open the sky's eye first. You should know that every time an acupuncture point is opened, the difficulty of opening the next one will double. And if the sky's eye isn't the first to be opened, it will inevitably be the last. As far as I know, the so-called strongest god in the godly continent only opened 6 acupuncture points. After thousands of years of effort, he still couldn't open the sky's eye. But if you can be the first to open the sky's eye, then it will be much easier to open the other 6 acupuncture points in the future. Although the difficulty will increase one by one, the increase will be half. If you calculate according to time, you can save at least 2/3. Nianbing's heart shook. He suddenly thought of a possibility. Fatso, could it be that you are a god from the godly continent? Fatso stared blankly for a moment, only then did he realize that he had said too much. You can think whatever you want, it doesn't matter if you want to think that way. But, I'm not thick-skinned, I will never call myself a god. What's so noble about a god? The so-called gods are actually all F***king humans, they are nothing more than putting gold on their faces. What's the point? Nianbing's heart shook intensely, he smiled bitterly and said, Fatso, no matter what, you are at least a demigod guy, why do you have to make things difficult for an ordinary human like me? Don't tell me you like to eat so much? Do gods need to eat too? Fatso snorted and said, I already said, there is no such thing as a god in this world, those are people who call themselves gods. Since they are humans, of course they need to eat, it's just that those who are strong cannot eat for a long time and rely on the energy in their bodies to maintain their lives. Eating is an art. It's also something that people can enjoy from birth to death. In my heart, there's nothing that can compare to eating. So, I'll never change this hobby of eating for the rest of my life. Nianbing took a deep breath. Fatso did not seem so scary, but why did he tell him so much? Yes, he must have thought that he would not be able to escape from his grasp no matter what. God, it was actually a demigod who captured Feng Nu. It seemed that if he wanted to rescue his beloved woman, he would have to go through an incomparably long process. Kid, what are you thinking? Don't worry, although I like to eat, I am still very reasonable. It doesn't matter what you want to do, I will not restrict your freedom, but I will always be around you. If you want to run, that's fine, as long as you don't want your wife's life, you can run as far as you want. By the way, there's something I can tell you. Although your wife is locked in my interspatial bag, she can see everything that happens outside. You have to work hard. Maybe she'll be very touched when you save her. You don't have to be afraid that I can't find you, your spiritual power has already been locked on by me, unless you leave the continent, otherwise, I can find you no matter where you are. Nianbing took a deep breath and said, it seems that you are going to eat me? Fatso smiled and said, what do you think? Alright, it's settled then. However, Fatty, I have a question. Can you answer me? Fatso nodded and said, of course, I don't know how long I will eat you in the future, so answering a few questions is nothing. Go ahead and ask. Nianbing nodded and said, you made the things called apertures sound so magical, so how many apertures have you opened? Fatso's face stiffened, but he quickly returned to normal and said, "My cultivation method is different from that of ordinary people, so the increase in my strength has nothing to do with the apertures. I can't answer your question. However, if we look at the strength of the other apertures apart from the celestial eye, my current strength should be equivalent to about 2.5 apertures. Is the celestial eye very different from the other apertures? Are the other apertures directly related to one's strength?" Nianbing immediately asked the question in her heart. Since she couldn't defeat Fatso, the best way was to constantly improve her strength, and to improve her strength, this Fatso beside her was her target. Many of the things he brought to her were things she couldn't imagine, so she had to ask more. He seemed easy to talk to, and if she could learn some knowledge about cultivation from him, it would undoubtedly be a great benefit to her. After all, this guy was a demigod. Fatso nodded and said, "Of course there is a big difference. The celestial eye can be said to be the spiritual acupoint of the 7 apertures. It doesn't improve strength, but it improves learning ability and adaptability. You will slowly understand in the future. When the celestial eye is opened, your body will gradually change. Of course, if you want to obtain more strength, you will have to practice more. Only then can you fully utilize the celestial eye. As for the other apertures, each of them can make a qualitative leap in your strength. Of course, this qualitative leap is different, because each aperture has a different ability to improve. I'm not very sure about the concretization, so you will have to slowly explore it yourself. You have already opened the celestial eye, so you will gradually feel it. At first, I found it strange. In that competition, your strength seemed to be very ordinary. How did you suddenly become so powerful in just one day? It's because you've opened your heaven's eye acupoint. You've only just opened it. Slowly train yourself." Nianbing's eyes revealed a trace of coldness. "Fatso, I am very grateful for you telling me this. If you can let Feng Nu go, I am willing to follow you and cook for you before my strength surpasses yours. How about it? How lonely would the Phoenix Maiden be if she were to be locked up in your space bag? Don't you know how uncomfortable it is to be lonely?" Fatso said indifferently, "Loneliness is uncomfortable, but it is also the biggest test for a person. Don't worry, didn't I tell you that she can't find everything outside? I won't let her go crazy. Moreover, it's quieter in my space bag, and it won't affect her cultivation. It will only be good for her and not bad. I definitely won't let her out." "Hee, kid, I like to see you anxious. This fatty is also very knowledgeable about food. A chef, under different moods, can make different dishes with the same ingredients. I think, for the sake of your wife's safety, the dishes you make must taste good." Nianbing was speechless. He realized that Fatso was much more cunning than he thought. When he tried to trick him, he seemed to be very honest and did not hide anything at all. However, once he tried to think of a way to let Feng Nu go, he was more cunning than anyone else. It was impossible to threaten him, but it was also difficult to tempt him. "Alright, I have wasted so much time talking to you." Fatso's stomach was swelling. Quickly cook for me. I want to eat the dishes that you are good at. I heard that you can make some kind of ice and fire 9 dragons dish, and I want to eat that." Don't worry, even though Fatso's stomach is big, he doesn't eat much. You just need to make 20 simple dishes for me to eat, and that's about it. After all, good dishes are about quality and not quantity. Damn, 20 dishes is not much. However, looking at your stomach, it seems that you can really put it down. However, Fatso, there's something you don't seem to realize. Making top-notch dishes requires a lot of ingredients, and only good ingredients can make good dishes. I don't think you have prepared that many ingredients." Fatso's face froze. "Materials? This? I do have a little here, but there are only 2 pigs. 3 sheep and 2 cows. Can these be used to make your 9 heavens of ice and fire?" Nianbing snorted, and said, "Do you think I only know how to make barbecue? This is the wilderness. Don't tell me you want to eat a wild vegetable feast?" Fatso scratched his big head that didn't have much hair. "I only cared about you cooking for me, but I forgot that the ingredients are the most important. Then let's find a place. It's not too far from here to the capital city. At that time, there will be land to eat." Nianbing shook her head. "No, I can't go to the capital city. Everyone knows that I won the new mage competition there. I'm afraid that Emperor Hua Tian won't let me leave so easily. Since I've already left the city, I can't go back. If you want to eat, then find another city. Let me say this first, I don't have a single cent on me. You have to pay for the ingredients. My poor magic scrolls. That's all I have. I was prepared to use it to exchange for money at any time, but now I have nothing. The smile on Fatso's face became bitter. This money is indeed a problem. I don't seem to have much either. Nianbing laughed and said, aren't you very capable? That's good. You can sell your art and earn some money. With your ability, it shouldn't be a problem to earn enough money to eat. Boulge *T, I'm a dignified, how can I sell my art? Kid, just follow me, I naturally have a way. Let me think, there should be a city further away from here. If we fly there, it shouldn't take too long. Nianbing sat on the ground and said, fly? I can't fly now, how do you want me to fly without magic power? Fatso was stunned, and said, alright, I'll carry you and fly. You can recover some magic power and cook for me later. Kid, I'm warning you, don't try to play tricks. If you fall from the sky, hee, you know the result. Nianbing only saw a blur in front of her, and in the next moment, her body had left the ground. Fatso actually held her under his arm and flew up high. In the blink of an eye, everything on the ground became indistinguishable. So fast, how did he fly? Nianbing's flying speed was definitely not half of Fatso's. Her heart was full of doubts, was this magic? No, there was no fluctuation of magic. Could it be Doqi? Could Doqi fly? As if seeing the doubts in Nianbing's heart, Fatso quickly flew while saying, why can't Doqi fly? It's the same kind of energy, so Doqi can naturally do what magic can do, it's just that the way to do it is different. How is it? My flying speed isn't slow, ha 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 ha. Nianbing's face showed a helpless and bitter smile. Facing such a powerful Fatso, he really didn't have any way. Now he could only take one step at a time. Fortunately, this Fatso seemed to really want to eat and didn't have any intention to harm him, otherwise, he was afraid that he wouldn't even know how he died. Thinking of this, he temporarily accepted his fate, closed his eyes, and carefully felt the mystery of the Tianyan point that Fatso said. If he wanted to defeat this demigod Fatso, he could only continue to work hard. What? Nianbing disappeared? Emperor Hua Tian frowned slightly. Prince Rong said somewhat helplessly, I also don't know what this brat is thinking, he didn't come to the banquet last night, and when I sent people to look for him, he was already gone. Your Majesty, do you want me to send people to capture him? Hua Tian shook his head and said, forget it, Elder Rong, we are brothers. I believe in you, after all, he is a member of your Rong family, a fallen leaf will eventually return to its roots, one day he will come back. Oh, right, those two brats from the Longmu Empire seem to be restless, it's not good for us to make too much of a fuss with them, I'll have to trouble you to send people to escort them out of the country. Prince Rong's eyes flashed with a cold light. He said indifferently, I've already noticed their movements. They thought that they were very secretive. However, they forgot that this is our territory, what is there that we don't know? Your Majesty, now that our army is strong, I think that after a few more days, it's time for us to act. Hua Tian sighed softly and said, Elder Rong. Perhaps I'm really old, and the spirit of my youth has long been worn away. I'm not very interested in war, and I don't want to ruin the empire that I painstakingly built because of a wrong decision. Do you understand what I mean? Prince Rong looked at his Xingyuanmin brothers and smiled faintly. He said, I naturally understand what you mean, I've also thought about it for a long time before deciding to propose an attack. Our secret forces have been established for a long time, if we don't let them move around, how can they be sharpened? In terms of form, at least on the surface, the Qilu Empire is allied with us, but this time, 2 of their magicians are dead. I've already sent an envoy with gifts to apologize, and the Ottoman Empire's vitality has been greatly damaged after the last battle. If they want to recover, it won't be a matter of 1 or 2 days. When we have military operations, they can't wait to avoid us, and naturally won't come forward to throw away their lives. Just the Silver Feather Knights alone will take a long time to recover. Therefore, now is the best time for us to strike. I wish to personally lead a team to the Longmu Empire. My goal isn't to destroy them, but to plunder them like how the Aland Empire did. Only by fighting a monster and nurturing a battle can we maintain the strength of our army at its strongest state. Once the time is ripe, what's wrong with going against the entire continent? Don't you want to see the Huarong Empire unify the continent in your lifetime? Emperor Hua Tian's eyes lit up. Elder Rong, you seem to be very confident. Prince Rong smiled faintly and said, "Oh you, at that time, your spirit has been worn down. You're clearly testing my ability to grasp the situation. With our current situation, there's no need to take a share of the Qilu Empire. As long as we leave 200,000 soldiers to guard the eastern border, I don't believe they'll dare to act blindly without thinking. Although the Longmu Empire is a tough nut to crack, it's still very easy for me to leave a few teeth marks on it." Hua Tian smiled. "No, you're right. For the army to maintain its strength, war is the best baptism. However, you have to remember our old policy. In order to avoid strong hatred between different races, we can burn and plunder, but we can't kill civilians. It's time for our secret forces to strike. How do you plan to fight?" Prince Rong took a few steps forward to Hua Tian's side and said in a low voice, "This time, the war must be sudden. I have two objectives. First, the Longmu Empire's Longmu plains are flat, fertile, and rich in all kinds of resources. Therefore, our primary mission is to plunder. I plan to lead 300,000 soldiers into battle. 100,000 of them will be combat troops, while the remaining 200,000 will be transportation and supply troops. We'll plunder as much as we can. As for the second objective, it's even simpler. An elite cavalry regiment from the Longmu Empire will be attracted to us, and then we'll destroy them with lightning speed. You know very well how much resources it takes to nurture a powerful cavalry regiment. As long as we can accomplish this second objective, even if the Longmu Empire wants to retaliate, they won't dare to act rashly." Hua Tian was somewhat surprised. 100,000 combat troops? Isn't that a little too little? Prince Rong's eyes were filled with confidence. "It's not a little, definitely not a little. Although these troops aren't enough to occupy a city, nor to destroy the Longmu Empire, they're more than enough to destroy their elite troops. Don't tell me you still don't know the strength of our secret forces?" Hua Tian's eyes lit up. "All right, we'll do as you say. Prince Rong, listen up." Prince Rong bowed and said, "Your subject is here." Hua Tian said seriously, "I order you to lead the army to attack the Longmu Empire. You'll be in charge of all military operations, including the imperial family. If any of the soldiers don't listen, execute them first and report later." "Yes, Your Majesty." Prince Rong straightened his back and looked towards the north. He thought to himself, "Ice Goddess Priestess, just you wait. Longmu's weakening is only one step of my operation. As long as I'm alive, there will be a day when my cavalry will step onto the land of the Ice Moon Empire. Nian Bing, you have to do your best. Grandfather will try his best to create all kinds of situations within the next 10 years. I hope that the day I unify the continent will also be the day you destroy the Ice Goddess Priestess." Hua Tian continued, "Also, since we're going to use troops against the Longmu Empire, there's no need to send their people off this time. Other than those two contestants, the rest of the spies who dared to invade our country will all be eliminated. I wonder if the old man from the Longmu Empire will feel heartache when thousands of elite warriors and dozens of high-level magicians are destroyed?" Hee. Prince Rong thought for a moment and said, "Your Majesty, we can let that prince go, but that girl with the innate domain. Shouldn't we also leave her behind? A person with such a powerful innate domain is a great threat to our future." Hua Tian shook his head and said, "No, after all, they came to participate in the competition. We can't let them get hold of any information that can be used against us. Let them go. Don't tell me that our great country is afraid of a magician? That Qianhuan Bingyun should also be let go. Elder Rong, you understand what I mean." Prince Rong smiled. "I understand, of course I understand. Your view of the big picture is always much better than mine. That's why I said that among us three brothers, you're the most suitable to be the emperor. Oh right, that guy old Su has been very quiet recently. I'm going to be born soon. Shouldn't we find him for a drink?" Hua Tian laughed in spite of himself and said, "Oh you must be thinking about those jugs of 100-year-old plum wine in old Sue's house. Alright, I've been wanting to drink for a long time. This time, we'll use it as a farewell party for you. I believe you won't miss it." The two old men with ulterior motives looked at each other and smiled. It was as if they were young again. What? Nian Bing disappeared? Mu Jing frowned and looked at her brother. Mu Rong nodded and said, "I've already sent more people to look for him. The competition just ended half a day ago. I hope he hasn't left the city yet. Could it be that he felt something? Why is he moving so quickly?" Mu Jing frowned and said, "That's impossible. Our movements are already secretive enough. How could he have found out? Brother, send more people. We must find his whereabouts. This person is very important. I didn't expect him to have such deep attainments in magic arrays. Although it was a bit of a trick, he still won against Bing Yun. Just from this point alone, he's worth us spending more effort to win him over. If we can let the champion of the Five Kingdoms' new magician competition publicly announce that he's joining our Longmu Empire, it will greatly benefit our country's reputation." Mu Rong said, "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I've sent all my men out. I believe we'll get news soon. After all, Nian Bing is just a sorcerer. He shouldn't be able to run fast." "Run? Why should he run?" A cold voice came from outside the door. Mu Rong and his sister were shocked. They had brought a large number of masters into the city to avoid being discovered by the Huarong Empire. They didn't order their men to guard the city. However, they didn't notice that someone had sneaked into the city. The door opened and two people walked in. The person in the lead was Rong Bing, the first person in the third generation of the Rong family. Rong Ji followed behind him calmly, holding a slender magic staff in his hand. When Mu Jing saw them, a smile instantly appeared on her face. She hurried over and said, "Didn't the banquet just end? Why are the two of you here again? Could it be that you want to exchange pointers with us siblings?" Rong Bing said coldly, "If you want to learn from each other, I'll grant you your wish. However, that's not why I'm here. The competition is over. I don't think there's any need for you to stay in the city. Please leave immediately." Mu Rong said angrily, "Is this how the Huarong Empire treats its guests?" Rong Bing said calmly, "What kind of guest should we treat? The Huarong Empire doesn't welcome guests like you. Since you're the contestants of the competition, I won't keep you. Otherwise, it won't be so easy for you to leave." Mu Rong wanted to say something, but Mu Jing stopped him. "Okay, let's go." She pulled her brother and walked out of the door. "Wait." Rong Bing said again, "I forgot to tell you something. The city hasn't been very peaceful recently. There's a group of bandits. A total of 967 people snuck into the city, and all of them have been killed. Be careful on your way, don't run into any more bandits." Upon hearing the number 967, Mu Rong and his sister both trembled. Their eyes were filled with shock. They were all too familiar with this number. These were the experts they had brought to the Huarong Empire. Mu Rong looked a little flustered. On the other hand, Mu Jing was more composed. She turned to look at Rong Bing and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Ice Melt said coldly, "I don't mean anything. Take care. I won't be seeing you off." Mu Jing took a deep breath and glared fiercely at Rong Bing before dragging Mu Rong out of the room. Late at night, Mu Rong and his sister finally left Dutian City. On the way, Mu Rong could not help but ask the question that had been bothering him for a long time. Was what Rong Bing said true? Could it be that our people? Mu Jing nodded and said gloomily, "It seems that we underestimated the Rong family. We still underestimated the Rong family's strength. They were able to kill so many of our experts without making a sound. They are so ruthless. It's obvious that they are going to attack our Longmu Empire. We have to go back and make preparations. Now, we can only hope that Rong Bing didn't lie and won't chase after us. That would be our greatest fortune. Let's go." After wiping the sweat off her forehead, Nian Bing sat on the ground and did not want to move anymore. On the other hand, Fatso was very excited. He was stuffing all kinds of delicious food into his mouth. Although Fatso flew very fast, they only arrived at this small city called Sanongdi when night fell. This city was not even 1/10 of Dutian City. Fortunately, the Huarong Empire was very prosperous. Although it was such a small city, Nianbing still had all kinds of materials she needed. He hadn't cooked for a while. He made 20 high-quality dishes of ice and fire 9 heavens in one go. This made Nianbing very tired. Especially when he used magic to make dishes while consuming a lot of magic power, it was even more strenuous. It was very easy for Fatso to solve the problem of money. In Nianbing's words, he was a robber. In just a short time, he got a big bag of purple coins from God knows where. Fatso didn't seem to care about money at all. He gave all of it to Nianbing. After the two of them bought enough materials, they rented a kitchen in this small restaurant. Nianbing worked until midnight to finish these dishes. Delicious. As expected of a high-grade chef. There are so many changes in each dish. So magic can change the taste of a dish so much. Not bad, not bad. I didn't waste so much effort. Nianbing, kid, aren't you going to eat? Nianbing looked unhappily at Fatso, who kept stuffing the last dish into his bloody mouth. Eat what? Don't tell me you want me to lick the plate? The 20 dishes are finished. Even if you don't let Feng Nu go, can you let her come out for some air and let me see her? This request isn't too much, right? I worked hard for you for half a day. Fatso shook his head and said, wishful thinking. Although the dishes you made today are very delicious, they are all made with ice and fire magic as the foundation. You can use 7 kinds of magic, but you only used 2 of them to cook. You are obviously perfunctory. How about this, when you make a full meal, I will consider letting you 2 meet. Nianbing stood up angrily. Nonsense, what do you mean perfunctory? What do you think I am? Even a high-grade chef needs time to research new dishes. I only finished these 7 knives in these 2 days. Recently, I have been busy practicing magic. How can I have time to research cooking? Fatso laughed and said, that's your business. What does it have to do with me? Anyway, I only recognize dishes. Alright, now that I am full, I am going to find a place to sleep. You can do whatever you want. In any case, I will come to find you in 10 days. By then, I hope you can make some progress. The money I gave you is not allowed to buy magic scrolls. It is used to buy ingredients. The next time I see you using magic scrolls, I will not just defend. Kid, you are on your own. Nianbing looked at the messy plates on the table and said, then I will find a place to rest. After saying that, he turned and walked out. He knew that Fatso would not let Feng Nu go so easily. But as long as he could satisfy his need for food, Feng Nu would be safe for the time being. It was just that she had lost her freedom. If he wanted to save Feng Nu earlier, he had to increase his strength quickly. Strength. Wait a minute. Fatso patted his abnormally fat belly in satisfaction and came to Nianbing's side. Kid, in order to leave a deeper impression on you, come with me first. After saying that, he grabbed Nianbing and rose into the air twice. Nianbing did not resist because he knew that it was futile. His tired body was supported by his mental strength. At this moment, he just closed his eyes and rested for a while. Not long after, Fatso had already flown out of the city with Nianbing. They landed in an open space and casually placed Nianbing on the ground. Nianbing opened his eyes and saw Fatso looking at him with a mischievous smile. He immediately became vigilant. What are you doing? Fatso needed his fan-like big hands. His bones made cracking sounds and he laughed. After eating, I have to move my body. I will use you as a sandbag and beat you up. It should be a good choice. Don't worry, I know my limits. I will not beat you to death. After all, I will still be looking for you in 10 days. Nianbing was about to refute when a strong force came from his chest and abdomen. His body immediately flew out of the gravity. It was as if there was a ball of fire burning between his chest and abdomen. The surging energy almost tore his body apart. If Garamandes did not transform his body back then, Nianbing would have been finished with just this punch. Fatso did not have the intention to let Nianbing go. His body rose into the air and caught up with Nianbing in an instant. Another punch sent him flying. After taking this punch, Nianbing only felt his vision turn black. His six senses were weakened to the lowest point. It was as if everything around him had disappeared. The next moment, his body shook again. Finally, his six senses left his body. Before he fainted, Nianbing's last feeling was relief. A faint golden light was emitted from Fatso's body. His face was very calm. Every time Nianbing was sent flying by his punch, a faint golden light would enter his body. A faint layer of golden light seeped into his body, and Nianbing's body twisted to one side according to the direction of the force. The fatty didn't stop there. He continued to throw punch after punch. His attacks were very controlled. Every punch directly penetrated Nianbing's body, but didn't damage his bones. After a long while, when Fatso's 108th punch sent Nianbing flying, he finally stopped. He instantly caught up with Nianbing's flying body and landed on the ground. He muttered to himself, "So good, so good. Flying in the air is really fun. Stinking brat, Fatso did not eat your food for free. You will understand in the future. There is no one here. Let's leave him here. Find a place to sleep first." After hesitating for a moment, he pulled Nianbing's body up from the ground. A layer of golden light covered Nianbing's body. With a wave of his hand, Nianbing's body directly penetrated into the ground. His entire body disappeared as if he was buried alive. Fatso smiled and said, "Stinking brat, since your Tianyan acupoint has been opened, you should experience the feeling of being an innate master." Fatso left. Nianbing, who had fainted from the heavy punches, gradually woke up because there was no air to breathe. The intense pain in his body and the feeling of suffocation made him feel extremely uncomfortable. His surroundings were pitch black and he could not see anything. He wanted to struggle, but he found that his body was tightly pressed by the surrounding soil. He did not have the strength to break free. All kinds of intense pain that he had never felt before continuously attacked his body, his heart, and every inch of his skin. The feeling of suffocation became more and more obvious. His brain was hazy because of the lack of oxygen. Am I going to die? Am I going to die like this? No, I can't die. The strong desire to live made Ling Nianbing's brain awake again. What should I do now? I can only rely on magic. When he thought of this, he looked into his own body. Due to the depletion of the mana in his body, the 7 energy balls had become extremely small. With a single thought, Nianbing immediately directed the fire elements to explode above his head. At the very least, he needed air to breathe in order to stay alive. Unfortunately, the use of magic was not only related to the magic in one's body, but also the fire elements in the air. At this moment, he was buried underground and the fire elements were extremely thin. Through his thoughts, Nianbing realized that there was only an extremely small flame rising above him. He was completely unable to blow up the soil above him. At this moment, it was no longer a problem of magic. He could not see, hear, and speak. He could not chant any spells to help himself. The feeling of suffocation became more and more intense. The shadow of death shrouded his body and mind. The thoughts in his brain gradually became hazy. He no longer had the ability to think. His thoughts also fell into darkness. All kinds of bodily functions were developing in the direction of exhaustion. He was a little confused. Could it be that he was really going to die here? Was he really going to die? The breath of life gradually disappeared. As he neared death, the suffocating pain lessened a lot. His body seemed to be light as a feather. It seemed that there was a voice calling him towards the end of death. Was this the feeling of death? Did a person really have a soul? Was his soul leaving his body? Just when Nianbing's life was about to come to an end, suddenly, he clearly felt his whole body shake violently. An unusually cold feeling instantly spread throughout his whole body. The majestic feeling that he had lost to his body reappeared. He did not need to breathe. The functions in his body began to operate again. The cool feeling came from between his eyebrows. At the same time, a trace of cool air began to seep from his skin into his body. Nianbing was surprised to find that his body had entered a strange state of internal breathing. his body gradually lit up. Every meridian was so clear. The magic energy ball in his chest and abdomen began to operate faster. What surprised him the most was that the transparent ball between his eyebrows actually emitted a faint spiritual energy. Through the perception of his spiritual energy, his spiritual senses quickly spread out. Through this third eye, he could see the surrounding soil clearly. He could see everything contained in the soil clearly. He could even see the lines on some small stones in the soil. His spiritual senses continued to extend and actually broke through the soil. Nianbing only felt his spirit light up. Everything in the outside world appeared clearly in his mind. It was a very strange feeling. As the cool feeling continued to enter his body, Nianbing discovered that the blood flow in his body was increasing. His thoughts were getting stronger and stronger, and the blood in his body was circulating faster and faster. A cool feeling was nourishing every part of his body. Even though there was no obvious increase in his magical power, Nianbing could feel that his body was changing. The excruciating pain was gradually disappearing, and a faint golden light appeared in the blood circulating in his body. Tiny golden light spots gradually merged into his meridians as his blood circulated, and then entered his bones through his meridians. Finally, they stayed on the surface of his skin and melted away. After the comfortable feeling, there was a feeling of power. Nianbing had never felt so full of power before, and it was no longer difficult for him to break out of the ground. However, he was no longer in a hurry to leave this place. The cool feeling around him was indescribably comfortable. Since that was the case, why was he in a hurry to leave? Time passed by minute by minute. Nianbing entered a strange state. That faint cool feeling continued to spread. He gave up on sensing his body and turned to wholeheartedly meditating. Through the continuous strengthening of his mental strength, he attracted the magical elements in the air above the ground to seep into the ground. Then, he absorbed them into his body and strengthened his magic power. This was the first time for Nianbing to cultivate like this. However, as his magic power gradually increased, he discovered that not only was the growth of his magic power not slower than usual, it was also a very good exercise for his mental strength. The heavenly eye between his brows was filled with a feeling of transparency. Nianbing discovered that through the connection of his mental strength, he could already control the mental strength within the heavenly eye at will. Under the nurturing of the heavenly eye, the growth of his mental strength was extremely fast. The first manifestation of the growth of his mental strength was the strengthening of his senses. All of his senses became abnormally clear, and the feeling of being in control of everything around him was so wonderful. Gradually, his cultivation entered a wonderful cycle. He no longer needed to use his mind to control it, and his body naturally reached a harmonious state of cultivation. Nianbing didn't know that by cutting off the cultivation of external breathing, the various energies in his body had already begun to transform into the Xiantian realm under the effect of the heavenly eye acupoint. The Xiantian realm and the Hotian realm were two completely different realms. Especially the aura of the energies were completely different. Not to mention him, even his grandfather, the flame cheapskate Lion King Rongyan, hadn't entered the Xiantian realm. The advantage of the Xiantian realm was that he could naturally attract all the Hotian aura for his own use. After entering a fixed state of cultivation, Nianbing no longer paid attention to it. Instead, he began to think about everything that had happened to him recently, especially the impact that Fatso had on him. Nianbing had also met many powerful people. For example, his grandfather, the Flame Lion King, had already entered the strongest realm of magicians, the God Summoning Master. For example, his newly recognized godmother, Yu Ruyan, was the powerful swordsman. However, no matter if it was Rongyan or Yu Ruyan, compared to that Fatso, they were still a little lacking. At least, in front of Rongyan and Yu Ruyan, he still had some ability to contend against them. However, this Fatso gave him a feeling of endless pressure. He didn't even have the slightest chance of winning. He had only felt this kind of feeling from the Fire Dragon King, Garamandes. However, Garamandes had never displayed any powerful strength in front of him. Therefore, the feeling wasn't obvious. At this moment, Nianbing really believed in Garamandes. If he was by his side, he wouldn't have suffered such a big loss. What should he do now? If he wanted to save Feng Nu with his own strength, it was definitely not something that could be done in a day or two. However, Feng Nu was still locked up by Fatso. It was hard to predict how it would affect her. He had to save Feng Nu as soon as possible. This was his first task. Since he couldn't do it himself, then he would have to rely on external forces. Thinking of this, Nianbing had already determined his path forward. From the time the magic in his body mutated until now, Nianbing hadn't had the time to carefully think about the situation after the change in his magic. In addition, the various knowledge that his grandfather had passed on to him and the things that he had seen in the library required time to think carefully before he could merge them with the magic that he was good at. Now was the perfect time to think about these questions while cultivating. Time, day by day, passed by. Nianbing, who was underground, had already completely immersed himself in cultivating and thinking. He didn't have any awareness of the outside world. After an unknown amount of time, the spiritual energy that he had spread out suddenly moved. His third eye clearly saw Fatso descending from the sky, landing right on top of his head. Fatso looked at the ground with a surprised expression, muttering to himself, "Good boy, to be able to be buried for 10 days in a row. It seems that he has really grasped the mysteries of the innate realm. Boy, come out." As he said that, he pressed one hand on the ground, followed by the concave shape of his palm being lifted upwards. Nianbing only felt a strong force coming through. The surrounding soil was no longer an obstacle, and his body broke out of the ground in a flash. Everything became bright. Returning to the ground again, Nianbing's whole body produced a kind of floating feeling, as if the weight of his body didn't exist, and he lightly landed on the ground. Fatso looked at Nianbing, and couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile. At this time, although Nianbing was covered in soil, and his clothes were tattered, his pair of deep blue eyes had become abnormally bright. The bright eyes were emitting a dazzling brilliance, and a circle of 7 colored lights slowly revolved around his body. Although it wasn't obvious, it could still be clearly perceived. After Nianbing came out of the ground, he also had a wonderful feeling. The surrounding air was no longer simple air, and all kinds of magic elements were cheerfully rushing towards his body. He didn't need to meditate, and didn't need to cultivate in a room. These magic elements actually flowed naturally through his skin into his body, fusing with the magic power in his body. Although these magic elements weren't strong, but to be able to condense them without cultivating was something that Nianbing had never thought of. In fact, this was the advantage of the innate realm. The innate realm had a strong attraction to all kinds of Hotian energy. Nianbing had gone through the underground life, and with the help of the Tianyan acupoint, he had already transformed from a Hotian to an innate. Therefore, this kind of situation had occurred. Fatso laughed and said, "Boy, I haven't seen you for 10 days, and you've changed quite a bit. Let's see if you can surprise me today." Nianbing said with some surprise, "It's already been 10 days? I feel like it's only been 2 or 3 days." Fatso pursed his lips and said, "I usually wake up once every 10 days when I sleep. Don't tell me I'm not clearer than you? When cultivating, time will naturally fade. Come, let me see the changes in your magic." Taking a deep breath of fresh air, Nianbing said, "Wait a moment, let Feng Nu out for me to take a look. If I'm not sure of her safety, I won't fight with you." Fatso waved his hand, and in a flash of light, Feng Nu charmingly appeared by Fatso's side. She was clearly conscious now, and when she saw Nianbing, her eyes immediately revealed deep emotions. Although she couldn't speak, her concern was obvious, as if she was asking Nianbing something. Seeing Feng Nu again, Nianbing subconsciously rushed over. Feng Nu, with a flash of light, Feng Nu's figure disappeared again, and Fatso's mountain-like body blocked Nianbing's path. "Boy, you miss your wife, right? Then try your best to defeat me first." Nianbing stood still, snorted, and said, "Fine, you want to fight. Then let's fight." A 7-colored light flashed, and 7 magic swords appeared in midair at the same time. Nianbing cast a gale spell on himself and retreated. Then, the 7 swords landed on the ground at the same time. He calmly chanted, "Ice, you are the representation of cold. Fire, you are the source of burning heat. The aura of ice and fire, please allow me to fuse your characteristics, using your common source as a guide. Let's resonate." The hexagram of ice and fire and the 7 magic swords landed at the same time. Ice, fire, earth, wind, space, light, and darkness, the 7 completely different types of magic auras were released with the appearance of the hexagram. The magic elements in the air quickly condensed in this direction, and the originally active magic elements gradually became violent. The dense air formed by the 7 colors formed a layer of faint light in front of Nianbing. Under the effect of the innate realm, the magic elements continued to condense on the 7 magic swords. At the same time, the magic elements also gathered on Nianbing's body at an even faster speed. The surging magic elements continued to strengthen Nianbing's magic power, and the feeling of being filled with energy increased his confidence greatly. He also wanted to see how much his magic power had improved after 10 days of cultivation. Through the heaven's eye, Nianbing could not clearly see the fluctuations of the magic elements in the surroundings. With a thought, the holy radiant dawn blade that pierced through the heavens and earth floated into his hand, the tip of the blade pointing diagonally at the hilt of the righteous yang blade that was stabbed into the ground. Under the illumination of the divine stone of fire on the righteous yang blade, the golden radiance was enveloped in a layer of faint red light. Fatso still stood there, and obviously had no intention of attacking Nianbing. He was silently waiting for him to attack. Nianbing once again took a deep breath, and calmly chanted, "Rise. The holy light that pierces through the heavens and earth. You represent the endless light that illuminates the earth. Transform, the aura of the holy light. In the radiance of ice and fire, release your holy radiance. Holy radiant." The holy white light on the holy radiant blade instantly rose to the extreme, illuminating the entire hall as if it was daytime. Holy radiant, this was a holy radiant that could purify everything, a light element offensive spell of the 8th step. As Nianbing slowly raised the holy radiant blade, a gentle and holy halo continuously condensed. Fatso discovered to his astonishment that Nianbing was actually compressing the holy radiant blade. Compressing a spell of the 8th step was not an easy thing to do, and without the control of a large amount of spiritual force, it was simply impossible to do so. Very clearly, in the course of these 10 days of cultivation, Nianbing's spiritual force had greatly improved. With a faint smile, Nianbing's eyes revealed a faint cold light, and she loudly chanted, "Burn, the heartless flame." Red flames rose from the divine stone of fire, and instantly turned into blue true fire. The blue flames continued to expand. Nianbing did not continue chanting, but used the holy radiant blade in her hand to absorb the blue flames. The milky white brilliance rendered the blue flames, and the holy radiant blade in Nianbing's hand erupted with a 5 zhang long blade light, and the magical elements seemed to have gone crazy. At this time, Nianbing's eyes emitted a lustrous luster, and a white light shone between her eyebrows. Her spiritual force was instantly raised to the limit, and she continued to compress the holy radiant blade that was attached to the blue flames. Fatso frowned as he looked at Nianbing, and said, "Kid, your magic is indeed strong, but do you think your magic can hit me? Don't forget how you used up your magic scroll last time." Hearing Fatso mention the magic scroll, Nianbing's eyelids could not help but twitch, and she almost lost control of the enormous energy in her hand. She coldly said, "Damned Fatso, if I can't hit you, would I have to use so much effort?" The 5 zhang long bluish-white blade light had shrunk to 4 zhang under Nianbing's continuous efforts, and at this time, the enormous burden was already making Nianbing feel a little strained. An 8th level magic with blue true fire, its power was above the 9th level, and with the special characteristics of the fusion magic, this magic surpassed the 9th level. With such a powerful magic being compressed with spiritual force, even if Nianbing's spiritual force had reached a new level, the speed of consumption was still very impressive. Slowly taking a step forward, under the enormous pressure, Nianbing's footsteps left an inch-deep footprint on the ground. With a backhand suction, under the effect of spiritual force and magic, the burning blue true fire of the righteous yang blade fell into Nianbing's left hand. The back of the 2 magic blades lightly touched, and the original blue flame of the holy radiance blade was sucked back into the righteous yang blade. The blue flame instantly rose up, and the surging energy in its power did not seem any weaker than the holy light activated by the spell. Fatso showed a surprised expression for the first time. "This is the first time I've seen an 8th level magic used like this, using light to ignite a burning flame, and then using spiritual force to compress and burst out. Good kid, you have some skills, but I want to see how you can make it impossible for me to dodge." He. Just as Fatso finished speaking, Nianbing moved. Both of his arms stretched out horizontally at the same time, and walked step by step towards Fatso. When he was 10 zhang away from Fatso, both of his wrists turned and waved forward at the same time. Where the ghost hand falls, the sky changes, carving 100 waves, the divine work of ancient and modern times, the blade rises, the waning moon reflects the cold spring. Under the effect of the milky white flame on his right hand, 9 huge light dragons appeared. Those were soul dragons with a holy aura, and the dragon roared continuously, completely sealing off all of Fatso's escape routes. Seeing the sudden appearance of the light dragons, Fatso was shocked. A strange expression appeared on his fat face, and he subconsciously took a step back. At this time, Nianbing's actions were not finished. Ghost bewitching moon halo, ice stream shatters, carving a jade parasol phoenix, divine music turns the clear sound, blades roar startles the birds. On his left hand, under the baptism of the blue true fire, 9 huge blue phoenixes appeared. The flames of the phoenixes filled the gap between the 9 dragons. In an instant, the dragons and phoenixes cried together, bringing with them countless surging auras. The light and flames perfectly merged together, and within 50 feet of Fatso, was completely covered by the 9 dragons and 9 phoenixes. The blue and white light constantly leaped, and the 2 originally 8th level magic, under the effect of the fusion, had soared to the 10th level. The dance of the dragons and phoenixes. The light of the 9 dragons and 9 phoenixes, in a flash, engulfed Fatso's area. In the light, Fatso's voice sounded. Damn, this brat still has such a unique skill. Boom, before the huge explosion occurred, Nianbing had already retreated dozens of feet away using the wind technique. Nianbing's attack this time was launched after careful consideration. Although the magic covered a large area, once it came into contact with the target, the power of 9 dragons and 9 phoenixes would immediately attack a single point under the control of the spiritual force. This was a single target attack magic, and it was also the most powerful magic Nianbing could think of. In terms of control, he believed that there was nothing to be picky about. With a loud bang, streaks of light flashed, and surging magical elements burst out crazily. On the surface, the power of the dragon and phoenix flames did not seem as strong as the 2 spells of the 9th step, but in fact, the attack power was much stronger. Firstly, it was because of the compression, and secondly, it was because of the concentration of the attack. In order to destroy a strong defense, the best way to attack was to concentrate the attack on a single point. The halo gradually dissipated, and the fatty jumped out of the pit with his head and face covered in dirt. His face was covered in dirt because he had underestimated his opponent. But, it was only a face covered in dirt, and nothing more. Nianbing opened his eyes wide, looking at Fatso whose clothes were not even damaged, and brushing the dirt off his body, he could not help but feel a sense of powerlessness. Such an attack was unable to harm him. Could it be that the fat on his body was armor? Even if it was armor, it would not be able to withstand such an attack. I'm not fighting anymore, I admit defeat. Nianbing shook his head helplessly. Fatso looked at Nianbing approvingly, and said, Kid, this time you are much stronger than last time. At least you know how to attack a single point, and I can't dodge it. However, do you think that magic needs to be beautiful? Beautiful magic effects will only consume more mana. If you could condense your mana into a single point just now, perhaps you could really cause me trouble. Admit defeat, and then let's go back to that city and continue cooking for me. This area is rich in spiritual energy, and it's very comfortable to sleep here. I've decided, before you defeat me, you don't have to leave this place. Have you thought about what to cook for me today? My requirements are not high, just a little stronger than last time will do. Nianbing frowned. Didn't you say that you would go wherever I go? Why are you going back on your words? He had already thought about it. After leaving this place, they immediately set off for the Ottoman Empire. When it came to Yu Ruyan, he would rely on the combined strength of Yu Ruyan and her husband as well as himself. He might be able to rescue Feng Nu, but Fatso did not explicitly limit him. But his words were like a cage, and it was impossible for her to leave. Fatso smiled and looked at Nianbing said, Boy, don't think about it. If you want to save your wife, you can only rely on yourself. Let's go, this time you still have some magic power left. You don't need me to carry you, right? After sleeping for 10 days, I was already hungry. The money I earned last time should be enough to buy the ingredients. Nianbing glared fiercely at Fatso. Fine, you win. However, you have to be careful. Although your external defense is strong, your internal defense may not be. Be careful, or I'll poison you. 2 months later. Longmu Plains. As the most famous plains on the Yangon continent, this fertile land gave birth to tens of millions of people of the Longmu Empire. The Longmu Plains were not only flat, but there were also many rivers running across it. Its geographical location was not high above sea level. Under the influence of various conditions, the plains were extremely fertile, enough for all kinds of plants to grow. Almost all of the Longmu Empire's food resources came from the Longmu Plains. It could be said that the Longmu Plains was the Longmu Empire's granary. The Longmu Plains was located in the south of the Longmu Empire, occupying more than a third of the country's area. In order to protect the Longmu Empire's greatest wealth and guard against the Huarong Empire, the Longmu Empire stationed a large number of troops near the Sirius Mountains at the end of the Longmu Plains. Speaking of which, the Longmu Empire could be considered lucky. At the border between the Longmu Empire and the Huarong Empire, the Sirius Mountains became the natural boundary between the two empires. The mountains at the border took up almost 3/4 of the length of the border between the two empires. The remaining quarter was built by the Longmu Empire's many years of hard work. The fortress was built against the mountains, and even with the advantage of geography, it was still garrisoned with 200,000 troops. It could be said that the fortress was ready to welcome the Huarong Empire's attack at any time. Because of the Longmu Empire's enormous defensive system, the Huarong Empire had never had the opportunity to break through the fortress and enter the Longmu Plains to plunder. However, this kind of writing ended a month ago. A month ago, the Huarong Empire suddenly launched a surprise attack on the Longmu Empire. The Huarong Empire's northern field army did not move, but instead sent out 100,000 troops from the rear. The northern field army sent out 200,000 troops to follow behind the central field army. Everything was done extremely quickly, and it was obvious that this was premeditated. The central field army was personally led by Prince Rong, who led the Order of the Flaming Lion and the most elite light and heavy cavalry troops of the central field army. The 100,000 troops were all made up of cavalry. The equipment and expenses of this army were almost equivalent to half of the Huarong Empire's entire military budget. Each of the 4 field armies of the Huarong Empire had 300,000 soldiers. The 200,000 troops sent out by the Central Field Army and the 100,000 troops personally led by Prince Rong made a total of 300,000 soldiers charging towards the Celestial Wolf Mountain range at the fastest speed possible. The 100,000 cavalry led by Prince Rong took the lead, but they did not charge towards the Longmu Empire's fortress. Instead, they chose a different direction, and because of this, the Longmu Empire was caught off guard. The method used by the Huarong Empire was very extreme. The Longmu Empire only understood what the Huarong Empire was doing after this battle ended. They used the simplest method, but also the most difficult method, blowing up the mountains. Under the leadership of Prince Rong, hundreds of fire mages continuously bombarded the thinnest parts of the Celestial Wolf Mountain range with their powerful fire magic. In particular, Prince Rong personally cast a forbidden spell. In just one day, they actually blew up 3 mountains that were more than 300 feet tall, forcibly opening up a path that was more than 100 feet wide in the center of the Celestial Wolf Mountain range. Using this path, Prince Rong led the cavalry army directly into the Longmu Plains. By the time the Longmu Empire noticed, Prince Rong's army had already broken through the 3 lines of defense of the Longmu Plains and entered the fertile land. At this time, the other 200,000 Huarong Empire soldiers had also entered the Longmu Empire. This army was led by Prince Rong's eldest son, Rongyu. Other than fighting, the army led by Prince Rong did not stop at all. They only plundered enough supplies and resources before continuing to enter the Longmu Plains. The 200,000 soldiers led by Rongyu were in charge of cleaning up the mess. All kinds of plundered resources were transported back to the Huarong Empire through the newly opened path as quickly as possible. Their actions could only be described as bandits. This action shocked the entire Longmu Empire. The king of the Longmu Empire immediately deployed an army. They surrounded and annihilated Prince Rong's 100,000 cavalry soldiers. However, who was Prince Rong? It could be said that at least half of the Huarong Empire's territory was conquered by him. When it came to marching and fighting, how many people in the world could compare to him? Relying on the flexibility of the cavalry, he avoided most of the Longmu Empire's troops. He specifically found small groups of Longmu Empire's troops to surround and annihilate. Moreover, his methods were extremely strange. Once he approached the enemy's troops and surrendered, he did not kill them. Instead, he ordered them to leave behind all their resources, equipment, and horses before chasing them away. These soldiers and civilians who had lost their equipment fled in all directions. This caused the entire Longmu plains to fall into chaos. It was not that the Longmu Empire did not counterattack the Huarong Empire after Prince Rong led the northern army to invade. However, when the troops left behind to guard the fortress rushed to the northern army's camp, they suddenly realized that the 150,000 soldiers of the Huarong Empire's northeastern army had already been integrated into the northern army's camp. Their defense was impregnable. In the battle, the Longmu Empire lost almost 50,000 soldiers before they were able to retreat to the fortress. Demon Commander Arclight's treacherous and cunning caused the Longmu Empire's army to suffer greatly. However, the Longmu Empire was after all a powerful country in the Yangon continent, second only to the Huarong Empire. After half a month of panic, they finally formed a blockade. They gathered almost 700,000 soldiers and gradually put pressure on Prince Rong's 100,000 soldiers in the form of an encirclement. They also sent out 6 of their most elite cavalry regiments as the main force, as well as the support of master magicians. The king of the Longmu Empire had already given the order to prevent Prince Rong and the Order of the Flaming Lion from leaving the Longmu plains at all costs. Reporting. The scout rushed into the tent. He knelt down in front of Prince Rong. Prince Rong calmly said, "Speak." "Yes, Your Highness. The Longmu Empire's army is less than 100 li away from us. Among them, the Glory, Fire Peak, Tiger Cub, Furious Dragon, Silver Armor, and Blood Massacre are less than 50 li away from us." "Good, continue scouting." "Yes." The scout hurriedly left. Prince Rong's 2 younger brothers, Rong Yan and Rong Fei, who were both magisters, were standing in the tent. After hearing the scout's report, Rong Fei said, "Big brother, shouldn't we make a move? 50 li away, with the speed of the elite cavalry, it would take at most 2 hours to reach us. I didn't expect them to be so close to us." Prince Rong smiled faintly and said, "The reason I gave the order to rest here for 2 days is to let them approach us. Otherwise, how would they be able to pinpoint our exact location? Don't worry, my Order of the Flaming Lion isn't something anyone dares to attack. The 6 cavalry regiments aren't as strong as us. If my guess is correct, they won't act rashly before the Longmu Empire's army arrives." "Rong Bing, what's the current situation of our army?" For this battle, Prince Rong had specially brought Rong Bing and Rong Ji, the 2 most outstanding members of the Rong family's 3rd generation, with him. Rong Bing was in charge of the army's logistics. "We still have 87,000 cavalry, 20,000 heavy cavalry, and the rest are all light cavalry. The dead and injured have already been sent back to the country by the Northern Army's supply line. Because the Order of the Flaming Lion rarely attacks, there are no casualties. These numbers don't take into account the special forces." Prince Rong nodded and looked at the dozens of high-ranking officers in the tent. He smiled faintly and said, "Our first mission has already been completed. Yesterday, Rong Yu sent news that the resources we plundered this time were twice as much as we expected. The Longmu Empire is really a rich country. Now that Rong Yu's army has returned to the country through the route we opened, it's time for us to retreat. Second brother, third brother, how's our army's recovery?" Rong Yan said, "Because of the last time we opened the mountain, we couldn't adjust our strength properly. That's why they haven't joined the battle these past few days. Now, they basically recovered. Big brother, the last time you used the forbidden spell also consumed a lot of energy. How's your recovery?" Prince Rong said indifferently, "I'm fine. Since we've recovered, it's time for them to speak up. At the same time, the secret forces are on standby and ready to attack. Before we leave this fertile plain, I want the Longmu Empire to remember that we've been here. I think, in the short history of the Longmu Empire, they will remember this war." Rong Yan smiled. they'd probably remembered it very well. Rongyu, that brat, is really not simple. This time, he really dug 3 feet into the ground. He didn't leave a single thing behind. Prince Rong smiled. That's how it should be. The resources we plundered this time are enough for our military expenses for several years. The Longmu Empire is indeed a fat sheep. Alright, let's deploy according to the original plan. Second brother, third brother, follow me to face the enemy. Only Prince Rong could remain so calm when facing an army of 700,000 with less than 90,000 people. After an hour, Prince Rong led Rong Yan and Rong Fei. Behind them were several elders with a golden lion embroidered on their chests. They looked into the distance. This was a plain, so they could see very far. They were still tens of miles away, but they could already see the billowing smoke and dust brought by the Longmu Empire's army. Almost 700,000 soldiers seemed to cover the sky and earth, forming a semi-encirclement that was pressing down on them at an extremely fast speed. Behind Prince Rong was the famous Order of the Flaming Lion. This was the continent's #1 knight regiment, and their equipment was extremely neat. Other than the fire element mages, all the knights wore fiery red light armor, had a red knight spear that was 20 feet long, and a wide saber that was 4 feet long. Even their mounts were maroon in color. They were lined up neatly, as if a cloud of fire had descended on the plain. Behind the Order of the Flaming Lion were the remaining 70,000 or so elite cavalrymen of the Huarong Empire. 20,000 of them were heavy cavalrymen protecting the flanks, while the light cavalrymen were in the middle. Together with the Order of the Flaming Lion in front, they formed a sharp triangle. This was clearly an assault formation. Facing such a strong enemy, Prince Rong did not seem to consider how to escape. Instead, he was prepared to face the enemy head-on. The rumbling sounds grew louder as the enemy approached. Prince Rong smiled faintly and said calmly, "Everyone, get ready. Mages, get ready. Blazing prairie. Direction, straight ahead." Low chants sounded almost at the same time. A total of 500 fire element mages who were at least grand mages began to chant the same incantation. As the flames condensed in the air, a huge red cloud appeared above the Order of the Flaming Lion. Prince Rong was riding on a tall and handsome horse. Although he was a mage, he had always been fond of horsemanship since he was young. When he followed the army to war, he had always ridden on the back of a horse. The Longmu Empire's army gradually approached. The first to appear were 6 neat square formations. These were the 6 strongest cavalry divisions of the Longmu Empire. They were obviously afraid of the Huarong Empire's army. The 6 cavalry divisions were spread out. They did not advance very quickly, waiting for the reinforcements to catch up. The Longmu Empire's main army was completely composed of heavy cavalrymen and heavy infantrymen. They looked like a moving steel wall. As they gradually approached, they emitted a huge pressure. The Flaming Lion Knight Regiment didn't ride alone. The 500 magicians and the 500 most elite knights all rode on the same horse. These horses were specially selected and had excellent load bearing and endurance. The Flaming Lion Knight Regiment also brought 500 empty horses. Once the battle ended, the magicians would return to their mounts. This way, they would be able to unleash their full potential in the battle. The dwarves gradually approached. The Order of the Flaming Lion's magic was fully formed. Prince Rong smiled faintly. He said, "Since they are already here, let's give them a greeting gift." Blazing prairie, release. After he gave the order, the huge red cloud floated up. In a flash, it passed through the plains and floated towards the enemy who was already 10 miles away. The Longmu Empire seemed to be prepared for the Huarong Empire's magic attack. Various colors of magic light rose in their ranks. It was obvious that their mages did not belong to the fire element like the Huarong Empire's mages. Various magic shields appeared one after another in front of their troops. The 6 cavalrymen at the front were divided into 2 groups. They quickly retreated to the flanks of the army. Once they retreated, they would not be able to defend against the Huarong Empire's magic attack. Then, the mages and the heavily armored soldiers would have to use their bodies to defend. Prince Rong smiled faintly. Even a grain of rice can shine. This is a group magic war. It's all about perfect coordination. As he spoke, he followed his 2 younger brothers and began to chant the incantation. 3 purple flames began to burn at the tip of the Order of the Flaming Lion. The ground shook violently as the magic came into contact with each other. The dazzling magic light collided in the air and produced a huge explosion. It was definitely the most beautiful fireworks. The red cloud seemed to be full of corrosive power. It continuously broke through layer after layer of 7-colored light. Every time it broke through a layer of defense, the red cloud would get closer to the ground. Just as both sides were in a stalemate, 3 magic lions with a body length of more than 15 meters rushed to the front of the Longmu Empire's troops. The 3 lions of heavenly fire did not seem to be hindered at all. They easily tore through layer after layer of defense and rushed directly into the heavily armored soldiers' camp. That was 2 level 10 magic spells and a level 11 forbidden spell. The mages of the Longmu Empire were already at their limits. Faced with such a powerful attack, how could they resist? In an instant, the places that the lions of heavenly fire passed through were charred charcoal. The red cloud in the sky also floated down because there was no longer any resistance from the enemy. In an instant, the entire vanguard of the Longmu Empire was completely engulfed in a sea of fire. It was indeed the blazing prairie. Prince Rong raised his right hand and shouted, "Charge!" The 3 old men with golden lions who were originally behind him rushed out first. He and his 2 younger brothers followed closely behind. The 90,000-strong army was like a sharp arrow. They kept accelerating and rushed towards the huge army of the Longmu Empire. The power of a group magic spell coupled with a forbidden spell was absolutely terrifying. Just the magic attack alone had already taken the lives of 30,000 soldiers of the Longmu Empire. They were the most precious heavily armored soldiers. Seeing the cavalry of the Huarong Empire charging, the Longmu Empire immediately reacted. In an instant, the 6 cavalry regiments that were originally scattered were indeed the best of the best. They actually gathered together at the fastest speed and charged fearlessly towards the Order of the Flaming Lion. Their goal was very simple. As long as they destroyed the Order of the Flaming Lion, then the army of the Huarong Empire would no longer be a threat. An elite cavalry regiment of 6 continents had at least a 70% chance of defeating the number 1 Order of the Flaming Lion on the continent. This was especially so when the opponent's magician had just released a large area magic spell and would not be able to continue attacking for a short period of time. The cavalry of both sides kept getting closer and closer. The distance of 10 miles shortened to 5 miles, 4 miles, 3 miles in the blink of an eye. At this moment, something strange happened. A dazzling fireball was released from Prince Rong's hand, exploding into millions of sparks in the air. In the next moment, the originally neat formation of the Order of the Flaming Lion suddenly split into 2, causing a huge crack to appear in the front of the triangular formation. The rumbling of the horses' hooves seemed to be even louder. A huge ball of red rushed forward from the rear and replaced the Order of the Flaming Lion's position. The separated Order of the Flaming Lion turned around and merged back together after a short 2 miles of galloping. However, they were no longer at the front of the formation. Charging at the front of the Huarong Empire's cavalry regiment were 5 people. They were fully clad in heavy armor, with the insignia of a golden sun on the chest of their armor. Every one of them seemed to be burning with a red flame. Their valiant aura was completely released when they accelerated. The most terrifying thing was that they were not riding horses, but dragons. Earth dragons, the ironback earth dragons that had almost taken Yanbing's life. The ironback earth dragons were 30 feet long and 15 feet tall, and their bodies were completely covered in armor. However, this did not affect their powerful galloping ability. Every time the gigantic dragon stepped on the ground, it brought about a strong shock. What was even more frightening was that it wasn't just the 5 people at the front who were riding earth dragons. Following behind them were 3,000 ironback earth dragons. On the back of each earth dragon sat a fully armored cavalryman. In each of their hands was a huge spear that was 30 feet long and as thick as an arm. There were 4 sharp blades at the tip of the spear, and each blade had deep blood grooves. These special spears were named dragon spears. And this team of 3,000 people was formed through the continuous efforts of mages. They were Prince Rong's true trump card, the true number 1 cavalry regiment in the continent, the Order of the Flaming Dragon. 3,000, this number was not huge. But if the word Earth Dragon was added after 3000, it would definitely be a terrifying number. Ironback Earth Dragons. They had super strong defensive abilities, and with their armor and magic resistance, they were definitely the nightmare of any army. Not to mention, every Earth Dragon had a great swordsman riding on its back. The impact they formed was definitely not something that could be stopped by humans. Prince Rong's previous command of magic attacks and the charge of the entire army was to create momentum for this secret weapon of the cavalry regiment. He wanted to make full use of their impact. After entering the Longmu Empire for so long, facing the enemy's elites, he finally sent out this team. This demon-like team. When the overall formation was completed, the Order of the Flaming Dragon at the front was less than a mile away from the enemy. The 6 elite cavalry regiments of the Longmu Empire had no time to react. Heavens! What is that? The commander of the Longmu Empire stared blankly at the Order of the Flaming Dragon that was about to come into contact with his own troops. Then, he saw a horrifying scene. 5 magnificent flames shot out from the 5 dragon spears at the front. In an instant, the Order of the Flaming Dragon charged into the midst of the 6 Longmu Empire's elite cavalry regiment. No matter how elite a cavalry regiment was, they were still riding horses, while the enemy was riding dragons. Once the Ironback Earth Dragon charged, its terrifying weight would be unimaginable. With its sturdy body and insane speed, even a military expert would have to temporarily avoid its sharpness, not to mention the simultaneous charge of 3,000 Earth Dragons. Boom! The entire battlefield was filled with the sound of armor shattering. The Order of the Flaming Dragon was like a gigantic blade, directly piercing into the midst of the 6 Longmu Empire cavalry regiments. In a moment, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Just the charge of the dragon spears alone had already taken away the lives of thousands of Longmu Empire cavalry soldiers. This battle, to the Order of the Flaming Lion, was extremely comfortable. They only needed to be responsible for the remnants of the enemy troops on both sides of the Order of the Flaming Dragon. The former No. 1 Cavalry Regiment of the continent was absolutely astonishing. Especially after the enemy's courage was shaken, everything else they did was much smoother. From the beginning of contact to the time when the blazing demon dragon knights rushed out of the Longmu Empire's 6 elite cavalry regiments, it took the time to eat a meal. When the dragons rushed into the rear of the Longmu Empire's army, the 6 cavalry regiments that they were so proud of no longer existed. Not even a single horse was left. They were completely devoured by the Huarong Empire's army. At this moment, the second wave of blazing flames soared into the sky. Their target was the enemies on both sides of their army. The warriors of the Order of the Flaming Lion were already extremely well coordinated. Even without Prince Rong's orders, they knew what to do when and what to do. With the protection of the Order of the Flaming Lion and the magicians on both sides, the Order of the Flaming Dragon unleashed its strongest attack. Even the heavy infantry of the Longmu Empire couldn't stop the speed of their charge. There were nearly 700,000 soldiers. They were actually scattered by the impact. They couldn't even utilize their advantage in numbers. In the time it took to cook a meal, Prince Rong commanded his cavalry to charge through. Amidst the cheers, the Huarong Empire's army broke out of the encirclement. However, the battle wasn't over yet. The Longmu Empire's army was mobilized from various defensive areas at the fastest speed in an emergency. They hadn't undergone any training at all. They were able to attack at the same time without being disorganized. However, after this charge, their formation was completely scattered. Especially the soldiers who had personally witnessed the power of the Order of the Flaming Dragon. They were so scared that they scattered in all directions. Everything was out of their control. At this moment, the old but ruthless Prince Rong still had no intention of letting them go. After the Order of the Flaming Dragon charged out for 10 miles, it turned around and led the entire cavalry to charge back. Once again, it charged into the army of the Longmu Empire. This time, everything was much simpler. The most famous battle in the history of Yangon was thus engraved with the name of the Order of the Flaming Dragon and the name of the Flaming Lion King, Rong Yin. This battle was known as the birth of the mystic dragon. It was also known as the Longmu Empire's nightmare. Prince Rong led the Order of the Fire Dragon, the Order of the Flaming Lion, and an elite cavalry regiment with a total of 80,000 people. In the end, there were still 60,000 people who managed to break out of the encirclement. The Order of the Fire Dragon, as the vanguard, only lost less than 300 people. The Order of the Flaming Lion lost more than 1,000 people and almost 100 magicians. The ordinary elite cavalry lost more than 20,000 people. Just by looking at this price, it wasn't a small price to pay. However, compared to the Longmu Empire, this price could only be said to be pitiful. The Longmu Empire had a total of 680,000 soldiers. An elite cavalry regiment with 6 of them lost a total of 260,000 people. An elite cavalry regiment was completely destroyed. Under the attack of the enemy, 200,000 soldiers died under the iron hooves of the Huarong Empire. This battle greatly damaged the Longmu Empire. They didn't even dare to think of chasing after the enemy. From then on, the originally powerful Longmu Empire's national strength was greatly weakened. They no longer had the strength to fight against the Huarong Empire. Although the victory of this battle was directly related to the sudden appearance of the Order of the Fire Dragon and its valiant strength, it also had to be said that Prince Rong was shrewd and astute. From the beginning of the battle, he had created all kinds of situations. Within the Longmu Empire, he actually managed to lead the enemy by the nose. From beginning to end, he didn't give the enemy a chance to have a decisive battle in the city. In the battle on the plains, under the circumstances where the enemy didn't construct any defensive structures, the cavalry had an absolute advantage. With the help of the powerful cavalry regiment, he obtained a decisive victory. The Longmu Empire lost. When Mu Jing and Mu Rong returned to the Longmu Empire's capital to summarize the situation, they unanimously agreed that this battle wasn't lost in terms of strength, but in terms of strategy. If they could have lured Prince Rong's cavalry regiment to a city or to a pre-constructed special terrain, no matter how powerful the Order of the Fire Dragon was, it wouldn't have been able to cause such great damage so easily. However, it was too late to say anything. The truth had already been revealed. Under the circumstances where they couldn't defend in time and didn't have time to think of a strategy, the Longmu plains were plundered and more than 300,000 soldiers were annihilated. This result became the greatest humiliation in the history of the Longmu Empire. When Prince Rong led his army to wage a 3-month war with the Longmu Empire, Nian Bing, who was in the Huarong Empire, had no idea what was happening. He was still trying his best to rescue Feng Nu, but it could be said that his efforts were in vain. Clouds and mist drifted in the air like smoke. Along with a gentle breeze, it brought a bit of moisture to the mountaintop. After the mist and clouds dispersed, the bare mountaintop was revealed. In the middle of the mountaintop, Fatso was sitting on the ground, chewing something in his mouth. Sigh, I've already eaten my last drumstick. Why isn't that guy here yet? He's not purposely keeping me in suspense. It's really not easy to eat a big meal from him. Heavens! Why can't he be a woman? If that's the case, I'll make her my wife even if I have to risk my life and let her comfort my stomach every day. As he spoke, Fatso used his oily hands to rub his stomach. His face was full of lament. However, when the lament appeared on his fat face, it looked very comical. Fatso, you're daydreaming again. Do you think that I can't beat you this time? As long as I win, you'll have to return Feng Nu to me. The low voice sounded like it came from the depths of hell. 7 brilliant lights floated over, and with a soft ding sound, the Big Dipper's 7 stars landed 3 feet in front of the fatty at the same time. They were 7 sabers, but only the hilts were exposed. At the end of each saber, there was a resplendent gem of different shapes and colors embedded in it. Blue, red, green, yellow, silver, white, and black. The 7 colors intertwined and immediately covered the mountaintop with a layer of dense treasure light. This was no ordinary treasure light. Instead, it was a special barrier that fused 7 magical elements. Unless the spellcaster was willing to do so, or the 7-colored gem that powered the barrier was completely destroyed, no one would be able to touch these 7 swords. Fatso clapped his hands and laughed. Good. Good. The treasures are all here. Kid who uses treasures, come out too. Hurry up and show me what you've got this time. If you can beat me, I'll return Feng Nu to you. Otherwise, as usual, give me a full 7-element feast. Humph, Fatso, be careful. This time, I'm afraid that not only will you not be able to eat the 7-element feast, but you'll also lose your life here. In the clouds, a figure dressed in gray clothes slowly walked over. It was Nianbing. He did not look at Fatso. His eyes were fixed on the 7 gems, as if they were everything in his life. 3 months had passed. Nianbing's perseverance slowly. Every 10 days, he lost, fought. At the beginning, he had no ability to resist, but now, Fatso was fear. In these 3 months, his strengths, and his. But he deeply experienced the wonders of the Tianyan acupoint. It was indeed something that the innate domain could not compare to. In these 3 months, every 10 days, Nianbing would have to experience a difficult battle. His battle with Fatso had become a pattern. Every time, he would attack with all his strength first. Fatso used all kinds of methods to resolve it, but when he found that he couldn't break through Fatso's defense, he could only admit defeat. The result of admitting defeat was to cook and make all kinds of delicious food for Fatso to eat. With constant contact, Nianbing was surprised to find that Fatso had a deep understanding of food. He would often give Nianbing all kinds of suggestions. His suggestions were not nitpicking, and each time, his suggestions were right on point. He was simply a senior gourmet. His suggestions constantly improved Nianbing's culinary skills. After the Ice and Fire 9 Heavens cuisine, he finally created the 7-element feast. Nianbing didn't expect his culinary skills to improve. But what made Nianbing suffer was that every time he finished cooking for Fatso, he would be baptized by Fatso's heavy punches. Then, he would be beaten down by Fatso and enter the innate domain to cultivate. Although the cultivation was wonderful, it was not comfortable to be beaten up every 10 days. Fortunately, Fatso's beatings didn't bring any real harm to him. The fatty chuckled and said, "That will depend on your ability. You must know that Fatso will risk his life to eat. The so-called shredded meat is precious, and the price of meat slices is even higher. If there is a big piece of meat, both can be thrown away. Come on, I think the oil in my stomach is enough to play with you for 1 round." Nianbing sighed and said, "Fatso, why do you have to make things difficult for me? Give me back Feng Nu. If worst comes to worst, I will continuously cook 7 types of dishes for you for a month. If you don't let me see Feng Nu today, even if I have to risk my life to use life magic, I will make you stay here. It's already been 3 months, but you still haven't let me see Feng Nu even once. Today, I will risk my life." Fatso pinched his chin full of fat and said, "That won't do. If you don't have the hope in your heart, the food you cook will taste worse. After tasting the last one, how can you let me eat the next one? To tell you the truth, your innate talent is the best among all the people I have seen. With a human body, you can practice magic to such a level. Fatso really admires you. Kid, do you think you can use life magic in front of me?" Nianbing smiled bitterly and said, "It's not like you don't know that I practice magic not to become a mage, but to be able to make more delicious dishes. Moreover, I can only use spells of the 8th step at most. Using spells of the 9th step is already very taxing on me." Fatso shook his head and said, "It's not the same. Although you can only use spells of the 8th step, your control and understanding of magic is something that those so-called archmages can't compare to. Let me ask you, who among them can achieve the same origin of ice and fire, and use the same origin of ice and fire to stimulate the other magic elements to drive the wind, earth, space, light and darkness magic elements? Although you are only a support mage, you are the first all-element mage in the whole continent. I remember that they call you Ice and Fire Chef. Indeed, your strength lies in ice and fire. This title is most suitable for you. Moreover, what I don't understand is that the speed of your magic improvement is very fast. It is reasonable to say that you should already be able to use higher level magic. How can it be maintained at the same level? Haha. Today, I have something delicious to eat again." Nianbing's cold eyes flashed and she said with a frown, "If that's the case, we still have to fight. Do you want to know why my magic is still stuck at the same level? I only understood it these past few days. Fatso, today I will let you see the qualitative leap in my magic." Fatso laughed, of course, I am still waiting to eat your 7-element feast. Just like before, I will give you time to chant the incantation. Move your mouth, it's not bad to move a bit before the meal. You seem to have put on quite a bit of weight recently. Let's see how much your qualitative leap will affect me. Nian Bing's gaze changed and became abnormally persistent. From the beginning to the end, he was afraid that his gaze would stop on the 7 exposed gemstones. We have known each other for a long time. I have never introduced you to the guys I eat with. They are my closest friends. Fatso said with some curiosity, yes. I have never heard you mention them before. These 7 blades are stranger than the one before. Tell me about them. The golden-haired youth's eyes shone with infatuation. Sigh of the snow goddess, morning dew. With a light hum, a blue light suddenly bloomed, and the ice element on the mountain peak became stronger. Roar of the fire god, righteous yang blade. Red light, this was a divine weapon representing fire. Chant of the wind of freedom, proud heaven blade. Green light, this was a divine weapon representing wind. Melody of the earth's awakening, long life blade. Yellow light, this was a divine weapon representing earth. Hexagram of the 100 changes, Xuanji blade. Silver light. This was a divine weapon representing space. Dawn that connects heaven and earth, holy radiance blade. White light, this was a divine weapon representing light. Curse of the eternal hell, demon devouring blade. Black light, this was a divine weapon representing darkness. The 7-colored light suddenly bloomed, interweaving into a gorgeous rainbow of colors. The golden-haired youth, the book already introduced him as Nian Bing. I don't know why the author still mentioned him here and in front. With a smile on his face, he looked at the 7-colored light and said, they are the 7 divine weapons. They are the 7 divine blades, and they are also magic staffs that contain the 7 elements of ice, fire, wind, earth, space, light, and darkness. Most importantly, they are my kitchen knives. The smile on Fatso's face suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a serious expression. He could clearly feel that Nian Bing's aura was clearly different from before. A layer of faint golden light appeared on his body. That was the peak of Do Qi, God Do Qi. His upper body slightly leaned forward, and his fat body was wrapped in the golden light. At this moment, it actually looked like a solid heavy sword. Yes, he was a god-tier warrior with the highest title among warriors. At the same time, Nian Bing also knew that this Fatso was a sword saint divine tier warrior. Just as she had thought at the beginning, Fatso's strength was absolutely equal to that of a demigod. Nian Bing's eyes shone brightly. She raised both of her hands, and her slender and nimble fingers under the movement of her forearms quickly drew 2 hexagrams in front of her, one red and one blue. They looked very distinct. Goddess of ice and snow. Please bestow upon me the eternal ice, god of fire. Please bestow upon me the flame of nirvana of the phoenix. In my name, the limit of ice and fire, merge. The 7 gems on the 7 blades lit up at the same time. The red and blue light intertwined, and suddenly rushed toward his body with the other 5 colors. The 7-colored light wrapped around Nian Bing's body. With the red and blue hexagrams as the guide, a layer of strange enchantment of all elements was formed. The young man's eyes revealed a strange smile, and said to Fatso, I will let you try my new special magic, shadow puppet of all elements. The light of the magic suddenly turned, and 7 rays of light suddenly shot out from the 7-colored light surrounding Nian Bing's body. Blue, red, green, yellow, silver, white, and black. The 7-colored light stopped in front of the 7 magic blades. Nian Bing's eyes shone brightly, and a strange circular symbol appeared between her eyebrows. It was actually a blurry eye. In an instant, a huge amount of spiritual power floated out and merged with the 7-colored light that shot out. The 7-colored light began to change, and the 7 rays of light almost simultaneously condensed into a 7-colored human figure. It was not an illusory human figure, but was completely composed of magic elements. Regardless of height or appearance, it was exactly the same as Nian Bing. It was just that because it was composed of energy, its body was abnormally transparent. The 7-colored shadows stretched out their hands at the same time, and pulled out the 7 blades that were originally inserted into the ground. In an instant, blue, red, green, yellow, silver, white, and black lights of the 7 colors suddenly lit up. The 7 shadows and the 7 blades seemed to have completely merged into one. The 7-colored shadows moved at a speed that was almost indiscernible to the naked eye. In just a flash, they had already surrounded Fatso in the center. Fatso looked at the 7 shadows that surrounded him with strange auras in shock, and asked doubtfully, "Nian Bing, what is this thing that you used? Is it still magic?" The 7 puppets moved at the same time with their 7 peerless divine sabers. 7 completely different auras interweaved into a huge net that rushed towards the fatty at the same time. There was no gorgeous splendor, no grand momentum. The 7 different treasured sabers rushed forward at the same time. The saber lights on the sabers were more than a foot long, instantly sealing off all the paths around the fatty. The 7 puppets were like brothers from the same mother, cooperating with incomparable tacit understanding. Fatso had always been proud of his strong defense, but facing the 7 peerless divine blades, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. His god's dochi suddenly burst out, and his fat body suddenly moved to the side, waving his hands at the same time. Ding, 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 7 crisp sounds rang out, and the puppets were all knocked back 1 zhang away. However, the 7 shadows immediately merged back together, and the blade lights were still the same, once again attacking Fatso. The light on the blades was an extremely compressed magic power, added with the sharpness of the blades, and the amplification of the 7 top-grade gems. Although the momentum was not that great, the attack power was absolutely terrifying. At this moment, Nian Bing wasn't relaxed. Controlling the 7 puppets required her full concentration. After more than 10 battles in the past 3 months, she already had a comprehensive understanding of Fatso's strength. As long as she was slightly careless, Fatso would be able to find an opportunity to destroy the shadow puppets. The 7 puppets' strength was equivalent to 7 martial fighters. The reason why they could entangle Fatso and contend against him, other than the perfect coordination under the control of Nian Bing's mental power, there was also the interconnection between the 7 elements of magic and the 7 magical blades. Combined with these characteristics, they were able to make Fatso somewhat wary. Deep marks continuously appeared on the rocks at the top of the mountain. Fatso's body was abnormally agile, and with the addition of his tyrannical god's dochi, the shadow puppet's speed was already a little overwhelming. However, he was still able to barely maintain the momentum. The light in Fatso's eyes gradually changed, from the initial surprise to a serious expression. Originally, he thought that Nian Bing would be able to contend against him. Without 10 or 8 years, it would definitely be impossible. However, he never thought that Nian Bing would actually find such a method. With the special characteristics of all elements of magic and the cooperation of the 7 magical blades, she was actually able to trap him. Looking at the flickering blades, Fatso's heart was filled with apprehension. Although he was very confident in himself, he still didn't dare to use his fat body to take on the god's dochi blade head-on. The attack method of the 7 shadow puppets was very simple. They relied on speed. Although the god's dochi was powerful, it wasn't very effective against the shadow puppets that were formed entirely from magic elements. The speed of the shadow puppets was completely driven by magic elements. Once they moved, there were only 7 faint afterimages in the air. Even Nian Bing, who was controlling them, had to use her heaven's eye to see the shadow puppets' movements. No matter how strong Fatso was, he could only rely on his powerful senses and use his dochi to force the shadow puppets to retreat again and again. Against these shadow puppets that could automatically absorb magic elements from the outside world, his consumption of dochi was much greater. For a moment, they were completely in a stalemate. Nian Bing naturally wasn't in a hurry. What she wanted to do was to deplete Fatso's dochi as much as possible, then find an opportunity to win. The 7 colored figures continued to flicker as if they didn't know fatigue. More and more deep marks appeared on the ground. Although Fatso's god's dochi was still powerful, the continuous depletion of dochi was a little unbearable for him. Finally, Fatso made his move. His god's dochi exploded and suddenly forced the 7 shadow puppets to retreat. In the next moment, his huge body rushed forward and arrived in front of Nian Bing. He punched towards Nian Bing's chest. The best way to defeat the shadow puppets was to cut off their source. This was the first time he had taken the initiative to attack in a battle with Nian Bing. To be able to force Fatso to this extent, Nian Bing should be proud. There was a hint of mockery in Nian Bing's eyes. Seeing that the fat kid was right in front of him, he did not dodge. Suddenly, a 7-colored halo floated out from his body. It was 7 fist-sized light beads. Each bead carried a surge of magical energy. With Nianbing as the center, the space within a radius of 30 feet was completely distorted. The dense magical energy seemed to have locked everything in place. Fatso's body that was charging forward at top speed actually slowed down a lot in an instant. In a flash of light, the 7 shadow puppets actually disappeared and reappeared at the same time, once again surrounding Fatso. However, this time it was different. Fatso's speed was greatly reduced in the distorted 7-colored light, but the 7 shadow puppets' speed was multiplied. The 7-colored light flashed at the same time. Although Fatso had pushed his god's fighting aura in time to force them back, 7 light scars still appeared on his body. Fatso was shocked. The energy released by Nianbing's body was too strange. Under the full force of his god's fighting aura, his huge body shone with a golden light like the sun. Without daring to stop, he heavily punched the ground, causing the entire mountain peak to collapse. Fatso borrowed the strong recoil to soar into the sky, barely managing to escape the distorted 7-colored energy. However, there were more than 10 scars on his body. Those were not simple wounds. The 7 magical auras attached to the 7 blades pierced into his body like sharp needles. Under the control of Nianbing, the 7 energies that were originally complementary to each other immediately turned from complementary to counteracting each other as they entered his body. The surging magical energy quickly destroyed his bodily functions. If it were not for his extremely strong defense that filtered out most of the energy, his internal organs would have been torn apart by the 7 different energies. Surrounded by the distorted 7-colored energy, Nianbing's body floated in the air. Fatso had left the range of this energy. Although the 7 shadow puppets continued to attack him, they could not pose a threat to him for the time being. Fatso's body suddenly began to shine with a 7-colored brilliance. The first light that appeared was yellow, followed by red, blue, green, silver, white, and black. Every time a type of light appeared, a type of magical energy that was attacking his body would be forced out. After the 7 types of light flashed one after another, the energy that was bursting out from the dozens of blades was no longer a threat to him. Even so, it was still a false alarm. The fat on his face trembled slightly. The yellow light condensed into a long sword made of pure energy, carrying a golden douqi. He swung it and formed a ball of light, causing the 7 shadow puppets to be unable to get close to him. Nianbing looked at Fatso in surprise. Impossible, how can you also know all types of magic? Originally, he thought that Fatso would be seriously injured in the attack just now. But looking at the current situation, although Fatso was injured, the injury was not as serious as he had imagined. Especially when Fatso's body continuously flashed with 7-colored light, he could clearly feel the magical elements being forced out. Fatso dealt with the 7 shadow puppets while angrily saying, "You cunning brat. You actually awakened your innate domain. I was tricked by you. Damn it, what kind of lousy domain is that?" Nianbing laughed. "This is the secret of why I have never been promoted to Archmage. The innate domain absorbed a large amount of my innate aura and magical energy. It just awakened the day before yesterday. Your first test, it's not bad, right? I gave this domain a name, it's called the Heaven's Eye domain. Because it was formed with the help of the Heaven's Eye acupoint. And it can only be fully displayed with the help of the Heaven's Eye acupoint. My domain doesn't have any offensive abilities, it only has 2 types of abilities, amplification and defense. But, without its offensive abilities, its defensive and amplification abilities have greatly increased. How about it, it's not bad, right? Once the shadow puppets are in my domain, they can display more than double their original power. Even with your god's douqi, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to deal with. Good brat, you really have become stronger. If I don't show my true abilities, it won't be easy to defeat you. Take my Heaven's Defying Strike, let's see if your domain and shadow puppets can defend against it." Fatso's figure had already disappeared. His whole body was like a huge sun, the golden light continuously rising. The douqi sword in his hand was raised high above his head, and the air seemed to have been sucked dry. The 7 shadow puppets' speed was actually naturally carried away. The abnormally huge pressure caused the floating Nianbing to be startled, and he unconsciously floated backwards. The 7 shadow puppets also flew over, fusing into his Heaven's Eye domain. Only in this way could the 7 shadow puppets display their most powerful abilities. These 7 shadow puppets were originally impossible to form with Nianbing's own ability. But after several months of continuous effort, after opening his spiritual cavities, he finally found a way to use the 7 magic blades. The 7 magic blades were embedded with gems. The magician was the core of these 7 shadow puppets, which was why they could display such a powerful ability, even trapping the divine descent master Fatso. Now, Fatso was clearly enraged. After all, Nianbing's strength had only increased recently. Facing Fatso, he didn't have the slightest confidence. The strong light suddenly disappeared, and Fatso seemed to be holding a solid longsword in his hand. His face was very calm, and with a light wave of his right hand, a light indistinguishable to the naked eye fluttered out, heading straight for Nianbing's domain. Nianbing's expression changed slightly. He could naturally feel that this was an extremely condensed and enormous energy. Both of his hands moved in front of him, completely opening his celestial eye acupoint, and the space between his eyebrows instantly glowed brightly. 7 blades in 1, celestial eye slash. The 7 shadow puppets instantly lined up in a row, raising their 7 magic blades at the same time. At the front was the roaring Yan blade of the god of fire, followed by the morning dew blade, the proud heaven blade, the longevity blade, the 4 stars blade, the holy radiance blade, and the demon devouring blade. 7 different lights condensed at one point, and the 7 shadow puppets did the same thing. The celestial eye slash didn't produce a light blade, but a 7-colored light ball. The light ball was very strange, and it was not made up of 7 colors. Instead, it kept flashing, and every time it flashed, it would change into a different light. The light ball was only the size of a fist, and under the identification of the celestial eye acupoint, it accurately locked onto Fatso's heaven-defying slash. As soon as the light ball appeared, the 7 shadow puppets disappeared at the same time, and the 7 divine blades floated around Nianbing. That small light ball had actually drained all the energy of the 7 shadow puppets. What happened next left Nianbing dumbfounded. There was no explosion as he had imagined, nor was there any gorgeous light. When the heavenly slash and the celestial eye slash collided, the light ball formed by the celestial eye slash flashed with 7-colored light. Then, with a puff, the 2 attacks actually disappeared completely. It was just a soft sound, but it took away a huge amount of energy from Nianbing and Fatso. Fatty's clothes had already been torn into strips, and he stared at the place where the 2 forces had collided with each other, dumbfounded. He let out a strange cry, "What the f***ck, it can't be, how can it be so fast?" Nianbing stared blankly, and said, "Fatso, what do you mean by extreme misfortune comes to light?" Fatso smiled bitterly, "Isn't it simple? The attack power of the ball you sent out was exactly the same as the heavenly slash I sent out. Under an indescribable and miraculous situation, the 2 forces completely cancelled each other out. Because the explosive power reached a certain level, and the 2 forces were exactly the same, there would be this extreme misfortune comes to light situation. You can understand it as them cancelling each other out. Don't ask me where the explosive energy went, I can't explain it clearly. Although I've long heard of extreme misfortune comes to light, this is the first time I've seen it. Brat, you're pretty good. The power of your attack has already reached the level of a forbidden spell, and it's a single target forbidden spell. It looks like it won't be easy to deal with you. But I don't understand, why did you suddenly become so powerful? Just an innate domain shouldn't be able to bring you to your current level. Even an archmage wouldn't be able to do anything to you with the amplification and defense of your strange innate domain." Nianbing's eyes were filled with emotion. Looking at the 7 magic blades floating around her body, she said with a smile, "Of course, although an innate domain is very strong, it's impossible for it to raise me to such a level. That attack just now wasn't just my power, it was also the power of my 7 magic blades. Only by relying on the effect of the 7 top-grade god stones could I barely contend against you. Fatso, I know you've been holding back all this time. Even now, you're still far from using your full strength. But if you want to beat me up so miserably in the future, I'm afraid it won't be easy." Fatso nodded, and said, "That's right, you've reached your current level. I can easily kill you, but it won't be easy to defeat you. Actually, I can't say I've been holding back. If I want to defeat you, I'll need to use my true strength. At that time, the energy of my attack won't be something I can control. I can only destroy you. But I'm still counting on you to cook for me. How could I bear to kill you? Although I've long expected this day to come, I didn't think it would come so quickly. Your Tianyan meridian and those 7 lousy blades of yours actually forcefully raised you to such a level. Nianbing dispersed her innate domain and withdrew her 7 magic blades. Floating in the air, she respectfully bowed to Fatso. Senior, although you've often beaten me and forced me to cook for you in the past 3 months, and even captured my beloved Feng Nu, you've also given me a lot of things. Without your guidance and encouragement, the current Nianbing wouldn't be here. Since you can't defeat me without killing me, then shouldn't our battle every 10 days be cancelled? Please return Feng Nu to me. Nianbing will always remember your kindness. A smile appeared on Fatso's face. With a flash of yellow light, his tattered clothes disappeared and were replaced by a new set of clothes made entirely of energy. Boy, you're very smart, but I can't come out with your wife yet. Although you've made some progress in your 7-element magic, it's still far from enough to travel the continent. Hurry up and hand over your sabers. Only when you can reach your previous state without relying on these 7 sabers will the battle between us truly be considered to be over. No matter how good a weapon is, you don't know if you can use it. Do you understand what I mean? Nianbing stared blankly for a moment. Seeing the smile in Fatso's eyes, she suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. She took out the 7 divine blades from her space ring. Senior, I'm very willing to continue this battle with you because it's very beneficial to me. However, can you let me see Feng Nu first? It can be considered as a reward for my efforts these days. Although he always knew that Fatso didn't have any hostility, but as the saying goes, being too concerned makes one confused. The longing in his heart for Feng Nu forced him to say these words. Fatso nodded. Just as he was about to agree to Nianbing's request, his face suddenly changed. The fat on his fat face trembled. How is this possible? Damn, it's actually a distress signal. Boy, it seems that we have to put aside the matter between us for the time being. At least now you have the ability to protect yourself. Come with me first. Put away your treasured blades. They'll be life-saving items when the time comes. Don't ask anything, just follow me. Saying this, his body was shrouded in a yellow light as he hurriedly flew in a certain direction. Nianbing didn't know what happened to Fatso, but Feng Nu was still in his hands. Nianbing could only follow him as fast as she could. Fatso flew very fast. The speed of flight with Douqi was something that no magic could reach. At Fatso's level, Douqi consumption was nothing to him. The consumption of battle energy was nothing to him. After flying for a while, the fatty in Nianbing's eyes turned into a yellow dot. Just as he was feeling anxious, Fatso suddenly stopped. When Nianbing approached, he casually waved a yellow rope and wrapped it around her waist. He wrapped it around Nianbing's waist and said urgently, "Relax your body. Use wind magic to reduce your weight. I'll take you with me. We have to get there as soon as possible." After knowing Fatso for so long, this was the first time that Nianbing saw such an anxious expression on his face. But Fatso didn't allow her to ask, so she didn't say anything. Under the effect of Douqi, Fatso quickly flew with Nianbing towards the north. At this time, Fatso's speed was fully displayed. Nianbing truly experienced the strength of a god-tier master. Everything around her became illusory. Reaching the limit of speed was like a meteor chasing the moon. The strong wind in the sky made it impossible for Nianbing to breathe. She simply held her breath and changed to internal breathing. Her body absorbed the natural spiritual energy and various magic elements to replenish her body. The magician flew for 2 days and 2 nights. In the middle, Fatso only stopped once to let Nianbing eat something while he meditated to recover his Douqi. When Nianbing finished eating, the 2 of them flew again. They were still flying towards the north. Nianbing's heart was filled with questions. Fatso's strength was already so great. What could make him so anxious on the continent? At first, he thought of many possibilities, but later, he simply stopped thinking about it. While cultivating, he pondered how to perfect his 7 elemental magic. Although the appearance of the natural domain greatly increased Nianbing's strength, it also absorbed a lot of his magic. Now that he was cultivating, it was the process of truly increasing his strength. Nianbing understood that she was only a step away from becoming an archmage. Her mental strength was already sufficient. As long as her magic reached the level of 10th step magic, then she could become a true archmage, a full archmage. At that time, as long as she continued to work hard, it wouldn't take too long for her to have the qualifications to challenge the priests of the ice goddess. Father, Mother, are you really not dead? If that's the case, just you wait. Nianbing will definitely save you as fast as possible. Thinking of the ice goddess priests, Nianbing immediately thought of the acupuncture points Fatso mentioned. In these 3 months, she had gained a lot of knowledge from Fatso. According to Fatso, the ice goddess priests had only opened 2 acupuncture points. The human body was a miraculous domain. In another part of the continent of gods, the gods living there were actually all humans. However, because of the harsh environment, the people of that time were much stronger than ordinary humans. Some of them had even opened more than 2 acupuncture points, possessing powerful abilities that ordinary people couldn't compare to. If she could also open 2 acupuncture points, then the ice goddess priests wouldn't be so frightening. However, according to what the fatty had said, it was very difficult to open any acupoint. It was not something that could be achieved through hard work alone. Luck was equally important. Although the acupoints of the human body had a fixed position, opening them required not only a huge amount of energy, but also coincided with the right time, geographical location, and other factors. The 7 acupuncture points of the human body were the Tianyin, Diling, Yunting, Lizhong, West Meridian, Fengjia, and Huangji. Among them, the Tianyin and Huangji were the most difficult to open. One of them represented intelligence, while the other represented vigor and strength. None of the 7 acupuncture points were easy to open. The heavenly eye acupoint was located between the eyebrows, the earthly spirit acupoint was located in the middle of the foot, the heavenly hearing acupoint was located an inch below the ear, the Lizhong acupoint was located half an inch below the thoracic vertebrae, the West Meridian acupoint was located 3 inches below the navel, and the Fengjia acupoint was located 1.2 inches above the back. The Huangji acupoint could be located anywhere in the human body. Once the Huangji acupoint was opened, the location it was located at would become the strongest point. The Huangji acupoint wasn't just a single acupoint, it could open multiple acupoints. According to Fatty, there were people who had opened 3 Huangji acupoints in the godly continent. Nianbing naturally wanted to open the Huangji point the most, but he also knew that it was too difficult for him. Only the heavens knew how many years those old monsters in the godly mainland had cultivated. After flying at full speed for 2 days and 2 nights, even a powerhouse like Fatso showed a trace of fatigue on his face. However, his speed didn't slow down at all. On the other hand, Nianbing's flying didn't affect his cultivation at all. In these 2 days, not only did he recover the energy he used to cast the shadow puppet, but his mana also increased. After opening the Tianyin point, his speed of absorbing mana was several times faster than before. Naturally, it was much easier for him to cultivate. Every day, he would have a new feeling. Whether or not he could become stronger was only a matter of time for Nianbing. In the distance, a huge mountain range appeared in front of Nianbing's eyes. Although they were flying very fast, the mountain range was very wide. Therefore, he could see the pot clearly. Fatso, who had been flying towards the north, suddenly slowed down. His body turned in the air and rushed downwards. Nianbing's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that they had arrived at their destination? At this time, Fatso's voice clearly entered Nianbing's ears. Let's not go there. You have to be vigilant at all times. When the time comes, I may not be able to save you. This mountain range is located at the border between the Longmu Empire and the Ice Moon Empire. It's called the Cold Mountain Range, and it's cold all year round. Hearing Fatso's words, Nianbing was shocked. Although he had a high estimation of flying speed, he didn't expect that he and Fatso would be able to cross the northern part of the Huarong Empire and the entire Longmu Empire in just 2 days. Faint clouds and mist constantly drifted above the mountain ridge. Waves of cold air blew in their faces, and the ice element in the air clearly became more intense. The waves of cold air caused Nianbing to shiver involuntarily. He hurriedly took out the righteous young saber from his spatial ring and used the heat from the saber to expel the cold air. Opening his mouth and exhaling a mouthful of hot air, the water in his breath actually condensed into ice shards and fell to the ground. Nianbing was very surprised. It was really cold. No wonder his magic couldn't resist this cold air. In such a cold place, who was Fatso looking for? Without waiting for Nianbing to think about it, Fatso had already brought him close to the cold mountain range. Fatso seemed to be very familiar with the situation here. He flew above the mountain range with ease, as if he was looking for something. Suddenly, Fatso's eyes lit up. It's been a while. I almost forgot the place. I hope they're all right. At this time, a blue light quickly approached from the distance. Fatso's heart skipped a beat and he stopped in midair. Nianbing, who was being carried by Fatso, suddenly rushed forward and slammed into him. Fortunately, Fatso's body was thick enough, so he wasn't injured. Why did you suddenly stop? Do you want me to fall to my death? Nianbing complained. At this time, he also noticed the blue light quickly approaching. Thinking of Fatso's words, his heart suddenly tightened. The blue light was already in front of him in the blink of an eye. A cold voice sounded, "Stupid Fatso, why are you here? Did you send out the signal for help?" Fatso laughed and said, "Sorries, I haven't seen you for so many years. You still look like a dead man. I also received the signal for help and rushed here as fast as I could. I think something happened to Boss and the others." Nianbing poked his head out from behind Fatso and looked at the blue figure. At this time, his heart was full of doubts. Fatso and this Sorceries knew each other, and it looked like they were friends. Did a master like Fatso have a boss? And his boss was asking for help. Heavens! What kind of world was this? How could so many masters suddenly appear? The person who appeared in front of him was a woman. Her blue dress covered her charming body, and her slender figure was actually about the same height as Nianbing. Her silver-white hair fluttered in the cold wind, and her clothes looked very thin, but she didn't look cold at all. Her blue eyes, which were similar to his, were filled with a thick chill. Seeing this person, Nianbing couldn't help but think of the Ice God Tower. His heart sank, and he asked, "Are you from the Ice God Tower?" Sorceries' gaze turned, and he also saw Nianbing. "The Ice God Tower is nothing. Stupid Fatso, you actually brought a human here?" Nianbing retorted, "What do you mean a human? Aren't you a human?" Sorceries snorted disdainfully and didn't say anything else. His body suddenly turned around, and he rushed towards a valley in front of him. Fatso glared at Nianbing and said, "You should stop talking. If you provoke my Sorceries again, I won't let you off." Nianbing looked at him in surprise, and said, "Your Sorceries? Is she your wife?" Fatso said somewhat awkwardly, "Not yet, but I will work hard. I believe she will be soon." Fatso, you are having a wet dream again. Aren't you afraid that Sorceries will hear you and freeze your fat? The cyan light was like a meteor, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Nianbing and Fatso. It was a tall middle-aged man, dressed in cyan clothes, and he had an otherworldly aura. Seeing this person, Nianbing couldn't help but feel a sense of déjà vu. But when he thought about it carefully, he realized that he didn't have any impression of this person in his memory. Fatso said angrily, "Damn it, Karadiris, can't you give me some encouragement? Although Lil Bing doesn't like me now, it doesn't mean she won't like me in the future." Karadiris laughed and said, "All right, you lazy Fatso, hurry up and leave. Did you forget the signal for help?" Hearing the words Karadiris, Nianbing's heart moved. He suddenly realized that he had definitely heard this name before, and it had a deep impression. Just as he was thinking about it, Fatso and Karadiris moved at the same time. They followed the direction where Sorceries had disappeared and headed towards the valley. Just as they passed by the ice peak, Nianbing suddenly felt a spring-like warmth blowing on his face. His whole body was warm and indescribably comfortable. A large expanse of green appeared in front of his eyes. This was actually a warm valley. In the cold mountain range where the temperature was extremely low, there was actually such a good place. This was something he had never expected. Fatso and Karadiris' figures floated down. There were 3 people on the ground, and they looked towards them. One of them was a tall man in silver clothes, and his appearance was 70% similar to Karadir's. The other was a woman in blue clothes, and naturally, it was Xianxia's. The last person made Nianbing's eyes widen. It was the fire Garamandes that he hadn't seen for many days. In an instant, all kinds of thoughts kept surging in Nianbing's mind. He suddenly turned around, grabbed Fatso's collar, and asked, "Damn. Fatso, you are also a dragon, right? You are the Earth Dragon King?" All kinds of doubts about Fatso were completely solved at this moment. Why did he have such a powerful strength? Why did he know both magic and martial arts? Why did he have such a strong defense? Why did he emit the radiance of 7 magic when he broke his shadow puppets? Why did he know that he was a chef? Everything was solved because of the identity of this Earth Dragon King. In an instant, he understood everything. Nianbing's anger was not without some luck. At least, he was now sure that Fatso was not his enemy. Fatso slapped Nianbing's hand away. He laughed and said, "Kid, your reaction is very fast. Garamandes, it was you who exposed us." Garamandes said unhappily, "Damn Fatso, you must have eaten a lot of good things from Nianbing, and you still blame me. However, why did you bring Nianbing here? He is only a human, I'm afraid he won't be able to deal with the things we are about to face." When Nianbing saw Garamandes, an indescribable feeling of familiarity rose in his heart. "Stinky fire dragon, it was you who sent Fatso to deal with me, wasn't it? Hurry up and tell him to release Feng Nu." Garamandes walked to Nianbing's side and affectionately put his arm around his shoulder. He smiled and said, "Come, let me introduce you. This is the beautiful young lady of the 7 Dragon Kings, Ice Dragon King Xianxia." As he said that, he pointed at the long-haired beauty in blue clothes. Xianxia looked at Nianbing and frowned slightly. He said, "Garamandes, you and Fatso seem to be very familiar with this human?" Nianbing now understood that Xianxia was indeed not a human. No wonder she said that before. Garamandes laughed and said, "Of course we are very familiar with him. If you have eaten his cooking, you will quickly become familiar with him." "Oh, so that means he is a famous chef?" The silver-robed man on the side came over with some surprise. Garamandes nodded and said, "And he is also a magician, Nianbing. This guy is the most useless one among us. Space Dragon King Kadiris, except for escaping, his other abilities are ordinary. You don't have to pay attention to him." "So it's you." Karadir's also came over. "I don't need to introduce you, I think you know who I am." Nianbing nodded and said, "It's really you. We met last time. You are the White People's guardian dragon, Wind Dragon King Karadir's." Kadiris rushed to say, "And, he is also my dear brother." Karadir's frowned slightly. Garamandes said, "How are you 2 brothers? If you have half of Carloti's temper, you wouldn't be like this now." Finally, Garamandes' gaze fell on Fatso. "This Fatso must have eaten a lot of good things from you. You have to remember, he is the laziest, the most delicious, and also the fattest among the 7 of us, Earth Dragon King Papaliukas. If you want to take revenge, remember his name. You have to use your own strength. I hope to see you squeeze a few pounds of oil out of him." "Scared? Humph, I don't see anything scary about him," Nianbing said in annoyance. Fatso's veins on his forehead were throbbing. "Bah, not that kind of fear, it's a handkerchief. Who cares what kind of fear you are, let my Feng Nu out first." "Garamandes, I need you to give me an explanation." Fatso muttered, "Looks like it'll be difficult to eat the 7-element feast again. Let her out then." With a wave of his hand, a red figure appeared in front of Nianbing. It was Feng Nu, whom he had not seen for several months. Seeing Feng Nu appear, the Space Dragon King Kadiris' eyes lit up like hearts. Karadir's and Xianxia's both looked surprised. Obviously, it was because of Feng Nu's radiance. Feng Nu's expression did not change much, but her face was full of joy. She suddenly threw herself into Nianbing's arms. "Nianbing." Tears flowed down her face. For the past few months, she had been in Fatso's interspatial bag. Although she could see everything outside, the loneliness in the interspatial bag and Nianbing's continuous efforts had already made her emotional. Now that she was finally free, how could she control the emotions in her heart? She could no longer care about how many people were around. When Yanbing saw Feng Nu crying when she saw her, she misunderstood and thought that Fatso had made her suffer. She immediately glared at Fatso. Fatso was stunned and said, "Why are you looking at me? I didn't do anything. If you don't believe me, you can ask your wife." Only then did Feng Nu remember that there were other people around. She quickly left Nianbing's arms and wiped the tears on her face. Nianbing nodded gently and said, "Although Fatso captured me back then, he also gave me a lot of pointers in martial arts." "Nianbing, it's been hard on you these days. You've lost weight." Nianbing smiled bitterly and said, "Of course I lost weight. I was beaten up every 10 days and forced to cook for Fatso. I spent most of my remaining time cultivating. I tried to save you as soon as possible." Fatso chuckled and said, "You can't blame me for this. Garamandes asked me to do this. It has nothing to do with me. If you want to take revenge, you can look for him." Garamandes looked at Fatso with a faint smile and said, "I asked you to look for Nianbing and think of a way to help her, but I didn't ask you to eat her cooking. Your intentions are not pure." Nianbing looked at Garamandes in confusion. Although she had already guessed the gist of it, she couldn't help but ask, "Garamandes, what's going on?" Garamandes smiled and said, "It's very simple. Something happened to our 7 dragon kings. Originally, we gathered everyone to discuss countermeasures, but this Fatso was too lazy to participate in the meeting. I had no choice but to go to his lair in the ice cave in the extreme north and drag him out. Later, when we were on our way here, we passed by Ice Snow City and had a meal at a place called Breeze Fasting. Fatso was full of praise for the food there. I thought of you and introduced your cooking skills to him. In the end, Fatso heard that we had a good relationship, so he volunteered to look for you and help you improve your strength. You should know what happened after that, but I didn't tell him what to do. What he did to you is his own business." Hee. Fatso, I really don't understand. What's so scary about Nianbing that you have to push the responsibility to me? Fatso said in annoyance, "Why don't you try him out and see what abilities he has?" In terms of ability, I, Fatty, am not the strongest among the 7 of us, but I can barely be considered average. But in terms of defense, even Boss Catiadus might not be able to compare to me. After all, I'm the Earth Dragon King, defense is my forte. Nianbing can break through my defense and injure my body. What do you think I'm afraid of? If you have the ability, you can try to fight him without using forbidden spells or above. It's a waste of my words. This is also the reason why I brought him here this time. I think he should be able to help us." Garamandes looked at Nianbing in surprise. He was naturally very clear about Nianbing's strength. In just half a year, he never expected Nianbing to have improved so much. Even the Earth Dragon King Papaliukas praised him. Hearing Fatso's words, the anger on Nianbing's face gradually disappeared. He took Feng Nu's hand and said, "Fatso, although you have been tormenting me these days, and you have eaten a lot of my dishes, but overall, you have never really made things difficult for me. Without your help, my magic wouldn't have been able to grow so fast. Now that everything is clear, we are even. I don't hate you, and I don't feel grateful for your kindness." Fatso rubbed his 2 fat hands together. He muttered, "Stinking brat, you don't have to be so heartless. But I have no interest in other food now." You see, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Nian Bing's mouth. "You're neither my enemy nor my benefactor. But you can be my friend. I have always liked to make food for my friends and invite them to taste it." Fatso was immediately overjoyed. Good, I will be your friend." "Stinking brat, I didn't help you for nothing. Did you think that the beating I gave you once every 10 days was really because I wanted to exercise my body? You little brat, you really don't know how lucky you are. If others asked me to beat you, I wouldn't beat them. I used my god's battle chi to change the various functions in your body, strengthening your body as a whole. I, Fatso, didn't eat your food for nothing. Don't blame me for taking your wife away. If I don't lock her up, how can you cultivate peacefully? Besides, although your wife's improvement speed is not as fast as yours, it is not slow either. She is a very talented young lady." Wind Dragon King Karadiris said in surprise, "Fatso, you are actually so kind? That kind of consumption of God's battle chi is enough to put a burden on your body." Fatso gave a silly smile and said, "Who asked this brat to make such delicious food? Originally, I didn't want to do that. But after thinking about it, if I don't contribute something after eating so much of his food, I will definitely be eaten by Garamandes. I can't think of any other way, so this is the only way." Nian Bing had been feeling changes in her body recently, but she didn't expect that it was the result of being beaten up by Fatso. She smiled and said, "Fatso, I won't thank you." Fatso chuckled and said, "You don't need to thank me. Just remember to make more delicious food for me." Sasori suddenly opened her mouth. Her cold voice immediately destroyed the harmonious atmosphere. "Stop talking nonsense. Garamandes, what is the situation here? Why did you suddenly send out a distress signal?" Hearing Sasori's question, Garamandes' smiling face immediately sank. "The situation is very serious. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sent out a distress signal. Demanteti is about to give birth, and the enemy suddenly appeared 2 days ago. The enemy is much stronger than we imagined. From their aura, it is very likely that they are the ones who stole Miorda's sealing bottle. 2 days ago, before I sent out the distress signal, the 4 of us Dragon King barely managed to drive the enemy away. However, Demanteti's fetus was affected. I'm afraid that she will give birth prematurely in 1 or 2 days. You also know that we dragons are at our weakest when we give birth. Moreover, after giving birth, it will take several days for the baby to hatch. During this process, not only will Demanteti not be able to attack, but Kajios will also have to protect her with all his strength. The enemy is so powerful that I can only send out a distress signal to ensure their safety." Karadiris frowned and said, "That's impossible. We are almost invincible on this continent. How can there be an enemy that requires 4 Dragon King to fight together?" Garamandes said seriously, "There is nothing impossible in this world. I will only say one. Think about it and you will know why the enemy is so terrifying. Among the enemy's leaders, not only is there a Dark Witch who is not afraid of physical attacks, there is also a Lich who is the ruler of the underworld. Just these 2 fellows alone will bring us a lot of trouble." Hearing the words Dark Witch and Lich, the 5 Dragon King present all fell silent. Having lived for tens of thousands of years, they all understood what these 2 titles represented. Sasaris did not say anything, Fatso frowned, and Kadiri smiled bitterly. It was the Wind Dragon King, Karadiris, who spoke. "No matter what, the 7 Dragon Kings are all here. No matter how strong the enemy is, we should be able to deal with it. Let's go in and take a look at Kajios and Demanteti." Saying that, he took the lead and walked towards a spacious cave not far away. The other Dragon King followed closely behind. Nianbing gave Feng Nu a look and quickly stepped forward. She grabbed Garamandes who was walking at the back and said in a low voice, "Let's talk alone. I have something to ask you." Garamandes was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, let's go over there and talk." Nianbing turned around and smiled gently at Feng Nu, saying, "Wait for me here, I will be back soon." Saying that, she walked with Garamandes to the bushes at the side. Nianbing walked until she was at a place where Feng Nu could not hear her before stopping. Garamandes smiled and said, "Don't worry, Fatso bringing you here was a mistake in itself. I will not let you take any risks. Later, I will say goodbye to Fatso and send you out of the cold mountain range." Nianbing frowned and said angrily, "Garamandes, who do you think I am? Do you think I am so afraid of death? From the first time we met until now, you are no longer an enemy in my heart. How can I not help my friends when they are in trouble? Although my strength is meager and nothing compared to the 7 Dragon Kings, I am still willing to use this meager strength to do my part." Garamandes looked at Nianbing with some surprise. "Kid, you have changed a lot." Nianbing smiled and looked at him, saying, "You have also changed a lot. At least in front of your own kind, you no longer call yourself the great Garamandes. Moreover, you don't seem to be as frivolous as I thought. You really have a calm side when you encounter problems." Garamandes said angrily, "I just praised you a few times and you come to insult me. Tell me, why did you come here without telling your wife?" Nianbing pondered for a moment before saying, "Garamandes, tell me the truth. Who are the enemies you are facing this time? How strong can they be? Is their goal to snatch the remaining Miorda sealing bottles?" Garamandes nodded and said, "That's right, their goal is the remaining few bottles. Now there are still 4 bottles in our hands, we must not let them get them. Our enemy this time is very strong. It can be said that all the dark forces in this continent are not as strong as them. Do you know what a lich is? It is a guy who needs extremely good luck, is extremely persistent in the dark, and needs thousands of years to be able to cultivate successfully. Nianbing smiled and said, I have heard of a lich, I have even seen a dark witch. Looking at Garamandes' surprised eyes, he told him about the encounter with Hillard that day. After hearing Nianbing's words, Garamandes said, so you have such an encounter, no wonder you can grow so fast. That blade of yours is indeed very useful against those fellows from the underworld, but it's a pity that you're the one holding it. If it was Dementi who had the Holy Radiance blade, then even a lich wouldn't have to be afraid of him. Nianbing, do you know? Our biggest problem this time is that we do not have a master who can completely compete with the lich. The strength of the lich has exceeded our expectations, and without the support of the Light Dragon King Demanteti, the battle will be very difficult. It is not too late for you to decide to leave now. Nianbing smiled lightly and said, I am not a person who goes back on my words. Since I said I will stay, I will definitely stay. However, I must let Feng Nu leave. I asked you to come over. There is another thing, I want you to send her out of the Cold Ridge. Garamandes said, you have met after a long time, will she be willing to leave you? Nianbing smiled and said, I have my ways. Well, I have roughly understood the situation, let's go back. Wait a minute. Garamandes called Nianbing, his expression was a little bashful. Nianbing, after we get through this, I have something to ask you. Nianbing was stunned. What's wrong with you? What's going on? Garamandes blushed and said, let's talk about it after we pass this hurdle. Alright, let's go. Back. Nianbing nodded and said, you go to the cave and greet the other Dragon King first. I'll talk to Feng Nu about something, then you can send her out of the cold mountain range. Okay? Garamandes nodded and said, this is a small matter. Besides, Feng people and our dragons have some relationship. Sending her out is not a problem, as long as you can persuade her. The two of them returned to the cave entrance. Garamandes went straight into the cave while Feng Nu looked at Nianbing with concern. Nianbing took Feng Nu's hand and said softly, aren't you going to ask me what I said to Garamandes? Feng Nu smiled and shook her head, that's a matter between you men. Everyone should have some privacy. Nianbing's heart warmed. He caught Feng Nu's elastic waist. After the things that happened in the past few months, although Nianbing and Feng Nu did not meet, the two of them had a feeling of suffering. Feng Nu did not break away from Nianbing's hand. Instead, she took the initiative to lean on his shoulder and hug him. Nianbing hesitated for a moment and said, Feng Nu, I've always wanted to tell you something. Okay, go ahead. The Phoenix Maiden slowly closed her eyes with a warm expression on her face. Nianbing gritted his teeth and said, the thing I want to say may be related to your background. Feng Nu suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Nianbing said in surprise, my background? I was born in the Feng people. The Feng people are my home. How do you know about my background? Nianbing sighed softly and said, yes, the Feng people are your home. However, do you know who your parents are? Feng Nu's pretty face instantly lost all color. She said involuntarily, could it be that you know? Nianbing held her cold little hand and said, don't be agitated. Let me finish. I'm just guessing. I'm not completely sure. I still need to verify it. Feng Nu's breathing became a little hurried, how do you verify it? Nianbing said 4 words in a deep voice, drip your blood to identify your family. Seeing that Feng Nu was a little stunned, the space ring on his hand flashed with silver light. The small bottle that he had taken from Duke Yu's residence suddenly appeared in his hand. It was a bottle made of suet jade. Fresh blood would not rot. Feng Nu's breathing became even more hurried. She looked at Nianbing doubtfully, whose blood is this? Nianbing did not answer. He took out a bowl from the space ring and condensed a piece of ice in it. He then used fire magic to melt the ice into water. He opened the jade bottle and dripped a drop of blood into it. He said, don't ask whose blood it is first. Drip a drop of blood into it. If the blood can fuse, I will naturally tell you. If his guess was correct, he would naturally tell Feng Nu everything. Otherwise, it would be useless to say anything. Why should he disturb Feng Nu's mind? Feng Nu nodded. She took a deep breath and condensed her dou qi into the shape of a needle. She lightly pricked her right index finger. Immediately, a drop of blood fell into the bowl. Nian Bing used light magic to stop the bleeding. Both of their gazes fell on the bowl, deeply gazing at it. The 2 drops of blood were like 2 red flowers slowly blooming. Gradually, the 2 bright red blobs gradually approached each other. Feng Nu nervously clenched her fists. Nian Bing also nervously held her breath. After all, this was related to Feng Nu's background. Finally, the 2 blobs of blood touched each other. Before Nian Bing and Feng Nu could react, the 2 blobs of blood quickly condensed together and could no longer be distinguished. The red color continued to expand. Nian Bing and Feng Nu were somewhat sluggish. The blood identification was a success. For a moment, all kinds of thoughts flashed through Nian Bing's mind. In his mind, he seemed to see the scene from that year, as if he saw everything that had happened between Yu Rian and Feng Nu. Feng Nu stared blankly at the blood in the bowl. Her lips began to tremble slightly. Of course, she understood what the fusion of blood meant. Family. These 2 words had always been unfamiliar in her mind. She couldn't think of who the family that Nian Bing was talking about was. However, the blood in front of her was so real. After dealing with the blood and water in the bowl, Nian Bing's face revealed a sincere smile. He opened his arms and pulled Feng Nu into his embrace. He could understand Feng Nu's complicated feelings. What she needed was his comfort. Who is it? Whose blood is this? Feng Nu snuggled tightly in Nian Bing's embrace. It seemed that only this warm embrace was the most desirable. Nian Bing didn't hesitate. He said softly, "You have seen this person before. She is Yu Rian that you wanted to capture in Aolan City. She is also my godmother. She is your mother, and the Duke of Lanyu of the Ottoman Empire is your father." Feng Nu suddenly struggled out of Nian Bing's embrace. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. No, how is this possible? Nian Bing smiled bitterly. There is nothing impossible in this world. Not only does the blood of the Feng people flow in your body. Similarly, the blood of the Duke of Lanyu also flows in your veins. You should know that in the history of the Feng people, Yu Rian betrayed her clan and married the Duke of Lanyu. The daughter they gave birth to was burned to death by the Feng people. In fact, the elders of the Feng people had a deep relationship with my godmother. How could they really hurt her and hurt her flesh and blood? So, the eldest daughter who should have been burned to death. It was you. Feng Nu's pretty face drained of blood. She staggered back a few steps. Lied to me. The elders have been lying to me all this time. I have parents. I actually have parents. My mother is actually a sinner of the clan. Why did I only know all this now? Why? Tears flowed down her beautiful face. She suddenly knew the truth. Feng Nu's heart was filled with all kinds of thoughts. Nian Bing quickly stepped forward and hugged her tightly twice. Feng Nu, do you know how much I envy you? Although you lost the love and care of your parents in your childhood, it was not because they abandoned you. Do you know how much pain your godmother felt because of your death? Now, it has been confirmed that you are their daughter. You have parents, you have biological parents. You are much stronger than me. I know where my parents are, but I can't go find them. Do you know how much I want to be like you and be able to see my parents? Thinking of her own parents who had suffered so much. In addition, being infected by Feng Nu, Nian Bing also cried. A pair of lovers was filled with sadness and joy because of their parents. Gradually, Feng Nu calmed down and stopped crying. She sobbed and said, Nian Bing, what should I do now? Tell me, what should I do now? Nian Bing wiped her tears and said firmly, of course you should go and see them now. They are your parents. Don't tell me you don't want to spend time with them? Don't you want to be with your parents? Feng Nu raised her head and looked at Nian Bing in a daze. Can I? Can I really do that? Nian Bing, Feng people raised me and taught me powerful skills. However, my mother betrayed the clan. If I meet them, how will the Feng people see me? Will they still let me go back and help the Feng people get through this difficult time? Nian Bing gently kissed the tears on Feng Nu's face and said with a smile, silly girl, who do you think my godmother is? In fact, she has never forgotten anything about the Feng people. She is also a member of the Feng people. Not to mention that she won't stop you from helping the Feng people. She has already planned to go back to the Feng people to help the clan get through this difficult time. However, the conditions put forward by the Feng people's elders were too harsh. She couldn't bear to part with your father, so she hesitated and didn't go back. As long as you go back, the estrangement between your parents and the Feng people will no longer exist. Everything will become harmonious. At that time, the reason why your mother made up her mind to betray the Feng people was because of your death. Taking a step back, if you are not their daughter, and we continue to develop like this, as long as we truly love each other, there will be a day when you will walk the same path as your mother. Think about it from her point of view. On one side is her beloved husband, and on the other side is the clan that raised her. Godmother has experienced the pain of making a choice too many times. Go back to her side. I can guarantee with my life that she will follow you back to the Feng people to help the clan get through this difficult time. You know her strength very well. With the two of you joining, that ceremony will no longer be a threat to the Feng people. For personal reasons, you must go to the Duke's mansion and return to your parents' side. Feng Nu was silent. She laid in Nianbing's arms and kept thinking. Every word Nianbing said deeply touched her heart. She was originally a soft-hearted person. Thinking about the pain Yu Rian and her husband had suffered, and thinking about the feelings between her and Nianbing, her perplexed heart gradually opened up, and the sadness in her beautiful eyes gradually disappeared. Can you go back with me? Nianbing. I'm a bit scared by being alone. Feng Nu said softly. Nianbing was overjoyed. He knew that Feng Nu had already acknowledged her parents in her heart. That's right. They were originally a family. Because of all kinds of misunderstandings and tribulations, they were separated. It was time for their family to reunite. At this moment, Nianbing really wanted to agree to let Feng Nu go with her, but he couldn't. With regards to Garamandes and the other 7 dragon kings going through a calamity, he couldn't leave no matter what, even if he knew it was extremely dangerous. He chose to tell Feng Nu everything at this time in order to let Feng Nu stay away from the danger that was about to happen. Slowly shaking his head, Nianbing said in a low voice, Feng Nu, I'm sorry. I can't go to the Ottoman Empire for the time being. I just talked to Garamandes. He told me that my cultivation has reached the most critical point. I just need to take another step forward to enter the realm of Archmage. Moreover, I have to go back to the Ice Moon Empire. Do you still remember Long Ling? I have to go back to see her. Moreover, the competition I promised her father is already over. I have to go back and let him know. Feng Nu raised her head and looked at Nianbing. Her eyes were filled with disappointment, but she didn't ask for anything. If it was any other time, she would definitely be able to see that Nianbing's expression was a bit off. She would be able to hear the insincerity in his words. However, her good heart was in a mess right now. She couldn't think of these things at all. The kind her didn't ask for anything more. She could only silently agree. At this moment, the footsteps of several dragon kings sounded. Nianbing hurriedly separated from Feng Nu. He saw Earth Dragon King Fatso, Fire Dragon King Garamandes, Space Dragon King Kadiris, Wind Dragon King Karadiris, and Ice Dragon King Sasaris walking out together. Karadiris said unhappily, hurry up and use your dirty thoughts to think of others. Don't interfere with other people's business. Kadiri said unhappily, Karo, no matter what, I'm still your brother. Can't you be a little more polite to me? Garamandes snorted and said, it depends on who you're being polite to. If you weren't such a good-for-nothing and your personality wasn't so annoying, would he treat you like this? After saying that, he ignored the Space Dragon King. Nianbing gave a questioning look. Nianbing pulled Feng Nu's hand and said, Garamandes, I'll leave Feng Nu to you. Feng Nu, I'll ask Garamandes to send you out of the cold mountain range. As long as you keep going east, you'll soon enter the Ottoman Empire. With your strength, you won't be in any danger. Be careful along the way. After I'm done with some things, I'll go to Alan City to find you, okay? While you're at it, send my regards to Godmother and Godfather. Feng Nu nodded lightly. She looked deeply at Nianbing and said, I'm fine. Don't worry. Don't think too much. Aren't my parents your parents too? After saying that, she couldn't help but blush slightly. Nian Bing's heart was filled with deep affection. Feng Nu still didn't forget to care about her at this time. With a wife like this, what more could he ask for? She didn't say anything else. She turned around and nodded to Garamandes. Garamandes laughed and said, "Little girl, come on up. This road isn't short and the environment is bad. I'll send you off." After saying that, his tall figure rose into the air. In an instant, the entire valley seemed to have an additional cloud. A red cloud. The Fire Dragon King had already revealed his dragon form. Feng Nu suddenly threw herself into Nian Bing's arms and kissed her on the cheek. She said in a voice that only Nian Bing could hear, "Take care." Only then did she float up. Her delicate body made a turn in the air and gently landed on Garamandes's broad back like a flying bird. Garamandes raised his head and let out a loud dragon roar. His huge dragon wings flapped lightly. He suddenly accelerated and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Nian Bing looked in the direction that Feng Nu and Garamandes left. She stared deeply in the direction that Feng Nu and Garamandes left. She couldn't shift her gaze away for a long time. "Alright, don't look anymore. They've already left. This girl is not bad. Back then, I told her that I wouldn't hurt you. She immediately agreed to let me do whatever I want with her. Kid. You must cherish her." Nian Bing retracted her gaze and turned to look at Fatso, who was speaking. He had always been with Feng Nu for such a long time. No matter if it was their cohabitation in Great Sky City or when Fatso took her away, Feng Nu had always been close to him. When Feng Nu left, he couldn't help but feel a little empty in his heart, as if he had lost something. He understood that his love for Feng Nu had risen to another level. He couldn't abandon her in this lifetime. That Nian Bing. Fatso chuckled. He rubbed his hands and said, "After flying for 2 days and sleeping for 10 days, I'm a little hungry. Look, can you make something to eat? Even barbecue would be good. The barbecue you make is much better than mine." Nian Bing glared at him and said, "What do you want to eat? Barbecue Earth Dragon?" Kadiris chuckled and said, "Good, that's a good idea. Fatso has thick skin and a lot of meat, and also has oil. If we barbecue it, it will definitely taste good." Fatso said angrily, "Ka-ao, are you itching for a beating? That mouth of yours is really annoying." Kadiris chuckled and said, "What? Don't tell me you want to eat me? Fatso, although I can't beat you, you can't catch up to me either. I won't lose a piece of meat even if I say a few words to you. Just bear with it." Sasari seemed to hate the Space Dragon King Kadiris very much. He said coolly, "Fatso, if I were you, I wouldn't bear with it." Kadiris was stunned and said, "Beautiful Sasaris, why are you stirring up trouble?" Sasari snorted and said, "I'm just speaking the truth." Fatso smiled bitterly and said, "I'll bear with it. I really can't catch up to this guy. He runs much faster than a rabbit." Kadiris pretended to be angry and said, "You Fatso, you actually compared my most handsome Space Dragon King to a rabbit." After the Dragon King's disturbance, Nian Bing's originally gloomy mood couldn't help but relax a lot. She smiled and said, "Fatso, if you want to find him for revenge, I can help you." Kadiris said. With disdain, "Human, I'm afraid you still don't know how powerful I, the Space Dragon King, am. In this world, as long as I want to go, I can go to any corner of space. Although my nodding strength is a bit lacking, when it comes to twisting and turning, flying and teleporting, among the 7 Dragon Kings, if I say I'm second, no one would dare to say they're first." Nian Bing chuckled and said, "Is that so? Fatso's fist is very hard, you'd better think carefully." Fatso seemed to have thought of something. Nian Bing smiled strangely and walked towards Kadiris in large strides. Kadiris immediately became vigilant, his body emitting a layer of faint silver light. "Damn Fatso, what do you want to do?" Fatso chuckled and suddenly shouted, "Nian Bing, do it." In an instant, a layer of 7-colored brilliance floated out from Nian Bing's body. The brilliance suddenly disappeared after appearing, and when it reappeared, it had already accompanied Nian Bing to not far from Kadiris. The distorted 7-colored brilliance enveloped Nian Bing and Kadiris' bodies. Kadiris was just about to use his space magic to escape from Fatso's pursuit, when he suddenly felt his body become sluggish. The space magic that he was so proud of actually failed. Although he was faster than Fatso, but how much faster could a Dragon King be? In this sluggish moment, Fatso had already rushed up and heavily punched towards Kadiri's. At this time, there was already no possibility of dodging. Kadiri's was just about to block, when suddenly, he was shocked to find that Nianbing's body turned around. In the seven-colored brilliance that was originally emitted by Nianbing, the silver brilliance suddenly disappeared, and the yellow brilliance suddenly increased. A part of the space energy that he had raised was actually absorbed, and Fatso's earth magic element instantly increased in size. Ah! Fatso laughed out loud. That felt good. I've always wanted to teach this guy a lesson. It's been a long time since I've made such a satisfying punch. Nianbing, you're really something. It actually feels so good to cooperate with this strange domain of yours. Nianbing smiled slightly, and said, although the sky-eye domain of mine does not have the ability to attack, other than defense and amplification, it also has a special ability. That is to weaken. In my domain, it can greatly weaken the effect of any type of magic element. Therefore, his space transfer cannot be used, and his attack power is also greatly weakened. Hearing Nianbing's understatement, the Ice Dragon King Xianxia and the Wind Dragon King Karadiris who were standing at the side were all moved. They looked at Nianbing in surprise. At this time, they realized that they had indeed underestimated this human. Being able to use the 7 types of magic had always been the dragon's specialty. However, they knew that they were not as good as Nianbing's use of magic. Damn, this brat actually tricked me. Kadiri's finally landed from the sky. His face was a little distorted, and his hands were constantly rubbing his stomach. The pain was obviously a huge burden to him. Nianbing smiled indifferently, and said, I'm just helping my friend. Fatso is, but you, at least for now, are not. He was not afraid of Kadiri's. Although he could not deal with the weakest of the 7 Dragon Kings, the Space Dragon King, he was confident that Kadiri's would not be able to hurt him if he did not use a forbidden spell. He gradually discovered the wonderful use of the Sky-Eye domain, and more he realized that the use of this domain far exceeded his expectations. Kadiri's was just about to flare up. Xianxia's and Karadiris's figures flashed at the same time, and they were already in front of him. Kadiri's was stunned for a moment, and said, What are you doing? Are you also going to help an outsider? Karadiris said indifferently, Brother, I now understand why Fatso brought him here. Don't tell me you didn't realize how much help his domain is to us? In a situation where Demanteti is unable to move, the help he brings to us is enormous. From Nianbing's actions just now, they had already understood many things. Xianxia's turned to Nianbing, and said, How large an area can your domain cover? Nianbing thought for a moment. She said, Under normal circumstances, it can cover 3 zhang, and at full strength, it should be able to cover up to 5 zhang, but it cannot be maintained for long. You also know that a domain consumes a lot of magic power. Xianxia's nodded, and said, This is enough. You are responsible for guarding the cave entrance. Fatso, Ko, and Carlo will assist you. Nianbing turned to look at the entrance of the cave. Sure enough, the cave was 3 zhang high, which was exactly the range that her domain could cover. With a strange smile on his face, Nianbing said, I still have some good things to give to your enemy. Since he had decided to stay, he would do his best. Not only for the 7 Dragon Kings, but more importantly, for his own survival. What good things do you have? Fatso looked at Nianbing doubtfully. You have to know that our enemy is very powerful, and not something that can be dealt with ordinary abilities. It is already very good to have your domain help. Nianbing knew that he was hinting at her not to be rash, so she smiled and said, Don't worry, aren't you hungry? Then let's eat something first. I remember that you should still have a few cows hidden, right? Make one, but you will have to help, I don't have that much strength. Hearing the word eat, Fatso's eyes suddenly lit up. Good, good. With a wave of his hand, a majestic bull suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Without waiting for the bull to make a sound, Fatso casually smashed its head with his palm, then pulled the bull from behind and walked outside. You guys wait for a while, I will clean up the bull and come back. Seeing the poor dead bull being pulled away by Fatso, Nianbing couldn't help but think of Kitty's summoned beast. If the bull that could only shoot out attacks was roasted, how would it taste? Perhaps Kitty would fight with her life. Thinking of Kitty's cute appearance, he couldn't help but reveal a knowing smile, and asked the Wind Dragon King, Caradiris, how are Senior Hillard and Kitty? Caradiris smiled and said, good? Not good at all. Kitty is getting more and more naughty. She even wants to come with me this time. She's really too playful. Her father has a headache because of her. However, this girl's talent is still very good. Her little pets have already evolved to the 2nd level. Recently, she's been locked up by her father to practice magic. Nianbing laughed and said, she's still young. Naturally, she's a little playful. However, Kitty is a good girl. She's very kind. Caradiris smiled and said, your generation of young people is getting more and more outstanding. It seems that the future hope of mankind lies on you. Nianbing, I heard from Hillard about what happened to you last time. He was really too reckless. It's not enough. He only acted like that because he loves his daughter. Don't be calculative with him. Nianbing smiled and said, let bygones be bygones. I've already made it clear to Senior Hillard. That's good. When things here are over, I'll take you to their place to play if there's a chance. I think Kitty will be very happy to see you. Nianbing thought of Feng Nu and the hatred she carried. She smiled bitterly and said, I'll have to wait until there's a chance. At this moment, Fatso came back with the cleaned cow. He had used some unknown method to make the cow extremely clean. Even the cow's skin had been removed. Caradiris laughed and said, Fatso, you're good. I'm afraid you can only be so fast when you're eating. Fatso laughed strangely and said, are you making fun of me? I brought this cow. Don't eat it later if you have the ability. Caradiris turned to Nianbing and said, I also heard that your cooking skills are superb. Show us your skills. Nianbing smiled indifferently and walked to Fatso's side. She said, you're in charge of rotating the cow. Leave the rest to me. Use a thick piece of wood to skewer the cow. All right, no problem. Fatso agreed. After a few leaps, he returned and used a thick and long branch to skewer the cow's body. With one hand raised, a cow weighing 400 to 500 pounds was as light as a feather in his hand. Seeing that Fatso was ready, Nianbing also moved quickly, her space ring flashing as she took out dozens of bottles and jars of various sizes. At the same time, she also took out a large condiment box and began adding spices into the various jars, stirring them quickly with a pair of chopsticks. While doing this, he muttered to himself, roasting a whole cow is not like roasting a whole lamb. Mutton was fatter and more tender than beef, and it was also more nutritious. Moreover, due to its size, it was easier to cook. This cow weighed at least 500 pounds. If an ordinary chef were to roast it, they would need to roast it for a period of time and eat the cooked meat on the outside first before continuing to roast it. Of course, I didn't need to do that. There were two important aspects to roasting meat. One was the control of the fire. The other one. It was the seasoning. Beef doesn't smell like mutton, so roasting a cow requires a lot of attention to seasoning. While speaking, Nianbing stopped mixing the spices and waved her left hand. With a boom, a huge flame engulfed the entire cow. Fatso was obviously used to it, but it gave the other Dragon King a fright. Nianbing smiled slightly and said, don't worry, this is just to get rid of the dirt. It will make the beef cleaner. As soon as she finished speaking, a layer of frost covered the cow's body, and the flame was extinguished, leaving a layer of black carbon on the surface of the cow. Seeing the black cow, Kadiris couldn't help but ask, can this thing be eaten? You said you were a good chef, but I don't think so. Fatso laughed. He said, then don't eat it later, but I know you're thick-skinned, and I'm afraid you won't be able to resist in the end. Nianbing, show them your prowess. Nianbing smiled and said, the quality of the food can only be seen after it's completely cooked. As a chef, one's mentality is very important, and I won't be affected by the outside world. The appearance of fire and ice will make the surface of the beef more tender, and the crispy skin will be more fragrant. At the same time, it will be easier to add flavor. A large brush appeared in Nianbing's hand, and after dipping it in the spices, it first brushed the already hollowed-out cow's body. The spices were picked out with the brush, and evenly spread into the cow's stomach. The spices didn't emit a trace of fragrance. Nian Bing's movements were very fast. One hand opened the cow's stomach, and the other hand quickly turned his wrist. His movements were like moving clouds and flowing water, without any pause, and every turn of his wrist was perfectly connected. After a while, the inside of the cow's stomach was completely brushed. Nian Bing wasn't in a hurry to do the next step, and with a low shout, a scorching flame rose from the ground, and at the same time, he signaled to Fatso. Fatso immediately understood. Originally, he was using one hand to lift the cow, but now he was using both hands, and slowly turned his wrist, so that the cow's body was evenly heated. Nian Bing didn't think of a way to remove the carbon layer on the cow's body, and just let it roast in his magic flame. After a while, when the cow's body was evenly heated, Nian Bing said to Fatso, "Pay attention, I want to increase the heat of the flame. You need to use your douqi to protect the cow's body, and don't let the flame continue to burn, but you also need to let the heat in." Roasting a cow wasn't like roasting other small animals, and using ordinary flames to roast it, it might not be cooked even after a day. Fatso nodded, and a layer of faint yellow light enveloped the cow's body. The moment the douqi appeared, Nian Bing softly chanted 2 lines of incantation, and the light changed, and the color of the flame suddenly turned blue. Wisps of steam continuously rose from the cow's body, and under the roasting heat, the layer of black carbon gradually fell off, and under the rapid roasting heat, the cow's body turned into a light yellow color, and a faint barbecued meat aroma spread out. Nian Bing didn't rush to start, he was still waiting. When cooking, the control of the flame must be extremely precise, and only then could the best food be produced. Sasari sat on the side in silence, and Kadiri's and Karadiris's eyes were completely attracted by the roasted cow, especially Kadiri's, who had already begun to swallow his saliva. Nian Bing suddenly moved, and his hand brought along a mirage, and a red light naturally jumped into the mirage, and the cow's body was still rotating. The red mirage seemed to have lightly touched the cow's body, and there was no change at all. In an instant, the flames on the ground that were supported by magic turned back to red, and the red light that jumped like a fairy in Nian Bing's hand disappeared at the same time. No one saw clearly what Nian Bing did, even though everyone present except Nian Bing was a god-tier dragon king. They also couldn't see clearly how fast Nian Bing's hand was. Ever since Nian Bing's spiritual power and physical strength had greatly improved, his Rain Dragon's dance knife technique had reached great success, and even he couldn't see clearly how fast his own hand was. Of course, if he wanted to see clearly, it wouldn't be difficult, but he would need to use his third eye to do so. The #1 knife technique in the world of cooking had been completely integrated into Nian Bing's cooking, and he had already reached the realm of phantom knife that Cha Ji had told him about when he taught him cooking. The knife moved according to one's heart, and he could control everything on the knife purely by feeling. There was no trace of sound, and once the knife was in his hand, it was as if it had become one with his body. The flames had changed from true fire to flexible fire, and the temperature had greatly decreased. Nian Bing moved, and no one knew when his hands had changed into a condiment box and a big brush, and he flipped his wrists. He quickly brushed a layer of seasoning on the cow's body. The seasoning itself didn't seem to have any fragrance, but under the roasting of the fire, the rich aroma of the meat mixed with the seasoning rose up, and the surrounding area was filled with the aroma of the roasted meat. Fatso, who was rotating the branches, was stunned, and his nose kept inhaling the aroma of the meat, as if he wanted to smell until he was full. Minutes and seconds passed, and Nian Bing was very calm. Everything was under his control due to his proficiency in cooking. When the aroma became stronger, and the cow's body began to drip with oil, he changed the magic flame back to true blue fire, and after 3 cycles of applying seasoning, the cow's body was much smaller than before. However, the aroma almost spread to the entire valley. For a moment, all the carnivores in the valley were attracted to the vicinity, but they didn't dare to approach because the Dragon King's dragon aura was too strong. At this moment, even Sasari's, who had a cold expression, had his eyes on the golden cow's body. They were all waiting for the final ripening of the beef. There were marks on the golden cow's body, and they were all caused by the righteous yang blade. Nian Bing cleaned the condiment box and the brush with ice water and put them in his space ring. He looked at the cow's body carefully and nodded. Slightly, it's almost ready to eat. As he said that, he made the first move. He immediately took out the righteous yang blade, and used magic to force the blade to cut a big piece of roasted meat, and used a branch to pick it up. This piece of meat was enough for him to eat. As soon as Nianbing finished his actions, 3 figures had already pounced on him. Fatso let out a strange cry, and immediately grabbed the cow's 2 hind legs, turned around, and wanted to run. However, he was not as fast as Sasari's and the others. Karadiris was the first to arrive, but there was a blue halo in his hands. He pulled hard, and one of the cow's front legs was already torn off with a large amount of beef. For a moment, steam rose, and a rich aroma filled the air. What surprised the Dragon King was that the cow's stomach was also golden. Karadiris purposely went easy on Sasari's, and Kadiri's had already caught up. The 2 brothers hit each other with their palms, and with a bang, Karadiris was stronger. He immediately pulled the cow's other front leg off. Kadiri's only had time to grab a piece of beef with his bare hands, and the delicious food he received was much less than his brother's. At this moment, a bright laugh sounded. Coming back early is not as good as coming back at the right time. Such fragrant meat. Before Fatso could react, he felt a sudden heat in his left hand. He subconsciously let go, and one of the cow's hind legs had already changed hands. Garamandis's familiar figure appeared beside him. The 2 of them pulled hard at the same time, and immediately the cow was split into 2 halves. After snatching the beef, except for the poor Kadiris, the other 4 Dragon King released a layer of light that belonged to their own element. Although Nianbing could not tell whether it was magic or combat energy, she could clearly feel the strength of it. Kadiris looked at the others with a bitter face. Damn, you guys are too unkind. You actually left me such a small piece of meat. Fatso laughed mischievously and said, "Who told you not to work hard? This is the difference in strength." He was the most complacent of all. Although Garamandis had snatched a lot of the meat in the end, he had the advantage of being close to Garamandis. He had gotten the most meat from the right hind leg and the attached meat. Immediately, he began to eat happily. Nianbing looked at the 5 Dragon King fighting over the food. She could not help but think of the time when she was learning from Xiaji. Whenever she ate a little more, Xiaji would say that she was like a hungry wolf. Compared to the current situation, a hungry wolf was nothing. These were hungry dragons, and there were as many as 5 of them. Although she did not know how big their stomachs were, she thought that each of them had the strength to eat a cow. At this moment, a gloomy voice came from the cave. "Give me some beef. Demanteti is very weak. She needs to replenish some nutrition." Along with the voice, a tall figure walked out of the cave. What followed was an ice-cold aura. It was not cold, but a gloomy coldness that came from the bones. Looking at the man with an evil aura in front of her, Nianbing knew without asking that he was the Dark Dragon King of the 7 Dragon Kings. She could not help but curiously look at him a few more times. Garamandis was about to eat when he heard the Dark Dragon King's words. Kadiri still could not change his bad habit. He laughed mischievously and said, "This is the first time I heard the word thanks from Kadiris. Did I hear wrongly? I got the least just now. Don't think about my delicious food. He. When exactly is Demanteti going to give birth?" Kadiris's gaze turned cold. "Stop talking nonsense. If you annoy me, I will eat your meat too." Although his expression was somewhat gloomy, it was hard to conceal the fatigue on his face. He was worried sick about Demanteti giving birth to a child. A dragon's child needed thousands of years of gestation, and the last part of the birth process was the most dangerous. It required constant protection. Demanteti was his most beloved. For thousands of years, for the sake of their child, Kadiris had always been by her side. He was afraid that something would happen to his beloved wife. With a flash, Garamandis arrived in front of Kadiris and handed over the beef leg in his hand. "I will give this to her. Don't worry, I haven't eaten a single bite." Kadiris's gaze moved. Among the 7 Dragon Kings, he had fought with Garamandis countless times. Most of the time, it was because of Demanteti. The 2 had always been incompatible, but after all, there was no real hatred between them. Kadiris nodded and said, "I will remember this favor." I thank you on behalf of Demanteti. Garamandes said indifferently, although I don't like you, we are after all a family. For so many years, I have always wanted to surpass you in all aspects. I also always thought that I would never lose to you in any aspect. But now, I have to admit that she was right to choose you. You are a qualified husband. Don't worry, I will not harass you in the future. Kadires was stunned for a moment. Garamandes, when did you change? His love rival's sudden show of goodwill made him a little uncomfortable. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Garamandes smiled faintly and said, she is already your wife. What's the use of thinking about her? It is better to open up and pursue more beautiful things. Go quickly. If the beef is cold, the taste will be much worse. I think Demanteti will definitely love it. This beef is made by the most outstanding human chef. Dark Dragon King Kadires looked deeply at Fire Dragon King Garamandes, then turned around and walked towards the cave. When he was about to re-enter the cave, he suddenly stopped and turned towards Nian Bing, who was looking at him not far away, and said, thank you. Demanteti hasn't wanted to eat anything for a long time. The beef you roasted looks pretty good. After saying that, he turned around and walked back into the cave. Caudilus laughed mischievously and said, human, I have lived for so many years and have never been thanked by him. I didn't expect him to thank you as soon as you came. It is really unfair. But your roasted beef is really good. Garamandes said unhappily, eating isn't enough to shut your mouth. Be careful that I don't steal it from you. Hearing this, Caudilus hurriedly increased his speed of swallowing. Sure enough, he stopped talking. Garamandes turned his gaze towards Fatso, who was wolfing down his food, revealing a malicious look. Feeling his gaze, Fatso's heart trembled and said somewhat helplessly, okay, I'll give you some. Don't look at me like that, as if you have that kind of hobby. After saying that, he tore off half of the meat and threw it to Garamandes. Garamandes took the meat and scolded jokingly, you damned Fatso, even if I have that kind of hobby, I wouldn't like you. With your figure. Humph. This meat was roasted by my brother, naturally I should have a share. Seeing everything that happened between the 7 Dragon Kings, Nianbing couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile. Although they also quarreled and fought, but the feelings between each other were inadvertently revealed. Thinking about how Fatso rushed over day and night as soon as he received the distress signal, he couldn't help but think in his heart. If humans could be like these Dragon Kings, perhaps there would be no more wars between humans. The meat was quickly finished. Garamandes and the other Dragon Kings' gazes fell on Fatso. Fatso hurriedly stuffed the last mouthful of beef into his mouth. Why are you looking at me? I only brought 1 cow. Caudilus said, only a fool would believe you. Hurry up and contribute to us, this beef is really fragrant. Human, how did you do it? The same piece of beef can produce so many different fragrances. Nianbing smiled faintly and said, using a quick fire to roast the meat is originally unable to produce the best fragrance, but during the roasting process, not only did I add all kinds of special seasonings, I also used a knife to cut hundreds of cuts on the cow's body, allowing the seasonings to penetrate deeply into the meat. At the same time, I also injected fire elements into the cow's body, so during the roasting process, every part of the cow's body can be evenly heated, so the taste is naturally good. You are Caudilus, right? Actually, the roasted cow's taste can't be said to be the best, after all, there is a limit to the ingredients. Unfortunately, I don't have the best kind of meat. Caudilus' eyes lit up and said, what kind of meat? Hurry up and tell me, as long as it's available on this continent, I have a way to get it for you. Nianbing smiled and said, of course, you are a Dragon King. This kind of delicacy, you can definitely get it, and that is dragon meat. Haven't you heard of the saying, dragon meat in the sky, donkey meat on the ground? If I can roast you, I think that the taste will be very good. Previously, Caudilus had questioned his culinary skills, so it was a good time to take revenge. After all, Garamandes was here. As expected, Caudilus was furious when he heard this. Stinky brat, you actually want to roast me? I'll roast you first. A ball of surging flame suddenly appeared, sweeping towards Nianbing. Nianbing thought to herself, mimicry magic. Unfortunately, a dragon's mimicry magic could only be used up to the 9th level, and Caudillus clearly didn't have any killing intent, so this fire magic was only at the 6th level. The innate domain appeared naturally, a rainbow light suddenly flashed, and the red light dimmed. It had already swallowed Caudillus' fire attack, and Yan Bing's innate domain only fluctuated slightly. Garamandi's figure flashed, and appeared in front of Nian Bing, ignoring Caudillus, using his own body to block Nian Bing, and said to him, "Aren't you going to ask where I sent Feng Nu?" Nian Bing smiled slightly, looked at him and said, "Do I need to ask?" His gaze revealed his trust. Garamandi's was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, "Yes. No need to ask, no need to ask." Nian Bing said, "From now on, you guys don't leave the 50 feet radius of the cave entrance. I will go and arrange some things. I think it will be useful to deal with the enemy." After saying that, he turned and walked outside. Garamandi's was just about to stop Nian Bing, but was stopped by the Wind Dragon King Caradiris. Caradiris smiled slightly and said, "If my guess is right, his arrangements are indeed very useful." Only when night fell did Nian Bing return to the cave entrance. At this time, he was clearly very tired, and directly sat down at the cave entrance. Without saying a word, he immediately entered a state of cultivation. Ever since he was able to cultivate innate, Nian Bing discovered that as long as he could absorb the innate qi between heaven and earth, even if he didn't eat or drink, he wouldn't feel any hunger or thirst. The 5 dragon kings were arranged in a formation of 3 behind 2, and together with Nian Bing at the cave entrance were Fatso, Space Dragon King Caudillus, and Garamandi's was sitting cross-legged in front of Nian Bing, and on his left and right were the Ice Dragon King, Sasaris, and the Wind Dragon King respectively. Being in the center of the 5 dragon kings, and with the constant light and dark auras behind him, the 7 elements were abnormally rich. The large amount of mana that he had consumed before was replenishing at a speed that even surprised Nian Bing. If he could continue to cultivate like this, reaching the realm of Archmage would be a very easy matter. In the state of cultivation, Nian Bing deliberately closed his heaven's eye. This allowed the innate qi to completely circulate within his body. Absorbing the rich magic elements, he felt like a fish in water, and very quickly immersed himself in the wonderful state of cultivation. The innate domain was actually a manifestation of one's own energy. Following the cultivation of the innate domain, Nian Bing gradually understood the origin of his innate domain. The most basic reason for him to be able to possess the innate domain was the body that his parents had given him. His parents were of the 2 attributes of water and fire, and he had inherited the abilities of these 2 attributes, which left him with an extremely good foundation. Cultivating magic from a young age allowed his body to continuously absorb the energy brought about by the magic elements. Especially after he had obtained the Stone of Fire and the Stone of Ice Goddess, the absorption process became even faster. As time passed, he gradually obtained magic blades one after another. Although he couldn't completely use their energy at that time, these magic blades had been imperceptibly transforming his body. Through the enormous amount of energy they possessed, his foundation gradually became firmer. Not long ago, he had opened his heaven's eye acupoint, and was able to absorb the innate qi between heaven and earth. This not only allowed his magic to reach a new level, but also allowed his body to enter the innate realm from the Hotian realm. Absorbing large amounts of energy from the 7 magic blades, the foundation of the innate domain that had always been in his body also continuously improved under this kind of cultivation. After 3 months of Fatso's torture, the innate domain had finally been successfully awakened. The reason why his innate domain was so strange was related to the 7 magic blades, Fatso's divine power, and his own body. The effects of its amplification, defense, and weakening abilities had already pushed him to the level where he could contend against an archmage. Time passed unknowingly. The 5 dragon kings were ancient mutated beasts that had lived for tens of thousands of years. Naturally, they wouldn't care about such a small amount of time. Nian Bing had also forgotten about the existence of time during this wonderful cultivation process. There were 7 physical energy spheres that were rotating at 2 different speeds in his body, and they were constantly expanding. The effects of forgetting about time and fully immersing himself in cultivation were definitely the most obvious. After an unknown amount of time, a wretched cry filled with shock came from within the cave. The entire mountain seemed to be shaken by it. The huge sound wave caused the 5 dragon kings to open their eyes at the same time. Galamandi's whole body trembled, and his expression was already somewhat flustered. They all knew that the radiant Dragon King Diamanti was about to give birth, the first of the 7 Dragon Kings to be born. The appearance of the sound wave and the change in the magic aura in the surroundings caused Nian Bing to wake up from her meditation. The benefits of the Tianyan acupoint were gradually being unlocked. One of the abilities was to keep one's mind inward, which allowed him to not be disturbed in the process of cultivation. Once there was a change in the outside world, the energy aura would affect the Tianyan acupoint, allowing Nian Bing to wake up in time. He opened his eyes in confusion and asked subconsciously, "What was that sound just now?" As soon as the words left his mouth, another miserable cry was heard, this time even more intense than before. Garamendi said in a deep voice, "Demanteti is about to give birth. From now on, we have to focus on defense. Even if it's us, the Dragon King, it will take at least 3 to 7 days to hatch a dragon egg. During this period, Demanteti will be extremely weak. Kagiasis will have to do his best to help her tide over this difficult period. And what we have to do is to prevent all living things from disturbing them." Screech! The second miserable cry was heard at this time. Demanteti's voice sounded somewhat hoarse. At the same time, Kagiasis' deep and hurried breathing could be heard from the depths of the cave. Suddenly, Garamandi's complexion changed. Not good, Demanteti has the purest light physique. It will be much more difficult for her to give birth to a dragon child with Kagiasis than for ordinary dragons. And right now, it's useless for Kagiasis to guard her. As the Dark Dragon King, his energy will only harm Demanteti. Quick, let's go in and help. Sure enough, Kagiasis' voice came from the depths of the cave. His voice had already lost its gloomy aura and was full of anxiety. "Come in quickly, I'm afraid Demanteti is having a difficult birth." 5 Dragon King frowned at the same time. At this time, the enemy could come at any time. And if Demanteti was having a difficult birth, the situation would become very difficult to say. 5 Dragon King rushed into the cave at the fastest speed. Garamandes was afraid that Nian Bing would be lost outside, so he carried her under his arm. Soon, they arrived at the interior of the cave. The deeper they went into the cave, the wider the surroundings became. When they arrived at the depths of the cave, Nian Bing discovered that the situation here was no different from Garamandes' cave. It was just that there was no strange magical aura here, but it was full of vigorous vitality. Perhaps, it was because of this enormous vitality that the Dark Dragon King and Light Dragon King chose to give birth here. After all, whether it was light or dark aura, any aura would cause harm to one of them. In the center of the cave, a beautiful giant golden dragon was crawling. Her whole body was emitting an intense golden radiance. The surging aura of light constantly surrounded her body, flickering between light and dark. Light Dragon King Demanteti closed her eyes in pain. Her huge body was constantly trembling. Every time she trembled, some golden liquid would flow out from her body. Dark Dragon King Kagiasis' face was full of anxiety, but he couldn't help. Garamandes flew to Kagiasis' side and whispered, "What's going on? Why is she having a difficult birth?" Kagiasis bitterly said, "I don't know. Maybe it's because our energy is too extreme and too enormous. The energy aura of the child-born is very strange. Demanteti and I have already felt it, but it wasn't until a few days ago when those people attacked that this feeling suddenly became stronger. Demanteti's vitality is constantly decreasing, and she can't give birth to dragon eggs. I'm afraid she's having a difficult birth. What should we do? What should we do now? Garamandes, help her, help her." Kagiasis' heart is already in chaos because the person he loves the most is facing a life-threatening crisis. Garamandes also had a bitter smile on his face. Looking at the other Dragon King, he said, "Don't worry, it's useless to be anxious at this time. We also don't know how to help you. If you talk about killing enemies or defending against enemies, we will naturally do our best. But when it comes to giving birth, do you think we have any experience? Moreover, the situation of the two of you is so strange. I'm afraid only the dragon god knows what to do." Kagiasis anxiously said, "Then what should we do now? The energy fluctuations in Demanteti's body are very strong, and the energy fluctuations are very strange. The two of us are unable to control this energy. If this continues, I'm afraid she won't be able to hold on." With Demanteti's situation, it's impossible for the 7 of us to contact the dragon god. What should we do? What should we do now? Can I give it a try? Nian Bing, who had been standing at the side all this time, suddenly spoke. Apart from Demanteti, the 6 dragon kings' gazes immediately focused on her. Kagiosis revealed a doubtful and inquiring look. Nian Bing said, since you can't do anything now, why don't you let me give it a try? I think your child should have inherited the 2 extreme energies of light and darkness, resulting in such a mutation. I am a magician of the same origin of ice and fire. I have some experience in fusing extreme magical energies. Perhaps, I can find a way to help the Light Dragon King. As long as the method works, you should be able to save her if you all act together. Indeed, although the 7 Dragon Kings could use mimicry magic, their mimicry magic was different from Nian Bing's. Nian Bing used the same origin of ice and fire to directly attract the magical energies of other elements for her own use. But the 7 Dragon Kings directly used their own powerful elemental energy to imitate the effects of other elements' magic. In essence, they were different to cope with the problem of fusing extreme magical energies. No matter how strong the 7 Dragon Kings were, they were not as knowledgeable as Nian Bing. Nian Bing had only suggested this because she had sensed the energy changes in Demanteti, the Light Dragon King. At this time, Kajios was already desperate. Even if there was only a little hope, he was unwilling to give up. He hurriedly said, okay, then you can try first. As long as you can save my wife and child, I can agree to any conditions you have. His breathing became more rapid, and a cold dark aura flickered, as if it could erupt at any time. Nian Bing walked towards Demanteti and said, I don't need you to repay anything. Garamandes is my friend, and you are his friend. What do friends need to repay each other for helping each other? Although the light aura around Demanteti was very unstable, being bathed in the light made Ling Nian Bing feel very comfortable. When he was about 3 meters away from Demanteti, a gentle energy stopped him from moving forward. That was Demanteti's own defensive power. Nian Bing's eyes flashed, and she naturally opened her innate domain. A 7-colored radiance floated out and surrounded her body. Under Nian Bing's control, the light element in the innate domain was immediately weakened. She took a few steps forward. After entering Demanteti's defensive range, Demanteti's body trembled, and her aura became even more unstable. At this time, the 6 Dragon King's eyes were all focused on Nian Bing. Kajios suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and hoped for a miracle. Nian Bing said softly, Light Dragon King, please don't reject my energy. Believe me, I am a friend of Garamandes, and I am here to help you. After saying that, he immediately expanded his innate domain, enveloping Demanteti's body. The 7 types of energy in the heavenly eye domain instantly became balanced, and the 7 types of magic elements simultaneously spread towards Demanteti's body. After opening his heavenly eye and entering Demanteti's body through the 7 types of magic elements, Nian Bing's heavenly eye could clearly see the situation inside Demanteti's body. Just as he expected, Demanteti was already very weak. It wasn't because her energy was weak. Her light energy was extremely powerful, but the inside of her body was unceasingly being torn apart by the extreme energy. That extreme energy appeared in her lower abdomen. Nian Bing knew that with Demanteti's strength, she was naturally able to completely crush and expel this energy from her body. However, she was clearly unwilling to do so, because if she did so, the dragon child that she and Dark Dragon King Kajios had nurtured for 1,000 years would also be finished. Therefore, she was willing to endure intense pain, and was unwilling to harm her own child. At this time, the meridians and flesh in the vicinity of the dragon egg were already somewhat eroded by the extreme energy. This was also the reason why there was golden blood flowing out of Demanteti's body. The great maternal love infected Nian Bing's heart, and he no longer hesitated. Under the guidance of the heavenly eye, he controlled his 7 types of energy and carefully brought it to Demanteti's lower abdomen. He enveloped the energy that had mutated due to the extreme repulsion. Relying on the 7 types of magical elements and the miraculous effects of the heavenly eye domain, Nian Bing weakened the negative effects of the extreme energy. He used his domain to forcefully envelop the dragon egg in Demanteti's body, slowly absorbing and weakening it. The 7 types of magical elements not only isolated Demanteti from the intense pain, but also protected the dragon egg. Although the extreme energy was still wreaking havoc after being weakened, producing all kinds of mutations within the dragon egg, as long as Nianbing's heavenly eye domain was still present, it would no longer harm Demanteti's body. At this time, Nianbing was already feeling a little strained. After all, this was the first time he was controlling the heavenly eye domain like this. Demanteti's body was too strong, and although she tried her best to let go of her body and mind, it still affected Nianbing's domain quite a bit. In addition, the strange energy attached to the dragon egg was wreaking havoc, which consumed a large amount of Nianbing's magical energy. Nianbing maintained his domain while saying, "Light Dragon King, you can use the light elemental energy to repair your body. With my domain around, I guarantee that your child won't be harmed. Only by perfecting your body can you give birth to it." Demanteti's body stopped trembling as the pain disappeared. She seemed to heave a sigh of relief as she gasped for air. Her tightly shut dragon eyes slowly opened, and she glanced at Nianbing gratefully. The light elemental energy that she had been suppressing surged forth, repairing the damage to her lower abdomen. The golden light gradually turned into a holy white light, and the light elemental energy around her body was no longer as unstable as before. Demanteti's body began to repair due to the burst of light elemental energy. The impact on Nianbing's domain became even greater. Nianbing gritted his teeth and endured while summoning his 7 magic swords. Through the effect of the 7 top-grade magic gems on the swords, he was barely able to stabilize his heavenly eye domain. Kagiosis, Garamandes, and the others heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that Demanteti's situation had taken a turn for the better. Kagiosis grabbed Garamandes' shoulder and revealed an expression of deep gratitude. Thank you, Garamandes. If not for this friend of yours, I'm afraid." Garamandes smiled faintly and said, "Don't say so much. As long as Demanteti is fine, it's fine." Fatso laughed and said, Congratulations, Kagiosis. I'm afraid you're going to be a father soon. You should also thank me. Nianbing was brought here by me." Diamante's light energy was truly astonishing. The damage to his body was so severe, but under the effect of the light energy, he was able to rapidly repair it. Beads of sweat had already started to drip from Nianbing's forehead. While continuously gathering magic through the 7 blades, he bitterly held on. He was very clear that Diamante's energy was too powerful. Coupled with the energy of that egg, it was impossible for him to help Demanteti give birth to the child with his current heavenly eye domain. After all, any dragon king was much stronger than him. Fortunately, now that he had ascertained the situation, it would be much easier to do this next step. Nianbing took a deep breath and stabilized his domain with all his strength. He said in a deep voice, 7 dragon kings, you have to pay attention to what I'm saying now. Wait a moment, you'll take over my current job. My energy is too weak to help the light dragon king give birth to the child. The 7 of you have to work together to give birth to the child. Moreover, according to my observations, the child of the light and dark dragon king is very strange. Its energy doesn't belong to any of the 7 elements. It should be a variant energy. Therefore, not only do you have to help the light dragon king give birth to the dragon egg, you also have to help her hatch it. Only with the combined strength of the 7 of you can you do all this. Otherwise, even if you can save the light dragon king, you won't be able to save the child. I'll use my innate domain to envelop the dragon egg and use it to weaken the variant energy within it so that it won't affect the light dragon king's body. Although your abilities can't be weakened, with the 7 of you, you can completely control the various energy fluctuations of the dragon egg. What you have to do is very simple. At the same time, inject your energy into the light dragon king's body and protect the dragon egg at the lower abdomen. As long as the 7 types of energy are balanced, coupled with the light dragon king's physical strength, it won't be difficult to give birth to the child. Do you understand what I mean? Kagiosi nodded and said, You're saying that the 7 of us have to work together to protect the dragon egg with the 7 types of energy, and then help Demanteti give birth to it. Garamandes said with some worry, Must we use the 7 types of energy? Can we use a few less? In this kind of situation, if the 7 of us help Demanteti, who will protect it? As soon as Garamandes said this, the cave immediately became silent. They all knew how powerful the enemy was. Without 4 or more dragon kings, it was impossible to resist the enemy's attack. However, Demanteti's situation was so dangerous. For a moment, all the Dragon Kings fell into a dilemma. They all looked at Nianbing, hoping that at least one or two Dragon Kings would not participate in the process of helping. Nianbing shook her head helplessly and said, "That's impossible. The energy of this dragon egg is extremely strange. Only by using the 7 types of energy at the same time and maintaining a balanced state can it be suppressed. If one type of energy is missing, it will be destroyed. Therefore, all 7 types of energy must be used at the same time. Garamandes, do you trust me?" Garamandes nodded and said, "Of course we trust you. You've already won our trust with your own actions. Tell us, what else can we do?" Nianbing gritted her teeth and said, "If you trust me, then leave the task of defense to me. However, I hope that you can give me the remaining 4 Miorda's sealing bottles. Only with them can I protect you. The enemy's main goal is these 4 bottles, not to destroy you. If there is no other choice, I would rather destroy the remaining 4 bottles than give them to them. I have already arranged more than 10 eternal sleep domains around this mountain. With these domains and the bottles I control, I should be able to hold on for a while. During this time, you must do your best to hatch the dragon egg. As soon as the little dragon king is born, immediately come and help me repel the enemy. You must decide quickly, my domain can't hold on for much longer." The 6 dragon kings looked at each other in dismay. No one uttered a word. Katerio said resolutely, "Nianbing, thank you for your kindness. I trust you." After saying that, a black light flashed in his hand and a bottle of Miorda's sealing bottles appeared. The Ice Dragon King and Wind Dragon King sighed at the same time and also took out the bottles they were guarding. Demanteti spat out a mouthful of golden light and gathered 4 bottles. Nianbing took a deep breath and consolidated her domain once again. She said to the 7 Dragon Kings, "All right, you can begin. First, carefully transfer the energy into the Light Dragon King's body and coordinate it with her own energy. Control the strength of the energy to be exactly the same, then take over my current position." At this time, Demanteti's injuries had already healed under the enormous amount of light energy. The 6 Dragon Kings led by Katerios didn't dare to be negligent. Their figures flashed and each of their palms pressed on Demanteti's body from 6 different directions. They knew that every minute they gained would increase the probability of successfully hatching the little Dragon King. The strength of the 7 Dragon Kings was at least equivalent to 7 God-tier masters. Furthermore, their dragon magic had its own unique characteristics. They had lived on this continent for more than 10,000 years. Although they would only meet once in a while, they had already reached a tacit understanding with each other. Nianbing didn't have to wait for too long. 7 abundant and powerful energy auras had already formed a layer of barrier and surrounded her. Nianbing breathed a sigh of relief. She carefully withdrew her innate domain and let the 7 Dragon Kings take over her previous position. However, she was afraid that the 7 Dragon Kings wouldn't be able to control it well, so she still used her sky's eye to observe the situation inside Demanteti's body. Her worries were completely unnecessary. The 7 Dragon Kings' control of energy had already reached an extremely high level. With the 7 of them working together, they could easily control the energy around the dragon egg. Under the squirming of Demanteti's body, the dragon egg released and absorbed the mutated energy while slowly expelling it. After completely withdrawing her magic aura and the ability of her sky's eye, Nianbing felt weak all over. After all, she had used up too much energy just now. She didn't dare to be negligent. She hurriedly put the 4 sealing bottles of Mudas that the Dragon Kings took out into her space ring. She stopped breathing and absorbed the surrounding innate aura and magic elements. Since she had taken over the heavy responsibility of defending, she had to adjust her condition. She had never seen a lich before, but she more or less knew how powerful a dark witch was. At that time, even Hillard was terrified by the appearance of the dark witch. She was afraid that it would be very difficult for her to deal with these 2 powerful guys. Now, she could only hope that the magic formations she had set up would be effective. Just as Nianbing was recovering his mana anxiously, there was a man-made ice cave not far from the valley that was filled with a dark and evil aura. Dark Witch Safin had completely recovered her strength with the help of her master, Evil Moon. A powerful aura was faintly discernible in the dark mist. "Evil Lord, should we continue?" Now that the 7 dragon kings have all gathered, I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to gain any advantage. With your ability, you can at most deal with 2 or 3 dragon kings at the same time. In addition to the dark dragon king who is guarding the light dragon king, there are at least 5 dragon kings in charge of guarding. As long as they don't come out, it will be very difficult for us to do anything. Evil Moon stood with his hands behind his back. The surrounding cold didn't affect him at all. Safin's judgment was very accurate. Although the light dragon king, who was the greatest threat to him among the 7 dragon kings, couldn't attack because she was giving birth, the other dragon king's draconic magic wasn't a joke either. After planning for so many years, he didn't want to fail at the last step. However, he was unwilling to give up just like that. Walking back and forth in the cave, Evil Moon was also constantly thinking. Should he attack or give up? He was unwilling. He was really unwilling. If he could obtain all of the sealing bottles of Mudas, he would be able to open the lost country of his dreams. At that time, the promise from back then would be fulfilled, and all his wishes would become possible. However, the 7 dragon kings were definitely the strongest on this continent. With all of the 7 dragon kings here, even if 2 of them didn't participate in the battle, he was afraid, Lord Evil Lord, it's better to decide early. I already felt the fluctuation of life aura just now. I'm afraid that the light dragon is about to give birth. We still have 3 days. According to my estimation, the light dragon's birth and incubation will take at least 3 days to complete. A black figure walked out from a dark corner and came directly to Evil Moon's side. Leaning gently on him, it was the vampire prince Sina. Evil Moon hugged Sina's slender waist. After a moment of silence, he said, "This operation can't be cancelled. Our appearance the day before yesterday has already made the 7 dragon kings vigilant and let go of this opportunity. It's very likely that there won't be another chance. So even if there are sacrifices, we have to act. I'll make it clear in advance. After the operation begins, if anyone flinches without my orders, don't blame me for being rude. Alright, let's start preparing now. We'll act in 6 hours. Dark Wizard Safin didn't say anything else when he heard Evelmoon's decision. Even though he was a dark wizard, he was only one of Evelmoon's top fighters. Moreover, it was just as Evil Moon had said. If he let go of this opportunity, he probably wouldn't get another one. The evil aura kept condensing in the cave. The whole cold mountain ridge was like a storm was coming. Nianbing sat cross-legged and meditated while observing the 7 dragon kings' actions. An hour had passed. The light dragon king Demanteti's expression gradually changed from relaxed to nervous. Although the other 6 dragon kings didn't show any signs of strain, their expressions were very serious. Obviously, Demanteti was about to give birth. Nianbing's magical energy recovered very quickly by the side of the 7 dragon kings. Magical elements kept condensing, and with the gathering of innate energy, the consumption caused by excessive use of the innate domain was gradually recovered. It wouldn't take too long for him to return to his best state. Suddenly, the bodies of the 7 dragon kings shook at the same time. A layer of faint halo floated out from the lower abdomen of the light dragon king Demanteti. The first thing that appeared was actually a black light. Then, the black light gradually turned white, and then gray. An egg-shaped object was vaguely wrapped in the light. It was the first time Nianbing saw a dragon egg. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. The egg was about 2 feet long. The perfectly round egg emitted a gray light. The egg was very smooth. As soon as it appeared, it was immediately lifted into the air by the 7 different colored magical energy of the 7 dragon kings. The 7 types of energy strengthened at the same time and tightly surrounded the egg. The egg was finally born. Next, it was the process of hatching. Nianbing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that he had passed the first stage. He hoped that there wouldn't be any problems later. Since the egg had been born, he didn't stay in the cave anymore. He turned around and walked out. When he reached the entrance of the cave, he sat down cross-legged again and began to meditate. At the same time, he paid attention to all the movements around him. While meditating, Nianbing secretly prayed in his heart. "Little Dragon King, you have to come out quickly. Otherwise, I'm done for." At this moment, Nianbing felt that time was passing very slowly. Although his magical energy recovered very quickly, but even if it fully recovered, it was still impossible to face the unknown danger. After an unknown amount of time, when the magical energy in Nianbing's body was fully recovered, he jumped up from the ground. He summoned his 7 magical blades from the space ring and inserted them into the cave entrance. He closed his eyes and focused his spiritual energy on the Tianyan acupoint, paying attention to all the movements around him. Suddenly, Nianbing's spiritual energy moved. He abruptly opened his eyes and sighed in his heart. What was to come had still come. Although he hoped that the danger would stay away from him and that he could live a better life, since what was to come had already come, he wouldn't shrink back. At this moment, his mood had calmed down. He stood there calmly and waited. No, bastard. Safin roared. A huge amount of energy appeared out of nowhere and actually sucked away his spiritual energy. Although the Nether Witch's spiritual energy wasn't any weaker than the Dragon God's, he still couldn't withstand this kind of extraction. More than 10 Nether demons had already fallen to the ground and lost the ability to move. Most of the subordinates brought by the vampire Prince Sina were also lying on the ground. Their spiritual energy was much weaker. Suddenly losing it caused a huge burden on their bodies. Among all of them, only Evil Moon and the vampire Prince Sina weren't affected. A faint blue light flashed in Evil Moon's eyes. He let out a deep and gloomy roar. A circle of dark green light floated out and enveloped all of his subordinates. Only then did it isolate their spiritual energy. What a brilliant magic array. Since when did these Dragon King learn how to set up magic arrays? This is obviously prepared for us. Streaks of dark green light floated out and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Nianbing, who was at the entrance of the cave, was shocked. His consciousness blurred for a moment. He said in horror, "How cruel. They actually destroyed 4 of my eternal sleep. Are these guys even human? How did they do it?" He had always been very confident in the eternal sleep magic array. He didn't expect that the magic array in front of him would be broken so easily. Of course, he didn't know that as the evil lord, Evilmoon's heart was filled with anger. The originally powerful dark forces under his command had lost more than 30% of their combat power because of this hidden magic array. The appearance of the eternal sleep magic array didn't dispel Evilmoon's idea of advancing. Instead, it strengthened his confidence. This was because he thought that as proud dragons, they actually knew how to use magic arrays. Obviously, there was a reason. He didn't know what the reason was, but it should be unfavorable to the Dragon King. The valley that was as warm as spring gradually became a little cold. It wasn't cold air, but a faint chill. Nianbing was waiting. Waiting for the enemy's arrival, he had already drawn a hexagram of ice and fire on the ground at the entrance of the cave. At this moment, he couldn't help but miss his hedgehog vest. If he had the magic scroll of that vest, perhaps he could resist for a while longer. There was still no movement in the cave. Obviously, it was impossible to hatch successfully in a short time. The ground began to tremble slightly. Nianbing's heart trembled. He knew that the enemy had arrived. Suddenly, just a few dozen feet in front of him, cracks appeared on the ground. White bone claws stretched out from the cracks. The cracking sounds were accompanied by a strong sense of fear. One by one, skeletons jumped out from the cracks. Each skeleton held a bone knife in its hand. Their movements were very slow. The position of the eyes on the skulls emitted a faint green light. The sound of bones rubbing against each other made Nianbing's scalp tighten. It was the first time he had seen such a thing. The number of skeletons was increasing, and it seemed that they had no intention of stopping. The skeletons seemed to have noticed the vitality emitted from Nianbing's body. One by one, they lined up neatly, raised the bone knives in their hands, and kept moving in the direction of Nianbing. Nianbing didn't move. He wasn't in a hurry. The psychological pressure that the skeletons brought to him was far more useful than the strength that they could show. The appearance of the skeletons filled the entire valley with an aura of death. With every step they took, Nianbing's heart would beat faster. Finally, the psychological pressure made Nianbing unable to endure it any longer. He opened his Tianyan acupoint and scanned the large number of skeletons in front of him. He discovered that there was a ball of green flame in the skull of these skeletons, and this ball of flame was clearly the source of power for the skeletons to move. Nianbing didn't know where these undead creatures came from, but he was sure that they were not his friends. Rise. Holy light that pierces through heaven and earth. You represent the endless light that illuminates the earth. Transform, the aura of holy light, in the radiance of the same origin of ice and fire, blossom your divine splendor. Holy light. The light that pierced through heaven and earth suddenly became bright, and a soft milky white halo continuously condensed in front of Nianbing. The skeletons that were originally moving forward rhythmically seemed to be afraid of this milky white light. They stopped moving forward, as if they were waiting for something. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound came from afar. The skeletons seemed to have forgotten everything, and their originally clumsy bodies became abnormally agile. One after another, they rushed in the direction of Nianbing. Their bones were covered in a layer of green light. Nianbing's eyes had already turned into a milky white light. Through his Tianyan acupoint, he could clearly see every movement of these skeletons. The milky white halo instantly blossomed, and the holy light illuminated the earth, spreading into the distance. The holy light, which was also the light of purification, had the best effect on dark creatures. Wherever the milky white halo passed, the skeletons' bodies melted like snow, turning into a ball of ashes, and disappeared under the breeze. Large numbers of skeletons continued to fall. Even Nianbing himself didn't expect that the holy light magic could actually have such a wonderful effect. When the holy light shone on the distant cracks in the ground, those cracks actually emitted bursts of green smoke. The cracked ground slowly closed, and no more skeletons crawled out. The white halo gradually disappeared, and the valley returned to its original tranquility. If not for the cold aura becoming stronger, perhaps Nianbing would have the illusion that nothing had happened. Clap clap clap. Applause suddenly sounded, and a black shadow seemed to rise from the ground, gradually appearing in front of Nianbing, step by step walking in his direction. I was wondering how the Dragon King could arrange such an exquisite magic array. It turns out that there was a human here, and a light magician at that. It seems that you were invited by the Dragon King to help. Nianbing knew that the main character had come, and a white light shone between his eyebrows. Through his Tianyan acupoint, he could clearly see the figures hidden in the black fog. Walking in the front was a person shrouded in a black robe, and the one who spoke was him. Beside him, on the left, was a slender woman with abnormally fair skin. She was extremely beautiful, but she revealed a trace of demonic aura. On his right was a mass of black fog. Seeing this mass of fog, Nianbing's heart suddenly sank. It wasn't that he hadn't seen the same thing before. Behind the three of them, there were over 100 kinds of monsters shrouded in dark aura. They already couldn't be called human, because they already didn't have the appearance and aura of a human. But Nianbing couldn't name these dark creatures. Nianbing didn't speak, and unceasingly condensed the magic elements in the air. He just used a magic, so he needed to recover his magic power as soon as possible. So it's you, brat. Seifen angrily roared, and took the lead to rush out of the black fog. Upon hearing his voice, Nianbing also recognized him, and said in surprise, "Underworld Witch Seifen, you actually didn't die? Good, it's good. That you didn't die. You didn't die last time, but that doesn't mean you won't die this time. I think the courier won't let you go this time." While saying that, he pointed to the holy radiance blade on the ground. Seifen's breath stagnated. Seeing the holy radiance blade, a feeling of fear rose from the depths of his soul. How could he know that the holy radiance blade emitting a holy aura had already lost its connection with the sacred teacher? Although the holy aura on it was extremely dense, Nianbing's strength was no longer enough to pose a threat to him. "Oh? Seifen, you know each other?" Evil Moon said indifferently. Seifen respectfully replied, reporting to Evil Lord, "This kid is the human I told you about. He almost destroyed my body and soul last time. He has the sacred teacher's dawn blade in his hand. It's very powerful. Last time it was the holy flame emitted by this blade that made me so weak." He hated Nianbing to the extreme. If he hadn't met Nianbing, if it hadn't been for this holy radiance blade, how could he have been so weak that he was captured by Yu, let alone become Evelmun's servant? For a powerful dark creature like him, there was nothing more painful than having his freedom restricted. If it hadn't been for Evelyn's words that moved him, he would rather self-destruct than be used by other dark creatures. At this time, seeing Nianbing again, if he had eyes, he might have already spouted fire. Evil Moon swept a glance at the 7 blades on the ground, and his dark green eyes revealed a trace of surprise. He didn't move forward, and calmly said, "Human, if you leave now, then nothing will happen. I can pretend that nothing happened. Our target is only the 7 Dragon Kings. Call them out." He didn't have any confidence in this operation, and didn't want to complicate matters. Nianbing smiled indifferently. She said disdainfully, "You want to find the 7 Dragon Kings with your small fries? I alone am enough to deal with you." "That's right, I was the one who set up the magic arrays outside, but they're just appetizers." Evil Moon looked at Nianbing calmly and said, "In that case, don't blame me for being rude." As he spoke, he waved his hand and 2 black shadows flew out from behind him. They rushed towards Nianbing like lightning. If Nianbing did not go through 3 months of baptism with the Earth Dragon King Fatso, he would definitely not be able to deal with such a fast attack. However, things were different now. No matter how fast they were, he could still see them through his heaven's eye. They were 2 giants over 3 meters tall, and their thick bodies exuded a strong evil aura. In the process of rushing over, the deathly still gray airflow condensed into 2 long sabers, slashing at Nianbing from both sides. Nianbing didn't move. He wanted to give the other party an unfathomable feeling. When Evil Moon and the others appeared, he had already prepared the incantation. He watched as the 2 black shadows rushed to within 5 meters of him. Suddenly, a 7-colored light flashed and the 7 divine blades on the ground disappeared. 7 blurry shadows crossed each other. What could be faster than the speed of energy? The full element shadow golem appeared once again. The 2 underworld demons' bodies froze in the air. In the next moment, they turned into minced meat on the ground. The wind blew. The minced meat on the ground turned into ashes and disappeared. Evil Moon frowned. Indeed, he couldn't tell how strong Nianbing was on the surface. The 7 blades in front of Nianbing made him very confused. Every blade exuded a strong aura. Although the 2 netherworld demons weren't very strong, they were still very strong. Although the 2 underworld demons weren't strong, their bodies were strong enough. They could instantly kill the 2 underworld demons without him knowing how to attack. Nianbing in front of him had already attracted the evil lord's attention. It was obvious that this young human knew the underworld wizard Safin, and since he was able to guard this place, he knew how powerful they were. However, he still didn't show any intention of retreating, and it was obvious that he wasn't afraid of them, or he had some backing. Since none of the 7 Dragon Kings showed up, could this be a trap? Evil Moon hesitated. After all, he didn't have absolute confidence in this operation. Seeing that his opponent wasn't moving, Nianbing was happy to wait. All he had to do was stall for time. The 7 shadow puppets hid behind him. These shadow puppets could absorb Xianxia on their own, so they wouldn't consume his energy. Although Safin hated Nianbing, he had a deep fear of the Holy Radiance Blade. He didn't dare to take the initiative to fight. He could only watch as Nianbing stood there and looked at Yifeng with disdain. "Evil Lord, let me do it." Sina's charming voice sounded. Her body flashed, and she flew more than 10 feet away. She stopped not far from Nianbing. She looked at Nianbing from head to toe and smiled. She said, "Young man, you are very handsome. I wonder how your blood tastes?" Her eyes flashed with an evil light. She stared at Nianbing. Nianbing looked into her eyes, and felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He knew that something was wrong, and hurriedly closed his eyes, not daring to look into her eyes. Although he had learned a lot about dark magic these days, he was still far from being able to compare to a true dark world powerhouse like Sina. Sina giggled and dashed forward. The evil glint in her eyes grew even brighter. Just as she was about to attack Nianbing, a silver-white light suddenly erupted from Nianbing's forehead. Countless rays of silver-white light shot out, and Sina's body came to an abrupt halt. She cried out in pain and flew backward. Her evil eyes lost their power under the stimulation of the silver-white light. She could no longer release evil aura through her eyes. Nianbing opened his eyes again. With the heaven's eye, he saw Sina clearly. He said indifferently, so it's a bat. Your evil light has no effect on me. Forget it. Evil Moon said in surprise, Heaven's eye acupoint opened. No wonder. You are a master who has opened the Heaven's eye acupoint. Human, you must be from the continent of gods. Nian Bing's heart skipped a beat. He didn't admit or deny it. He still had a mysterious smile on his face. He stood there calmly and looked at the group of evil beings in front of him. The seductive look in Sina's eyes disappeared. The evil coldness made the light around her dim a lot. Her evil eyes gradually turned golden. With a whoosh, a pair of blood-red wings spread out. A huge pressure suddenly appeared, as if it was on Sina's side. A gigantic demonic mouth appeared, and it seemed as if it could swallow Nian Bing at any moment. Nian Bing was shocked. He could feel Sina's power through the Heaven's eye acupoint, but he couldn't retreat now. He could only look at Sina in silence and think of a countermeasure. Sina's hands formed a strange hand shape in front of her. She kept chanting in a strange voice. Traces of clear black aura kept condensing in front of her. Nian Bing knew he couldn't wait. If he let her condense energy, once it reached the level of a forbidden spell, he wouldn't be able to resist. He wouldn't have any chance. With a thought, the light puppet floated out. The holy light on the holy brilliance blade shone brightly. It rushed in front of Sina in an instant and gently slashed at her hands. When the holy aura met the evil aura, the white light became even more holy. Nian Bing seemed to hear the fear of the evil aura in the air. The light puppet's holy brilliance blade shone with a powerful white light. It was already in front of Sina. Sina looked at the light puppet coldly. She didn't dodge. Instead, half-foot-long fingernails suddenly grew out of her 10 fingers. She flicked her right hand. Balls of dark energy slammed into the glow emitted by the holy brilliance saber. A few powerful explosions occurred in the air as the light puppet was sent flying. Even though the holy brilliance saber was the nemesis of evil, Nian Bing's strength was still too far away from it. Sina smiled sinisterly as the red wings on her back spread open. Her body seemed to glide on water as she arrived in front of Nian Bing in the blink of an eye. Every time she moved, the evil aura around her would become stronger. The vampire queen's power was not to be underestimated. 7 shadows flashed, and all 7 shadow puppets moved at the same time. The 7 blades burst out with lights of various elements, and the shadows intertwined to stop Sina. The biggest advantage of the shadow puppets was their speed. However, Nian Bing was shocked to discover that the speed of the vampire in front of him wasn't any slower than his shadow puppets. This was especially so when the shadow puppets attacked her. She was always able to easily dodge them as if she knew what was going on. Her delicate body constantly twisted and turned, and she was like a wisp of smoke as she shuttled between the 7 shadow puppets. The black air current sent the 7 shadow puppets flying time and time again, avoiding the sharpest side of the 7 blades as she gradually approached Nian Bing. Nian Bing was already standing there without moving. He stared at Sina, who was getting closer and closer to him. He could feel her evil aura getting stronger and stronger. He laughed bitterly in his heart. Garamandes, you have to hurry up. Sina was a little hesitant when she first attacked Nian Bing. After all, Nian Bing's strength was unfathomable. However, she relaxed a lot when she repelled the light puppets. Even the light holy blade, which was most effective against darkness, did not have enough power to push her back. It seemed that the human in front of her was not that scary. He only relied on the light puppets. The speed of the light puppets was indeed a problem for Sina. After all, they were meticulously researched by Nian Bing. Back then, even the Earth Dragon King Fatso suffered a loss. However, Sina's speed, innate bad instincts, and dodging techniques were far superior to the Earth Dragon King Fatso. In order to preserve more of her strength to deal with the 7 Dragon Kings, Sina did not use her strongest ability. She only relied on her tyrannical body and speed to close in on Nian Bing. In her mind, it would be enough if she could destroy Nian Bing. The light puppets gradually retreated under Sina's pressure. They were getting closer and closer to Nian Bing. Their energy was also gradually weakened because they could not maintain the speed of their condensation. Nian Bing wasn't in a hurry. He still didn't move. He was waiting for the best opportunity. He could only surprise his opponent once, and this was his only chance. If he couldn't severely injure his opponent, he wouldn't have another chance. Finally, Sina was 30 feet away from Nianbing. The powerful evil aura continued to surge in Nianbing's direction. The surging evil energy made Nianbing's skin cold. However, he was no longer an ordinary magician. His body had been modified, so this kind of stimulation was not enough to pose a threat to him. The 30 feet distance quickly became 20 feet, and then 10 feet. Under the pressure of the evil aura, Nianbing had already shut down his breathing. He was relying on his connate energy to maintain his breathing. Sina's body flashed 7 times in a row, and her dark magic power abruptly burst forth, forcing the 7 shadow puppets back at the same time. Her body flashed in an arc, and her right hand with long fingernails was already right in front of Nianbing's face. Right at this moment, a rainbow halo erupted with Nianbing at its center. Sina's originally light body suddenly sank, and she was shocked to discover that her dark magic energy was rapidly weakening. The 7 shadow puppets charged at her at the same time. Under the enhancement of the heavenly eye domain, the 7 shadow puppets were instantly at their most powerful state. Their 7 magic sabers were filled with surging energy, and their speed was doubled. Meanwhile, Sina's speed had been greatly reduced in her shock. This was the ultimate move Nianbing had left for her. However, Sina was an evil creature that had been around for over 1,000 years. She was far too experienced when it came to actual combat. She couldn't care less about conserving her strength at this critical moment. The dark evil energy in her body suddenly burst forth. Her red wings looked like they were about to bleed. A red mist of blood gushed out of them. She was trying to use her powerful energy to break free of Nianbing's innate domain. The blood mist was extremely powerful. Not only did it reduce the effectiveness of the Sky Eye domain by more than half, but it also acted like a solid barrier that blocked the attacks of the light puppets. However, her barrier only blocked the 6 light puppets, including the light puppet. The black figure actually ignored the existence of the blood mist and floated in. With a lightning-fast slash, it heavily slashed at Sina's wings. Ah! In the intense pain, the dark energy gushed out of Sina's wounds, as if it wanted to suck her body dry. The vampire queen's tyrannical body instantly shrank, and her golden pupils returned to normal. Her beautiful face twisted with fear. She didn't know what was going on, but the dark energy she had cultivated for over 1,000 years was being continuously absorbed. The slash on her back was like a bottomless abyss that was devouring her body. After all, Evil Moon and Sina were husband and wife. Sina's situation immediately attracted his attention. His body, which was completely wrapped in a black robe, floated up, and dozens of dark green lights shot out. In the blink of an eye, they had entered Nianbing's Sky Eye domain. Evelyn's actions naturally attracted Nianbing's attention. However, when the green lights entered her domain, Nianbing found that they didn't belong to any element. Apart from delaying their attacks, she couldn't weaken them at all. Right at this moment, the shadow puppet moved on its own. The sword projection that had been slashing down on Sina's back rose into the air, and a black flame seemed to be burning on its blade. It moved at extreme speed, and it turned into a blur. It flashed through the air a dozen times in a row, and all of the green light that came into contact with the black flame were instantly incinerated. Although the Sky Eye area was affected to a certain extent, it wasn't too much of a hindrance. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sina spat out a mouthful of blood, and released a blood mist to block the 6 shadows' attacks. She let out a shrill cry, and under the protection of the blood mist, she forced her way out of the Sky Eye domain and returned to the Lord of Evil's side. It wasn't that she didn't want to take the opportunity to kill Nianbing. However, the closer the heavenly eye realm was to Nianbing's body, the stronger the realm would become. In order to survive, she didn't dare to take any risks. Everything became silent again. Sina knelt weakly on the ground, gasping for breath. She had lost a lot of her dark energy, and it wasn't just her external energy. Even her most precious soul energy had been sucked away by that slash. She didn't understand what had happened, but as a dark creature, her heart was filled with fear. After Sina retreated, Nianbing immediately withdrew her Sky Eye domain. Sina wasn't the only one who didn't understand what had just happened. Even Nianbing didn't understand what had happened. When Sina released the blood mist, his heart sank. Through the sky-eye domain, he could clearly sense that the blood mist wasn't completely dark anymore. His 7 shadow puppets hadn't been completed yet, so there was no way they could break through such a strong defense. Just as he was about to react, the shadow puppet severely injured Sina. Not only that, but the shadow puppet also automatically blocked Evil Moon's attack for him. Nian Bing had a feeling that if it weren't for Evil Moon, the shadow puppet's slash would have sucked all of Sina's energy dry. He didn't know where this feeling came from, but it felt so real. The 7 shadow puppets lined up neatly in front of Nian Bing. In this short period of time, they quickly absorbed the connate energy in the air to replenish themselves. Of course, this didn't include the shadow puppet. The shadow puppet's body appeared to be much more solid than before, although it was still in a transparent form of energy. However, there seemed to be a black mist swirling around its body. It was obviously much stronger than the other shadow puppets. Seeing all of this, Nian Bing remembered the name of the blade in the shadow puppet's hand, the demon-devouring blade. Could it be that it can devour the aura of all demons? 7 blades, each one has its own characteristics, each one is filled with an unusually powerful aura, each one has its own uniqueness. Until now, Nian Bing had not figured out how powerful the energy hidden in these blades is. However, the shadow puppet's sudden outburst made him vaguely feel something. Of course, this feeling was not clear. Evelmon's cold voice sounded. "Safin, you should recognize this blade. I didn't expect. It's still in the human world and didn't follow its master. I really didn't expect it." Safin's voice trembled. It's the curse of eternal hell, the demon-devouring blade. How could it be? How could Emperor Kurobutsu's demon-devouring blade be in this boy's hands? Moreover, this blade seems to have changed. It has become more powerful than before. Before, it did not seem to have this kind of ability. Demon Lord, I really don't know why this happened. When Emperor Kurobutsu and I were sealed together, I lost contact with him. You know, the main target of the divine prohibition is Emperor Kurobutsu. He alone bore nearly 70% of the divine prohibition. How could he survive? But, this blade. Evil Moon raised his hand, stopping Safin from continuing. Slowly, step by step, he approached Nian Bing. While walking, he calmly said, "Human, although your strength is beyond my expectations, but, you know, in the battle between you and Sina, I also saw a lot of things. At least, I can be sure that you are not from the godly continent. Even if you have opened your Tianyan acupoint, it's only opened your Tianyan acupoint. I have to admit, you are a genius, your psychological quality is also very good. What a pity, your strength is still not enough to contend against us. If you didn't have those 7 blades in your hand, Safin could have easily killed you. Looking at you, you're just a human archmage. Although your magic is very strange, and you have a strange innate domain, your only result is death. I think you should have a certain relationship with the 7 Dragon Kings. If you are their friend, and they allowed you to guard here alone, then the 7 Dragon Kings will be in some trouble. I really didn't think that I would find such a good opportunity today. Human, I admire your magic. You have Emperor Kurobutsu's devouring blade. If you are willing to submit to me, then not only will I spare your life, I will also teach you powerful dark magic and make you the strongest human. Perhaps you are stalling for time, but you no longer have the chance." Upon hearing Evil Moon's words, Nian Bing's heart sank. He knew that it wasn't because he was careless. The main problem was his own strength. The guy in front of him, who was called the Evil Lord, must be the leader of these people in the dark. He must be the lich that Garamans mentioned. Based on his experience, Nian Bing knew that the Evil Lord had seen through his flaws in his battle with Sina. Nian Bing was still not strong enough. However, he still overestimated her. In fact, she still hadn't reached the level of a magus. If it wasn't for the devouring blade, she would have been torn to pieces by Sina. Submitting could be exchanged for life, but would she? No, absolutely not. The pride in her bones filled Nianbing's body and mind. Looking back, she took a deep look at the cave behind her and secretly prayed, "Garamandes, I hope my sacrifice will give you enough time. You have to work hard." At this moment, Nianbing suddenly realized something. There was no more hatred in his heart. There was nothing else. His brain was completely filled with the obsession in his heart. He didn't think about anything for himself. Now, he only wanted to stop Evil Moon and the others. He wanted to stop these enemies from invading the 7 Dragon Kings. Obsession allowed Nian Bing's mind to merge perfectly with his own magic power. The sky became clearer than before. The 7 colored flames surrounded his body and burned slowly. The cheers of the magical elements could almost be heard in the air. Nian Bing calmly looked at the evil lord in front of him, and calmly said, "I never thought of myself as a good person, nor did I think of myself as a gentleman. However, I do understand one principle. Thirsty, don't drink the water of the stolen spring. Heat, don't dwell in the shade of the evil tree. Do you want to hurt my friends? Yes, but only if you step over my dead body. You're right. You're all much stronger than me. But strength doesn't mean everything." Sina had recovered a little at this time. When she stood up straight again, her beautiful face became even paler. "Well, what a persistent human. If I suck your blood, I can at least recover 70%. Evil Moon, my lord, kill her. Don't hesitate anymore." No one was more familiar with Evil Moon than her. She knew that Evil Moon had taken pity on her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wasted so much time talking to Nian Bing at this tense moment. The Devil's Devouring Blade devoured more than half of Sina's ability. She hated the human in front of her. Evil Moon frowned slightly. The green light in his eyes became even more intense. "Human, don't tell me you still don't understand? I'll give you one last chance." Nian Bing's face showed a trace of sarcasm. "Don't call me human. My surname is Rong. My name is Nian Bing Rong. Remember my name. I think I'll leave a deeper impression on you." Evil Moon smiled faintly and said, "If that's the case, then I can only destroy you." Nian Bing's body floated up into the air, and he didn't have any leverage. Green light surrounded his body, and Nian Bing was shocked to discover that everything around him had turned green. The magical elements in the air were gradually being sucked away, and he was no longer able to absorb magical elements to replenish himself. Subconsciously, she controlled the shadow puppet to block in front of her. At the same time, she released the Sky Eye Realm. A storm was coming. Nian Bing didn't know how long she could hold on. "Nian Bing Rong, don't you realize? You only have the Devil's Devouring Blade. Even if Emperor Kurobutsu came back to life, he might not be able to defeat me." A ball of dark green flames appeared in front of Nian Bing like a bolt of lightning. There was no aura in the flames, nor was there any fire element. It seemed to be a pure flame, but it didn't have any pure aura. The sky lit up, and Nian Bing finally understood what kind of flame this was. This dark green flame was the burning of evil thoughts. He could even feel the aura of a soul within this flame. Of course, it wasn't the soul of the evil lord, but a dead spirit. A dead spirit that had been dead for an unknown period of time. At this moment, the green flame suddenly fluctuated slightly. It turned into a flame arrow and rushed into the Sky Eye realm in the blink of an eye. The flame arrow was extremely fast. Although it was slowed down by the Sky Eye realm, it arrived in front of the shadow puppet in the blink of an eye. The Devil's Devouring Blade in the shadow puppet's hand flashed. The green flame sword disappeared, and the energy of the shadow puppet seemed to have increased. Evil Moon praised, "Good, it deserves to be called the Devil's Devouring Blade. It seems that my guess is right. I don't know how you activated the energy of the Devil's Devouring Blade. It can absorb all the aura of darkness and evil. It really is a top dark divine weapon. However, it's not enough to have a divine weapon. It also depends on the strength of the user." As he spoke, a bell appeared in his hand. It was a black bell the size of a palm. When it appeared in Evil Moon's hand, it made a soft tinkling sound. The sound was very soft, but in Nian Bing's ears, it was like the roar of a giant bell. She subconsciously took a step back and almost fell to the ground. The 7 shadow puppets in front of her became a little dimmer at the same time. Only the light of the 7 divine blades was still strong. The sudden change shocked Ling Nian Bing. She didn't know what had happened. Evil Moon smiled and said, "I don't want to waste too much magic power on you, so I'll use the soul-seizing bell, which is also a dark divine weapon, to send you there. There are 7 sounds in the soul-seizing bell, and the first one is the shaking bell." As he spoke, the bell in his hand shook slightly. Suddenly, a bell that was much stronger than before suddenly sounded. Nianbing felt her mind go blank. The sky eye acupoint closed by itself, and the magic power in her body seemed to be trapped by something. The sky eye realm was out of her control and disappeared automatically. When she woke up again, she found that only the 7 shadow puppets were still in front of her. However, except for the shadow puppet, the light of the other shadow puppets had become so dim that it was almost invisible. There was a trace of bitterness on Nianbing's face. The evil lord was much more terrible than she had imagined. "That was just a bell," Evil Moon smiled faintly and said, "It seems that I still overestimated you. You can't bear it after one vibration. Now you should understand that the top divine weapon depends on who is using it. The second sound of my soul-seizing bell is the sound of extinction. If you can bear it, I'll spare your life for the time being." As he spoke, he raised the soul-seizing bell in his hand again. Nianbing stood up from the ground and waved her left hand. At the same time, she withdrew her 7 magic knives and dispersed the energy of the 7 shadow puppets. The energy of all the shadow puppets was transferred back to her body at the same time, which made her spirit recover a little and reconnected with her magic power. However, the magic devouring knife did not bring her more energy. It seemed that all the evil aura that she had absorbed before was absorbed by the knife itself. "Wait a minute," Nianbing suddenly said. She spread out her hands to show that she had given up resisting. "You broke my innate realm with one sound. I admit that I'm not your match." Evil Moon looked at Nianbing with great interest and said, "So, you're going to surrender to me?" The reason why he admired Nianbing was because Nianbing had an innate talent that even Safin and Sina couldn't compare to. As long as it was used properly, this innate talent could turn Nianbing into another version of himself. Although Safin was powerful, he was only a nether witch. The biggest difference between a nether witch and a lich was that they didn't have a body. Without a body, they wouldn't be afraid of physical attacks, but without a body, they wouldn't have acupuncture points. Evil Moon had opened 3 aperture acupoints, so he naturally knew that the void acupoint was absolutely useful for any cultivator. At the same time, he also knew that the Heaven's Eye acupoint was the spiritual acupoint of the 7 aperture acupoints. Nianbing had opened the Heaven's Eye acupoint, so her future was limitless. If he could control her, it would be of great benefit for him to master the mysterious Forgotten Kingdom in the future. Therefore, he had not killed Nianbing, hoping that she could rely on him. Nianbing smiled and said, "It's not impossible for me to surrender to you. After all, I also want to become stronger. Perhaps you have felt that I don't practice only one kind of magic. Sometimes even I don't know what level my magic has reached, what characteristics it has, and what kind of power it can produce. How much do you know about the 7 elements magic? If you want me to surrender to you, the first condition is that you have to help me. At present, although I feel that you are very powerful, you and I practice different magic. If I surrender to you, how can you help me improve my strength? In my opinion, although you practice as a lich, you are still a human. You can't be good at other abilities at the same time." Evil Moon smiled and said, "It's not impossible. You have to understand that as early as thousands of years ago, I was also a human magician. Originally, I didn't practice the current magic. Like you, it was just ordinary human magic. Later, I discovered the power of death magic and the ability to live forever, so I changed my practice to the current magic. I am a lich, but I didn't develop from a dark magician. Necromancy is my foundation, which has been the foundation for thousands of years. No matter what kind of magic it is, I have detailed information in my mind. As long as you don't surrender to me, under my guidance, you will greatly improve. With the Heaven's Eye acupoint, you can even learn my necromancy magic. A person's life is limited, but if you practice necromancy magic with me, you can become immortal. I think that anyone would want to live for a long time." Nianbing was lost in thought. After hesitating for a while, she said, "Immortality is indeed very attractive to me. It seems that surrendering to you is a good choice. I have another condition. Bastard, the evil lord is willing to accept your surrender and teach you the method of immortality. This is already a gift to you. How dare you ask for another condition?" Sina said hatefully. Evil Moon raised his hand to stop Sina from continuing. He said to Nian Bing, "Okay, tell me about it. In this world. In this world, there are not many things that I can't do." A look of hatred appeared on Nian Bing's face. "I still have a huge grudge to avenge. She killed my parents. If you promise to help me kill her, I will submit to you. However, my enemy is not an ordinary person. She is the only divine descent master on this continent, the Ice Goddess Priestess. Can you do it?" Evil Moon said. Moon said. "In the eyes of others, the priest of the Ice Goddess is a powerful existence. However, in my eyes, she is just a human magician. Well, I promise you." Seeing the hatred in Nian Bing's eyes, Evil Moon trusted her a lot more. It was only at this moment that he started to trust Nian Bing a little more. After all, as a powerful individual in the darkness, he was very clear about the characteristics of humans. As long as a human had a negative aura, his spirit would not be unbreakable. The hatred on Nian Bing's face was not fake at all. It was hatred that came from the bottom of his heart. He could clearly feel the intense hatred in Nian Bing's soul. Nian Bing took a deep breath and said, "All right, since that's the case, I'll agree to submit to you. However, I believe that submitting to you won't be that simple. You'll definitely want something from me." Evil Moon said with a smile, "Of course, if you want to gain my trust, I have a curse that you need to complete. As long as you complete this curse, then you will be my person in the future. However, this is not urgent. In order to show your loyalty, now you will leave the cave and tell me what happened to the 7 Dragon Kings. As for the curse, we can talk about it after the matter here is over." Nian Bing said with some surprise, "Curse? Lord Evil Lord, I have heard of an incomplete curse incantation. It seems to be very magical. Can you explain it to me?" Evil Moon frowned slightly. He was already a little impatient, but he still nodded and said, "Well, you can say it. I am afraid that no one on this continent is more familiar with curses than me." Nian Bing said, "The incantation of this curse is like this." At this point, his eyes became a little blurred. With a low and magnetic voice, he slowly said in a certain tone, "With my life as the price, I curse all living things. With my soul as the price, I curse all elements. With my blood as the guide, and my soul as the melody, I am willing to sacrifice my life in exchange for the infinite power between heaven and earth. Destruction is my hope. I am willing to impose the curse on myself in exchange for the hope of destruction. The most mysterious curse in the world. I am willing to sacrifice myself for you, with the power of the curse as the source. Release my life. Forbidden, the sigh of the curse of life." From the moment Nian Bing began to recite the first incantation, Evil Moon had been listening carefully. He felt that this incantation was very familiar, but also strange, because he often used curses, but he had never used such an incantation. He did not want to show weakness in front of Nian Bing, so he carefully recalled the complicated incantation in his mind, hoping to find the function of this incantation. However, when he heard the words "I am willing to sacrifice myself for you," Evil Moon was shocked. He looked at Nian Bing in horror and shouted, "Quick, stop. This is not an incomplete incantation." However, it was still a step too late. The incantation had been completed. Nian Bing smiled, and the previous trace of humility completely disappeared. She looked at Evil Moon calmly and said, "Of course I know this is not an incomplete incantation, but how can I complete this incantation if I don't say it? Lord Evil Lord, I don't know if the strength that I have gained from cursing my own life in exchange for everyone can compete with you." Circles of white halo were constantly emitted from Nian Bing's body. It was not a holy breath, nor did it represent light. At this moment, her body seemed to have become magic elements. In the white light, Nian Bing's muscles expanded slightly, and a magic sword appeared again. However, this time it emitted a strong light that seemed to be able to penetrate everything. From the moment he started to talk to Evil Moon to delay time, he had decided to use this curse of life. Nian Bing was surprised to find that at this moment, he seemed to have forgotten the fear of death. When he thought that the life he released might be exchanged for the birth of a new Dragon King, his heart became calmer. He had deeply experienced the pain of losing his parents. If Evil Moon had these people enter the cave, he was afraid that not only would the little Dragon King lose his parents, Even he could not protect himself. Garamandes' help to him, the Earth Dragon King, Fatso's help to him, he remembered every bit of it clearly. They did not ask for anything in return for their help, but they were all his friends. Now, even if he did not use the curse of life, the evil lord would not let him go, and the 7 dragon kings would be destroyed. Nianbing had always valued benefits. Since he would not have a good ending no matter what, why not fight? Then why not give it a try? At least if he won, his friends would be able to survive. He did not think that he was great. He just felt that this was what he should do as a man, an indomitable man. His wisdom was used at this moment. First, he resolved part of the evil lord's doubts about him, used his own true hatred to reduce his suspicions, and finally used the curse of life in the way of questioning. Everything happened so naturally. Power. Nianbing felt an incomparably strong power. The 7 magic light balls in his body suddenly doubled in size. With the release of the breath of life, his power became stronger and stronger with his body as the center. Magical elements could be clearly seen. Specks of light of 7 different colors actually broke through the dark green barrier and continued to gather around Nianbing's body. The energy he had obtained from releasing his life essence was much more powerful than he had expected. A cold light flashed in Nianbing's eyes. The all-elemental shadow puppet appeared once again. However, he didn't use any incantations this time. With a single thought, 7 figures that seemed to be real appeared. At the same time, the Sky-Eye domain spread out in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it had exceeded his original limit of 5 feet. The whole valley seemed to be filled with the Sky-Eye domain, and even Evil Moon's figure was affected. The huge colorful light broke through the green barrier and brought light back to the valley. Another beginning, a beginning at the cost of vitality, appeared. Evil Moon looked coldly at Nianbing. Are you crazy? Don't you understand that using the curse of life will exhaust your vitality, and even your soul will be destroyed? Nianbing said lightly, you and I have different ideas. I will never surrender to anyone. In this cave, there are my friends. In order to protect them, I would rather fight to the death. Evil Moon smiled. Well, I didn't expect there to be a different kind of human like you. But you are wrong about one thing. Even if you use the curse of life, you can't defeat me. I am a lich, the strongest in the dark realm. I will show you what the really powerful dark power is. As he spoke, he tore off the veil on his face, revealing his handsome and evil appearance. His dark green eyes gradually turned into blood red. He shook the soul-snatching bell in his hand and shouted, "Break!" In an instant, under the effect of the strange bell sound, the Sky-Eye domain that restricted him was forced to retreat a few feet. A layer of red light shrouded his subordinates, including Safin and Sina. They were all sent hundreds of feet away by this huge energy. Evil Moon was enraged by Nianbing's actions. He wanted to use his own power to destroy this human who dared to offend him. He wanted to completely destroy her. The evil energy made a blood-red sun appear behind him. That was the evil blood sun that represented the lich's strength. Nianbing was still standing on the same spot. He wasn't affected by the soul-stealing bell at all. Demon Lord, if I'm not wrong, your darkness divine weapon mainly affects the opponent's spiritual power and willpower. I'm willing to sacrifice my life to protect my friends. At least at this moment, my willpower is perfect. Therefore, your soul-stealing bell is no longer able to affect me. I will also show you my true power. Actually, it is not accurate to say that I am an all-elemental magician. My all-elemental magic is derived from the mimicry magic of the dragons. The real me is a magician of the same origin as ice and fire. The 2 shadow puppets of ice and fire disappeared at the same time. The sigh of the ice goddess, the morning dew dagger, and the roar of the fire god were held in Nianbing's hands. After using the curse of life that Longji taught him, he finally understood what the limit of ice and fire was, and what the true origin of ice and fire was. Although it may be too late, Nianbing, who abandoned all distracting thoughts, decided to use the most beautiful magic to draw a perfect end to his life. In his mind, the incantation that he had never used before flashed clearly. Nianbing smiled. Since he was going to face the consequences of the curse of life, why not be more calm? Ice and snow that exist in the coldest part of the world, I want to borrow your pure energy, and transform it into a cold valley, and transform it into the divine power of the ice goddess. Condense it into proud ice, condense it into frigid ice, condense it into pure ice, condense it into solid ice, and with the guidance of the ice goddess' divine power, condense it into a perfect body, and transform it into endless divine power. Appear in the strongest form of a living creature. The morning dew dagger flew out of his hand, and the ice goddess stone on the dagger's hilt turned into an eye, a huge blue eye. The pure ice element was closely connected, and in the cold air, the ice body gradually took shape. It was a huge dragon, a dragon that was 3 times larger than the real Dragon King. Its appearance brought endless cold to the valley, and all the plants withered in the cold. The temperature dropped sharply, and the ice goddess dragon roared towards the sky, letting out a deafening dragon roar. This was a dragon based on ice. Under the effect of the ice goddess stone as its source, this level 11 spell was successfully completed. The forbidden spell, Ice Goddess Dragon, was a powerful forbidden spell in ice magic, second only to God's Descent. At least when the spell was maintained, the strength of this huge ice goddess dragon was not below that of the ice dragon King Sasari's. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Nian Bing's body swayed slightly. Although the curse of life had summoned the strongest magic, it still put a huge burden on her body. At this moment, Nian Bing remembered the words of the fire dragon King Garamandes. If she wanted to become the most powerful magician, she must have a body that could withstand the impact of a huge amount of magic. She hoped that her body could hold on. Evil Moon's face changed slightly, and he shouted to his subordinates in a deep voice, "You all leave this valley immediately. I will come back after I deal with him." Ice Goddess Dragon? Evil Moon put away the soul-stealing bell, and a crystal-clear blood-red magic staff appeared in his hand. This magic staff was more like a thick and long bone, which was a little longer than Evil Moon's body. At the top of the bone, there was an opaque black gem, which exuded layers of bloody breath. The bloody sun behind him lit up. Evil Moon recited his spell in a strange voice. When he recited the first note, everything behind him was covered by a blood-red light, as if the sky had turned red. Evil Moon's spell was in a special language, which Nian Bing couldn't understand, and he didn't care what magic Evil Moon used. After completing the forbidden spell, Ice Goddess Dragon, he didn't activate it. Instead, he took a deep breath, gathered all his magic power, and completely dissolved the 5 shadow puppets. He put away the other 5 magic knives, raised the roar of the god of fire in his hand, and slowly recited, "Heavenly fire that exists in the scorching heat of heaven and earth, I want to borrow your pure energy and turn it into endless lava, condensing the divine power of the god of fire, condensing it into the burning fire, condensing it into the fire of passion, condensing it into the fire of nirvana of the phoenix, condensing it into the fire of hell. With the divine power of the god of fire as the guide, condensing it into a perfect body and transforming it into endless divine power. Show yourself in the strongest form of a living creature." Forbidden spell, Dragon of the God of Fire. The red light gradually turned purple. Yes, this was the hottest heavenly fire. Prince Rong once used heavenly fire to condense into the shape of a lion. That was a forbidden spell close to the 11th level. Dragons were the most powerful creatures in the world, so the Dragon of the God of Fire was the real forbidden spell. It was the same as the Dragon of the Ice Goddess Dragon, only a little less than the god's arrival spell. The huge purple fire god's dragon appeared. It was the complete opposite of the pure ice goddess's dragon. The whole valley was divided into 3 parts. Evil Moon's huge blood-red evil power, the extremely cold white ice god's power, and the extremely hot purple fire god's power. The 3 colors looked so harmonious. But in these extreme energies, the plants in the whole valley had been completely turned into flying ash. Spitting out another mouthful of blood, Nian Bing's face showed a trace of gray. His original long golden hair was a little more gray, and the full release of vitality had made him close to the edge of exhaustion. But after all, he had completed these 2 powerful forbidden spells that could steal the good fortune of heaven and earth. There was a little more vicissitudes in his voice. "Go, Dragon of the Ice Goddess, Dragon of the God of Fire, destroy all evil." 2 long and loud dragon roars shook the whole cold mountain range. The huge dragon flapped its wings and flew high, and at the same time, it spat out white and purple dragon breaths toward Evil Moon. Evil Moon's incantation had been completed at this moment, and the blood-red sky behind him was rendered. Floating in the air, he was like a demon god. The blood-red light condensed by countless evil powers gathered into a huge red light ball, which appeared in front of him. Evil Moon shouted in his cold voice, "Devil, God-eater." The red light ball flew out slowly, but with every inch it moved, its range increased a lot. The two completely different breaths of ice and fire gathered in the air and condensed into one. Circling and entangling, it hit the red light ball like a bloody sun. Nianbing shouted at the top of his lungs, "Ice and fire come from the same source, two dragons in one." The sigh of the ice goddess, the roar of the god of fire, burst out your strongest power. At this moment, the light on the morning dew dagger and the Xinjiang saber weakened to the minimum at the same time, and the two dragons' bodies shrank completely. Following their entangling breaths, the huge dragon bodies entangled in the air and rushed toward the blood-red sky. While flying in midair, the ice goddess dragon and the fire god dragon suddenly underwent a mutation. Their intertwined bodies twisted and unexpectedly fused together. Shortly after, their dragon bodies disappeared in midair. Rings of surging purple and white energies fused and unexpectedly formed a huge hexagram with a diameter of more than 30 meters. The radiance around the hexagram was completely distorted. Streaks of lightning-like fluctuations flickered around the hexagram. A smile appeared on Nianbing's weathered face. He knew that he had succeeded. This was not as simple as two 11th level forbidden spells. They were formed by the same source of ice and fire. Even Nianbing himself could not estimate to what extent they had reached. The huge six-pointed star floated toward the seemingly distant bloody sky. The blood-red light ball emitted by Evil Moon was directly swallowed by the six-pointed star, and the destructive energy exploded in the air. The light suddenly condensed, and the strange light instantly condensed into a single point. The next moment, a huge explosion occurred. The power of a forbidden spell was absolutely terrifying, but it was much weaker than the god's arrival spell. There was no doubt that Evil Moon was one of the most powerful liches in history. His strength had even surpassed the realm of God's arrival spell. Similarly, at the cost of his life, Nianbing released two forbidden spells in the form of the same source of ice and fire. He was gambling with his life to obtain the most powerful power. Yes, he had succeeded. Although the purple-white six-pointed star that seemed to come from hell did not belong to any kind of God's arrival spell, the power it displayed at the last moment had reached the level of God's arrival spell. The red, purple, and white light completely mixed together. They were the eruption of God's arrival spell. Evil Moon floated nearly 100 feet in the air. When the energy erupted, the blood-red light around his body instantly dimmed. A trace of panic appeared on his evil face. The next moment, he wildly spat out a mouthful of blood, which condensed into a strange symbol in front of him. His entire body disappeared in an instant. Of course, leaving his original position did not mean that he had escaped the attack of God's arrival spell. The huge amount of energy had firmly locked onto his breath. The purple-black airflow swept out 100 feet in the air, and the energy spread in an instant. Wherever it passed, there was no strong explosion, nor was there a huge sound of mountains collapsing. However, no matter what came into contact with this purple-black airflow, it instantly turned into powder and disappeared. The frenzy of energy lasted for a full meal, and then something terrible happened. The entire cold mountain range, which covered an extremely large area, did not have any magical elements for a short period of time. With the energy eruption as the center, nearly one-third of the mountains in the cold mountain range were flattened from 100 feet in height. It was as if those mountains were originally like that. What followed was an energy storm that lasted for nearly a month. In the energy storm, not to mention feeling the magical elements and cultivating, survival had become an extremely difficult thing. And all this was caused by that peerless collision. The reason why a forbidden spell was called a forbidden spell was because the power of its destruction was too strong. It was because the destructive power it produced was too strong. It was a power that should not belong to the human world. Fortunately, this was the cold mountain range. Otherwise, the burst of power could easily flatten a large city. The goddess of ice priestess felt the collision of the god's arrival spell. Prince Rong, who had just returned to the court, felt it too. They were all surprised and guessed the source of this energy. But no one could figure out who the two sides of the battle were. At the same time, the 7 dragon kings in the depths of the cave also felt it. They were the closest. When the energy erupted, if the 7 dragon kings did not have abnormally strong strength, they would have been killed. Because of the energy eruption, they would have already gone mad. They could not see everything outside, but they could clearly feel what was happening outside. Everything that Nianbing had done was clearly presented in their minds. The eyes of the 7 dragon kings were moist. But at this moment, they could no longer help Nianbing. Even if they wanted to give up the dragon egg in front of them, it had become impossible. The strange energy on the dragon egg was actually pulling at their own energy. It was like a huge hole, constantly absorbing the energy of the 7 dragon kings to replenish itself. Once any one of the dragon kings suddenly pulled, then, he would immediately be attacked by the combined energy of the other 6 dragon kings. So, they could not move. Compared to the current situation, it was equivalent to suicide. The powerful 7 dragon kings never thought that one day they would have to live under the protection of a human's life. Garamandes closed his eyes. Fatso closed his eyes. Among the 7 dragon kings, even the coldest space dragon King Kadiris could not help but shed tears. They could imagine what would happen to Nianbing, who had burned her life force to such an extent. They did not know whether the enemy had retreated, but they were not willing to think about that at this time. Nianbing, this name had been deeply imprinted in the hearts of the 7 dragon kings. On the surface, everything was calm. Was Nianbing dead? No, she was not. The coldness of the ground and the smell of the earth were so real. Nianbing suddenly realized that the feeling of lying on the ground was very real. The magic just now had almost exhausted his life force. The reason why he was still alive was not because of how strong his life force was, but because of the heavenly flower tablet in his chest that Yurian had given him. The gentle airflow protected his internal organs, preserving the last spark of his life. Although Nianbing could no longer feel the heavenly acupoint, and could not feel a trace of magic in his body, he was indeed still alive. Nianbing thought of Yurian, thought of Feng Nu. He secretly prayed that the mother and daughter could meet again, and that their family could be reunited. Nianbing was now rejoicing. During the days when he lived with Feng Nu, he did not know how many times he could not control his desire to break through the last step with Feng Nu. However, he had always resisted. Now, he was rejoicing for his actions. If something were to happen between him and the Phoenix girl, then his death would definitely be a huge blow to her, and it might even affect her happiness for the rest of her life. Who would have thought that his tolerance towards the Phoenix girl's birth would have such a tragic effect? Nianbing forgot all his selfish thoughts. He knew that even if he didn't die now, he would lose most of his life force. He wouldn't be able to live for long. He didn't dare to imagine what he would look like now. Perhaps he had already become an old man. The gloomy aura appeared again and pulled Nianbing back from his thoughts. He forced his eyelids open and saw Evil Moon, who was in perfect condition. Vampire Queen Sina and Underworld Sorcerer Safin were beside him. Nianbing was not surprised. He only silently said in his heart, "I am sorry, Garamandes, Fatso, I have done my best. Did you know that I didn't ask for the 4 sealing bottles of Mordos to tempt the Demon Lord's group, but to hide them? When I can't resist these people, even if they kill you, they won't be able to find these 4 bottles. Just let these 4 bottles sleep in my space ring." Evil Moon's face was almost dripping blood. He stared deeply at Nianbing, whose hair had turned white and whose face was full of vicissitudes of life. In fact, it was not as easy as it seemed. After all, Evil Moon was a powerful existence who surpassed divine descent masters. When he felt that something was wrong, he immediately broke away from the energy storm. Although that was not enough for him to escape, as a powerhouse of the darkness, he transferred the impact that he should have suffered to his subordinates. Originally, there were hundreds of dark powerhouses, but now, only he, Safin, and Sina were left. Although Evil Moon still had more than 70% of his strength, the strength that he had accumulated over hundreds of years had been mostly destroyed by Nianbing in a single day. His hatred came from the depths of his bones. An ear-piercing scream came from Sina's mouth. Although her strength was extremely close to that of a divine descent master, the scene just now was simply too terrifying. Sina knew that if Evil Moon was not completely neutralized in the end, the next unlucky one would be Safin, and the last one would be herself. Seeing her subordinates around her being reduced to ashes one after another by Evil Moon's energy conversion ability, as the vampire queen, her heart was filled with fear. With a flash, Sina's long nails clawed at Nianbing on the ground. She wanted to destroy this human who had almost turned mute. A vampire's life was almost endless. Death was definitely the most terrifying thing for her. Stop. Evil Moon grabbed Sina and said coldly, "This man can't die yet." Why? Sina looked at Evil Moon in confusion. Wicked Moon said, "He is still useful now. Although the 7 Dragon Kings may be in trouble, we have to let him go." This human protected the 7 Dragon Kings at the cost of his life. With the personality of the 7 Dragon Kings, they will definitely protect this human. He is now a bargaining chip in my hand. As he spoke, Wicked Moon left Sina aside and slowly walked to Nianbing and squatted down. Looking at Nianbing's pale skin and his long white hair, Wicked Moon smiled. "Human, do you know? Since I reached the Lich Realm, I never thought that I would be stopped by humans. I haven't been in contact with the outside world for a long time. Have humans changed? Have they all learned to sacrifice? You were supposed to be dead, but you seem to have something on you that could save your life. That's why you're still alive. Don't worry, I won't let you die before I achieve the purpose of this trip. For you, the loss of magic, the loss of a healthy body, and the loss of life is more painful than death." The muscles on Nianbing's face twitched, and he said weakly, "Do you think so? You should be dead, but I am alive, because I want to see how you die. I think what the 7 Dragon Kings wanted to do has been done. I want to see how they kill you before willing to die." Wicked Moon's eyes flashed with murderous intent. "Are you forcing me to kill you?" "Don't dream, I won't kill you, Sina. Take him and let's go into the cave. Remember, don't do anything to him unless there is an order. He is now so weak that he may die at any time." After saying this, he walked into the cave first. Nianbing's whole body shook, and he was lifted up by Sina. Sina wanted to crush the human in her hand like an ant. However, she didn't dare to disobey Wicked Moon's order. Nianbing closed his eyes and breathed gently. He was surprised to find that his bodily functions were gradually recovering. Although the recovery was very, very slow, traces of cool aura continuously came from all parts of his body, nourishing his body and mind. He didn't know what was going on. However, he could vaguely guess that it had something to do with the innate chi he had absorbed. He didn't move. He didn't even dare to reveal any changes in his body. He relied on his own body to continuously accumulate power. He didn't expect to survive. As Evil Moon had said, he, who had lost his power, felt more painful than death. Now, he just wanted to condense more energy. At the last moment, he wanted to see if he could help the 7 Dragon Kings. The best-case scenario was, of course, to destroy the 4 Miorda's sealing bottles. The cave was very deep. Evil Moon walked very carefully. After all, in this area, there was no support of various kinds of deer aura for the time being. Even if he practiced the most evil ability, it was inseparable from the magic elements. In order to get the Miorda's sealing bottles, he had to use his remaining ability carefully. Finally, he reached the end of the deep cave. Evil Moon, Safin, Sina, and Nianbing all saw everything in front of them. The 7 Dragon Kings were shining with 7-colored light, and they were constantly injecting their energy into the huge earth dragon egg. Several cracks had appeared on the top of the dragon egg, and the faint gray light was slowly fading. Obviously, the hatching was not far away. Seeing everything in front of him, Evil Moon was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed. Of course, he could guess the reason for everything in front of him. Evil laughter filled the deepest part of the cave. Here. I didn't expect to see such a scene when I came here so carefully. The union of the Light Dragon King and the Dark Dragon King actually gave birth to a monster. Come on, I'm not too late. I'm just in time for the most exciting scene. No wonder you let a human guard outside. It turns out that such a wonderful thing is happening inside. Garamandes roared, "Bastard, we won't let you go." Evil Moon said indifferently, "If you had the strength to not let me go, I'm afraid you would have already done it." "Oh, no, it's not that you don't have the strength, but that strength is now used to save the dragon egg." Fire Dragon King, don't be so grumpy. Control your energy carefully. Otherwise, not only will the dragon egg be finished, but even your good brothers will also suffer. I don't want to waste my time talking nonsense. You should know that I'm not interested in dragon slaying. Hand over the Miorda's sealing bottles, and I can let you go. Kadiri's laughed and said, "Are you kidding me? You belong to the evil forces." Today I heard the funniest joke in the world. As a lich, do you have a letter to speak of? Evil Moon said calmly, "So what if I don't have a letter? Now, do you still have the right to choose? I'll count to 3. If you don't hand over the Miorda's sealing bottles, don't blame me for being rude. In your current situation, you can't fight against me at all." Sina threw Nianbing aside. Although Nianbing was no longer useful, she didn't dare to kill Nianbing without Evil Moon's permission. The power that the underworld which had been accumulating for a long time gradually spread out. The cave suddenly became cold and gloomy. 1. Evil Moon's voice sounded like a curse from hell. The 7 Dragon Kings couldn't help but feel nervous. They knew very well that although the dragon egg was about to hatch, it would take a while for it to succeed. The 7 Dragon Kings looked at each other, and their eyes gradually calmed down. In the face of the threat of death, as a proud people, they were not afraid at all. 2. The hellish voice sounded again. The entire tier cave became even quieter. The Vampire Queen's blood-red super arm was activated. The color of underworld which Safin's fog became darker. They were ready to fight at any time. Just then, a sound broke the silence. Crispy hi, crispy hi. Everyone, including Evil Moon and the other 2, was stunned. This was because the sound came from the huge dragon egg. The cracks on the surface of the dragon egg suddenly became more numerous. Not to mention Evil Moon and the others, even Garamandes and the others who were Dragon King heard this strange sound for the first time. Crispy hi, crispy hi. The egg cried again. Evil Moon's eyes flashed. The strong murderous intent made the surrounding air even colder. He knew that now was not the time to wait. Once the baby Dragon King was emulsified, the 7 Dragon Kings would immediately regain their fighting ability. Even if they were much weaker because of the emulsified dragon egg, the 3 of them wouldn't be able to resist. The 3 realms were about to appear. Nianbing, who was lying on the ground, turned over and jumped to the side of Fire Dragon King Garamandes. His body was a little shaky. However, there was one more thing in his hand, Miorda's bottle of sealing. "Don't make a sound, or I will destroy this bottle." Nianbing was still weak. But her voice was no longer as intermittent as before. Evil Moon saw Gorda's bottle of sealing, and the light in his eyes suddenly became scorching. "Good. I can spare them, give me the bottle, and the other 3 bottles." Nianbing smiled. "I never thought you would let them go. Since that is the case, let us destroy the stone together." As she spoke, she condensed an icicle and fiercely pierced it toward the bottle. Although she had just gained the perception of ice and fire, Nianbing firmly believed that the strength was enough to destroy the porcelain bottle in her hand. Evil Moon didn't move, but looked at Nianbing disdainfully. With a soft cry, the icicle turned into green powder. Nianbing's body shook, and a layer of black aura was emitted from Miorda's bottle of sealing. Under the effect of the recoil, Miorda's bottle of sealing flew out of his hand. Xingyu casually caught Miorda's bottle of sealing in her hand. "Humph, you still don't know about this matter. Even the 7 Dragon Kings don't know that these 10 bottles, let alone your little icicle, even a forbidden spell can't destroy them. This bottle of sealing not only has the curse of the Lost Kingdom, but also the divine power added by those self-righteous guys in the continent of gods. How can it be so easy to destroy?" Listening to Evil Moon's understatement, Nianbing's heart suddenly sank to the bottom. Her original hope was completely gone. Not only did Evil Moon take away one of Miorda's bottle of sealing, but more importantly, he exposed the fact that Gorda's bottle of sealing was on him. One wrong step and all wrong steps. At this moment, Evil Moon no longer paid attention to the 7 dragon kings. His almost frozen eyes were fixed on Nianbing, and his green eyes turned into a strange blue. His voice seemed to be feeding, "Give it to me, and give me the remaining 3 bottles." If Nianbing was in her best state at this time and could use her Tianyan acupoint, although there was a big gap between her strength and Evil Moon's, she would not be confused by his light. However, Nianbing's body had deteriorated to a very low level. With her weak vitality and negligible magic power, how could she compete with a powerful existence like the Lich? The 7 dragon kings shouted at the same time, wanting to wake Nianbing up. However, he was immersed in Xingyu's strange blue eyes and could no longer hear the sound of the outside world. The remaining 3 bottles of Miorda's bottle of sealing were taken out one by one and handed to Evil Moon personally. Evil Moon laughed. This time, he was completely overjoyed. After brewing for 1,000 years, he finally got all 7 bottles of Miorda's bottle of sealing. How could he not laugh? With these 7 bottles, it was equivalent to having the key to ruling the whole continent. His 1,000-year wish had finally come true. His face was already a little distorted, and the evil aura fluctuated rapidly and unstably. With a fierce wave of his hand, Nianbing was thrown to the side, and the control of the evil light disappeared at the same time. He did not kill Nianbing. As he said, he let Nianbing live. Anyway, Nianbing was already a cripple. For him, living was more painful than death. Especially after handing over 3 bottles of Miorda's bottle of sealing, the pain became even more intense. The 7 dragon kings' eyes showed sadness at the same time. No one thought that things would develop to this point. However, could they blame Nianbing? No. How could they blame a person who almost sacrificed her life for them? What's more, Nianbing's actions were completely involuntary. Nianbing was sober. He knew what had happened, but he couldn't stop it no matter what. He had to watch helplessly as he handed the bottle, which was related to the safety of the continent, to Evil Moon. The pain was unparalleled. Even though he didn't do it willingly, he had failed to live up to the hopes of the 7 dragon kings. Looking at Evil Moon, her eyes were full of regret and fear. One wrong move, and the whole game was lost. Because of excessive force, her nails had pierced her palms, and her teeth had bitten her lips. She was full of hatred. The anger in her heart was almost burning to the extreme. The energy in her body seemed to have recovered a little because of the burning anger, but now it was too late. Evil Moon's laughter lasted for the time of a meal before he stopped. She looked down at the 4 bottles of Miorda's bottle of sealing in her hand, her eyes full of obsession. "Crispy high, crispy high." The egg cried again, awakening Xingyu from his extreme ecstasy. His gaze became cold again. Looking at the 7 dragon kings who were still working hard, he said faintly, "It's time to end everything. Let's start with this egg that can only cry." Red Xingyu condensed in his hand. Suddenly, he raised his hand and sent out a ray of death to the young creature that was about to hatch. At this moment, who could stop him? The 7 dragon kings wanted to move, but their energy was completely attracted by the egg. They could only watch helplessly as Evil Moon's red light slowly cut through the sky and attacked in the direction of the dragon egg. Just as the 7 dragon kings closed their eyes and waited for the last moment to come, a scream made them open the dragon array again. The 7 dragon kings all saw a scene that made their blood boil. A tall figure fiercely jumped up, and that red Xingguan shot straight at his chest. Above, the person who suddenly jumped up was Nianbing. The red Evil Moon's red light was much stronger than Nianbing imagined. The Evil Moon's light left a bull-sized hole in his chest. His tall body, driven by Xingyu, suddenly rushed toward the dragon egg that was still crying out loud. After the red Evil Moon's light penetrated his body, it had already landed on the egg first. A clear breaking sound, as if the 7 dragon kings' heart was broken. The dragon egg was broken. How could the eggshell resist the Evil Moon's light? In the next moment, Nianbing's body had already crashed heavily on the broken dragon egg. His vision turned black. He finally completely lost consciousness and his last trace of life. He was slipping away quietly. However, no one noticed that under Nianbing's body, the dragon whelp that was about to hatch in the egg turned into a cloud of gray gas. The cloud of gas just happened to enter Nianbing's body through his back. The 7 dragon kings shook violently at the same time. They opened their mouths and spat out a mist of blood. Evil Moon's heart was alarmed. He was surprised to find that although the dragon egg was destroyed, the 7 dragon kings were not seriously injured as he had imagined. The first to rush up was the fire dragon king, Garamandes, full of grief and anger. A layer of purple-red energy condensed on the surface of his fist. The fire dragon was angry. He had lived for tens of thousands of years, but he had never been as angry as he was now. Then, the other 6 figures, including the weak light dragon king, Demanteti, all flew up. The 7 magical elements instantly expanded to every corner of the cave. Would Evil Moon dare to block a blow from Garamandes? If there was only the fire dragon king, he would definitely block Garamandes' attack without hesitation. Although his strength had been weakened by Nian Bing, Garamandes was also not in his best condition. In this case, he would not be afraid of Garamandes at all. However, he had to face more than just the fire dragon king. Once he blocked Garamandes' punch, he would lose his last chance to escape. The 7 dragon kings themselves were extremely terrifying existences. The 7 dragon kings in their fury were even more terrifying. If their power was fully displayed, even if it could destroy a country, it was not a difficult thing to do. Before coming here, Evil Moon had already made thorough preparations. When he realized that something was wrong, he had already torn open a precious magic scroll on his body. A 10th grade long-distance teleportation magic array instantly came into effect. Under the urging of Evil Moon's own evil power, the whole magic array erupted at the fastest speed. Silver light instantly enveloped Underworld Witch Safin and Vampire Queen Sina beside him. Garamandes' punch landed on the ground, but it was just an illusion. Boom! The Fire Dragon King's furious punch was like a fire dragon leaving its lair. The powerful fire energy let out a violent rumbling sound. The originally spacious cave was expanded by more than 2 times under this punch. However, the hatred in his heart was not eased in the slightest. Bastard! Damn spatial magic again. I, Garamandes, swear in the name of the Fire Dragon King, if I don't kill you bastards. I swear that I will not be a dragon if I tear you into pieces. A firm and powerful hand tightly grasped Garamandes' shoulder. Enough, calm down. See if your friends can be saved. Bing Yin's voice was full of sadness. It was the Dark Dragon King, Katerioxus. Garamandes turned around and looked at the calm Dark Dragon King. He lowered his head. I'm sorry, I couldn't save your children. Katerioxus forced a smile on his face. It's too late. You have all done your best. Perhaps, this is fate. The union between Demanteti and I was against the heavens. Perhaps, the heavens did not want us to have children. As he said that, he walked to the Light Dragon King, who had returned to his human form and was staring blankly at Nian Bing and the broken eggshell, and gently pulled her into his arms. The 7 dragon kings all fell into silence. Their mood was unusually irritable and gloomy. This time, the 7 dragon kings, who were known as the most powerful in the continent, were defeated, and they were defeated so miserably. Not only were Katerioxus and Demanteti's children not saved, even the 10 Goditas sealed bottles that the dragon god had given them to guard were all lost. They naturally understood what this meant. Katerioxus said softly to Demanteti, thanks to that human, if it wasn't for him, I'm afraid we wouldn't even hear the children's cries. He helped us delay for so long with his own life. If possible, I'm willing to exchange my life for his. Garamandes said faintly, no need. Nian Bing was using life curse magic. It was already a miracle that he was able to hold on until he was about to cry. In order to fight against the evil lord, he had to release an energy that was at the level of God's descent. Even though I didn't know how he managed to do it, it was impossible for him to survive after casting such a powerful magic spell at the cost of a life curse. What's more, at the last moment, he used his own body to block that evil light. I'm afraid there's no place left in his body. Speaking until here, 2 lines of tears slowly flowed down Garamandes' face. He walked with heavy steps, step by step, to Nian Bing. Looking at Nian Bing's ruined body, looking at his snow-white hair, Garamandes' voice choked up, Nian Bing. I, Garamandes, have always had my eyes on the top of my head. Since we first met, I have been using you to cook for me. In order to be able to taste the food you made, I even threatened you. Do you know? Even those fire dragon humans who are completely loyal to me don't have as much contact with me as you. Unknowingly, I have already treated you as my friend, my brother. Because of the matter of Gorda's bottle of sealing, I left your side and went to Fatso, hoping that his earth ability could give you more support. After all, with the help of his ability, your body would become stronger. However, you died just like that. You died for us. I don't remember how many humans died to slay dragons, but to save dragons, other than the ancestors of those white people, I'm afraid you're the only one who died to save dragons. Brother, my good brother, take care of your heroic spirit. Let me, Galamans, bow to you. Galamans pulled up the front of his clothes, and there was a thump sound. With a loud sound, he knelt in front of Nianbing. As a proud dragon, especially a dragon king, he was actually willing to kneel in front of a human. In the history of dragons, this was the first time this had happened. However, Garamandi's action did not receive any opposition from the dragon king beside him. They all silently approached Nianbing in front of the remains of the dragon egg. The dark dragon king, Kajios, knelt down while supporting his wife whose face was already covered in tears. Garamandi's is right. Nianbing, you are his brother. You are also a good brother of the 7 dragon kings. When you said that, you were. Now that you are gone, you are still. Although our child was not born into this world, you have already done your best. You don't have to feel unsatisfied because of Gorda's bottle of sealing. That wasn't your fault. You used your own life to help us. This favor, we dragons will firmly remember. On behalf of us husband and wife, I would like to say this to you. Brother, rest in peace. Saying that, he and the light dragon king, Demanteti's kneeling figure slowly bowed. Nianbing gave the dragons the most important bow. It's me, it's all my fault. With a loud thud, the earth dragon king kneeled beside Garamandi's. Nianbing. Good brother, I shouldn't have brought you here. If it wasn't for me, perhaps you would still be sharing the sweetness of love with your wife. But now, you are dead. How can I explain this to your wife? Nianbing. At this point, he was already choking with sobs. Among the Dragon King, other than the Fire Dragon King, Garamandi's, he had the deepest feelings for Shibing. At this moment, in his eyes, he seemed to be able to see Nianbing's focused expression when she was cooking. He seemed to be able to see Nianbing's perseverance in order to defeat him. However, at this moment, Nianbing's body had already started to turn cold. His life force was gradually dissipating with the air. The Wind Dragon King, Karadiris, the Space Dragon King, Kadiris, and the Ice Dragon King, Sasaris, surrounded Nianbing and knelt down one after another. They all used the dragon's most important bow to show their respect to Nianbing. They didn't have the slightest bit of resentment towards Nianbing who lost Miorda's bottle of sealing. Because, they were very clear that Nianbing had already done his best. A human who hadn't even reached the level of a magic master, facing the combined attack of the most powerful lich, underworld witch, and vampire queen in the evil realm, actually lasted for a full 2 hours. That wasn't just a reflection of strength. More importantly, it was his spirit and his promise to his friends. Touched, the 7 dragon kings watched sadly. They all wanted to use their gazes to send the souls of Nianbing and the dragon egg far away. The hearts of the 7 of them had already been connected at this time. When the matter here was over, even if they had to travel all over the continent, they would still find a group of people in the months of demons. No one could offend the dragon clan Jiyan and harm the dragon clan without being punished. Just when the whole cave was filled with sadness, a strange sound stunned the 7 dragon kings. Crispy hi, crispy hi. How familiar this sound was. How clear it was. The 7 dragon kings were all stunned at the same time. Because they were surprised to find that this sound actually came from Nianbing's mouth. Previously, because they were too sad, they didn't notice that there was a layer of faint gray air flowing from the huge wound on Nianbing's chest. The airflow floated gently around the wound, and Nianbing's body didn't bleed anymore. Crispy hi, crispy hi. The strange sound sounded again. This time, the 7 dragon kings, who were focused, heard it at the same time. When the sound appeared, Bing's lips buzzed. The 7 dragon kings looked at each other. The Dragon King Demanteti, who was almost in a coma because of the loss of her child, suddenly woke up. "Child, my child, where is it?" Crispy hi, the 7 dragon kings came to Nian Bing almost at the same time. Through the exploration of psychic power, they found a strange scene at the same time. Nian Bing's body was undergoing changes, unusual and wonderful changes. Her skin, which had become old because of excessive loss of vitality, was slowly recovering its luster under an unknown energy, and her damaged internal organs were growing by themselves under the effect of the strange energy. The wound on her chest was slowly healing, not only the skin and meridians, even the bones were gradually recovering. "What's going on?" The Fire Dragon King Garamandes asked the Light Dragon King Demanteti, who was the best at healing. Demanteti's eyes were full of disappointment, because she didn't find her child in the broken eggshell around her. She took a deep breath, recovered her consciousness, and barely calmed her heart. She squatted down and carefully observed Nian Bing's guess. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "No, this is impossible, this is absolutely impossible. He's obviously dead." Garamandes's heartbeat quickened a few beats, and hurriedly asked, "Demanteti, can you say it clearly, what's impossible? How is Nian Bing's situation now?" "Impossible, impossible." Demanteti stared blankly at Nian Bing. "You all know what kind of situation he is in. He couldn't be any worse, he couldn't be any more dead. But just now, I suddenly sensed that there was still a trace of life left in his broken heart. How is this possible? Although this trace of life is extremely weak, but this trace of life is the seed of his life. It can be said that because of the existence of this trace of life, he hung on to his last breath, and didn't really die. Moreover, his body's current situation is very strange. You all saw it, his body is miraculously recovering. This kind of recovery that can be seen with the naked eye can only be achieved by the light element forbidden spell of the 11th step, Angel's Eye. But we didn't cast any magic to save him. Could it be that he has some kind of miraculous treasure on him? The most strange thing is that not only his body is gradually recovering, even the life force he lost with the curse is gradually recovering. And this life force doesn't seem to belong to him. However, this life force is assimilating his life force, causing his life force to appear from nothing. Garamandes said, then can he come back to life? If this goes on, can he come back to life? What should we do? The thing he was most concerned about was Nian Bing's life. Demanteti shook her head and said, "I don't know. Because I have never encountered such a situation before, I can't judge his current situation at all. Right now, we can't do anything, we can only continue to wait and see how his body develops. Since he still has life force, as long as his brain can recover, then there is a possibility that he can come back to life. But I can't be sure how he will become after he comes back to life. After all, the previous injury is too deep, his body has already lost the control of his brain. It is very possible that his life force can be recovered, but he will sleep forever." Garamandes smiled. "That's enough. This is enough. As long as he can recover his life force, I will always keep him by my side. He is my brother, I won't let anyone hurt him." Crispy hi. Nian Bing opened her mouth again and let out a sound that Demanteti was very familiar with. Dark Dragon King Kagiosis opened his mouth wide. "What's going on? There's actually a sound." Suddenly, he realized a possibility. His wife Demanteti also thought of it at the same time. The two looked at each other at almost the same time and their bodies shook. Garamandes noticed that something was wrong with the couple and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong with you two? Did something happen to Nian Bing?" Kagiosis smiled bitterly and said, "You heard that sound just now. It came from Nian Bing's mouth." Garamandes stared blankly at first. He was only concerned about Nian Bing's life and death and didn't pay attention to what that sound was. Now that Dark Dragon King pointed it out, he thought for a moment and suddenly opened his eyes wide in shock. You mean, your child didn't die, and he even fused with Nian Bing's body?" Kagiosis smiled bitterly and said, "I'm afraid that's the truth, but I don't dare to confirm it now. However, I'm afraid that's the only explanation for Nian Bing's sound. Now that I think about it, although the evil light penetrated Nian Bing's body, it was greatly weakened. I even heard the sound of something shattering. Then, the evil light bombarded our child's egg. At that time, the evil light's power was greatly reduced. Otherwise, with the strength of a lich, our child would have been turned into powder by that evil light. From the eggshell left behind, it can be seen that the evil light didn't have the ability to completely destroy. Let us make a bold assumption that the child of Diamantino and I possessed a very strange aura of energy. This was the reason why we were almost destroyed when we tried to hatch it. Although the evil light destroyed its physical body, however, its energy didn't disappear. At that time, Nianbing happened to be heavily injured and collided with its energy. Our child's energy followed Nianbing's body and entered its body. As for why they fused, that's not something I can explain. Garamendi said nervously, then what do you plan to do now? If your child is really in Nianbing's body, then... Demanteti's eyes flowed with tears again. Garamandi's, not to mention that our child doesn't exist anymore. Even if he really exists in Nianbing's body, we won't do anything to Nianbing. After all, if our child is really alive, his life was given to him by Nianbing. If it wasn't for Nianbing discovering the characteristics of his energy, we would have been long dead. Moreover, our child's body would have been destroyed by that evil light. Even if it still exists, it's just a strand of energy. If it wasn't for Nianbing's body fusing with this strand of energy, we wouldn't have heard its cry at all. Now, I don't want to think about anything. If Nianbing's body really fuses with our child and he doesn't die, I'll treat him as my own. If he's not dead, I'll treat him like my own child. However, the chances of his brain waking up are very small. Fatso frowned. Is there really no chance at all? If his body and life force recover, there's definitely a chance to wake up his brain. Moreover, don't forget that Nianbing's Tianyan acupoint has already opened. A miracle might happen. Kajios nodded. Nianbing's current situation is already a miracle. I also hope that a miracle will happen again. If his body completely recovers, we'll try to awaken his spiritual energy. According to my memory, awakening spiritual energy is extremely difficult. It seems that no one in history has succeeded. Perhaps we should do something for him. The Wind Dragon King Karadiras's eyes lit up. You mean, we should call the dragon god? Kajios nodded. He said, whether it's for Nianbing or for the 7 Miorda's sealing bottles that we lost, we must contact the dragon god and let him decide what we should do in the future. Since it has already happened, let's continue to ask him for forgiveness. The Yangon continent is no longer under our control. With the strength of that lich, if he wants to hide, although we are powerful, it won't be easy to find him. The Dragon King nodded, agreeing with Kajios. Although their mood improved a little because of the strange changes in Nianbing's body, losing the 7 Miorda's sealing bottles still made them feel extremely depressed. After all, the mission of tens of thousands of years was ruined just like that. As powerhouses among the dragons, no matter what, it was the greatest shame in their lives. The 7 Dragon Kings changed their positions, and the 7 powerful dragons gathered together again. They formed a circle, surrounding the Light Dragon King Demanteti in the center. They looked at each other, and although they were unwilling to face each other, they still raised their hands. Kajios bit the middle finger of his right hand and flicked out a drop of blood. At the same time, he let out a loud dragon roar. I, the Dark Dragon King Kajios, use my blood as a guide, the dragon power in the darkness. Be intoxicated. The blood floated in the air and didn't fall. A layer of black air surrounded his body, and a layer of black scales appeared on his human body. The scales quickly spread and covered every corner of his body in the blink of an eye. From the outside, he had completely become a person with scales. Garamandes bit the middle finger of his right hand and flicked out a drop of blood. At the same time, he let out a loud dragon roar. I, the Fire Dragon King Garamandes, use my blood as a guide, the dragon power in the flames. Be awakened. Bright red scales appeared on his body. At this time, Garamandes was like a burning flame. Sasaris bit the middle finger of his right hand and flicked out a drop of blood. At the same time, he let out a loud dragon roar. I, the Ice Dragon King Sasaris, use my blood as a guide, the dragon power in the ice. Be awakened. Ice blue scales appeared on her delicate skin like pieces of ice crystals. Sasaris's clothes disappeared, revealing her impressive figure. However, at this time, no one was in the mood to admire the beautiful scene in front of them. After a while, her body was covered with blue scales. She stood there like an ice sculpture. Fatso bit the middle finger of his right hand and flicked out a drop of blood. At the same time, he let out a loud dragon roar. I, the Earth Dragon King Papaliukas, use my blood as a guide, the dragon power in the earth. Be awakened. The dust-like light yellow color began to condense into small diamond-shaped pieces on Fatso's skin. Karadiris bit the middle finger of his right hand and flicked out a drop of blood. At the same time, he let out a loud dragon roar. I, the Wind Dragon King Karadiris, use my blood as a guide, the dragon power in the wind. Be awakened. His scales looked special. They were crescent-shaped green scales, as if they were pieced together by tiny wind blades. Kadiris bit the middle finger of his right hand and flicked out a drop of blood. At the same time, he let out a loud dragon roar. I, the Space Dragon King Kadiris, use my blood as a guide, the dragon power in the darkness. Be awakened. Silver-colored hexagonal scales grew out of her skin, looking exceptionally gorgeous. Finally, Demanteti bit the middle finger of her right hand and flicked out a drop of blood. At the same time, she let out a loud dragon roar. I, the Light Dragon King Demanteti, use my blood as a guide, the dragon power in the darkness. The dragon power in the light. Be awakened. Her scales were circular. The golden scales overlapped each other, covering her perfect figure. The seven-colored radiance shone brightly at the same time. At this moment, the seven dragon kings did not increase their own absolute power, but all of their dragon power. The 7 drops of blood condensed together under the injection of dragon power. The 7 dragon kings' bodies shone with the light of their respective elements. They chanted in the dragon language at the same time, and the fused blood in the air gradually changed. Demanteti let out a long roar. A milky white light instantly covered the blood. The fused blood began to grow under the light, and the area covered by the red light suddenly expanded, outlining a small red hexagram. The position of the 7 dragon kings quickly changed, and the surrounding 6 dragon kings moved sideways, making a space. Demanteti floated out, and the 7 dragon kings surrounded the center of the blood-colored light. Their chanting gradually became louder, full of a solemn atmosphere. The surging dragon power completely sealed the whole cave, and a strange aura floated up. The holy light, the haze of darkness, the strange changes of space, the stability of earth, the whisper of wind, the roar of fire, and the sigh of ice. The aura of the 7 magical elements appeared in the hexagram formed by the dragon blood. The 7 dragon kings knelt on one knee at the same time, and called out loudly, with the dragon power of our dragon as the medium, the noble dragon god. Please listen to our confession, descend. The blood-red hexagram instantly expanded, and in the midst of the surging energy, the hexagram slowly descended. The instant the light fell on the ground, a soft white light rose up. That white halo looked like an icy mist, and the 7 dragon kings' bodies floated up under the effect of the halo, and landed in the surroundings. The halo expanded to every corner of a radius of 5 meters in the blink of an eye. The light gradually dimmed, and a trace of deep and enormous pressure gradually appeared. The pressure did not rise to the limit all at once, but slowly deepened. The radiance of the 7 dragon kings, led by the dark dragon king Kateriosis, became stronger, resisting the increasing pressure. Relying on the combined power of the 7 dragon kings, and using the bloodline of the 7 dragon kings as a guide, they awakened the supreme ruler of dragons far away on the godly continent, the dragon god. A deep sigh came from the milky white radiance, and a figure gradually emerged from the light. It seemed to be a person, and his body was shining with a dark red radiance. If one paid close attention, they would discover that this dark red radiance was mixed with a golden airflow. Although it was just an illusion, the pressure he brought was much stronger than any of the 7 dragon kings. The 7 dragon kings knelt on one knee again, and respectfully said, "We pay our respects to the dragon god." They all lowered their heads. The loss of the 7 Miorda's sealed bottles made their hearts beat with guilt. "How many years have it been, my children? How are you?" A voice came from the fuzzy red figure, low and old, but full of the kindness of an elder. Katerio smiled bitterly and said, "Respected dragon god, if we were all well, we wouldn't have woken up your cultivation and called for your consciousness. We now have 2 urgent matters waiting for your instructions." The dragon god was silent for a moment, and then said faintly, I think, at least one of them should be related to the sealed bottles of Miordas. What new discoveries have you made? The 7 dragon kings looked at each other, and Garamandes rushed to say, Dragon god, it's like this, the dragon god's voice suddenly became stern, hemming and hawing, Garamandes, you haven't made any progress over the years. Katerios, you say it. Garamandes helplessly shut his mouth. The dark dragon king glanced at him and said, Dragon god, it's like this, the sealed bottles of Miordas were taken away. He immediately recounted everything that had happened recently, including the incident between Yan Bing and the young dragon king. He didn't hold back at all as he recounted everything to the dragon god. Although the dragon god was powerful, there was an extremely powerful restriction between the godly mainland and the Yangon continent. Even if he had great magical powers, it was impossible for him to see everything here from the godly mainland. Only now, when the 7 dragon kings used a special method to call him, he could temporarily come here with his consciousness. After listening to Katerios' words, the dragon god's voice became a little cold. Why didn't you report to me earlier? Don't you know how important the sealed bottles of Miordas are? Katerios lowered his head and said, I'm sorry, dragon god. We originally wanted to take back the stolen bottles with our own strength, but it just so happened that Demanteti was about to give birth, so the enemy took advantage of it. The mistake of this matter is entirely my fault. I am willing to accept all the blame and all the punishment. Please punish me. Garamandes hurriedly said, Dragon god, I was also negligent in this matter. You can't blame Katerios. After all, he and Demanteti had a child through the compensation trade. It's all my fault for not protecting them well. Katerios and Demanteti have just experienced the pain of losing a child, so please don't punish them. I am willing to bear everything. Bear? Can you bear it? 10,000 years of leisurely life made the 7 of you. Slack off. In the beginning, why did you choose to stay on this continent? Because with the strength of the 7 of you, you can bear everything on this continent. But what about you? What did you do? The mistake this time was led by Garamandes, and your bottle was the first to be lost. But it didn't attract your attention. All of you are guilty. But what's the use of punishing you now? Don't you know what was sealed in Miorda's sealing bottle? Now it's all lost. How do you want me to explain it to the main gods on the continent of God? Once the seal is opened, the war of 10,000 years ago will reappear. At that time, not only the Yangon continent will be unlucky, but the continent of God will also be greatly implicated. Once the lost kingdom reappears, the first thing they will do is to take revenge on the continent of God. 10,000 years have passed, and no one knows what happened to them. Moreover, as noble dragons, this time you were lucky to escape under the protection of a human. The face of the dragons has been lost because of you. The 7 dragon kings knelt on both knees instead of one knee. No one said anything. They had already expected the current situation. One by one, they bowed their heads and listened to the dragon god's reprimand. Kateriosus, Demanteti, you two get up first. The dragon god's words became softer. The 2 dragon kings of darkness and light looked at each other. They didn't dare to disobey the dragon god's order, so they had to stand up first. The dragon god sighed and said, the reason why I chose to give the 7 Miordas sealing bottles to the 7 of you for protection was not because you are the 7 dragon kings, but mainly because of the 2 of you. Each of the 5 of them has its own shortcomings. Garamandes originally had a very good talent, but he was too lazy. Katerios' biggest problem is that he understands things by analogy. Perhaps his strength is not as good as yours, but his knowledge is the best among you. But it is also because of this reason that it is difficult for him to become a stronger dragon. Katerios was originally very good. He was very good in all aspects, he was willing to work hard, and his temperament was peaceful. He was a good choice for a big role. Unfortunately, his talent was limited. If he wanted to have higher achievements, he would have to put in much more effort than any of you. Sasari's shortcoming is her pride. We dragons are proud, but our pride should be in our bones and not on the surface. Her pride is the biggest sin that limits her development. As for Papaliukas, I don't need to say anything. You all know his problem. He is lazy, and it is difficult for him to become a great person. If there were only the 5 of them, I would never have suggested that you all guard Miorda's sealing bottles like the other gods. In the end, I chose you all because of Kitiosis and Demanteti. The 2 of you also have your own problems, but you can complement each other very well. Originally, among us dragons, light and darkness are not allowed to marry each other. But because I understand that you are no longer ordinary light and darkness, I went against the will of the masses and brought you together. For this matter, Garamandes may hate me, but I know that you are a pair that loves each other. What I have to fulfill is the duty of the dragon god. I have to coordinate the relationship between all dragons. In a sense, I am not a good father. I did not let my son get what he wanted the most, but I have never regretted it. The Dragon King's gazes were all focused on Garamandes. Garamandes lowered his head, a complicated light flashing in his eyes. Yes, the current dragon god was his father, and also the strongest among the dragons. At that time, he did not understand why his father brought Kitiosis and Demanteti together and did not help him. Garamandes was able to become the Fire Dragon King without relying on his father's strength. He inherited the dragon god's best genes, but he was extremely lazy and did not care about cultivation. The dragon god also did not force him and let him develop. It was not until Demanteti married Kitiosis that the obsession in Garamandes' heart was completely awakened. It was from then on that he worked hard to cultivate, defeated all his rivals with his own strength, and sat on the position of the Fire Dragon King. However, it was also from then on that he did not call the dragon god father again. He never blamed the dragon god for not helping him improve his strength. However, Demanteti's matter became his eternal dream. The most important purpose of his hard work was to prove that he was stronger than Kitiosis. He always thought that if his strength was above Kitiosis, perhaps Demanteti would not have chosen the Dark Dragon King, but him. In the domain of regret, Garamandes' strength advanced by leaps and bounds. In the war 10,000 years ago, he finally became the strongest among the 7 dragon kings, second only to Kitiosis. Now, he was confident that his strength was not inferior to Kitiosis. However, at the same time, he also discovered that Demanteti would never belong to him. The dragon god's tone was very flat, as if he was not talking about his own family matters. He continued, Kitiosis, do you know what I did wrong? Your mistake was that you didn't inform me when Demanteti was pregnant. As the Dark Dragon King, as the strongest among the 7 dragon kings, don't you understand that your dark physique and Demanteti's light physique are completely opposite? No matter how tyrannical your bodies are, don't forget that the life you give birth to will also inherit your tyrannical strength. If you had told me in advance that Demanteti was pregnant with your child, I would have dealt with the matter here as soon as possible and brought Demanteti back to the continent of gods to give birth. Then, everything that followed would not have happened. Perhaps, you didn't want to trouble them. After all, summoning me requires you all to work together. However, you were wrong. One wrong step caused such a big disturbance. Do you understand now, Kitiosis? It's a pity, really a pity. If you and Demanteti's child could have been born safely, perhaps he would have become a new hope among us dragons. He would have become an even more powerful dragon. Perhaps even my position would have been inherited by him. Kitiosis said with a sad face, Lord Dragon God, it's my fault. I have disappointed you. In fact, I always knew that I should have informed you about Demanteti's matter, but Demanteti interrupted Kitiosis, Lord Dragon God, please don't blame Kitiosis. I told him not to tell you. I don't want to cause you any more trouble. The dragon god let out a long sigh and said, silly children, you 2 silly children. You actually used your future happiness as a stake. Garamandes, do you understand? Everything they did was for you. Garamandes trembled and woke up from his thoughts. He raised his head and looked at Kitiosis and Demanteti. With tens of thousands of years of wisdom, he immediately understood the dragon god's meaning. Indeed, the Dark Dragon King and the Light Dragon King didn't inform the dragon god after they had a child. Back then, because of the union between Kitiosis and Demanteti, Garamandes and the dragon god were at odds with each other. If he had informed the dragon god immediately after Demanteti's pregnancy, Garamandes would naturally have known about it. The dragon god was impartial, but the price for being impartial was to let his son go further away. With a wry smile on his face, Garamandes looked at Kitiosis and said, "Why bother? In fact, I already thought about it very clearly 3,000 years ago. I shouldn't have interfered with your feelings and affected you. Your union wasn't wrong. Everything between me and the dragon god has nothing to do with you. I'm no longer a child. And I can think clearly about many things." Demanteti looked deeply at Garamandes and said, "Can you really think it through? If that's the case, you shouldn't blame the dragon god anymore. For the just dragon god, power and responsibility are completely equal. Everything he does is for the sake of the whole dragons. Garamandes, if you understand, then you know what I should do." Garamandes frowned slightly, and a trace of persistence appeared in his eyes. "Now is not the time to discuss this matter. The dragon god can't stay here for too long. Let's solve the problem at hand first. Dragon god, you already know the two things we want to talk about. How do we solve the Miorda's sealing bottle and the fusion of Nian Bing and the little dragon king? First of all, the enemy is much bigger than we thought. If they choose to hide, even if the 7 of us do our best, I'm afraid we won't be able to find them. Secondly, Nian Bing's current situation is very strange. It was because of me that he got involved in this matter. He sacrificed himself for us. No matter what, I have to help him recover. Can he wake up again? As long as he can come back to life, it doesn't matter even if I have to pay with my life." The dragon god said lightly, "I already know about this matter. Garamandes, there's one thing I want to remind you. As the dragon king, your life no longer belongs to yourself, but to the whole dragons. Therefore, you have no right to say anything about sacrificing yourself. I will deal with the matter of Miorda's sealing bottle as soon as possible. You don't need to go out and look for anything. As you said, if the enemy deliberately hides, with the strength of the Lich, you won't be able to find them at all. You have to wait. Although Miorda's sealing bottle has been lost, there are very powerful divine restrictions on the 7 bottles. If you want to open them, you need the right time, the right place, the right people, and various other factors. You also need to find a way to break the ancestral curse in order to open the seal. What you need to do now is to calculate the nearest day of extreme Een as soon as possible, and then find the direction of the land of extreme Een on this continent. Only when the day of extreme Een comes, the divine restriction on Miorda's sealing bottle can be broken. At that time, it will emit an enormous amount of energy. With your strength, you will be able to feel it. As for what to do, I don't need to teach you. As for the situation of this human in front of me, it's also the first time I've seen it. Carry him over here, I need to use my divine sense to examine his body. Only then can I determine his current situation." Garamandes hurriedly stepped forward and carefully used his energy to lift Nian Bing's body. He sent her under the white light, allowing the light condensed by the dragon god's divine sense to envelop Nian Bing's body. The white halo gradually became stronger. The 7 dragon kings nervously watched the white light that had almost solidified. This was not only related to whether Nian Bing could be resurrected, but also related to whether the child of Ricadios and Demanteti could be reborn. How could they not be nervous? The white light gradually dissipated. Not long after, the light finally faded again. The dragon god let out a soft cry and said, "Strange, it's really strange. Could it be that with your strength, you can't see the current situation?" Garamandes anxiously asked, "Then what's his current situation? According to the current situation, is it possible for him to recover?" The dragon god was silent for a while, then said, "It's hard to say, there's only a 50% chance. According to the situation you described just now, when he was hit by the Lich's last fatal blow, he might have used some method to protect his last breath of life. However, this breath of life also felt like it was broken because of the evil aura. Because of this, his consciousness was completely condensed in his brain like an ordinary person when they died. Originally, in this case, even if he still had a breath of life, he would have died. But the situation of the child of Ricadios and Demanteti is just the opposite. You all know that we dragons are extremely powerful existences. Our bodies are more tyrannical than any other creatures, and our minds can't be affected by spiritual magic. Therefore, in that situation, the weakened evil light could only destroy your child's body, but his dragon soul, which was filled with strange energy, remained. In other words, although his physical body was completely destroyed, his spirit and dragon soul still existed. Because of this special and subtle relationship, they actually produced the effect of the fusion order. This human called Nianbing once used his energy to help Demanteti give birth. Therefore, during the fusion process, the child of Ricadios and Demanteti didn't reject the aura of his body. In this case, it formed a very subtle situation. On the surface, we can say that this human called Nianbing is mentally dead, but his body has the super recovery ability of us dragons under the effect of the dragon soul. Moreover, this child of Ricadios and Demanteti can produce energy very quickly, so the recovery ability of his dragon soul is much stronger than yours. In other words, this human's body will fully recover in a short period of time. With the super vitality of us dragons, the side effects of the curse have been completely compensated by the stubborn life force of the newborn dragon child. It can be said that this fused body is no longer a human. In a sense, he already has the body of a dragon, but he still has the appearance of a human. When this body is fully repaired and fuses with the dragon soul, your child will awaken and control this body. The reason why I say that he is strange is because this is already a half-dragon, half-human body. The appearance of a human and the soul of a dragon have fused together. Cagiones, Demanteti, you can totally treat him as your own child. The dragon god's words made the 7 dragon kings silent. Demanteti's sad eyes were full of joy. Not dead, my child is really not dead, this is really good, really good. Cagiosi was much calmer than his wife and asked, Dragon God, what should we do now? Nianbing has done so much for us, but my child has taken over his body, this doesn't seem right. Could it be that Nianbing's spiritual power has condensed in his brain, there is no possibility of recovery? The dragon god was silent for a moment and said, for an ordinary human, it is indeed so. When the spiritual power and consciousness are completely condensed and the soul has been scattered, that is true death, at least the consciousness is completely dead. However, the situation of this human is very special. He has opened the celestial eye blood in his 7 apertures. After his spiritual power and consciousness condensed, the soul that should have been scattered gathered in the celestial eye acupoint. Once he can regain consciousness, his celestial eye acupoint will be opened, and it will become an unprecedented special celestial eye acupoint. You have to understand that opening the celestial eye acupoint is extremely rare even in the godly mainland, let alone the Yangon continent. It can almost be said that every god who opens the celestial eye acupoint can become the king god and become the focus of cultivation of the godly mainland. However, although the celestial eye acupoint is good, there is a problem, and that is, it has a drawback that conflicts with the spiritual power under certain circumstances. Although people who have the celestial eye acupoint can better control their spiritual power through the celestial eye acupoint under certain circumstances, under normal circumstances, it will affect the development and control of the spiritual power. However, Nianbing's situation was different. His spiritual energy had completely fused with his heavenly eye acupoint. Once he opened his heavenly eye acupoint, the drawbacks of the heavenly eye acupoint would disappear due to the fusion with his spiritual energy. Only then will there be advantages. In the near future, as long as he opens 1 or 2 more apertures, his strength will be greatly improved. If his strength is greatly increased, then his future will be limitless. He will have a much greater advantage than the deities who cultivate on the godly mainland. Garamandes frowned and said, Dragon God, you have so much foreshadowing, what exactly do you want to say? You can just say it. The dragon god said, the reason why I explained it to you clearly is that I want you to have a choice. This half-dragon half-human body can only develop in 2 ways in the future. You have to make a choice. The first method was to allow him to continue developing like this. In that case, although he had a human body, he could be considered a member of us dragons. As Kagios and Demanteti's child continued to grow, he would become your true child and possess your child's thoughts and abilities. There would even be some unique human traits. When he reaches a certain level of strength, his body will even transform because of the dragon power. With the human body as the foundation, he will once again transform into the form of us dragons. In that case, your child will be back. Moreover, he also had an extremely bright future. However, by choosing this situation, the human called Nianbing could be said to be truly dead. This was because after the fusion of the celestial eye acupoint and the spiritual power, the seal would become stronger and stronger until it was completely sealed. The second option is to rely on the power of the seven of you to inject your dragon senses into his body. Just like normal hatching, your child will grow quickly. After 7 days or so, your child's consciousness will mature. At that time, your child's consciousness will mature. By that time, you would use his strength to open the celestial eye acupoint and release Nianbing's soul, fusing it with the spiritual power and consciousness again. At that time, Nianbing would be the owner of this body after all, and he would regain his dominant position over this body. Therefore, his abilities would also be restored due to the recovery of his vitality. In addition, after fusing with the dragon soul, his strength would increase. However, if you choose this method, there would be 2 souls in this body, a human soul and a dragon soul, with the human soul as the dominant one. Unless Nianbing is willing, you will not be able to come into contact with your child's soul. Therefore, of these 2 methods, one is the rebirth of a dragon child, and the other is the fusion of a dragon and a human. As for the choice, you are his parents, so it is up to you to decide. The 7 dragon kings looked at each other. The dragon god had already made it very clear. If they chose the first method, then the little dragon king would obtain real life with Nianbing's body as the foundation. If they chose the second method, then they could resurrect Nianbing, but the little dragon king would only have his clothes and his body. This was an extremely difficult choice. After all, they had only obtained their child after thousands of years of gestation. How would the dark dragon king, Kidiosis, and the light dragon king, Demanteti, choose? From a psychological point of view, who wouldn't want their child to be by their side instead of their clothes and others? Garamandes didn't say anything. Of course, he wanted to choose the second method, but he also wanted Demanteti's child to be resurrected. The complicated psychological struggle made him unable to express his opinion. He only looked at Kidiosis and Demanteti with some excitement, waiting for their choice. Although the other dragon king's thoughts were somewhat different from Garamandes, they also didn't express their opinions. Everyone knew how difficult this choice was. On one side was their child, and on the other side was the friend and brother who protected the 7 dragon kings with their lives. They really couldn't say much. Tears flowed down Demanteti's beautiful face. Her body was trembling slightly. Kidiosis let out a long sigh, hugged his wife, and closed his eyes. In fact, when the dragon god mentioned the 2 options, they had already made their choice. However, facing this choice was absolutely painful. When Dark Dragon King Kidiosis opened his eyes again, he had already completely suppressed his emotions. He took a deep breath and said, "Lord Dragon God, we don't need to choose anymore. We choose the second option." His voice was very firm, without any hesitation. Demanteti just leaned on Kidiosis's shoulder and cried softly. She didn't stop her husband. The cave was very quiet, and Chaos's voice echoed. Garamandes and the other 5 dragons stood up from the ground. From today onwards, I, Fire Dragon King Garamandes, swear that I will respect Kidiosis as my elder brother and leader. From now on, Dark Dragon King Kidiosis will be my boss. Garamandes said excitedly. His voice was already trembling. He knew very well that perhaps if he was in Kidiosis's position, he would also make the same choice. His voice was definitely not as firm as Kidiosis's. The dragon god's voice became gentle. Kidiosis, Demanteti. Have you 2 really thought it through? If you have decided to do this, then you can't go back on your words in the future. We dragons are a race that abides by our promises. I will give you one last chance. It's not too late to regret now. Perhaps you will only have one child in your life. Kidiosis seemed to be relieved after saying those words. He shook his head and said, "Lord Dragon God. We don't need to think about it anymore. If it wasn't for Nianbing, not to mention our child, even the 7 of us might have been destroyed by the enemy. It was he who helped Demanteti safely lay the dragon egg. It was he who found the way to hatch the dragon egg. He protected us with his own life. In the end, he even used his own body to protect our child. Only then did he not destroy his body and soul. He gave our child a new life. He is a great favor to us. I have never seen such a human before. We dragons are a noble race. We have received such a deep favor from him, so we should repay him well. Now, I have no right to choose at all. Even if I use my own life to exchange for his, I will not hesitate. I wouldn't hesitate either. Furthermore, our child isn't dead yet. His dragon soul still exists. Even though I'm not familiar with Nianbing, I believe in his character. Our child wouldn't be at a disadvantage in his body. Therefore, I don't have to choose anymore. Lord Dragon God, Demanteti, and I have decided to do this. This is what we should do. Good. Kidiosis, I didn't misjudge you. I didn't trust the wrong person. Your reason has won over your emotions. As the chief of the dragons, I am proud of your choice. Demanteti, you don't have to be sad anymore. In fact, your child still has a chance to be reborn. It's just that this opportunity depends on Nianbing, the human. If he can become the first human in the world to open the 7 apertures, then his strength will be so powerful that we can't imagine it. At that time, as long as he is willing, he can help your child reconstruct his body and export his dragon soul. Garamandes on the side was stunned for a moment before he said angrily, Lord Dragon God, why didn't you say this earlier? If you had said this earlier, Kidiosis and the others wouldn't have to make such a difficult choice. Don't you know how painful they are now? Nianbing's first acupoint is the Tianyan acupoint. Coupled with the special nature of his body now, it may not be impossible for him to open the 7 apertures. The dragon god didn't get angry because of Garamandes's rudeness. 2 balls of red light lit up in the milky white light. In the center of the 2 balls of red light was a golden spot. Because this is a test for the dragon god. To be able to give up your child's rebirth in order to save your benefactor, Kidiosis, you have met the requirements of the test. I declare that you will be the next dragon god. From now on, I will impart to you the Dragon God Heart Sutra passed down in our clan. You have to practice it well. When you enter the 7th layer of the Dragon God Heart Sutra, you will take my place. Dark Dragon King Kidiosis's whole body shook and he knelt on the ground with a plop. Lord Dragon God, how can this be? How can you pass the position of Dragon God to me? I belong to the darkness. What is darkness? Darkness is the dawn before the dawn. There is no absolute light in time. Similarly, there is no absolute darkness. You don't need to think too much. I have already made up my mind. My spiritual sense can't hold on any longer. Calm your mind and listen to my imparting. The golden dot in the 2 red lights extended into a line and directly pierced into Dark Dragon King Kidiosis's dragon eyes. Kidiosis's whole body shook, but he quickly regained his stability. His body that was originally emitting a dark aura was gradually shrouded in a layer of golden light. The dragon god was the patriarch of the dragons. The previous patriarchs of the dragons were all born from the 7 types of dragons. In the process of the dragon god's birth, there was rarely any hereditary inheritance. It was determined by strength, will, and contribution to the dragon god. The current dragon god was the patriarch of the previous generation of fire dragons, which was the previous generation of Fire Dragon King. The Dragon God Heart Sutra was the highest cultivation method among the dragons. It was extremely overbearing. Without super strength as the foundation, it was impossible to cultivate it. In order to maintain the dignity of the patriarch, the Dragon God Heart Sutra could only be passed down to one person in each generation, who was the successor patriarch. In the history of the dragons, there had never been a dark dragon god. Kidiosis never expected that the dragon god would choose him instead of his own son. Moreover, it was after he lost Miordas's sealing bottle. The best way to distinguish between the dragon god and ordinary dragons was to look at the light emitted by the dragon power. Any type of dragon, after becoming a dragon god, would have a layer of golden light attached to their original energy foundation that represented the power of the dragon god. At this time, the dragon god decided to impart the Supreme Dragon God Heart Sutra to Kidiosis, which meant that the successor of the dragon god had been born. Unless Kidiosis died unexpectedly, this had become an unchangeable fact. If it were in the past, perhaps Garamandes' dissatisfaction with his father would be even stronger, but his current state of mind was very peaceful, and even felt a sense of relief. All these years of hard work, his highest goal was to inherit his father's position as the dragon god. At this time, there was no more worry, and Yan Bing had the possibility of being resurrected. Garamandes suddenly found himself very happy to see such a result. After a short time, the layer of golden light gradually disappeared, and the dragon god's voice was not as clear as before. Well, Kidiosis, you have to work hard in the future. I have already told you the Dragon God Heart Sutra and the rights and obligations of the Dragon's Patriarch. I believe that when you inherit my position, you will become a more outstanding dragon god than me. Oh, right, there is one more thing. This human called Nian Bing has made a great contribution to us dragons. We have to repay this kindness. When I was imparting the Dragon God Heart Sutra to you, I thought about it carefully. Miorda's sealing bottle has been stolen. Perhaps this is the will of the heavens. I will give this human a promise. If he can come to the continent of gods in the future, I will use all my power to help him open the most powerful extreme emperor point of the human race. If he can't come to the continent of gods in the future, then from now on, his descendants will receive the protection of us dragons until 3 generations. Well, I have to go. You have to remember my words and always pay attention to the arrival of the day of extreme Een. That day will appear on the human sunflower day. If I remember correctly, that will be 2 years later in November. The milky white light disappeared, and the powerful dragon aura of the dragon god also disappeared. Nian Bing's body was calmly lying on the ground, and her body was still emitting a layer of grey aura. Garamandes smiled and said to the Dark Dragon King, Katerios, boss, congratulations. From now on, you are really our boss. Katerios smiled bitterly, actually, our strength is about the same. Perhaps this should belong to you. If the dark dragons become the dragon gods, I'm afraid it will have a bad influence on us dragons in the future. Garamandes laughed and said, Katerios, when did you become so wishy-washy? What's wrong with that? As long as we work together, the dragons will be united. Do you think we need to care about the nonsense of those ordinary gods? Those main gods only know how to sleep. Besides, if you become a dragon god, you will be one of the main gods. We dragons have our own system in the continent of gods, so why should we care so much about them? If you want the dragons to develop better, you have to work hard to cultivate the Dragon God Heart Sutra. According to my father, the Dragon God Heart Sutra has 13 layers. In the past, the strongest dragon god of our dragon clan had only cultivated to the 11th layer. If you can cultivate to the 13th layer, maybe even that guy who calls himself the Divine King will not be your opponent. Hearing Garamandes call the dragon god father, the Dragon King couldn't help but smile. They knew that the knot in Garamandes' heart had been untied. Garamandes, when did your mentality become so good? If someone else snatches the east that I want the most, I can't stand it. Kaderis's bad habit of talking appeared again after the atmosphere relaxed. Space Dragon King, Kaderis, just now when I used my mind to communicate with the Dragon King, the Dragon God said that your talent is actually very good. It's just that you know too many things and learn too many miscellaneous things. That's why you are the weakest among us Dragon Kings. The Dragon God told me that I must take good care of you. Speaking until here, a trace of evil aura appeared at the corner of his mouth. This was the true aura of the Dark Dragon King. Kaderis's whole body trembled. He slapped his own mouth and said, Boss, it can't be. How could the Dragon God have such an auspicious instruction? It's all my fault. I'll go out to relieve myself first. You guys chat. Fatso grabbed Kaderis and said with a smile, What? You want to escape by relieving yourself? Just bear with it. We all agree that the boss should properly train you so that you won't be idle. Demanteti said, Okay, stop fooling around. Before Nian Bing fully recovers, no one is allowed to leave. We can't let any more danger befall him. Let's guard him here. Judging from the speed of his wound healing and the speed of his body transformation, it will probably take about 3 days to fully recover. At that time, we will work together to help our damn child evolve. Speaking until here, she couldn't help but look gloomy. Kaderis hugged his wife tightly and said, Don't be sad. Our child isn't dead. Isn't it? Since that's the case, we still have hope. Besides, we still have 7 days before Nian Bing replies. In these 7 days, he is our real child. Let's Cherish these 7 days, okay? Garamandes suddenly said, I have a suggestion. All the Dragon King's gazes focused on Garamandes. Garamandes pondered for a moment and said, right now, Nianbing's soul is sealed in the Tianyan acupoint. This is both a bad thing and a good thing. If the time is too short, I'm afraid his soul won't be able to truly fuse with the Tianyan acupoint. My father has already told me the disadvantages of too long a time. Moreover, if we let Xiaolong grow too quickly, it will be disadvantageous to his future development. I suggest that we extend the 7 days to 49 days. This way, not only can we help Xiaolong grow better, but we can also let Nianbing's soul truly fuse with the Tianyan acupoint. 49 days isn't too long, it shouldn't affect him too much. After hearing Garamandes' words, the first to express her opinion was actually the arrogant Ice Dragon King Sasaris. She nodded and said, I agree with Garamandes' opinion. This is a very good choice and also safer. Anyway, I don't have anything to do. After this incident, it's better for us 7 Dragon Kings to act less alone in the future. If we stay together more, we can prevent our enemies from attacking us. Fatso also nodded and said, I also agree. We have been scattered all over the place for so many years. This time, we have gathered together. Before this matter is resolved, we shouldn't separate. If there are any changes, we can join forces and ask the Dragon God for guidance. Anyway, for me, it's fine as long as I have a place to sleep. Karadirus said, that's right. Then it's settled. Kadiri saw that everyone's last ray of light fell on him and finally became smart. He hurriedly said, okay, I have no problem. It's not bad to be able to be with everyone. Demantedi lowered her head. Thank you all. Of course, she knew that although Garamandes' suggestion didn't seem to have any problems on the surface, it was more to let her spend a few more days with her child. The Dragon King had lived for tens of thousands of years. Who wouldn't understand? It was just that they didn't point it out and even agreed with Garamandes' suggestion. For the Dragon King whose lifespan was calculated in tens of thousands of years, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. They had been guarding Nianbing in the cave. At this time, the period of time when the magic elements disappeared in the cold mountain range had passed. However, an even more terrifying energy storm was madly wreaking havoc within the range of the cold mountain range. The valley that was originally as warm as spring had now become like the outside world. It was full of a cold aura, almost turning a drop of water into ice. In this kind of environment, the ones who were most pleased were naturally the Fire Dragon King and the Ice Dragon King. The Ice Dragon King liked this kind of weather the most, and the Fire Dragon King Garamandes became the big furnace for the Dragon King to keep warm. Although it was very cold outside, the inside of the cave was as warm as spring under the effect of Garamandes' aura. It was very comfortable. The chaotic magic element storm couldn't affect powerful existences like the dragon gods. They could still extract the magic elements they needed from the energy storm. They were all waiting for Nianbing to wake up. Nianbing's body only took a day and a half to completely heal. However, he was still in a coma. Every day, he would only occasionally let out a few crisp, high-pitched cries. Demantedi always stayed by Nianbing's side. Because of the special nature of the little Dragon King's energy, she didn't dare to use her own energy to assist him. Everything could only depend on the little Dragon King's own ability. High-pitched. Nianbing's lips moved, which immediately attracted Demantedi's attention. Although this kind of situation had happened many times in the past few days, Demantedi would always look at him with special care. A mother's love was always the greatest and most selfless love in the world. Kadiri's whispered from the side, high-pitched cries today. I don't think we dragons have such a tone in their language. Sasari said disdainfully, don't tell me you can remember what you said when you were young? Demantedi glared at Kadiri's, watch your mouth. Otherwise, you can go outside and gain experience in the energy storm. It should be very beneficial for you. Kadiri smiled bitterly, okay. Anyway, I'm all alone. You all bully me. Fatso relied on his tall figure and patted Kadiri's on the shoulder, if you don't want to be bullied, you have to become strong first. High-pitched. The crisp cries once again attracted the attention of the Dragon King. Nianbing's body actually moved. He was trembling slightly, as if he was struggling with something. Demanteti was startled. She hurriedly grabbed Nianbing's hand and said softly, Child, are you okay? Don't scare your mother. High-pitched. The cries became clearer. Nianbing's lips were moving, and the skin on his face was beginning to melt. His bodily functions had completely recovered. Only his hair that had turned white due to the ancestral curse remained the same. Crispy tall. Nianbing's eyelids twitched, and he slowly opened his eyes. His blue eyes seemed to be clearer than before. He blinked, and his eyes were filled with childishness. Crispy high. His voice sounded very excited as he dove into Diamante's embrace, lightly rubbing against her full breasts. Crispy high. Except for Sasaris, the other male dragon king were speechless. After all, Nianbing was a grown man, and Demanteti was in the form of a human beauty. This kind of action was too intimate. Garamantes coughed, turned around, and walked out. He really couldn't stand this stimulation. Fatso, Caro, and Carlo hurriedly followed. Sasaris took a deep look at Nianbing before following them. Demanteti acted as if she didn't feel anything. She let Nianbing rub against her chest. Her eyes were filled with the radiance of a mother. She gently stroked Nianbing's long white hair and softly said, Good child, it's okay. Mother is by your side. Mother will protect you. I won't let anyone hurt you. In her eyes, Nianbing was her child. Especially the dragon aura emitted from Nianbing's body. She couldn't be more familiar with it. After giving birth to the little dragon for thousands of years, she had suffered a lot. Even if there was only a trace of the little dragon's aura, she could still clearly recognize it. Katerios also squatted down. Although he felt a little strange that Nianbing was rubbing against his wife's chest, after all, the one in control of Nianbing's body was his son. Therefore, he could reluctantly accept this reality. Nianbing affectionately rubbed against Demanteti's chest, looking completely like a child. Demanteti's eyes became more and more gentle. Crispy high. Nianbing's voice became more and more pleading. Under the influence of her maternal instinct, Demanteti immediately understood his meaning. Her face became a little red. She raised her head and said to Katerios, Husband, can you go out first? I think the child may need to drink milk. He just woke up and his body is still weak. Katerios looked at his wife in a daze. You don't really want to feed him milk, do you? His body is recovering very well under the effect of dragon power. I think he shouldn't need it. Later, we will use energy to help him evolve. With the replenishment of energy, it doesn't matter whether he eats or not. Demanteti firmly said, No, breast milk is very important for the child. Our child needs nutrition. Husband, he is not Nianbing now, he is our child. Katerios bitterly smiled, but his body is still Nianbing's. Demanteti slightly frowned, how can you be like this? He is my child, and also your child. Shouldn't a child drink his mother's milk? Husband, if you feel uncomfortable in your heart, you can go out first. It wasn't easy for us to have such a child. I don't want to have any regrets. Even if I want to milk him in the future, it will be impossible. Speaking to her, a trace of sadness appeared in her eyes. She lowered her head to look at Nianbing, and her gaze became even more benevolent. Nianbing looked at Katerios with blue eyes full of affection. Crispy high. Okay. Katerios helplessly sighed, that's right. He is our child now. Nianbing, you brat, took advantage of my son. For him, there was no one more important in the world than Demanteti. Not to mention being touched by other men, even if others looked at Demanteti more than a few times, he would be angry. But now. Shaking his head helplessly, Katerios turned around and walked out of the depths of the cave. Kadiris, let's go. I will take you outside to exercise. It is not easy to encounter an energy storm. This is the best time for you to exercise. Boss, don't. Demanteti's eyes revealed a gentle smile. She gently lifted her clothes made of condensed energy, revealing her proud twin peaks. Nianbing was not going to be polite. As soon as he saw the baby he hoped to see, he immediately cupped her full breasts with both hands, leaned forward, and gently sucked on the bright red nipple. A strange feeling spread throughout Demanteti's body. Although she knew that the person in front of her was a grown man, she didn't have any superfluous thoughts in her heart. Nianbing seemed to have really turned into a dragon, and was really her child. The strange feeling in front of her chest filled her heart with the pride of a mother. She gently stroked Nianbing's long white hair, attentively nurturing her child. 10 days later. Crispy hi, alright, stop shouting. You clearly evolved to the point where you can speak human language, but you still can't change that childish voice of yours. Kadiri said unhappily. He had suffered a lot these days. Every morning, it was Demanteti who nursed Nianbing. This period of time had also become his nightmare. Every time at this time, Kadiri's would drag him outside to the energy storm to train. The Space Dragon King, who had never been interested in training, suffered a lot of abuse. He knew that Kadiri's was venting the strange feeling in his heart on him, but he couldn't say anything. Otherwise, the storm would be even more violent in the future. In the afternoon, the 7 Dragon Kings would work together to help the little Dragon King evolve for 4 hours. During the evolution process, the little Dragon King would absorb a large amount of the 7 types of energy provided by the 7 Dragon Kings. Its evolution process was much faster than expected. By the time the 7 Dragon Kings had nurtured it for 8 days, it was already able to speak. However, the 7 Dragon Kings still hadn't figured out what attribute this freak's energy was. They couldn't feel how powerful that strange energy was, but they could fully feel the strangeness in it. The most prominent characteristic of the little Dragon King's energy was devouring. Especially when the 7 Dragon Kings wholeheartedly transferred their energy into the little Dragon King's body, this devouring characteristic was even more obvious. Moreover, his learning ability was very strong. When the 7 Dragon Kings passed on their memories of dragons to him, he would soon be able to fully understand. 8 days. Although the 7 Dragon Kings had already reduced his evolution speed, the little Dragon King's intelligence had already reached the level of an ordinary 16-year-old human. I want to call her mommy, Kadiri's bullied me. What? Ka-ao, you bastard, you actually dare to bully my son. A white light flashed. The furious Demanteti rushed out of the cave. Without asking for the reason, she threw a punch at Kadiri's. Kadiri's had to admit that although he had suffered a lot in the energy storm, his strength had increased significantly. With a flash of silver light, the spatial Dragon King's body was instantly teleported 30 meters away under a dazzling radiance. Alright, I'll say Demanteti. You're too protective of your child, aren't you? You've spoiled this little fellow so much. After saying that, he didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned around and ran out. In the situation where the mother dragon was angry, it was better to temporarily avoid the sharp edge. Moreover, this mother dragon had a strong support behind her. Nianbing giggled and moved to Demanteti's side. Holding her hand, he said, Mommy is so good, Mommy. I want to drink milk. Demanteti blushed and said, Darling, you've already eaten today, moreover, with your current condition, you don't need to drink milk anymore. Nianbing's body is much stronger than an ordinary dragon's, let alone a human's. When he circulates the energy in his body will become much stronger. When he used his energy, a layer of gray scales would naturally condense on the surface of his body. The strength of these gray scales was comparable to the 7 Dragon Kings. It was only a little weaker than Fatso's yellow scales. No, I want to eat. Mommy, I'm hungry. Nianbing shook Demanteti's hand vigorously. Demanteti knew that her child would only be together with her for 49 days, so she was extremely fond of this Nianbing in front of her. She simply couldn't bear to go against his wishes. She smiled helplessly and said, All right then, you come with Mommy to the cave. After saying that, she pulled Nianbing and walked into the cave. The other Dragon King were all cultivating outside the cave in the energy storm. After Dark Dragon King Kagiosa's test, cultivating in the energy storm was much stronger than under normal circumstances. Naturally, they wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. Kagiosis was in the depths of the cave. Seeing Demantedi pulling Nianbing in, he couldn't help but say to her, "Don't spoil this child too much. Spoiling won't make a good child." Demantedi said disapprovingly, "Am I spoiling him?" "No, of course not." Crisp, crisp, crisp. "Daddy, what are you doing?" Nianbing echoed his mother's words. The word daddy immediately made Kagiosa's temper vanish. He kept telling himself that this was his son and not a human. He said in a bad mood, "You little brat, you're already so naughty when you're just a few days old. What will happen when you grow up? I don't care if you're naughty, but you have to remember the various creeds of us dragons. If you violate them, even I won't forgive you." Nianbing stuck out his tongue and said, I know. Daddy, I want to drink milk. Are you still going out?" Kagiosis was stunned for a moment and said, "Again? Didn't you already drink milk today?" He still wanted to say something, but seeing Demantedi's almost pleading eyes, he could only helplessly sigh and said, "All right, but you have to be gentle, okay? You can't hurt Mommy." "Of course. Mommy is the person who loves me the most. How can I bear to hurt her?" Drinking milk was something that Nianbing enjoyed the most. Every time, he would try his best to delay the time and enjoy his mother's sweet milk. This time, he ate for a full hour before reluctantly letting go of the delicious taste in his mouth. What a comfortable feeling. "Mommy, I don't know why, but although I can't accept energy from the outside world, I can completely replenish my body through food." Demantedi put away the clothes and said, "Perhaps this is because you have a human body now. Baby, what form is the energy in your body in? Although we can help you evolve, we can't feel your energy." Nianbing thought for a moment and said, "I'm not sure either. It seems to be a mass of gray energy. When I absorb your energy, I feel very comfortable. I will feel very comfortable. Yesterday, you guys helped me to evolve. The mass of gray energy seems to be smaller than before. It's just at my chest. I've memorized the incantation of draconic magic, but for some reason, I can't use it. On the other hand, it's easy to use Douqi." After saying that, he waved his hand and a silver Douqi appeared around his body. It was the Saint Douqi that symbolized swordsman's level. Demantedi said, "Your body's condition is very good. In terms of magic immunity, physical attack, and physical defense, you're stronger than us. You're only inferior to Fatso. Your father and I have thought about it carefully, but we can't determine which type of dragon you belong to. As for the use of your energy, we dragons have never encountered such a situation before. Therefore, we can't teach you anything. You can only rely on yourself to explore. Baby. After you've completely evolved, this body of yours will be controlled by Nianbing. At that time, you can enter a dormant state and properly understand the changes in your energy. We dragons need to undergo 3 evolutions in our lifetime. What we helped you with is only the first evolution. You'll have to rely on yourself for the next 2 evolutions. Of course, if you're appointed as the successor by the Dragon God, like your father, you'll be fortunate enough to cultivate the Dragon God's Heart Sutra. Then, when you reach the 7th layer of the Heart Sutra, you'll undergo the 4th evolution. That's the super evolution of us dragons. Mother, why should I leave you? Why should I give this body to that sealed human to control?" Demantedi barely suppressed the sadness in her heart and said softly, "Because Nianbing's current situation was caused by you. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid you'd have died long ago. He's done so much for us dragons. Yubing gave you hope to live, so no matter how you look at it, we have to help him answer his words. Repaying kindness is what we have to do. Moreover, it's not like you won't be able to see your mother in the future. When Nianbing's soul is released and regains control of his spiritual power and consciousness, the 2 of you will coexist in this body with him as the master. You can communicate through your souls. When you want to see your mother, you can tell Nianbing. I think, with his character, he won't stop you." Nianbing pouted and said, "So troublesome. It's really not good to not have my own body. If I meet that demon lord you're talking about in the future, I'll definitely kill him." "Mother, you said something about the Dragon God's Heart Sutra. Can Father teach me? Didn't you say that Father is the next Dragon God? Just let him reserve me as his successor." "Shoo," Demantedi made a shushing gesture, "be quiet. If your father hears you, I'm afraid he'll reprimand you again. You have to understand that we dragons can't let family affection affect the choice of the dragon god. Unless you can overwhelm the other clansmen in all aspects, when your father knows that he can't continue to lead our clansmen, then it's possible for him to teach you the dragon god's heart sutra. That's the highest cultivation method of us dragons. It's not easy to teach. The current dragon king is your uncle Garamandi's father, but because your father is more suitable to be the next dragon god, he didn't listen to your uncle Garamandi's. If you want to be the next dragon god, you must maintain fairness. Your father is the dark dragon king, so it's not easy for him to gain the trust of the clansmen. Don't make trouble for him. Don't say such things again in the future, especially not in your father's ears, understand? Although she doted on Nian Bing, when it came to the clan's important matters, she didn't dare to be careless at all. She hurriedly explained to Nian Bing. Nian Bing stared blankly for a moment. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. He had never told the 7 dragon kings that his strange gray energy had another special ability besides devouring, and that was mind reading. With his current strength, he naturally couldn't directly invade the mind of the 7 dragon kings with this ability. However, when the 7 dragon kings helped him evolve and passed on energy and various knowledge of dragons to him, his mind was completely opened, and his ability naturally played a role. The reason why he hadn't said anything was that he had discovered many secrets among the 7 dragon kings. For example, the space dragon king Kadiris had always secretly liked the ice dragon king Sasaris, and had even peeked at Sasaris' underwear. For example, the earth dragon king Fatso also liked Sasaris, and even treated her as the object of his sexual fantasies. He was completely aware of these secrets. To him, the 7 dragon kings no longer had any secrets, and this naturally included the Dragon God Heart Sutra. Although Nian Bing only had the intelligence of a 16-year-old human, he also understood that it was absolutely taboo to arbitrarily reveal other people's secrets, so he concealed the fact that he had this ability. These 2 days, when the 7 dragon kings had helped him evolve, he would often search for these secrets that he had obtained. When he thought of all the interesting secrets in the hearts of the 7 dragon kings, he would secretly laugh on the side. Now that he heard Demantedi say that he couldn't cultivate the Dragon God Heart Sutra, he was even more determined to not reveal this ability. In any case, he already knew, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to secretly cultivate it. Although there was more or less an uneasy feeling in his heart, Nian Bing still couldn't resist the curiosity in his heart. Mom, don't worry. I won't say it again in the future. In any case, this body won't be controlled by me in the future, so how could I say it? Hearing Nian Bing say so, Demantedi couldn't help but feel a slight pain in her heart. She felt that her previous tone was a bit harsh, so she gently hugged Nian Bing into her arms, and Silence enjoyed this moment of familial happiness. The little Dragon King's evolution speed was really too fast. In the end, it didn't delay for the 49th day. When the 36th day after he woke up arrived, the Dragon King's dragon power and various functions in his body had completely reached the expectations of the Dragon Kings. Demantedi knew that the child in front of her was about to be replaced with a human soul. Her heart was very painful, but this was something that couldn't be helped. The 7 Dragon Kings once again gathered in the depths of the cave and surrounded Psychic Ice like they always did when they were helping him evolve. Kagiosis's face was expressionless. He tried his best to calm himself down, but could he really calm down when facing his own son? It was very, very difficult. Child, your evolution is basically complete. Now, it's time for you to awaken Nian Bing's soul in your Tianyan acupoint. Although your energy is very strange, I can vaguely feel that it's very powerful. As long as you work hard to break through the seal of your Tianyan acupoint, you will definitely be able to release Nian Bing's soul. From now on, you will share this body. No matter what, you must remember that he is your savior. He is the one who gave you the opportunity to come to this world. Under any circumstances, you must help him selflessly, no matter if it's for him or for yourself. Only when Nian Bing becomes a true powerhouse can he help you reconstruct your body and let you truly be yourself. Do you understand? Facing this strict father of hers, Nian Bing was still a little afraid. He put away his usual mischievous appearance and nodded obediently, saying, "Father, I will definitely do it. Mother has already told me about this." But, can I make a request? Kagionis gently said, say it. As long as I can do it, I will definitely satisfy you. How could he be dissatisfied with his son's last request? Nianbing secretly looked at his mother and said softly, after I awaken that Nianbing, can I still drink mother's milk in the future? Heh. Cordelis couldn't help but laugh out loud. But when he saw Cordelis' frosty expression, he hurriedly covered his mouth. After what he had gone through, he didn't dare to provoke this boss of his. Kajioni sternly said, no, definitely not. Demanteti is your mother, not Nianbing's. Also, you have already completed the first stage of evolution. You have already passed the infancy stage and can't drink milk anymore. He reluctantly tolerated his son using Nianbing's body to drink milk. If he waited until Nianbing woke up to drink milk, he couldn't tolerate it no matter what. Although Nianbing could be said to be their family's savior, the feeling of being cuckolded was definitely uncomfortable. Demanteti grumbled, lower your voice, don't scare the child. Kagionis helplessly shook his head and said, you just spoil him too much. Alright, let's start. Later, the 7 of us will use our own energy to protect you. You try to break the seal of the Tianyan acupoint. I have checked Nianbing's body and sealed his soul with the Tianyan acupoint. But the seal is not very strong. When you turn the seal, it will be very strong. You just have to be careful not to hurt his lingue. Only you can do this because you are now a part of his body. Only then will the Tianyan acupoint recognize your aura. If it is our energy, we can only pray for the Tianyan acupoint to be destroyed, but we can't open it. Do you understand? Nianbing nodded and said, I understand. Dad, Mom. Take care of yourselves. Uncles, take care of yourselves. If I made you unhappy in the past, please forgive me, especially Uncle Kadiris. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't forgive me. In any case, it won't be easy for you to see me again in the future. As he said that, he bowed deeply in 7 directions. Now, his will was gradually maturing. After inheriting Kajioni's and Demanteti's genes, he was gradually maturing and no longer fooled around like he was a month ago. He was about to leave, so he stopped fooling around. His eyes were a little red. Wait a minute. Demanteti choked and stopped the 10th Dragon King, whose eyes were also red, from gathering his energy. Kajioni sighed softly and said, he will leave us sooner or later. I can't bear to leave you, but, Demanteti sobbed and said, I don't want to stop you. It's just that, have you forgotten that our child doesn't even have a name yet? I think I should give him a name before he leaves, okay? At this point, she could no longer hold back the sadness in her heart and burst into tears. The Fire Dragon King Garamandes at the side couldn't bear it and said, why don't we wake up Nianbing in a few days, at least wait until Demanteti calms down a little. Kajioni shook his head and said, it's better to have a short pain than a long pain. The longer it takes, the more reluctant we are to part with it. Okay, wife, you can give him this name. No matter what you give him. I agree. Nianbing looked at the 10th Dragon King and suddenly said, Dad, Mom, let me decide my name. Let's take the 1st, 3rd, and 5th names of my father's name and then change the order. Let's call him Oscar. You can also call me Kakasi. It's a very good name. Kagaosi's entire body trembled. He never thought that his son would actually choose such a name. Even if he used his parents' name, with the difference in intimacy between him and Dimant, he should have used Dimant's name. However, he had chosen his own name. Kagionis didn't understand, but a strange warmth had already appeared in the depths of his heart. The Space Dragon King Kadiris, who had always been very curious, asked Kagionis, why do you want this name? I remember Kajioni scolding you a lot, Oscar said indifferently, no matter what, he is my father. According to human customs, a son should use his father's surname. We dragons don't have surnames, so I'll use my father's name. He said it very calmly, but it caused great waves in Kajioni's heart. Originally, he had been a bit uncomfortable because his son was using Nianbing's body and was pestering Demanteti. It wasn't just because of Nianbing's body, but also because his son had taken away most of his wife's love. However, when he heard his son's explanation, his eyes became moist. He regretted not treating his son better these days, and felt ashamed of the trace of jealousy in his heart. Oscar flicked the tears in his eyes. Okay, what are you doing? Dad, Mom, it's not like I won't come back. Didn't you say that Nianbing is a good person? She will definitely let me out to see you often. Okay, let's start. Remember, call me Kaka, Oscar. After saying that, he closed his eyes and began to condense the special energy in his body. The 7 Dragon Kings looked at each other. Kagionis took a deep breath and said, Okay, my son has grown up. Let's start. Ice, fire, wind, earth, space, light, and darkness. 7 different types of energy appeared at the same time. The 7 Dragon Kings' bodies burned with blue, red, green, yellow, silver, white, and black flames. After they raised their energy to the limit, they raised their right hands at the same time and carefully transferred the energy into Oscar's body. With the support of the 7 Dragon Kings, Oscar's body shook, and a layer of gray scales gradually grew on his body. The shape of his scales was neither like his father, the Dark Dragon King Kagionis, nor his mother, the Wise Dragon King Demanteti. It was an extremely strange shape. The middle of the scales outlined a beautiful arc, but the 2 ends were sharp triangles. The scales were small, but they were extremely dense. They densely covered every corner of his skin. A layer of faint gray aura pushed the energy of the 7 Dragon Kings away by an inch. Although it looked like it was pushed away, in fact, Oscar was still absorbing the energy of the 7 Dragon Kings. With the support of this energy, he stabilized his dragon soul and controlled his gray energy to slowly move up and invade the brain. The brain. It was the most complicated part of a human. If it was the spiritual power of a person, with just a thought, the energy would naturally enter the brain along a specific path and reach any place according to control. But Wind-Moon Net fight. Now, Oscar had entered Nianbing's brain. He knew that this was the most vulnerable part of a human. So, although he had planned the route in advance, he was still very careful. He didn't want Nianbing to become an idiot after her soul returned to her body. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to use this body to connect with his parents anymore. Gradually, according to the original route, the gray energy that Oscar was hugging was getting closer and closer to Nianbing's forehead. Suddenly, he felt a familiar aura. Ever since he had this body, the only place his energy couldn't observe was the depths of Nianbing's brain. At this moment, he suddenly felt a familiar aura here. He couldn't help but be stunned. Oscar paused for a moment. Although the spiritual power of a dragon was extremely strong, it still consumed a lot of his energy to move through the complex circuit of the brain without any damage. After a short break, he continued to move forward, towards the familiar aura. He didn't have to worry about his soul losing contact with the dragon soul. With the strong support of the 7 Dragon Kings, even if there was an accident, his soul could be pulled back. When Oscar passed through the layers of obstacles and saw his destination, he couldn't help but be stunned. What appeared in front of him was actually a big door. The big door of the Tianyan acupoint. And at the entrance of the big door stood 7 people. 7 people who looked exactly like him. They all had different colors, representing ice, fire, wind, earth, space, light and darkness. 7 different types of energy, 7 different colors of light formed a special barrier, completely blocking the entrance of the Tianyan acupoint. Oscar's heart skipped a beat. He remembered the 7 Dragon Kings talking about Nianbing's strength. Was this his shadow puppet of the complete element? That 7-colored energy was obviously his sky domain. Why would it appear here? Before he could think further, the 7 shadow puppets in front of the Tianyan acupoint had already surrounded him. Because they were too fast, the 7 shadow puppets brought out 10 faint afterimages. 7 completely different types of energy attacked Oscar's gray energy at the same time. What the F***ck, what kind of human was this? He was too abnormal. He actually used the complete element so cleverly. Wasn't he already dead? Why did his energy still exist? Why was he still guarding this door? Why was this so? Oscar's strange gray energy did not hesitate because of his doubts. It quickly condensed into a ball, protecting his soul. Fortunately, this strange energy was formed from 10 different types of energy. It would be used as a single type of soul for others. If it was attacked by the 7 shadow puppets, it would probably be destroyed. Ouch. The pain in his soul made Oscar cry out in pain. I had good intentions, why did you hit me? Although his energy was already very strong, he did not train his soul. Facing these shadow puppets formed from an unknown energy, his soul could only passively resist and could not fight back at all. Pain, it was really painful. Ling Gui's pain was far beyond the physical body, especially the blue and red shadow puppets. Their attack power was the strongest, and every hit made Oscar's heart twitch. The 7 Dragon Kings were also shocked outside because Nianbing's body suddenly trembled without any warning. Her face revealed an extremely painful expression. Demanteti looked at Cateriosus with a questioning gaze, asking if he wanted to pull her son's soul back. Cateriosus hesitated for a moment, but he still shook his head because he knew that if he failed this time, it would be even harder to succeed in the future. In front of Nianbing's Tianyan acupuncture point, Oscar was almost unable to resist. He also wanted to leave this place with his soul, but he was surrounded by the 7 shadow puppets. He could not escape even if he wanted to. Just as Oscar felt that his soul was about to collapse, the 7 shadow puppets suddenly stopped. Oscar realized that their bodies were stained with his gray energy. A white light flashed, and the big door of the Tianyan acupuncture point opened automatically. Before Oscar could cheer, his soul was instantly sucked into the door. The 7 shadow puppets condensed into 7 colored light balls and floated down, heading towards Nianbing's chest. This was a transparent world, and everything around him had become extremely illusory. Oscar felt that something was wrong as soon as he came in, just like when he peeked at the 7 Dragon Kings. It seemed that everything about him was no longer mysterious, and everything was completely presented in this transparent space. Just as Oscar felt a little baffled, a surprised voice sounded in his soul. Who are you? How did you get here? Oscar was shocked and said, Are you that human Nianbing? Of course, I came here to take you out. The energy here has seen through me. Didn't you do it? Take me out? I'm already dead. Where can you take me? Yes, the person who spoke to Oscar was Nianbing. A white soul floated over, and the white light gradually condensed and took shape. Nianbing appeared. His appearance was exactly the same as Oscar's energy form. The two of them looked at each other, and a strange feeling arose in their hearts. It was an indescribable feeling. Looking at themselves opposite them, they were a little stunned. After Nianbing blocked Evil Moon's final attack, his consciousness fell into a deep slumber. He felt like he was floating, but he couldn't feel the pain in his body. It was a very comfortable feeling. Everything around him turned dark, as if a voice was calling out to him. At that time, he only had one thought in his mind. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead, just like that. Then, he lost all his perception. When he woke up, he found himself in this space. A person could only die once in their life, and no one knew what it was like after death. Nianbing only felt that he had come to a transparent and special world. This world seemed to have absorbed everything in his memory. This space seemed very small, but it also seemed to be infinitely big. He could only control his soul to float in it. There was no time in this space. The feeling of loneliness gradually smoothed out all the thoughts in his mind. Everything was no longer important. He was dead, and everything in the world had nothing to do with him. Because he always thought that he was dead, he opened his mind in this illusory space and felt everything around him. He was getting more and more skilled at controlling his soul. Now, he could easily come to any corner of this transparent space. Idiot, you're not dead. If you're dead, I'll kill you. Can you still talk to me? Your soul is still alive, it hasn't dissipated, Oscar said to Nianbing grumpily. Nianbing was stunned for a moment. She looked at Oscar, who looked exactly like her, and said, Are you saying that I'm not dead? Then who are you? Another me? His heart, which had been as calm as water for the past few days, began to ripple. There were still so many things waiting for him to do. How could he bear to die? Oscar nodded and said, Of course you're not dead. Otherwise, I would have died too. Do you still remember that red light you blocked at the last moment? You were flushed into my body by that red light. At that time, my physical body was destroyed by some despicable evil lord, and your soul disappeared due to the lack of vitality in your spiritual energy. I was the egg that you saved. My parents are the Dark Dragon King, Kidiosis, and the Light Dragon King, Demanteti. And I am that dragon egg. You can call me by my name. My name is Oscar, and you can also call me Kaka. Nian Bing's heart skipped a beat. She was an extremely smart person. Although Oscar didn't explain in detail, she could still vaguely guess some of it. She said anxiously, "Then I'm really not dead? What exactly happened? Tell me more clearly." Oscar chuckled and controlled his soul to float in front of Nian Bing. Although the figure in front of him was exactly the same as him, he couldn't help but take a closer look. He realized that Nian Bing's soul would naturally produce an energy that made him feel close to her. This energy and gentleness seemed to be very familiar. Of course, he didn't know that this was because when Demanteti had a difficult birth, it was Nian Bing who used her own energy to help her give birth naturally. She also used her own 7 elemental magic to nourish his body. It was because of this reason that even though it was the first time he saw Nian Bing, he subconsciously felt close to her. To put it simply, your current form is your soul, and my current form is also my soul. You are a human, and I am a dragon. My original body was destroyed by Evil Moon, and my soul and dragon soul took the opportunity to merge into your body. Now, your human body is under the control of both of us. I have healed all your injuries and used the energy produced by the dragon soul to help transform your body. So, although your body looks like a human's, it actually has the toughness of a dragon. Your ability to resist magic and physical attacks has been raised to the level of a dragon. You should understand what I'm trying to say. The reason why I controlled my soul to come here is to awaken your soul, take you out, and regain control of this body. Oscar then told Nian Bing in detail everything that had happened these days. Nian Bing asked a few questions, and he answered them one by one. Not dead? I'm really not dead? Ha ha ha, this is great. Nian Bing, who was in her soul form, danced in joy in the Tianyan acupoint. What could be more fortunate than a dead person being reborn? He was really excited to be able to live again. Moreover, compared to before, he had an additional dragon body. All of this was really wonderful. Hey, are you crazy? Oscar looked at Nian Bing with some dissatisfaction. Nian Bing hugged Oscar excitedly. Even though they were both spirits now, the contact between their spirits was still real. Furthermore, it would leave a deeper impression on them. Thank you, little dragon. I can't believe that I'm still alive. I knew it. The 7 dragon kings are so powerful, how could they let me die? Oscar smiled bitterly and said, to be honest, whether it's you or me, we were just lucky. If my energy hadn't found your damaged body at that time, and your body hadn't been repaired by my energy in time, I'm afraid both of us would have been finished. Although my parents are powerful, they are definitely not omnipotent. I've always wanted to ask you a question. Can you please answer it? Nian Bing was in an extremely good mood. Ask away. I'll answer as long as I know the answer. Oscar laughed and said, you helped my father and the others so much back then. Don't you have any selfishness at all? Facing enemies so much stronger than you, you actually gave up your life to protect my father and me. This is really hard for me to understand. Don't humans treat their own lives as the most precious thing? Nian Bing smiled and said, actually, I've only thought about this question carefully after coming here. It can be said that when I decided to protect you, I was 80% impulsive and 20% lucky. In my opinion, the 7 dragon kings are powerful after all. As long as I can hold on for a while, they will definitely hatch you. After all, it's the combined power of the 7 dragon kings. But it was more impulsive. I was really impulsive back then. Maybe you don't know, but ever since I separated from my parents, I've been a very rational person. Because I know. If I want to avenge my father, I have to face everything calmly. Because my enemy is really too powerful. Seeing your mother give up her own life to give birth to you, the great motherly love deeply infected me. Although my actions that day were for brotherly love, more importantly, it was for your mother's selfless love. I've been separated from my mother since I was young. I deeply know how painful it is for a child to not have a mother. I've already lost my mother. I really don't want you to lose her and your father when you're just born. At that time, I was very emotional. I suddenly felt that I was full of strength. So, I promised the 7 dragon kings to protect them and let them hatch you with all their might. You know what happened after that. I originally thought that my impulsive actions would lead to an irreversible tragedy. But now, it seems that my luck is really extraordinarily good. Oscar's body trembled slightly. Demanteti had never told him what happened when she was pregnant with him. He only found out from Yan Bing how much pain his mother had suffered to give birth to him. This feeling was unforgettable. Yan Bing smiled and said, I understand what you mean. Don't worry, this body now belongs to both of us. As long as your parents are here, I'll let you handle this body. You can do whatever you want to do. I'll supervise you from inside the body. This way, you can move around outside while I cultivate inside the body. When I'm outside, you can also cultivate inside the body. Isn't that great? Both of us won't waste time, and we won't have to worry about being disturbed when we're cultivating. Although sharing a body with the little dragon king Oscar had many flaws, it was still much better than staying in this lonely space. Oscar nodded and said, Okay, you've already agreed to my request. Since you're so straightforward, I won't hide anything from you. Both of us have the same body at the same time. It can be said that our memories are already interlinked. Unless we rely on the energy of our souls to seal the special memories, we can use the fastest speed to understand each other. When you regain control of your body, you will definitely recall many strange memories. There will be many strange things in your memories. You must not tell anyone because my energy is very strange. I have the ability to read minds. Therefore, I have seen many things that I should not have seen. I'll seal some of the most confidential ones with my soul. As for the others, they might be of some use to you. What he wanted to seal was, of course, the most precious of dragons, the new dragon god's secret art. That must not be known by others. After growing and evolving, Oscar had already understood a lot of things. Nian Bing looked at Oscar in surprise and said, When I helped you deliver the baby, I knew that your energy was very strange. Are you able to figure out what kind of ability you have now? Oscar smiled bitterly and said, I can't. Although my energy is very strange, I can't see how strong it is right now. To be honest, I can only use some of the basic attack and defense abilities of dragons. However, I can't use the mimicry magic and the powerful dragon's language magic. So, from a certain point of view, I'm not a qualified dragon. However, my father and mother are the Dark Dragon King and Light Dragon King respectively. I believe that my strength shouldn't be too far away. When I understand my own energy, I'll definitely give them a surprise. What I can do now is to continuously cultivate this energy. Perhaps, when it accumulates to a certain extent, it will be able to manifest its own ability. Don't worry, although I'm cultivating in your body, it won't affect your body. Your original energy should be in the area between your chest and abdomen. You can continue cultivating there. I'll gather the energy near your heart, which is the weakest part of your body. Cultivating there will not only not affect you, it can also protect your heart. Our souls seem to be connected now. From now on, we'll rely on our souls to communicate with each other. Nian Bing nodded and said, Thank you, Oscar. From now on, we'll be the closest of partners. May I ask, what kind of people can exist in our situation? Alright, I want to go out and take a look. You said that the Tianyan acupoint has been opened, right? Oscar nodded and said, Yes, the Tianyan acupoint has been opened, but my soul has lost its connection with the energy of the 7 dragon kings. As long as we can summon their energy, we can be pulled out by them. At that time, you only need to use your soul and consciousness to merge together and you will naturally be able to control this body. Remember, I'm at your heart. Nian Bing's heart skipped a beat as he sensed familiar energy waves. They were the 7 auras of ice, fire, wind, earth, space, light, and darkness. He thought of the 7 shadow puppets that Oscar had encountered earlier, and a thought flashed through his mind. He immediately understood what was going on. Kaka, I know why you can come in. Your soul and dragon soul can survive in my body, so you must have been recognized by my body. Therefore, when you were attacked by the 7 shadow puppets, they were contaminated with your aura and immediately felt that you weren't an enemy. That's why they gave up on chasing you. Yes, it must be like that. If I'm not wrong, now my ice and fire magic has already come into contact with the energy of the 7 Dragon Kings. Although you can't feel the energy of the 7 Dragon Kings, I can. Alright, let's go out together. Saying that, he pulled Oscar's hand, and through his soul, he summoned the energy that he was most familiar with. The transparent space slightly fluctuated, and everything around gradually became distorted. Various kinds of light constantly flickered in the Tianyan acupoint, and the extraordinary splendor it brought was so moving. Nianbing felt Oscar's energy, and at the same time Oscar also felt his. At this moment, one human and one dragon, the originally completely different souls, actually flourished a bridge of communication between each other. Through this bridge, they no longer needed to speak. As long as they thought about it, the other party would know what they were thinking. Nianbing's eyes flashed, and he lightly shouted, "Alright, let's go out." The 7-colored light burst out from the depths of his soul, and the already open Tianyan acupoint could no longer obstruct his soul. The two souls with the same appearance turned into 2 balls of light, one gray, and the other rainbow. Nianbing's soul was now mostly filled with red and blue light, surrounded by the other 5 colors of light. In terms of energy control, Nianbing was much stronger than Oscar. Relying on his sense of energy, and with the energy of the 7 Dragon Kings as the foundation, he quickly broke free from the seal of the Tianyan acupoint, and followed the meridians down. Just as their souls left the brain and entered Nianbing's body, suddenly, Nianbing's soul shook violently, and Oscar's soul was automatically pulled out. Nianbing only felt his soul spreading to the surroundings, the familiar body, and every meridian clearly appeared in front of his eyes. Although the meridians had now become like crystals, that familiar feeling still made his soul abnormally shocked. Gradually, all kinds of senses returned to the bottom of his heart, and it was no longer just a single soul. Spiritual power, consciousness flocked, and various kinds of energy feelings, as well as the feeling of the body quickly returned. His soul seemed to have exploded in an instant, spreading to every corner of his body and gradually disappearing. The surging spiritual power instantly communicated with the Tianyan acupoint between his eyebrows. Through the Tianyan acupoint, Nianbing saw everything around his body. The 7 Dragon Kings were anxiously looking at him, and the cave was still the same. The feeling of his skin and meridians were constantly transmitted to him. Nianbing found that he was full of power, not only the power of magic, but also that tough body. It was as if every muscle in his body was filled with abnormally huge explosive power. The things he saw through the Tianyan acupoint were no longer as blurry as before, and were like real eyes. No, it was even clearer than real eyes, and he could clearly grasp every trace of change in the surrounding energy. The things he saw through the Tianyan acupoint seemed to be more colorful than before. Nianbing found that he was very sensitive to all kinds of feelings, and he could easily grasp even the slightest change in energy. In his chest and abdomen, the red and blue light balls were revolving in the center as before, and the other 5 magic energy balls were also revolving around them. With the help of the 7 Dragon Kings' energy, Nianbing's body had completely returned to normal, as if everything had returned to the past, and also as if everything had changed. The feeling of his soul and body fusing again was so wonderful. Nianbing knew that he was alive again, and had once again returned to this wonderful and painful human world. All kinds of thoughts swarmed in, causing Nianbing's mind to be a little confused. His consciousness and the newly recovered spiritual energy were exploring this familiar yet strange body, and his meridians did not expand much. But everything in his body had changed. His heart was beating at 1/10 of its previous speed, and it only moved once every half a day. The speed of his blood flow was also much slower, and his meridians were filled with toughness and elasticity. Now this body was more like a condensation of energy. Wherever his spiritual energy passed, he could clearly feel the huge energy waves. He remembered Oscar's words, the body of a dragon, yes. He now had the body of a dragon. Oscar's soul seemed to be different from his own. He was still condensed, just like he said, staying around his heart, fusing with a gray liquid, and surrounding his heart. There seemed to be a lot of things in his brain, including the memories of Oscar occupying his body, and the secret of the 7 Dragon Kings that he mentioned. Garamandes was a little anxious. Just now, their energy clearly felt the call from Nianbing's Tianyan acupoint, but when they increased the speed of their energy output, they were surprised to find that they had lost contact with Nianbing's body once again. Nianbing stood there calmly, not moving at all, but it was this calmness that made the 7 Dragon Kings very uneasy. Kajios frowned slightly, and said, "Did you guys feel it? Nianbing's body seems to be rejecting our energy. This is something that has never happened before." Wind Dragon King Karadirus said, "That is indeed the case. Perhaps, Nianbing's soul has already been brought out from the Tianyan acupoint. His soul has been sealed in the Tianyan acupoint for so long, it will take some time for it to fuse with his body, so we don't need to be anxious." Demanteti said somewhat anxiously, "What about Kaka? Can any of you still feel his aura?" She was always most concerned about her child, fearing that something would happen to Kaka. The Dragon King shook their heads. Indeed, none of them could feel Kaka's strange energy anymore, and they couldn't even feel the various situations in Nianbing's body. Just when they started to feel a little scared, the gray energy around Nianbing's body disappeared, and a layer of blue light covered every inch of his skin. A layer of cold aura appeared, as if it had fused with Sasari's energy. With a flash of blue light, the connection with the Ice Dragon King was naturally cut off. The layer of gray scales on the surface of his skin merged into his body, revealing his human skin once again. His skin looked very sparkling, and the healthy color made the 7 Dragon Kings feel a lot more at ease. In the next moment, the energy on the surface of Nianbing's skin began to change, turning from blue to red. Garamandes only felt that his energy output was naturally increasing uncontrollably, and in the next moment, a strong rebounding force appeared, bouncing back the energy he had input into Nianbing's body. Immediately after, the color of Nianbing's skin changed from red to green, from green to yellow, from yellow to silver, from silver to white, and from white to black. Every time the color changed, the energy output by a Dragon King would be bounced back from his body. His white hair, which had become a little longer than before, moved by itself without wind, floating behind him. When it finally changed to a black radiance, a 7-colored halo was emitted with Nianbing as the center. It was his Heaven's Eye domain. The 7 elemental Heaven's Eye domain caused the 7 Dragon Kings to feel their bodies tremble at the same time. In this innate domain, they could only feel the magical elements of the same element as themselves, under the cover of the radiance. The energy they had previously lost was quickly replenished, and their every movement seemed to be much lighter than usual. Amplification, that's right, it was the amplification ability of the Heaven's Eye domain. Nianbing moved. Opening his arms, he forcefully stretched his body, and his bones emitted a crisp and dense sound. The range of the Heaven's Eye domain was even wider, instantly spreading out to more than 5 meters away. It had already exceeded the strongest state he could release originally. Opening his azure eyes, there wasn't a trace of impurity in the clear light. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Hello everyone, I'm back. Thank you all." In the Heaven's Eye domain, it wasn't the domain that gave the 7 Dragon Kings power, but it was the domain that allowed them to absorb the magical elements of their element in the air faster. The 7 Dragon Kings looked at Nianbing, who seemed to have changed a little, and their eyes revealed a look of relief. Nianbing waved her left hand, and took out a cloth from the space ring and put it on, covering her bright and clean skin. His gaze swept past the 7 Dragon Kings, and finally stopped on the Light Dragon King Demanteti. Perhaps because Kaka was the closest to Demanteti, or perhaps because he knew from his memory that he had once drunk Demanteti's milk, a warm feeling arose in his heart. "Don't worry. Kaka is very good, he's cultivating in my heart. Whenever you miss him, I'll let him out to meet you." The same appearance, different temperament, Demanteti knew. The one in front of her was no longer her son. Her eyes reddened, and she said, "Nianbing, thank you for saving all of us, and thank you even more for saving my child and Kagarosis's child at the last moment." Nianbing said with a smile, "You don't have to thank me, I did it of my own free will. I didn't have a mother by my side since I was a child, and I deeply understand the pain of a child without a mother. I didn't expect that I would be able to survive. My lost vitality is many times stronger than before with Kaka's help, and my body also has the toughness of a dragon. I should thank you all." With a faint smile, Nianbing's eyes revealed a faint light. She put her hands together, and the heaven's eye domain was naturally withdrawn. A faint white light appeared between her eyebrows, and the white light seemed to solidify, forming a fine white line. The white line curled up slightly, and turned into a tiny white dot, which remained between her eyebrows like a tattoo. If one looked carefully, they would find that the dot was not really white, but condensed by seven-colored light, just like the light of the sun. Garamandes took a step forward and came in front of Nianbing. He looked deeply into Nianbing's eyes and stretched out his right hand. "Good brother, welcome back." Nianbing reached out and shook hands with him. Feeling the warmth of Garamandes's big hand, his heart was full of brotherly feelings. He lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry, I couldn't protect Miorda's sealing bottle." Garamandes grabbed his shoulder and said, "This matter can't be blamed on you. After all, your strength is so far away from that of the Lich, but you have persisted for so long. You have done too much for us. You will always be our dragon's friend." His last sentence was definitely not said casually. With the approval of the dragon god, the dragons could already treat Nianbing as one of their own, like their own family. Just like the ancestors of the white race. The 7 dragon kings gathered and looked at Nianbing. Even though they had lived for tens of thousands of years, this was the first time they had seen a situation like this. They couldn't help but be very curious about Nianbing's body. Nianbing looked at the Dragon King and said, "Now that Miorda's sealing bottle has been lost, what do you all plan to do?" "We have received instructions from the Dragon God. What we need to do now is to wait. About 2 years from now, in November, there will be a day of extreme mean. At that time, the sealing bottle of Mordas will be used. So, from now on, we must prepare for that day. We have been too lazy all these years. Now that we have gathered together, we must work hard to cultivate and strive to further improve our strength in order to deal with the changes that will happen in more than 2 years. If we fail at that time, it's hard to predict what will happen. I'm afraid that even the continent of gods will be greatly affected." Nianbing's heart skipped a beat, and he said, "I've always heard you say that the sealing bottle of Mordas is very important. Now, can you tell me what's sealed in the 7 bottles? Katerios glanced at the other dragon king around and said, "Now we have regarded you as a member of the dragons. In order to protect Miorda's sealing bottle, you almost lost your life. We should let you know the mystery of these 7 bottles." As he spoke, he raised his head and released a layer of black light. The black light instantly spread to every corner of the cave, forming a powerful seal. As long as the seal was not destroyed, even a powerful existence like Evil Moon couldn't hear the sound inside the seal. The other dragon king scattered around. Katerios pulled Nianbing to sit down and said, "This matter is very important. Not only is it related to the Yangon continent, but it is also related to the entire continent of gods. So, you must know that this matter must not be told casually in the future. Otherwise, it will bring a lot of unnecessary trouble and even cause panic on this continent." Nianbing nodded and said, "So, what is sealed in Miorda's sealing bottle must be a very powerful evil existence." Kajio sighed and said, "It's no wonder you think so. It's easy to imagine the title of God as the righteous side. But in reality, the winner is the king, and the loser is a thief. Who can say who is righteous? Nianbing, when you finish listening to my story, you will have a new understanding of this world." At this point, he paused and glanced at the other dragon king. The dragon king nodded at him. Katerios continued, "The world we are in ancient words, is a planet. And on this planet, more than 60% of the area is covered by a vast ocean. The continent only occupies 40% of it. Originally, 40% of the continent was connected. It is because of the Battle of Divine Remains that it became like this." Battle of Divine Remains? Yes, the War of the Gods. The gods are the god race in the god continent, and this refers to the lost nation. In fact, they were originally all humans, but due to continuous evolution and development, they formed 2 different systems. Years ago, this world's continent was originally one whole piece, and the Yangon continent that we are in now is only a third of it. The entire continent is in the shape of a long strip, and the Yangon continent is the Yangon continent on the west side. And from the east side of the Yangon continent, there is a large mountain range that reaches into the sky. This mountain range separates the Yangon continent from another continent. You have also been to that mountain range before. it is the heavens-shaking mountain range that Garamandes originally lived in. However, the heavens-shaking mountain range that you see now is only a third of the original heavens-shaking mountain range. The other 2/3 are on the other continent, and the mountains there are higher, and the environment is worse. The most frightening thing is that the entire heavens-shaking mountain range is inhabited by all kinds of powerful demonic beasts. The strongest of these demonic beasts are even comparable to us dragons. This is not a place that you humans can cross. Even an expert like swordsman would find it difficult to survive under the siege of demonic beasts. At that time, the development of humans was far from what it is now, and they did not even think of crossing the sea to reach the other side of the mountain range. Nianbing said, if that is the case, then the original heavens-shaking mountain range should be the narrowest place in the entire continent. Cathiosis nodded and said, that's right. Actually, on the other side of the heavens-shaking mountain range is the Lost Nation. The reason why the Lost Empire had such a name was because it was originally a very powerful country, and the people who lived there were also humans. However, later on, there was an unknown natural disaster that destroyed the original civilization. When the humans regained control of the continent, they came up with such a name. And on the border of the Lost Nation, there is another powerful empire, the so-called Empire of the Gods. Among the 3 continents, the Empire of the Gods is the smallest, and the number of humans is also much less than the other 2 continents. However, they are also the most powerful. The environment of the Empire of the Gods is extremely bad, and the people who can survive there are the strongest among the humans. They are the strongest among the humans. They call themselves gods, and we call them gods. Their leader is the so-called Master God. The god that these people called themselves was completely different from the god that you called for when you used magic spells. What you called for was actually the purest element between heaven and earth. No matter how powerful they were still humans. Originally, the Lost Continent had always been controlled by the gods of the godly mainland. Although the number of godly lands was small, their strength was not something that the Lost Kingdom could contend against. However, something happened later on that caused the Lost Kingdom to change. Actually, although we dragons belong to the Lost Continent, there are also our own kind living in the Lost Continent. For example, we dark dragons were originally from the Lost Continent. Nianbing had never heard of any of these things that Cathiosis mentioned before. This immediately piqued his interest, and he no longer interfered. He waited for the Dark Dragon King to continue speaking. The biggest difference between the Lost Continent and the Rangoon Continent is the race. The Sunshine Continent is completely based on humans. Although there are special races like the Earth Dragons, but the number is too small. But the Lost Continent is completely different. There, although humans rely on their wisdom to occupy the dominant position, there are not only humans. There are also many powerful races that have formed their own system, such as us dragons. There are also the elves who are good at nature magic, natural archers, the dwarves who are good at forging and smelting, and many powerful magical beasts. Frankly speaking, the most powerful race in the Lost Continent should be the magical beasts. There are many races among the magical beasts. The reason why they are not successful is because their wisdom and strength are completely out of proportion. Without wisdom as a backing, how can they be a match for the intelligent humans? It is precisely because of the existence of these magical beasts that the 3 races of the Lost Continent, the humans, the elves, and the dwarves formed the strongest alliance. They constantly fought against the magical beasts and drove them to the remote areas of the continent. After countless years of development, the Lost Empire on the Lost Continent gradually became stronger. They also became more and more unwilling to be ruled by the gods on the Gods Continent. After all, who wants to be enslaved? The humans of the Lost Country were extremely united. I don't know where they found a small part of the ancient civilization. Relying on this part of the civilization, the Lost Empire began to secretly become stronger. In the end, it was strong enough to contend with the Gods' Empire. Nianbing couldn't help but ask curiously, what did they find? What did they do? Although Nianbing didn't have any concept of the gods, in his mind, those gods should at least be existences like the 7 Dragon Kings. If the Lost Empire was full of such powerful beings, then how could ordinary humans contend with them? That was completely unimaginable. Cathiosis saw the doubt in Nianbing's heart and slightly smiled, actually, you don't have to think too much about the God's empire. For example, us dragons are already a very powerful race in the God's continent. Our dragon god is one of the 8 main gods of the God's continent. Although we are not the strongest, we are not too far off. Simply put, the strength of the ordinary gods in the God's empire is about the same as your human dojia. They will also grow old and die, but they are just a bit stronger than you ordinary humans. They are not as scary as you think. Only the main gods can rely on their powerful strength to live forever. Of course, us dragons are an exception because we have a long life. Every generation of dragon god will enter the aging stage when they are around 30,000 years old, and the next generation of dragon god will inherit the position of the new dragon god when they are around 20,000 years old. However, you can imagine that even the weakest of them can reach the strength of a dojia. Ordinary humans can't contend with them. The reason why the Lost Empire found a way to contend with them was because they relied on the advantage of numbers to become stronger. They found the prehistoric civilization and carried out various optimizations. Through the marriage between humans and various other races, and even the fusion of the crystal cores of humans and magical beasts, they actually evolved humans into neo-humans. Neo-humans? Nianbing widened her eyes in surprise. Kajios glanced at his heart and smiled bitterly. In a way, your current situation is more like a Homo evolutus, but the difference between you and the Lost Kingdom's Homo evolutus is that you have 2 souls inside your body. Think about it, if the intelligence of humans is combined with the advantages of other races, the entire race will become stronger. From the day the new humans were born, the Lost Kingdom gradually became stronger. However, they were afraid that the godly mainland would discover their secret, so they gathered all the new humans together for training. After all, the godly mainland was too strong and wanted to compete with them. They had to wait and use time to improve themselves. However, as the number of neo-humans increased, the secret could not be completely hidden. The God's continent still knew about the Lost Empire's situation. Unfortunately, those arrogant gods did not immediately take action. In their opinion, even if the humans had evolved, it was impossible for them to compete with the entire God's continent, especially those powerful gods. Every one of them had strength that ordinary humans could not imagine. Therefore, although they paid attention to it, they only ordered the Lost Empire to stop the research of the neo-humans. They did not take any practical action. Of course, don't think that those gods were stupid. They were actually thinking about their own interests. After all, although the God's continent could live, the conditions there were too bad. Many of the things that were used for enjoyment were provided by the Lost Empire. The gods there only treated the Lost Empire as their own granary. Therefore, they did not force them too much. However, these gods did not know how far the Lost Empire's neo-humans had developed. Not only had they nurtured new humans, they had also secretly nurtured a batch of top-notch experts among the new humans. These were the so-called Lost Warriors that the Lost Empire had referred to. These warriors' strength had already reached the level of martial saint, and all of them had fused with powerful demonic beast crystal cores, as well as continued to cultivate. Their strength increased rapidly. Nianbing said, so, the Lost Empire took advantage of the God's continent's negligence and launched a war against them? Kagiosa shook his head and said, no. Emperor Luther of the Lost Empire was a very wise man. Not only did he not take advantage of the God's continent's negligence to launch an attack, but he also took the initiative to admit his guilt to the God's continent. On the surface, he stopped the development of the neo-humans because he knew that with their current strength, they were still unable to compete with the God's continent. However, the surface stop increased the cultivation of the neo-humans, dwarves, and elves. The 3 races were all working hard for the belief of freedom. After 1,000 years, when Emperor Luther 17 ascended the throne, the Lost Empire finally felt that the time was ripe. They used all kinds of advantageous situations to organize an army of neo-humans and quietly moved towards the God's continent. Speaking until here, Kagiosa sighed and said, if things had developed according to the normal situation, perhaps the final victory would have been the Lost Empire. After all, that army of neo-humans gathered all the elites of the Lost Empire. Unfortunately, the Lost Empire still failed. They failed in the hands of a despicable person. This despicable person was the Prime Minister of the Lost Empire at that time. This person's name was Kaldan. He betrayed Luther 17. When the Neo-Humans moved out, he secretly reported to the Gods Continent through a special method. Because of this, the Gods Continent was prepared in advance and launched a sneak attack on the Neo-Humans. Speaking until here, Kagiosa's eyes revealed a trace of deep sorrow. It was as if he had been added to the battle 10,000 years ago. The 8 main gods launched a sneak attack on the Lost Empire's Neo-Humans at the same time. They joined hands and used the most powerful forbidden spell. Perhaps your understanding of forbidden spells is only at the 11th step. However, I can tell you that on the other 2 continents, although the 11th step is very powerful, it is not called a forbidden spell at all. A true forbidden spell can move mountains and fill seas. Can you guess the result of the 8 main gods' all-out attack? I'm afraid you can't imagine it. At that time, the Neo-Humans' army suffered heavy casualties. Furthermore, the connection between the Lost Empire and the Gods Continent was destroyed by 8 super forbidden spells that were at the 17th step. This caused a huge change in the Earth's crust, and the Gods Continent was separated from the original continent. The Gods Continent's environment was originally very bad, and they had already made preparations beforehand. They had already gathered the gods on the other side of the continent. However, the Lost Empire suffered heavy losses. The powerful forbidden spell not only destroyed more than half of the Neo-Humans' army's strength, it also brought disaster to the Lost Empire. At least 2/3 of the creatures in the eastern part of the Lost Empire died because of the volcanic eruptions and tsunamis. The Lost Empire was filled with mourning, and corpses could be seen everywhere. The originally powerful Lost Empire suddenly declined to less than half of its original strength. After Kaldan reported the news, he had already escaped. The Lost Empire fell into a panic. However, it was fortunate that the huge tsunami blocked the Gods Continent's counterattack, giving the Lost Empire some time to recover. Those 10 years could be said to be the most difficult 10 years of the Lost Empire. At the same time, it was also the most united 10 years of the Lost Empire. In those 10 years, everyone in the Lost Empire knew that once the tsunami was over, once the harsh environment returned to normal, they would receive a devastating attack from the Gods Continent. For their own survival, for the survival of their descendants, everyone in the Lost Empire worked hard to complete their mission. They worked tirelessly, and the warriors were bitterly in love. Everyone in the Lost Empire was evolving into a new human. The warriors were bitterly in love, and everyone in the Lost Empire was evolving into a new human. 10 years. In just 10 short years, the Lost Empire's national strength had actually recovered to 80% of its peak. This was a miracle. 10 years later, when everything became peaceful again, the gods of the Gods Continent finally came. This time, in order to completely destroy this country that dared to resist them, the Gods Continent not only sent 7 main gods, but also more than 80% of the Gods Continent's strength. They no longer wanted to continue living on the Gods Continent. Although the environment there could create powerful humans, but the environment there also reduced their fertility to the lowest. They only had one goal in coming to the Lost Empire, and that was to completely take over this empire. For those who dare to resist, there is only one word, and that is to kill. As soon as the word kill came out, a huge killing intent gushed out from Kitiriaxis. His eyes flashed with blood-red light, and were filled with deep hatred. Demanteti quickly went up to hold his hand, and only then did the Dark Dragon King's mood gradually calm down. Nianbing sighed, and said, "That should be a disaster more serious than the tsunami." Kitiriaxis nodded, and said, "That's right, it was a disaster more serious than the tsunami." The Lost Empire didn't compromise. After so many years of enduring, they were filled with the desire for freedom. They didn't want to be enslaved again. So, they could only resist. For themselves, and for their descendants, they resisted with all their might. Every one of them until the last trace of life, but only their bodies gave up. Their souls were still filled with obsession. Nianbing, do you know? That day, I saw the figures of the warriors of the Lost Empire in you. You were just like them. For your own goal, you didn't hesitate to give up everything. Nianbing sighed, and said, "What was the final result? Did the Lost Empire lose?" A trace of pride appeared in Kitiriaxis' eyes. No, it was the opposite. Not only did the Lost Empire not lose, they defeated the enemy and obtained the final victory. they defeated the gods' continent. 4 of the 7 main gods died in the Lost Empire's land. 90% of the gods they brought with them died, and the population of the Lost Empire sharply decreased by 60%. It was no longer a battle between humans. It had risen to a battle to the death between races. It was a battle of beliefs. One side wanted to obtain freedom, while the other side wanted to rule. Luther 17 once said that even if the lost continent were to fight until there was only one person left, they would never submit to the godly mainland. It was because of this belief of his that they won. The lost country won the battle of the godly remains, which had the most casualties in history. Hearing this, Nian Bing's heart trembled. A continent that was about the same size as the Yangon continent had lost 60% of its population. How many people had died? The unimaginable scene of corpses strewn across the land kept flashing in his mind. Kateriox's excitement quickly fell. Unfortunately, the Lost Empire's victory was obtained by the advantage of numbers. After the 3 remaining main gods of the gods' continent suffered a crushing defeat, how could they be reconciled? So, the scene of a catastrophe happened. At that time, when the lost continent was attacked, the only main god who didn't participate was the dragon god. At the same time, the dragons didn't participate. Because the dragon god didn't want to kill his own race. However, with the gods of the gods' continent suffering such a crushing defeat, even if the dragon god didn't want to, he had to stand up. At that time, the dragon god had only taken over the position of the dragon god for 100 years. In terms of strength, he was the weakest among the 8 main gods. In order to take revenge, the 3 main gods who returned from the lost continent came up with a terrible idea. They gathered all the remaining gods of the gods' continent and used a very special method to gather their energy. Then, at the cost of the 3 main gods' lives, they launched an unprecedented magic. This magic is also known as the strongest forbidden spell. It is also the only time in our world that a rank 18 forbidden spell appeared. No one knows where the incantation of that forbidden spell came from, but I remember that terrible scene very clearly. A rank 18 forbidden spell. The name of that forbidden spell is called the Summon of Time and Space. To be precise, it should be space magic, but it can no longer be described by space magic. The entire lost continent, under the effect of that forbidden spell, was completely controlled. A huge crack in space and time opened up, sealing the lost continent in another world, another unknown world. Can you imagine? Another world? Another time and space? The entire continent? Heavens! What is that? Nianbing couldn't imagine it. Those who hadn't experienced the Great War of the Gods wouldn't be able to imagine it. After the seal, the summon of time and space left behind 7 marks, including the 7 marks of the entire lost continent. These 7 marks were sealed in 7 bottles, which are the Miorda's sealing bottles. Miorda's means devil in the ancient language. This name was given by the gods of the gods' continent. It means the bottle that seals devils. However, in their eyes, there were also humans who were devils. The lost continent was sealed in another time and space. At that time, Luther 17 led the entire Lost Empire full of resentment. They gathered all the remaining strongest magicians and used the strongest rank 17 forbidden spell, leaving a trace of hope for themselves. That forbidden spell, they used the method of cursing to leave their mark in the summon of time and space, and forcibly left this mark on the 7 Miorda's sealing bottles. These 7 bottles couldn't be brought to the gods' continent to be sealed, and were left in the Rangoon continent. We, the 7 dragon kings, were left here from that time, responsible for guarding these 7 bottles. Nianbing couldn't imagine that the Miorda's sealing bottles actually involved a continent that once existed. He was stunned, and his sluggish eyes seemed to see the resentment left behind by the lost continent. Dark Dragon King Kajio sighed and said, "Are you very curious why I originally belonged to the Lost Empire, but now I joined the gods' continent? Actually, before the Lost Empire was sealed, we dark dragons and some dragons that belonged to the Lost Empire were all taken care of by the dragon god. He took us in on the grounds that we were of the same race, and forced us to leave the Lost Empire. Otherwise, I might have disappeared along with the Lost Empire." Nianbing thought for a moment and said, "Then, those so-called gods are the evil side, and the Lost Empire is the righteous side." Garamandes, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. "What is righteous?" what is evil? Whoever has the biggest fist is righteous. After sealing the lost empire, the gods of the gods continent naturally became righteous. If you think that they enslaved the lost empire is wrong, then in order to resist them, the lost empire used real people to experiment on the evolution of new humans. Is that righteous? There is no real boundary between righteousness and evil. Kageos originally belonged to the lost empire, and from his description of the situation, you will naturally feel that the lost empire is the side that is worthy of pity. But if this matter came from my mouth, it could be said that the gods of the gods continent sacrificed themselves to save the world and sealed the evil humans. Kageos nodded and said, that's right, with different beliefs, our understanding will naturally be different. 10,000 years have passed, and I have already thought it through. That is why I have been guarding Miordas's bottle of sealing. It is because I do not wish to lose the Lost Empire's rules and cause a disaster for the humans. Perhaps they will live a better life in another dimension. I continued to speak. At that time, Luther 17 ordered all magicians to use the ancestral curse to leave behind a mark at the last moment. He said that if anyone is able to open the seal of the 7 bottles and let the Lost Empire return to this world, then the Lost Empire's society will recognize him as their master and will be under his control. This is also the reason why the evil lord wanted to snatch Miordas's bottle of sealing. 10,000 years have passed, who knows how the Lost Empire has developed? At the very least, it is not much worse than the godly continent. If they are really controlled by an ambitious person like the evil lord, then a world war will break out. That will be another disaster for the humans. We dragons are not willing to see that happen. That is why we have to do our best to stop it. This time, Miordas's bottle of sealing has been snatched away. I am afraid that it will cause a huge wave in the godly continent. Those gods who are in deep sleep should also wake up. Ever since that battle 10,000 years ago, until now, the godly continent has not regained its original population. What I have told you today is a secret even in the godly continent. You might also know that some experts in the Yangon continent who have reached a certain level of strength will be sucked into the godly continent. When they arrive at the godly continent, the first thing they will do is to be brainwashed. They will be instilled with the thoughts of the gods and will be completely loyal to the gods. Thinking about it, I feel that it is funny. We are all humans, but we have to do so many tricks. Alright, now that I have explained the situation clearly to you, 2 years later, no matter whether the seal of Miordas's bottle of sealing can be opened or not, I am afraid that it will cause a lot of chaos. How you choose will depend on yourself. I will give you the most pertinent advice. I hope that you can stay away from this and not get involved in it. Otherwise, it will bring you a lot of trouble. I heard from Garamandes that your biggest wish is to take revenge. This is a very special time. If you are willing, we can help you. Hearing this, Nianbing couldn't help but tremble. If the 7 dragon kings were willing to help her take revenge, then the ice goddess priestess was nothing. Her eyes shone with excitement. However, this excitement only lasted for a moment. After a moment of silence, Nianbing shook her head and said, no need. I will settle my own matters. All along, hatred has always been the driving force in my heart. If this driving force is gone, perhaps I will become dispirited. I want to use my own strength to find the ice goddess priestess. No matter if my parents are still alive or not, I must defeat her myself. Garamandes frowned. Do you think you can do it in a short time? Luanbing shook her head. I don't know. However, if my parents are really dead, then I will do it at all costs. Maybe the current me is not enough, but if I can become a bit stronger and enter the realm of Archmage, with the help of the life curse spell, I will at least have some confidence in taking down the ice goddess priestess with me. No, you can't. Demantedi anxiously said, could it be that your parents wish for you to die in order to avenge them? That will make them even more sad. That's why you have to listen carefully. The life curse spell is very dangerous. Although you now have Kaka's powerful vitality as a guarantee, that spell is very evil. Who knows what will happen when you use it again? Hearing the 2 words Kaka, Nianbing suddenly realized something. She sighed, Auntie, can I call you that? Now that Kaka and I are sharing this body, I will call you Auntie. I was too impulsive. You are kind. I will take good care of my body, for my parents and for Kaka. Garamandes said. Nian Bing, you have already stayed here for 40 days. What are your plans from now on? Are you going to find your wife? Nian Bing bitterly smiled. No, I won't look for her for the time being. I will go to the Ice Moon Empire. I just received news that my parents might not be dead. I want to investigate this matter. At the same time, I also want to go back to Ice Snow City to see some friends. Hearing the 3 words Ice Snow City, Garamandes' eyes lit up. Good, that's great. I will go with you. With the 2 of us together, even if we meet the Demon Lord's group, we can at least run away. Moreover, he is afraid of being discovered by us, so he must be hiding somewhere. The fatty on the side chuckled and said, Old Fire Dragon is in love. Nian Bing was stunned. She looked at Fatso, then at Garamandes, who had a strange expression. What's going on? Garamandes looked at Nian Bing and the other Dragon King's suspicious gazes, then angrily said to Fatso, Don't talk nonsense. I am going there for proper business. Alright, let's not talk about other things. Nian Bing, you have just regained control of your body. Rest for 2 days, then I will accompany you to Ice Snow City. Boss Kajios, you guys continue to work hard. Just treat it as me protecting your son. Fatso's eyes lit up. I will go too. It will be safer with me. He was most reluctant to part with Nian Bing's food. Demanteti hesitated for a moment. How could she not want to follow by Nian Bing's side? Kajios hesitated for a moment, then said, Let Garamandes go. The others will stay here and train. Seeing the disappointment on his wife's face, he sighed in his heart. The reason why he didn't let Demanteti go was because he was afraid that she would bring more trouble to Nian Bing because of her love for her son. Even Demanteti was rejected. Fatso couldn't say anything more and could only shut his mouth in embarrassment. Nian Bing smiled. Auntie, don't worry. After I settle my matters, I will let you guys meet frequently. Kaka seems to have entered a wonderful state of training in my heart. I am afraid that this state will be maintained for a while. Don't worry, I am him and he is me. I will protect him well and not let him suffer any harm. 3 days later, in the sky above the cold mountain range. Alright, you can say it now. Nian Bing finally asked the question in her heart. After 3 days of meditation, he had completely mastered his own body. The toughness of his body surprised him greatly. After all, it was the body of a dragon. Now, even if he didn't use magic, a casual punch from him could make a hole in a hard rock. His strong body made him immune to magic of the 9th level and below. Without the strength of an archmage, there was no way to threaten him. Garamandes said with some embarrassment, I fell in love with a girl in Ice Snow City. Nian Bing. Seeing that I'm your big brother, you have to help me when the time comes. I see that you're quite good at chasing girls. Teach me. Although I've lived for so many years, I really don't have much experience in this area. Nian Bing looked at him dumbfounded and said, So what Fatso said was true. But, could it be that you fell in love with a human girl? Is this okay? Can a dragon and a human combine? A human's life is only 100 years, and you're an old man. Aren't you afraid that you'll be sad after your wife dies? Moreover, the body structure of you dragons is quite different from that of humans. Even if you can turn into a human, if there's a problem after the combination, it'll be troublesome. Garamandes snorted and said, I knew you would say that. But, don't forget, I'm the great fire dragon King Garamandes. With my strength, can't I solve these problems? Since our Dragon King can already change into a human, he can naturally adjust his own body structure to be exactly the same as a human's. As for the age you mentioned, that's even less of a problem. Think about it. With my strength, I'll train my woman well. As long as she's willing to work hard, it won't be difficult to reach the realm of gods. Her lifespan won't be a problem at all. Looking at Garamandes' serious face, Nian Bing couldn't help but feel a little amused. It seems that you're serious this time. But, why do I remember that you like the bright Dragon King, Auntie Demanteti? Garamandes blushed. He said, that's all in the past. Now that she already has a child, what's there to worry about? I'm not that stubborn. I have to think about my own happiness. Nian Bing chuckled and said, let's put it that way. This time the human girl is still very attractive to you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so serious. I really want to see what kind of girl can make you so moved. How do you want me to help you? Garamandes seemed a little shy. He smiled bitterly and said, how would I know how you can help me chase after her? Just tell me, I'll agree to any condition you have. Nianbing chuckled and said, you're the one who said it. You can't go back on your word when the time comes. Alright, tell me how you two met and what happened. Then, I can give you some advice. Looking at you, you must have met with a lot of resistance from her. Garamandes smiled bitterly and said, you're right. I'm the great fire dragon king, but I can't do anything about this girl. Nianbing, you have to help me. Back then, I met her in Ice Snow City. The first time I saw her, I didn't have any special feelings. I just thought that this human girl was very beautiful. At that time, I saw a human man begging her. When I got closer, I heard that the man wanted her to give him a chance. The man's tone was very weak. He sounded like a coward. I thought it was very interesting, so I continued to listen. Guess what happened in the end? When the man got tired of the girl, she slapped him in the face on the street. I was stunned. So ruthless. That was a solid slap. Even a few of the man's teeth were knocked out. Then, she turned around and walked away as if she didn't do it. The man was lying on the ground for a long time before he crawled over. He was in a very sorry state. At that time, I became interested in this girl. When she hit people, she was very fierce. Nianbing looked at Garamandes with a dumbfounded expression and said, Boss, you're not a masochist, are you? You even like this kind of girl. I really admire you. Garamandes said with a little embarrassment, I don't know what's wrong with me. Emotions can't be controlled by reason. I secretly followed her and found a chance to touch her. Guess what happened? She angrily shouted and asked me if I had eyes. Then, she raised her hand and hit me with a whip. You know that with the strength of my body, that whip can't hurt me at all. However, when have I, the great fire dragon king, ever suffered such humiliation? She hit me, and I even have the power to kill her. But I don't know why, in front of her, I just couldn't get angry. I just watched her leave. From then on, I tried to find a way to see her every day. I kept appearing in front of her, but she was like chasing away flies. Sigh, I have never suffered such a big setback in my life. Nianbing, you have to help me. Nianbing smiled bitterly and said, you're really special. As expected of a dragon, you're really different from what people think. What did you do every day when you saw her? Did you just look at her and let her hit you? Have you ever expressed anything to her? Yes. Of course, I stopped her a few times and said, Miss, how about we be friends? In the end, she immediately raised her hand and hit me. Luckily, I can withstand hits. If it was a normal human, they would have been injured by her. Nianbing was speechless in her heart. Good, you're really good. With the way you talk, how can she be friends with you? Garamandes said, how would I understand the rules of you humans? But, I also told her other things. I asked her what I should do to make her like me. She said that she hated flies the most. She liked manly men. I asked her again, what does it mean to be manly? She said, the most important thing about manly is strength. If I can beat the person she appointed, then she will consider being friends with me. So, I went with her to a place called Warriors Guild and fought with some guild master there. Don't say, that old human man had some skills. He could barely be considered a swordsman. I had to punch him to send him flying. But, I only sealed his do chi. I didn't hurt him. Because we dragons can't casually hurt humans. But, that girl was only stunned for a moment. Then, she asked me, you must know this guild master, right? You want to lie to me? Get out of here. I was wronged at that time. How could I casually know a human? But no matter how I explained, she didn't believe me. She even hit me a few times. Then, she turned around and angrily ran away. Then, I met Fatso. Because Demanteti's matter was urgent, I didn't dare to delay and rushed to the cold mountain range. That's how it is. Nianbing, teach me what I should do. Why did I clearly defeat that human? She still doesn't want to acknowledge me? Nian Bing smiled bitterly, it's no wonder she doesn't acknowledge you. Boss, think about it. What kind of strength is it to defeat a swordsman with one punch? Who would have guessed that you are so terrifying? That girl naturally doesn't believe you are that strong. Of course, she would think that you and the Warriors Guild Master came together to lie to her. But, you're really something. Who did the Warriors Guild Master provoke to provoke such a fiend like you? What's that girl's name? After all, I stayed in Ice Snow City for a while. Maybe I'll have some clues. When we get there, I'll help you think of a way. Chasing a girl isn't that easy. Actually, he himself didn't know how to chase a girl. Relying on his outstanding appearance and status as a magician, since he entered the continent, there were always girls around him. In the end, he chose Feng Nu. At that time, they were already in love with each other. There was no need to talk about chasing. Garamandes lowered his head and said, I also don't know her name. Nian Bing, who was flying, almost fell from the sky. What? You chased after her for so long and you don't even know her name? You're really something. Boss, I really admire you from the bottom of my heart. Then, does she have any special characteristics? Garamandes thought for a moment and said, she likes to wear my favorite red clothes. Her family runs a restaurant. Also, the food she made at that time was really good. I seem to have heard other people talking about her mention some crazy girl. Silence. Nian Bing stared blankly in front of her. The whistling cold wind kept blowing past her. Of course, she knew who Garamandes was talking about. Crazy girl, wasn't the crazy girl Xiaojing? She never thought that the person Garamandes liked was actually Xiaojing from Qingfeng. How could it be so coincidental? The bitter smile on Nian Bing's face deepened. She sighed helplessly. After all these years, she still had to face what she had to face. Originally, she was most afraid of seeing Xiaojing when she returned to Ice Snow City. However, with Garamandes' relationship, it was impossible not to. Garamandes saw that Nian Bing didn't say anything and couldn't help but ask anxiously, what's wrong? Don't I have any hope at all? Nian Bing shook her head and said, I can't say for sure. However, I do know the girl you're talking about. Her name is Xiaojing. She and I can be considered old friends. Garamandes said happily, that's great. With you as the middleman, it'll be much easier for me to woo her. Nian Bing smiled bitterly and said, that's just what you think. Whether Xiaojing will treat me as a friend or not is another matter. Do you want to hear the story between her and me? Speaking of which, I really let her down back then. Garamandes frowned slightly and said, you stinking brat, don't tell me you like her too? You should know that you can't covet your friend's wife. Nian Bing rolled his eyes and said, don't give me that. When I first met her, you were still sleeping somewhere. It's like this. Then, he started from when he left the Peach Blossom Forest and explained in detail how he entered Ice Snow City, how he joined the Cool Breeze sect, and everything that happened between him and Xiaojing. F***ck, she's such a good girl and you actually lied to her and even chased her away. Nian Bing, I'm going to kill you. Garamandes put on a false show of strength as he gestured at Nian Bing. Nian Bing smiled bitterly and said, boss, you have to think about me too. I have a blood feud and I didn't know where my future was at that time. Even now, I still don't know. How can I accept her feelings? Moreover, Xiaojing isn't my type. I can't force myself to accept someone I don't like. Since that's the case, I can't hold her back. It's definitely the right choice to cut off the thoughts in her heart. I say, boss, don't you like her? If I had accepted her back then, would you have had a chance? Although Xiaojing's temper is a little bad, she's a good girl. If you really like her, I'll try my best to help you. Sigh, but it's a little difficult. I don't know if the grudge in her heart has disappeared after all this time. Garamandes smiled and said, all right, what you said makes sense. Indeed, if you had taken her back then, I wouldn't have had a chance. This time, Nian Bing, you have to help me more. Tell me quickly, what does she like? Why did she fall in love with a brat like you? Is it because you're more handsome? But you don't seem to be as handsome as me. Nian Bing glared at Garamandes and said, no wonder there aren't any cows down there. They were all blown away by you. Are you very handsome? If you're handsome, you'll be beaten into a pig's head. Bullshit, I'm a dragon. Don't compare me to a lowly creature like a pig. Nianbing smiled and said, actually, I don't know what Xiujing likes. Maybe she liked me back then because of my culinary skills. If you're willing to take me as your teacher, I can teach you my culinary skills. As long as you can work in the Clear Wind sect, you'll have a chance. Garamantes' eyes lit up, but he quickly said dispiritedly, forget it, who knows how long it'll take to learn culinary skills. I can't wait. Nianbing. Help me think of an easier way. Nianbing sighed and said, I knew you wouldn't want to learn. Wait until we reach Ice Snow City. During this time, Xiujing must have changed a little. Who knows what kind of person she likes now? Garamantes laughed and said, then I'll leave this matter to you. I'll definitely cooperate with you. Two figures cut through the sky and left the cold mountain range, heading north. Ice Snow City was still the same as before. The war in the south did not affect the second largest city in the empire of the far north. The city gate was open, and the passers-by were bustling with activity. It was a prosperous scene. Nianbing and Garamantes landed in a remote place 10 miles away. At this time, they had already arrived at the city gate. Seeing Ice Snow City again, Nianbing couldn't help but sigh. More than a year ago, she was still an ordinary magician. But now, more than a year later, her magic was enough to contend with an expert of the Archmage level. Time passed so quickly. In the blink of an eye, more than a year had passed. She didn't know how Linger was doing after returning. Had she been waiting for her all this time? Let's go quickly. Let's go in quickly and eat at the Clear Wind sect. Garamantes urged. These 2 days, he felt that Nianbing was flying too slowly, so he personally flew with him across half of the Ice Moon Empire. When he thought that he would be able to see Xiujing soon, his heart couldn't help but heat up. Once the feelings that had been suppressed for 10,000 years exploded, it was even more scorching than a volcano. Nianbing smiled slightly and said, there's no rush. It's not time to eat yet. We'll just walk over. Boss Garamantes, you must always remember that this is a place for humans. Don't casually show off your great abilities. Garamantes snorted and said, all right, I know. Nianbing, brat, let's go quickly. The two of them passed through the city gate and walked into the city. After living here for several months, Nianbing was already very familiar with the city. Almost every place was the same as when he left. There weren't many changes. Those familiar shops, those familiar streets. Ling Nianbing couldn't help but be immersed in it. He thought of the Watergoods ironware shop. There, he got his first divine sword. It was also there that he met his beloved Feng Nu. He didn't know how Feng Nu was doing. She should have already recognized her godmother. Perhaps, they had already gone to the Feng people together. With his godmother by Feng Nu's side, and with Feng Nu's own strength, there was nothing to worry about in terms of safety. As they walked, suddenly, there was the sound of hurried horse hooves from the side of the road. Nianbing looked over and saw a group of knights in bright armor rushing towards the interior of Ice Snow City. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. When he lived in the city for so long, he didn't see any soldiers galloping in the city. What was going on? Did something happen in Ice Snow City? Thinking of this, he stopped a passerby and asked, hello, what was that group of knights doing just now? They are riding horses in the city so fast. Aren't they afraid of danger? The passerby whispered, don't be nosy. Recently, Ice Snow City has not been peaceful. Since the treasurer ran away more than 2 months ago, Ice Snow City has been in chaos. Miss Wise Girl is the fiancée of His Highness the Fifth Prince. This time, she actually ran away secretly. When His Majesty found out, he was furious. For more than 2 months, he has been investigating all possible suspicious places in the city, hoping to find some clues. Our lord of the city is suffering. Sigh, I really don't understand why Miss Wise Girl ran away. Isn't it good to marry into the royal family? Nianbing's heart moved. So it was because of Luo Ro. It seemed that his godmother's action was really fast. With Luo Ro's intelligence, naturally, she wouldn't be caught. That was good. When she went to the Ottoman Empire, she would definitely have a better development under that specific political background. He didn't have to worry about her. This time, he had helped her to the end. When he had the chance to go to the Ottoman Empire in the future, he would probably see her there. The Ice Moon Empire lost a talent because of an inexplicable marriage. He didn't know if their king was a fool. When Garamandes heard the word wise girl, his eyes suddenly lit up. He said, "Wise girl? Who is that? This title sounds very strange." His voice was very loud, and it immediately attracted the attention of the passers-by. The passers-by who were pulled by Nianbing ran away quickly. Nianbing pulled Garamandes to speed up and whispered, "Keep your voice down. The word wise girl should be taboo in the city now. I don't want any trouble." Originally, there were 3 great beauties in Ice Snow City. They were wise girl Luo Ro, soft girl Long Ling, and the crazy girl you like, Xue Jing. I also know this wise girl. She ran away because she didn't want to comply with the political marriage. Now you understand. Okay, let's go. Don't you want to go to Qingfengzhai to eat? Garamandes' spirit was lifted. He tidied up his clothes and raised his head. He had a resolute appearance. Although he was not as handsome as Nianbing, his temperament was easy to attract attention. Today, in order to see Xue Jing, he used his energy to transform into a red warrior suit with golden edges, which set off his strong dragon body and made him look even more mighty. Nianbing wore a bamboo stick on his head. No matter which country he was in, only old people would have white hair. He didn't want to attract attention, so as soon as he landed from the sky, he combed his hair and covered it with a bamboo stick. When they came to a small road not far from Qingfengzhai, Nianbing stopped and looked at the people passing by. He couldn't help but hesitate. After all, when he saw Xue Jing, what should he say? He didn't know. He really didn't want to face the girl he had hurt. However, Garamandes' warmth made him have to face it. Qingfengzhai, a place Nianbing was familiar with. Countless things had happened here. The Desheng Pavilion opposite Qingfengzhai had some changes. The beautiful waitresses in front of the door were gone, and only 2 male waiters were serving the guests. The business of Qingfengzhai was obviously much better than the Desheng Pavilion, and there were many more guests. It seemed that the change in strength caused by Nianbing's appearance hadn't changed much until now. Let's go. We've been here for half a day. Nianbing, I'm hungry. Let's go in and eat. Garamandes saw that Nianbing's expression was a little strange. His eyes seemed to be a little blurred, but he didn't rush him. Nianbing sighed in his heart. He had to face what he had to face. Since he was already here, there was no need to run away. Since it was his fault, this time he came to apologize to Xue Jing. Thinking of this, he nodded and walked out of the small road with Garamandes, heading towards Qingfengzhai. The comfortable and elegant atmosphere of Qingfengzhai was still the same. As soon as he entered, Nianbing felt a little more relaxed. The faint fragrance of flowers and plants made him feel relaxed and happy. It was indescribably comfortable. Garamandes looked around. He didn't find his target, so he walked to an empty table and sat down, muttering to himself, "Why isn't she here? Forget it, let's eat something first." Anyway, eating is a kind of enjoyment. When he came here, his heart calmed down a lot. With Nianbing by his side to help him, it was much better than the confusion he felt when he was chasing after Xue Jing. Nianbing walked to Garamandes' side and was about to sit down when a voice suddenly sounded. "I'm sorry, gentlemen. This place is already reserved. Please change to another table." Nianbing was stunned, but Garamandes had already stood up. They didn't want to cause trouble, and Garamandes didn't want to leave a bad impression on Xue Jing. However, when they looked around, they found that the lobby of Qingfengzhai was already full. Only the table in front of them was empty. Nianbing frowned and said, "Now that there's only this table, where should we sit? Is there room in the private room?" The waiter said politely, "I'm sorry, we're full now. I'm afraid you'll have to wait outside for a while. I'll get a number for you. When a guest checks out, I'll invite the 2 of you in." Garamandes said impatiently, "No, I'm tired. Anyway, there's no one here. Let's eat here first. Your restaurant is open for business. Can't you satisfy the needs of your customers?" The waiter smiled bitterly and said, "Sir, I'm really sorry, but this table was reserved by a distinguished guest. He has already paid a lot of money, so we can't make the decision. Please don't make things difficult for us, okay?" "Thank you." Nianbing looked at the position of the table and suddenly understood. This table was the best position in the entire lobby. Not only was it close to the window, but it was also very elegant. From here, he could see the elegant decorations of the entire hall. None of the customers in Qingfeng restaurant made a ruckus, and this table was the quietest one. The surrounding customers all kept a certain distance from this table. Judging from the waiter's words, the person who reserved this table was probably very rich. How long has that guest reserved it? Since there's no more room, why don't we sit for a while? He didn't know this waiter, so he was obviously new. The waiter was stunned for a moment because when he saw Nianbing's azure eyes, his mind suddenly went into a trance. Ever since Nianbing's Tianyan acupoint was opened, his spiritual power had reached a whole new level. Although he didn't deliberately release it, his eyes were not something that ordinary people could match. While the waiter was stunned, Nianbing had already sat down next to Garamandes. The waiter reacted and immediately became anxious. The person who reserved this table was not someone he could afford to offend. Even the owner of Qing Fengzhai couldn't afford to offend him. Just as he was about to continue persuading, a cold voice suddenly sounded from outside the door, "Since these two gentlemen want to sit here, then sit down. Anyway, I'm a little bored eating alone." Nianbing and Garamandes looked up at the same time and saw a 27 or 28-year-old youth wearing a blue robe walking towards their table. The youth looked somewhat familiar to Nianbing. He was handsome, and although his voice was cold, there was a faint smile on his face. When he saw Nianbing looking at him, Nianbing nodded. At first glance, he looked very plain. Apart from his blue robe, there weren't many decorations. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that his blue robe was extremely exquisite. It definitely wasn't something that an ordinary tailor could make. Just the various patterns embroidered with thin silver threads on the robe required a great deal of craftsmanship. Moreover, Nianbing could sense a trace of energy from the robe. It seemed to be the energy of ice. Nianbing narrowed his eyes and quietly opened his celestial eye acupoint. Through his celestial eye acupoint, he could clearly see that every single silver line on the blue robe was emitting a faint aura of energy. Although the energy was very faint on the surface, it was completely contained within. This robe was definitely a treasure. Just the defense of the robe itself was equivalent to the defense of a 5th-tier spell. Nianbing's heart was slightly moved. Who was this person? The value of this robe was so high. Looking at the noble temperament that he unintentionally revealed, he was definitely not an ordinary person. The waiter hurried to the front of the youth and respectfully bowed. "Sir, you've come. Look." The youth waved his hand and smiled. "It's all right. You can leave." After saying that, he walked to the table and sat down opposite Nianbing. Nianbing smiled slightly and politely said, "I'm really sorry for taking the seat you reserved." The youth smiled and said, "It's all right. Seeing that the two of you have an extraordinary bearing, it's my honor to be able to eat at the same table with the two of you. Feel free to order anything you like. I'll pay for this meal." Although he spoke politely, Nianbing caught a glimmer of light in his eyes. Nianbing felt that this person was very shrewd. It was obvious that he could tell that Garamandes and herself were not ordinary people. Otherwise, he would not be so polite. However, since the other party was so polite and wanted to treat them, he could not say much. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. Nianbing said, "May I know your name?" The youth said, "No need to be so polite. My name is Yan Yun. You can just call me by my name." "What about the two of you?" Garamandes looked at Yan Yun with a strange gaze. Just as he was about to speak, Nianbing beat him to it. "I'm Nianbing. This is my elder brother, Longhua." Yan Yun nodded and called the waiter over. He did not ask Nianbing and Garamandes and said to the waiter, "Serve the best dishes. I want to entertain my friends." The waiter agreed and hurriedly ran off. One had to know that the price of the Clear Wind restaurant was higher than that of the Great Success Pavilion. If all the best dishes were served, it would not be difficult to spend more than 100 gold coins on a meal. Seeing Yan Yun so carefree, Nian Bing was even more puzzled. Garamendi said indifferently, "Since you're willing to treat us, we won't be polite. However, my appetite is bigger than the average person. Since you're treating us, you'll have to let me eat until I'm full." Yan Yun smiled and said, "Of course. I don't dare to say anything else, but I still have the money to treat you to a meal. Brother Long, feel free to eat." A mischievous smile appeared in Garamandi's eyes. He said, "All right, then I won't be polite." The dishes were served very quickly. In fact, their table was already full before the guests who came earlier than them could serve their dishes. The surrounding guests did not raise any objections. Garamandi's was not going to be polite and immediately started eating in an extremely indecent manner. Nian Bing ate slowly and chatted with Yan Yun as she ate. Through chatting, she realized that Yan Yun was extremely knowledgeable in all aspects. His casual words were always somewhat profound. Yan Yun didn't feel anything at first, but as the third table of dishes entered Garamandi's stomach, his eyes began to show some surprise. One must know, these 3 tables of dishes cost 300 gold coins. Seeing that Garamandi's speed didn't decrease at all, he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Of course, it wasn't because of the money, but because of Garamandi's appetite. One must know, a table of sumptuous dishes was enough for 10 people to eat, but after 3 tables of dishes, Garamandi's didn't change at all. Even his stomach didn't protrude at all. Nian Bing didn't eat fast, about the same amount as him. Through the conversation, he found that Nian Bing was very reserved. She would say a few words about ordinary things, but once it involved his and Garamandi's identity, she would immediately cover it up and not say a word more. "Good, this is really delicious. Come, brother Yan Yun, let the waiter serve another table." Yan Yun smiled and nodded. He ordered the waiter to serve the same dishes and said, "Big brother Long, whose appetite really makes me envious. If I could eat as much as you, I might be able to grow a little stronger." Garamandi's cleaned up the remaining dishes on the table and said vaguely, "You cultivate ice attributed do qi. No matter how much you eat, your body won't change. Unless you reach the level of swordsman, only then can you change your body's shape. However, it will take at least 10 years. Yan Yun was shocked. He had the strength of a pugilist, but Garamandi's didn't even look at him. How could he not be shocked when he saw his current state? His heartbeat suddenly became a little more vigilant. He smiled and said, "Yes. It will take another 10 years. Cultivation needs to be done step by step. Even if I rush it, it's useless. There aren't enough ingredients to serve a table, Mr. Yan. Please change the dishes." A calm voice sounded, without the courtesy of a waiter. Nian Bing and the other 2 looked in the direction of the voice. Garamandi's body suddenly trembled. He didn't even have time to eat because the person who spoke was Xiaojing, the person he had been thinking about for a long time. Xiaojing was still the same as before, but compared to the last time Nian Bing saw her, she was a bit thinner. Her red dress set off her full and graceful figure, as gorgeous and dazzling as a blooming rose. Of course. All roses have thorns. However, he had to admit that Xiaojing was not inferior to Long Ling and Luo Ro when she was not angry. Yan Yun's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly stood up and said, "Miss Shui, hello. I'm really sorry about today. My friend here has eaten a little too much. If you don't have any more ingredients, just serve him some delicious food." Xiaojing looked at Garamandi strangely. Because Nian Bing was wearing a bamboo hat, she couldn't see Nian Bing's appearance. "He's your friend?" She pointed at Garamandi's. Yan Yun nodded, and said with some surprise, "Could it be that Miss Shui knows big brother Long Yan? That's great. We've only just met." Xiaojing's face became a bit colder, and she took large strides to Garamandi's side. "Who told you to come? Last time we chased you away, why did you come back like a fly? Our Cool Breeze restaurant doesn't welcome guests like you, get out." Garamandi's was stunned for a moment, and a trace of bitterness appeared on his face. He sighed and said, "Miss Shui, your Cool Breeze restaurant is open for business, how can you chase away guests? I know you don't have a good opinion of me. But I didn't come to bother you this time." No matter what, shouldn't you let me finish this meal before you leave? His meaning was very clear. Since I didn't provoke you, what right do you have to chase me out? Is your family running a restaurant? This move was taught to him by Nianbing in advance, and then he used it himself. Garamandes had used this sorrowful ticket in order to win a trace of sympathy. Sure enough, his move was effective. Xiaojing was stunned for a moment, and then she frowned and said, "Then quickly leave after you're done eating. You're not allowed to bother me, do you hear me?" Garamandes picked up a dish with his chopsticks and put it into his mouth. "I'm only here to eat. I like the food here, that's all." "Is that wrong? Miss Shui, aren't you being too overbearing?" Nianbing had told him before that girls like Xiaojing hated flatterers the most. The more you obeyed her, the more she looked down on you. Xiaojing had obviously never met Garamandes with such an attitude. "Well, hello. I haven't seen your temper for a few days." Garamandes smiled and said, "Even if my temper is a little longer, I'm afraid it can't be compared to you, Mississippi you." Xiaojing was a straightforward person, and she didn't know what patience was. Her eyes flashed, and she raised her hand towards Garamandes. Her hand unexpectedly carried a faint red douqi, and it was obviously not a joke. "Miss Shui, please be merciful." Blue douqi was emitted from Yan Yan's hand, and it carried an icy aura. He grabbed Xiaojing's hand. "Why is Miss Shui angry? My friend is only here to eat. If you have any grievances, please give me some face, how about it?" Garamandes looked at Yan Yan grabbing Xiaojing's hand, and his eyes almost spat fire. The trace of goodwill he had towards Yan Yan immediately disappeared. He snorted and stood up. "Since this place doesn't want to keep us, we'll just leave." As he spoke, he directly walked towards Xiaojing. He didn't avoid Xiaojing at all, and directly bumped into her. Xiaojing actually didn't struggle when Yan Yan grabbed her hand. When she saw Garamandes walking over, her other hand immediately slapped towards him with douqi, and the light of anger in her eyes rose again. Garamandes allowed Xiaojing's palm to hit his body with a bang, and he didn't even move. Instead, it was Xiaojing who took a step back. Under the guidance of the energy, Xiaojing's body shook, and she immediately broke free from Yan Yan's grip. Yan Yan was shocked. He had some understanding of Xiaojing's strength. Although she didn't use her full strength, it wasn't light. He knew that even if he had the treasured robe on him, he wouldn't dare to use his body to block Xiaojing's palm. However, not only did Garamandes block it, he even forced Xiaojing to take a step back. His strength was probably above his own. Xiaojing glared at Garamandes. "All right. You still dare to hit me? I'll kill you." A scorching aura rose around her body, and the douqi in her hand instantly became stronger. At this moment, a somewhat helpless voice sounded, "Don't fight anymore. Xiaojing, your temper still hasn't changed." Xiaojing was stunned for a moment. She looked in the direction of the voice, only to see the person wearing the bamboo hat stand up and lift the bamboo hat a little. Her delicate body shook violently. Xiaojing was immediately stunned, and the douqi that was rising naturally dispersed. She didn't know if it was because of excitement or anger, but her voice was trembling. You're back." Nianbing sighed softly. "Yes. I'm back. Big brother Longhua is my friend, so please show mercy." Xiaojing had already recovered from the shock of meeting Longhua. Her eyes reddened. "You still know to come back." You. Garamandes looked at Nianbing strangely. Nianbing was looking at Xiaojing, and said with a bitter smile, "Xiaojing, no matter what, we can still be considered friends. Can't I come back to see you and Uncle Shui?" Xiaojing's expression turned cold, and she suddenly turned to Garamandes. She asked, "You like me a lot, don't you?" Garamandes was stunned, and subconsciously nodded, saying, "Yes. If I didn't like you, why would I bother you?" Xiaojing nodded, and said, "All right, if you kill this person, I'll agree to be with you." As she said that, her hand pointed accurately at Nianbing's chest. Although she was angry, her mind was still clear. She knew that Garamandes was very strong. That was why she said such words. Garamandes was stunned, and said, "Do you hate him that much?" "I can do it to others, but Nianbing is my brother, I can't do it to him. Although I like you a lot, I definitely won't kill my brother for a woman." "Nianbing. I think we should leave." He was somewhat disappointed in Xiaojing. He sighed softly, and turned to walk out. Nianbing glanced at Xiaojing, and followed Garamandes out. Xiaojing screamed, "You're not allowed to leave, none of you are allowed to leave. Yan Yun, if he doesn't do it, then kill this person for me. If you kill him, I'll agree to marry you. You don't have Luo Ro anymore, so haven't you been thinking about me? If you kill this person, I'll agree to anything you want." Yan Yun was stunned. He wasn't a hedonistic son, and Xiaojing's words had already exposed his identity. If it was to kill someone for a woman, he would definitely do it, but he definitely wouldn't do it in front of so many people. He wanted to protect his reputation. Although Xiaojing's appearance was very attractive to him, a woman's position could never compare to power in his heart. "I'm sorry, Miss Shui. Although this is the first time I've met Brother Nianbing, I can't just casually attack him. What kind of enmity do you have between the two of you that you have to kill him?" Nianbing looked at Yan Yun, and her heart suddenly jumped. So the person in front of her was actually the most likely successor to the throne of the Ice Moon Empire, the fifth prince. No wonder he could obtain the appreciation of the Emperor of the Ice Moon Empire. He really did have some ability. Xiaojing said hatefully, "He insulted my integrity. I've never hated someone as much as I hate him. Are you going to kill him or not?" "Fine, since none of you are going to do it, then I'll do it myself." As she spoke, she floated up and raised her hand to strike Nianbing. This time, Yan Yun didn't stop Xiaojing, and Garamandes also stood to the side without saying anything. He allowed Xiaojing's hand to strike Nianbing, which was filled with fighting energy. Nianbing stood there and looked calmly at Xiaojing. Bang, bang. Two loud sounds rang out, and the scorching aura of the fire-fighting energy spread out in all directions. Nianbing took 2 steps back, but didn't fall down. Xiaojing's feelings were extremely complicated at this moment. Nianbing had opened her heart, and then rejected her. Even she herself didn't know whether she loved or hated Nianbing more. Tears had already made her eyes a little hazy. She crazily struck Nianbing again and again, and the fighting energy in the entire Cool Breeze restaurant's main hall soared, scaring the original diners and causing them to flee. Nianbing didn't dodge, and didn't attack Xiaojing either. He allowed Xiaojing's fighting energy to attack his body, and the fire-fighting energy crazily rushed into his chest, invading his meridians. However, the current Nianbing was no longer the same as before. He had the physique of a dragon. Not to mention Xiaojing, even if a swordsman was here, it wouldn't be easy to hurt him. Banging sounds rang out incessantly. Finally, the panting Xiaojing stopped, gasping for breath. Using all of her fighting energy consumed a lot of her energy, so she had no choice but to stop and rest. Nianbing opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of hot air. The magic in his body combined with the dragon's physique had completely dissolved Xiaojing's fighting energy. A total of 116 palms. "Xiaojing, your anger should have subsided by now. I was wrong back then, so I apologize to you." After saying that, he bowed deeply to Xiaojing. Xiaojing choked with sobs. "Apologize? How can the humiliation you gave me be resolved with just a word of apology? Nianbing, I hate you, 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 I hate you." With tears floating in the air, she turned around and ran, not even realizing that she had knocked over a table. Yan Yun looked somewhat helplessly at Nianbing and Garamandes. "I'm really sorry, Miss Shui's temper is indeed a bit big. You too, I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely treat you two to a good meal." Whether it was Nianbing or Garamandes, both had left a deep impression on him. The two super strong defense made Yan Yun somewhat vigilant. The Ice Moon Empire's king's health wasn't good and was currently very weak. Although he liked Yan Yun the most, Yan Yun still had 4 older brothers. Right now, the fight for the throne was at its most intense, so Yan Yun's heart was very guarded. After Yan Yun turned around and left, Garamandes bitterly smiled. "Unfair, it's really unfair." Nianbing looked at him doubtfully. "What's unfair about it? Could it be that you wanted those 100 or so palms to hit your body? Although Kaka's body's defense is very strong, after being hit so many times in the same place, it's still a bit numb now." Garamandes bitterly smiled. I'm not talking about this, I'm talking about Shuijing's condition. She told me to kill you, only saying that she wants to be with me. She told that pretty boy to kill you, but she wants to repay him with her body. It's really King unfair. Nianbing sweated profusely in her heart. She rolled her eyes and said, so you're saying that if she were to repay you with her body, you would kill me? Garamandes mischievously smiled and said, why don't I go and ask her? If she agrees, then you can pretend to be dead. Wouldn't your older brother have a place to settle down? Nianbing unhappily snorted and said, what place to settle down? What's the use of having her body but not her heart? If you want to pursue Miss Shui, you'll have to work harder. AI, looking at her appearance, why does it seem like she's even more hysterical than before? Could it be that the trauma I gave her was really that serious? At that time, the method I used was too ruthless. I really let her down. Garamandes patted Nianbing's shoulder and said, all right, let's go. We don't want her to come out and beat us again later. I really didn't expect that we brothers would become sandbags the moment we arrived at Ice Snow City. To think that I, the great Garamandes, would have such a day. Nianbing smiled and said, isn't this what you want? If you're willing to be a sandbag, then who can stop you? The two of them talked as they walked out. At this moment, a deep and resonant voice sounded. Nianbing. Nianbing turned around and saw Shuiji, who was dressed in green, walking out from the inner room. When he saw Nianbing, his face immediately lit up with joy. His figure floated and he was already beside Nianbing and Garamandes. Nianbing, you're back. That's great. I heard from my subordinates that Shuijing fought with you in front. It's really embarrassing. Nianbing smiled and said, hello Uncle Shui. Actually, it's nothing much. Consider it my compensation to her. Shuiji sighed softly and said, this daughter of mine is too stubborn. I know everything about the two of you, so I can't blame you. After all, how can you force matters of the heart? Let's go, it's almost time for me to rest and come back. This time, I must stay in the cool breeze study for a few more days. Nianbing nodded and said, that's good. I'll be bothering you then. He didn't want to stay here, but when he thought about how he could create some opportunities for Garamandes, he agreed. He had always felt guilty towards Shuijing. Garamandes could be said to be the person he trusted the most, and he just happened to like Shuijing. Nianbing wanted to matchmake them from the bottom of his heart. One reason was to help Garamandes become an earth addict. Another reason was to give Shuijing an explanation. Garamandes had said that if Shuijing was willing to be with him, then she wouldn't be able to live without the lifespan of a human. Not only would he not be limited by a human's lifespan, his strength would also greatly increase with his help. This was a good thing. Moreover, Garamandes was definitely a dragon that she could entrust her life to. Under Shuiji's lead, Nianbing and Garamandes followed him to the inner hall of the cool breeze study. Shuiji ordered the servants to make tea. After inviting Nianbing to sit down, he said, Nianbing, you're in the limelight now. Nianbing was stunned and said, what limelight? How come I don't know? Shuiji said with some surprise, you don't know? You've made a big name for our Ice Moon Empire. These days, that old guy Longji has been smiling from ear to ear every day. Nianbing's heart skipped a beat. Only then did she understand that Shuiji was referring to her winning the championship in the new mage stronghold. She smiled and said, the news spread fast. So you already know. Is my master doing well? Good, of course he's doing well. He's doing very well. Originally, because Luo Ro and her family left, His Majesty was furious. Not only our Ice Snow City suffered, but the entire Ice Moon Empire was also implicated. Their whereabouts were being tracked everywhere in the country. At this time, the news of you winning the championship of the new mage stronghold came back. This time, our Ice Moon Empire has made a big name on the continent. The first and second place are actually ours. In history, there has never been a country that has achieved such good results. His Majesty the King was very happy, and the storm caused by his wise daughter calmed down a lot. Because of your relationship with your master, he was recognized by His Majesty the King, and the allocation of funds to your magician's union was restored. Now, he has boundless glory. Under his leadership, the Magicians' Union has increased by dozens of magicians in just a short time. Moreover, your union's reputation is now much stronger than before. Although it can't be compared to the ice goddess in a short time, it is not as unvalued as before. Every time your master mentions you, his face is full of joy, and he says that he has chosen the right person. Nianbing smiled and said, contributing to the union is what I should do. In fact, I won by a trick. In terms of strength, I was a little weaker than Qianhuan Bingyun at that time. What about you? Have you been well during this time? When I saw Xuejing just now, her guesses seemed to be unstable. It's all my fault. Xueji sighed and said, whether it's good or bad, you have to look at it from two sides. If we look at it from Clear Wind Sect's point of view, with your help, we have surpassed Great Accomplishment Pavilion. Later, you introduced Brother Ming's junior sister to us, greatly increasing the strength of our kitchen. Great Accomplishment Pavilion is no longer a threat. But if we look at it from Jing Er's point of view, then it's not so good. Ever since she snuck out and came back with you, she has been cultivating in the garden most of the time, and rarely goes out. That girl's heart is very heavy. Even I can't control her now. Nianbing, don't worry, I don't blame you for this. Perhaps she will be able to calm down after a few more days. However, that girl's temper is really too bad. Whether or not she can get married in the future is a problem. Xueji sighed, his face full of helplessness. Of course I can. I'm very willing to be with Miss Xuejing. Facing Xueji, who could become his father-in-law, Garmanandes couldn't wait to express his attitude. Xueji glanced at Garamandes and said, I didn't expect you to know Nianbing. I'm really sorry, but Jing Er doesn't have any feelings for you. It's best if you don't disturb her in the future. It was clear that he had seen Garamandes more than once, and he didn't have a good impression of Garamandes. Nianbing couldn't bear to see Garamandes feel awkward, so she smiled and said, Uncle Xue, I haven't had the time to introduce you. This is my big brother, Longhua. His strength is far above mine. Big brother, this is Uncle Xue, you should know him. Garamandes hurriedly nodded and said, I know him, of course I know him. In the past, when I came to visit Miss Xuejing, I saw Uncle a few times. He shamelessly called him Uncle. If Xueji knew that Longhua was much older than him, who knew how many times older? He didn't know what Xueji would think. Nianbing secretly laughed, but tried her best to maintain a calm expression. She said, Uncle Xue, my big brother is actually a very good person. Xueji frowned and said, he's actually your big brother. Nianbing. You don't know, but this big brother of yours used to pester Jing Er all day long, and even set up the Clear Wind study. Jing Er's mood hasn't recovered recently, and I'm afraid it has something to do with him. Garamandes lowered his head. He said, actually, he didn't pester her all day long. It seemed to have only been a few months. Uncle Xue, I really like Xuejing. If I don't see her for a day, I miss her very much. It's no wonder that Xueji doesn't have a good impression of him. Back then, Xueji thought of many ways to stop him from pestering his daughter, such as magic seals, and sending people to guard her, but how could these tricks stop Garamandes? Xuejing would definitely see Garamandes's infatuated face every day. In her heart, Garamandes was definitely synonymous with a fly. Nianbing knew that it wasn't easy to change Xueji and Xuejing's attitude towards Garamandes. She coughed and changed the topic. Uncle Xue, just now when we were eating, we met someone called Yan Yun. Is he the fifth prince of the Ice Moon Empire? Xueji's eyes revealed a trace of surprise, as if he was wondering how Nianbing knew. Yes, he is the fifth prince. Sigh, that girl Luo Ro's whole family suddenly left, causing a huge uproar. A year before the wedding, his fiancée had run away. To the fifth prince, this was a great humiliation. In order to investigate this matter, he personally came to Ice Snow City. Because he liked the elegance of this place, he had been eating here since the beginning. Originally, I wanted to arrange a private room for him, but he insisted on staying in the main hall. The fifth prince is a very good person. He doesn't have the air of a prince at all, and is very approachable. He is very outstanding in all aspects, among all the princes. I think he is the most promising one. Garamandes shouted from the side, isn't that good? It's good that he is your son-in-law. Although his voice was very low, how could Shuiji not hear it? If it was only Garamandes here, he would have already exploded. However, in front of Nianbing's, he pretended not to hear anything. Nianbing thought to herself, no matter how outstanding the fifth prince is, he is not a dragon. There was no way he could compare to a dragon of the dragon race. He wondered what Garamandes had done to make Snow and his daughter have such a bad impression of him. Uncle Shui, I want to go back to the guild to take a look. After leaving for so long, I should go back and take a look. Can I trouble you to arrange a place for my big brother Long to stay in the Breeze restaurant? Staying here is more comfortable than staying in the guild. At least it is more convenient to eat. Shuiji laughed. What's the problem? Are you worried about food? You're the best chef in the world. That's right. I heard that when you were in the Huarong Empire, you participated in the Hualong culinary competition, but you didn't participate in the final round, so you didn't qualify to participate in the God of Cookery competition, right? Nianbing nodded. The culinary world is full of talented people. Even if I participated in the final round, I don't have the confidence to win. I met someone who can use the Yin-Yang Tai Chi hand, and his culinary skills are not inferior to mine. I use magic to cook, but he uses battle chi to cook. His skills are very strong. Shuiji smiled. I have already heard about it. However, you will have a chance to compete with him. I want you to represent the Breeze restaurant in the next God of Cookery competition. Are you interested? Nianbing's eyes lit up, of course. Back in the day, my master was the champion of the Five Realms Chef God Stronghold. Although I can't compare to my master, I still hope to participate in this top-notch cooking competition in the entire continent. Recently, I've made some new discoveries in the field of cooking, so I don't think I'll lose face in the competition. Can I? Of course. It is our Breeze restaurant's honor. With you participating, we will definitely get a good result this time. The requirements to participate in the God of Cookery competition are very strict. The current chairman of the God of Cookery competition is one of the 5 gods of cookery, the fierce God of Cookery. The committee is made up of dozens of famous culinary masters and gourmets. After the previous God of Cookery competition, they will evaluate the restaurants in the continent and select the qualified ones. In the end, there will be a few random spots for outstanding chefs who don't belong to the restaurant to participate in the competition, just like the top 3 in the Hualong culinary competition. This time, our Breeze restaurant is lucky enough to win a spot over the Great Accomplishment Pavilion. Speaking of which, it is all thanks to you. Nianbing was shocked. Are you saying that even a restaurant like the Great Accomplishment Pavilion doesn't have a spot? Shuiji nodded. He said, of course. Do you think anyone can participate in the God of Cookery competition? The current Chef Gods tournament is different from the one your teacher and the others had. It is much more meticulous, and all the procedures are very reasonable and rigorous. It is very difficult to obtain a spot in the tournament. Only a city of the size of our Ice Snow City can have a representative. Our Ice Moon Empire only has 2 spots. I heard that the entire Ottoman Empire only has 1 spot. In the Ice Moon Empire, other than our Breeze restaurant, the Crescent Moon restaurant in the capital of Ice Moon City has also won this honor. The competition will be held in the capital of the Longmu Empire in 3 months. At that time, I will select a few experts from our Breeze restaurant to accompany you. Nianbing had a deep understanding of the God of Cookery competition. Jia Ji had told her in detail about the rules of the God of Cookery competition. Back then, when Jia Ji was teaching her culinary skills, he had said that as a top chef, if he didn't win the God of Cookery competition, he would never be able to sit on the throne of the King of Cookery. The God of Cookery competition would gather all the top chefs in the continent. It was the best place to gain experience. Learning from other chefs was very important for improving one's culinary skills. Magic was something that Nianbing had to master in order to take revenge and protect herself. Cooking, on the other hand, could be said to be her hobby. Ever since the day she left the Peach Blossom Forest, she swore that she would inherit Jia Ji's legacy and become the top chef in the continent of Yangon. The God of Cookery competition was finally going to begin. Nianbing was filled with anticipation. Just as Shuiji said, the rules of the God of Cookery competition were very strict, but at the same time, it was also very fair. The person who won the competition would have to display strong culinary skills in all aspects. The God of Cookery competition was divided into 5 rounds, which were cold dishes, hot dishes, soup, noodles, and special culinary skills. Every chef participating in the competition had to go through these 5 competitions, pass all the evaluations, and then enter the final round. One of the biggest features of the God of Cookery tournament was that all the chefs competed together. However, only 10 people could enter the finals. Among these 10 people, 5 of them would be the champions of each of the 5 competitions. The other 5 would be chosen from those who had accumulated the most points in each of the 5 competitions, excluding the 5 champions. The final 10 people would then compete in the finals to determine their ranking. During the finals, the 10 finalists would also have to make cold dishes, hot dishes, soup, pastries, and special dishes. After a comprehensive evaluation, the points would determine the order of the finalists. There was a harsh condition. If the final winner did not win any of the 5 competitions, then although he was the winner, he would not be called the God of Cookery. After all, how could he be called the God of Cookery if he did not have an outstanding skill? Of course, the number of finalists was not necessarily 10. If the same person won 2 competitions, then the number of finalists would be reduced by 1, and so on. However, since the beginning of the God of Cookery tournament, no one had been able to win 5 competitions at the same time. If that was the case, then there would be no need to hold the finals. The first rule of the God of Cookery tournament was that if there was a cooking genius who could win 5 competitions at the same time, then the finals would be cancelled, and he would be crowned the Saint God of Cookery. Back then, when Ghost Chef Xiaoji was at his peak, he had only won 3 competitions. He had been working hard for the title of Saint God of Cookery, but after winning 5 competitions consecutively, he realized that no matter how hard he worked, he could not reach the peak in every aspect of cooking. He had to give up and become a judge. Nianbing had inherited Xiaoji's wish. Aside from that, winning the title of Saint God of Cookery was his biggest goal. Of course, if even Xiaoji was not confident of doing it, then he was even less confident. Although his cooking skills had improved a lot after researching the 7-element feast, to say that he could win all 5 competitions, he had no confidence at all. Just that little Tian who could use the yin-yang harmony Tai Chi hands was the biggest obstacle in his path. The biggest difference between the God of Cookery tournament and the Dragon Challenge tournament was that although the God of Cookery tournament was participated by the head chef, the head chef could bring along 2 to 3 assistants to help, and the assistants could help the head chef with the cooking. Because the duration of each competition was very short, in a competition where the head chef was not good at, the assistants could play a key role. Of course, there was a limit to the number of assistants. They could only play a supporting role. The actual cooking had to be done by the head chef. He recalled everything about the God of Cooking tournament. Nianbing's heart couldn't help but heat up. Clear Wind Fasting still had Ming Yuan and Ming Hui, the 2 martial siblings. If they worked together as her assistants, her chances of winning the championship would be very high. Uncle Shui, if I represent Clear Wind Sect in the competition, then I only have one goal. Shuiji took a sip of the tea that the servant had just brought over. He smiled and said, I wish you had that kind of strength. I don't think that needs to be questioned. I think Longji also misses you very much. You can go over there and take a look. I will arrange a place for you to stay. Nianbing nodded and said to Garamandes, Big brother, you stay here first. I'll go to the Magician Union first. Garamandes glanced at Shuiji. He nodded but didn't say anything. Shuiji said, Nianbing, tell Longji to come to my Clear Wind Fasting tonight. I will hold a welcoming dinner for you. Garamandes couldn't help but ask, then will Miss Shuijing come? Shuiji frowned and said, Of course she will. How can the successor of my Clear Wind Fasting not come? You're called Longhua, right? I'm seriously warning you, don't bother my daughter again. For Nianbing's sake, I can let you stay. But if you sneak into my daughter's room like before, you can blame me for being impolite. Nianbing opened her eyes wide and looked at Garamandes, who was a little embarrassed. Sneaking into someone's room like that? No wonder Shuiji's attitude towards him was so bad. Uncle Shui, I promise you on behalf of my big brother that he will never do such a thing again. Right, Big Brother Long? Nianbing deliberately emphasized the last three words. Garamandes hurriedly nodded and said, yes, I definitely won't. I was wrong in the past. In order to pursue Xiujing, the arrogant him had actually admitted his mistake. It was really hard on him. Xiujing sat on her bed in a daze. At this moment, her emotions had gradually calmed down. The anger in her heart had disappeared and was replaced by disappointment. Nianbing, Garamandes, and Yan Yun's faces kept replaying in her mind. The three of them gave her three completely different feelings. She had also asked herself before, did she really like Nianbing? That man could be said to be relentless towards her. Back then, in Binglan City, he was clearly looking for an excuse to send her away. But why couldn't she forget him? What was so good about him? What did she like about him? Handsome looks, powerful magic, or exquisite culinary skills? Maybe all of them. But she hadn't been with him for a long time. When she saw him earlier, why was she so angry? Was it because of love that turned into hatred, or was it a psychological reaction from being rejected? Xiujing's heart was in a mess. Even she herself wasn't sure how she felt about Nianbing. After Nianbing, another two men appeared in her life. One was the pestering Garamandes and the other was the handsome and elegant fifth prince Yan Yun. Xiujing more or less had a good impression of Yan Yun. It wasn't because of his status, but more because of his outstanding appearance and ability. Towards Garamandes, she was more angry. During those days, he would appear in front of her punctually like a fly and she didn't know how annoying he was. But 2 months ago, he suddenly left without any warning. She didn't know why, but she actually felt a little disappointed. During the days when she couldn't see him, that hateful red figure actually appeared in her mind frequently. If it wasn't for Nianbing's appearance today, would she be happy? But that hateful fellow's attitude towards her seemed to have changed a little. He no longer bowed to her like before. Who exactly was he? His martial arts seemed to be very strong and even her father couldn't figure out his strength. He had only attacked once and that was against the Warriors Guild master. But that was too exaggerated. How was it possible to defeat a swordsman with a single punch? The appearance of the three men at the same time made Xiujing's heart even more confused. She shook her head forcefully and sighed secretly. She didn't know how she should choose. She didn't even know who was more important in her heart. But she was sure that the most hateful one was Nianbing. He actually rejected her feelings. He even used that kind of place to leave on his own. No matter what, she couldn't possibly like him anymore. What was so great about him? Didn't he just know some magic? Thinking of Nianbing, Xiujing couldn't help but clench her teeth in anger. Jing have you rested? Shuiji's deep voice came from outside the house. Xiujing jumped in fright and quickly calmed herself down. Father. Dad, I haven't rested yet. Please come in. Shuiji pushed open the door and entered. Turning around, his daughter, who looked a little haggard, said with heartache, silence, are you still unhappy? AI, although Nianbing isn't bad, since he doesn't have you in his heart, why force him? Xiujing snorted and said, I won't feel sad for him. That fellow isn't worthy at all. Father. Do you really intend to let Nianbing represent our Clear Wind sect in the competition? Nianbing won't be able to stay here in the future. At most, we can only borrow his strength to make a name for ourselves. Shuiji sighed and said, if I had a choice, of course I wouldn't let him represent us in the competition. Nianbing is like an eagle soaring in the sky. No one can control him. You should be able to see that he's clearly different from before. Not only is his bearing more stable than before, his strength has also greatly improved. Xiujing nodded in agreement. Her 100 palms could completely shatter a huge rock, but Nianbing, as a magician, was able to take it without suffering any injuries. This was too strange. Shuiji said, I've talked to your Uncle Ming. I asked him, if he represented the Clear Wind sect in the competition, would he be able to get a place? Guess what your Uncle Ming said? Your Uncle Ming said that he doesn't have the qualifications to participate in the God of Cookery competition. Even Ming Hui, who has already surpassed his master, would only be able to get in. Only with Nianbing's culinary skills would he be able to get a good place in the competition. Xiaojing said in shock, isn't Uncle Ming belittling himself too much? With his culinary skills, he should be able to get a place in the competition. At least, Uncle Ming's skills in cooked wheaten food are rarely surpassed. Why would he say such a thing? Shuiji sighed softly and said, I've also carefully considered this matter. Actually, your Uncle Ming's words are very correct. No one knows their own strength better than he does. Our Clear Wind sect is indeed doing well in Ice Snow City. With the two senior siblings, Ming Yuan and Ming Hui, we were able to achieve this. However, looking at the entire continent, there are many talented people in the culinary world. This is not something we can imagine. Not to mention you, even I am a frog in a well. You've seen Yanbing's culinary skills. How do you think he compares to Ming Yuan? Although Xiaojing hated Yanbing, she would not belittle Yanbing's culinary skills. After all, her memory of that moment was too clear. Yanbing's culinary skills are indeed amazing, especially when he uses magic to cook. Shuiji said, when a person's culinary skills reach a certain level, it is very difficult to improve. Take your Uncle Ming for example. No matter how much he trains, he will never be able to reach Yanbing's level. Yanbing's use of magic to cook is indeed miraculous. However, his basic skills are also very solid. Not to mention other things, his mysterious ghost-carving godly knife is something that even I can't use, let alone a chef who doesn't know any martial arts. For an ordinary person to be able to train his hand speed so fast and so accurately, how much effort must he have put in? This time, since I've already decided, I won't change my mind. I will definitely let Yanbing represent our Clear Wind sect in the God of Cookery tournament. You must always remember, don't let your personal grudges affect the overall situation. Yanbing has a very good personality. If we become friends with him, it will be extremely beneficial for our Clear Wind sect's future development. Ice and Fire Chef, these 4 words aren't just for show. Jing although your intelligence isn't as good as Ro Er's, it's about the same. However, your flaw is that your temper is too irritable. If you can calm down sometimes, perhaps many things will change. Although Yanbing looks gentle on the surface, I can easily feel the arrogance in his bones. He is like a piece of steel. If you are also a piece of steel, there won't be any good results if you meet force with force. Even if you can't develop a relationship, can't you just be friends? Having a friend like him is definitely a good thing for you. I've already agreed to let him and that brat called Longhua temporarily stay with us. You have to know your limits. When Shuiji said that Yanbing and Longhua were going to stay with the Clear Wind sect, Xiaojing was shocked. Father, how can you let Longhua stay with us? Haven't we been annoyed enough by him? Shuiji smiled bitterly. It's different this time. He's here as Yanbing's friend. For Yanbing's sake, I can't drive him away no matter what. Longhua has already promised not to harass you. Since you hate him, just ignore him. He's Yanbing's brother. I don't think he'll cause trouble for Yanbing. Sigh, that brat Longhua has a dignified appearance and a manly temperament, but he's too filthy. He actually snuck into your room. No matter how strong he is, I firmly oppose you dating someone like him. Xiaojing snorted and said, I want nothing more than to kill him. Why would I date him? However, I can see that his feelings for Yanbing are very deep. Shuiji said, since he's a guest, we can't be too negligent. Alright, you should rest first. Remember what I said just now. Don't make things difficult for Yanbing. Xiaojing nodded lightly and said, perhaps I've vented my anger after beating him up. I don't hate him as much anymore. For the sake of the Clear Wind sect, I'll control my temper. Yanbing walked down the street in a relaxed manner. Everything that had happened in the Clear Wind sect didn't affect his mood. Facing Xiaojing again and taking more than 100 palms, he felt much more relaxed. The guilt he had felt before had also been reduced. What made him even happier was that he had obtained the right to participate in the God of Cookery tournament. He had always had a good impression of the Clear Wind sect, so there was nothing wrong with representing them in the tournament. Even if he couldn't obtain the right to participate in the God of Cookery tournament this time, he would think of other ways. In the distance, he had already arrived at the familiar steeple building. A warm feeling rose up spontaneously. The gentle Ling kept flashing in his mind. He recalled the days when he was in the library. He was constantly learning magic knowledge every day, and Ling Er was taking care of him in Gamara. However, he still made her sad. Ling Er was such a good girl. How could he let her down? Thinking of Long Ling's teary eyes, Nianbing couldn't help but feel a sharp pain in his heart. Quickening his pace, Nianbing quickly arrived at the entrance of the Magicians' Guild. The two magicians standing guard at the entrance looked much more spirited than before. Wearing neat beginner magicians' robes, they looked much stronger than before. Nianbing had never seen these two magicians before. It was obvious that they had joined the Magicians' Guild not long ago. "Hello, Jingwen. Are you a magician here to participate in the guild's guild?" one of the magicians asked. Nianbing shook his head. With a flash of light in his hand, he took out the token that symbolized his status as an elder. The two beginner deer magicians saw the token and hurriedly bowed. They respectfully said, "Greetings to the elder. Elder, please enter." Then they stepped aside. Nianbing was just about to walk in when a familiar voice sounded, "Oh, who are you?" A slender figure walked out from the guild. It was Xianxia, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Nianbing used his hand to push up the bamboo hat on his head. He smiled and said, "Big brother Xianxia, don't you recognize me?" The two beginner magicians were stunned when they saw Nianbing's young and handsome appearance. They obviously didn't expect this elder to be so young. Xianxia was also stunned when he saw Nianbing. "Nianbing, you're back." His expression was a little complicated. However, the light in his eyes was kind. Let's go in together." Xianxia stepped forward and patted Nianbing's shoulder. He led him inside. After not seeing him for a long time, Xianxia's temperament seemed to have changed. It wasn't just because of the increase in magic power. At the same time, Nianbing could clearly feel that Xianxia's aura seemed to be much calmer than before. As they walked, Xianxia said to Nianbing, "Nianbing, thank you." Nianbing smiled and said, "I am a member of the guild. Increasing the glory of the guild is what I should do." Xianxia shook his head and said, "No. I'm not referring to this. I'm doing this for Ling Er. At that time, after you left, I discovered that there was something wrong with Ling Er. Her smile from before was gone. Seeing her become haggard day by day, I really felt bad. I had a sincere talk with her before I found out that it was you who stole her heart. Nianbing, do you know? At that time I wanted to tear you to pieces. However, Ling Er's words made me understand many things. You don't need to ask what she said to me. I can only tell you that I now see Ling Er as my most precious sister. Although my magic is not as good as yours, if you dare to bully her in the future, I won't let it go. Indeed, you are more suitable for her than I am. I'm not worthy of her." As he said this, he stopped and smiled at Nianbing. Nianbing looked at Xianxia in a daze. After all, his change was too big. He couldn't accept it for a while. "Big brother Xianxia, alright, don't say anything. You just have to treat Ling Er well. That's enough. Let's go in. Teacher misses you very much. This time, we have done such a great service for the guild. We have finally received the recognition of the Ice Moon Empire. Today, we also have an important guest. Since you're back, you can meet him. You can meet Ling Er later." Nianbing nodded. Out of etiquette, he had to meet Longji first. Hearing Xianxia's words, Nianbing felt much more relaxed. Although he wasn't afraid of Xianxia, wouldn't it be better to be able to make friends? Moreover, he didn't have any real conflicts with Xianxia. The two of them quickly entered the main building of the guild. Xianxia brought Nianbing to the hall on the second floor excitedly. "Teacher, look who's back." Nianbing followed Xianxia upstairs. There were two people sitting on the sofa in the hall. Behind them, there was another person standing. He knew both of them. One of them was naturally the president of the Ice Moon Empire's Magicians' Guild, Wind Mage Longji. The other person was the Ice Moon Empire's fifth prince Yan, whom he had met not long ago. Behind Yan stood an old man wearing a deep blue robe. As soon as Nianbing went upstairs, he felt the old man's eyes flash. Through his heaven's eye acupoint, he immediately felt that this old man was extraordinary. An expert, he was definitely an expert. Long Ji was talking to Yan Yan with a smile on his face. When he suddenly saw Yan Bing, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he didn't feel as happy as he had expected. Instead, he felt a bit awkward. Long Ji stood up and said, "Yan Bing, you're finally back." Yan Bing glanced at Yan Yan, then bowed to Long Ji and said, "Teacher." Long Ji coughed and said, "Come, let me introduce you. This is..." "There's no need to introduce, I've already met brother Yan Bing." Yan Yan took the initiative to stand up. He obviously also understood Yan Bing's identity. "I never expected brother Yan Bing to be the genius magician who helped our Ice Moon Empire make a name for ourselves." The shock in his eyes couldn't be concealed. Previously, at the Breeze Room, he clearly saw Yan Bing use his body to take on more than 100 of Xu Jing's palm strikes. Could it be that he used magic to defend against those attacks? Yan Bing said, "Greetings, Your Highness the Fifth Prince." Yan Yan raised his eyebrows. "Oh, so brother Yan Bing already knows my identity. Actually, this identity thing was given to me by my father. We can just talk as equals." He was currently competing with the other two princes for the throne, so of course he desired talents the most. When he found out that Yan Bing was actually the champion of the Five Nations New Magician competition, his tone immediately became much more polite. Long Ji frowned slightly and looked at Yan Bing. "So the two of you already know each other. That's great. Yan Bing, you just came back. It must have been hard on you. I will look for you later." "Sure Jiao, take Yan Bing to rest." Although Yan Bing felt strange, he didn't say anything. He also wanted to see Ling Er and didn't want to delay here. After all, in his opinion, Long Ji and Yan Yan's discussion was definitely related to politics and such. Those were things that he wasn't interested in. At this moment, Yan Yan's words set off a huge wave in Yan Bing's heart. "President Long, since our matter has been settled, then I will take my leave first. It just so happens that I want to ask Magician Yan Bing about the beset situation. Miss Ling Er and I will inform you as soon as possible after I go back and discuss with my father." "What? You want to marry Ling Er?" Shi Jiao exclaimed. Long Ji said in a deep voice, "Shi Jiao, don't be unreasonable." He scolded Shi Jiao. At the same time, he noticed that Yan Bing's face instantly turned cold. Yan Yan smiled and said, "That's right. I have long heard that Miss Ling Er is gentle and pleasant. It is my honor to be able to marry Miss Ling Er." Yan Bing looked straight at Yan Yan and smiled indifferently. "I'm really sorry. Your Highness, Fifth Prince, Ling Er is my fiancée. How can she marry you?" Yan Yan was stunned. He couldn't help but look at Long Ji. Long Ji said in a flustered and exasperated manner, "Yan Bing, don't talk nonsense. When did Ling Er become your fiancé? You go down first." "Your Highness, this is just a misunderstanding. Please don't think too much." Yan Yan looked at Long Ji and then looked at Yan Bing. He frowned and said, "I don't care if this is a misunderstanding or not. I still have to ask President Long to resolve this as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be hard to explain to my father." "Alright, take care of your own family matters." Yan Yan will take his leave. As he said this, he walked past Yan Bing and walked out. Just when Yan Yan was about to pass by Yan Bing, a sudden change occurred. A seven-colored radiance burst out from Yan Bing's body without any warning. Yan Yan's body seemed to have solidified and stopped in an instant. How could he compare to the innate domain that even an expert like the Dragon King could resist? 7 rays of light lit up at the same time. Magic blades with 7 different auras were placed on Yan Yan's vital points at the same time. In an instant, Yan Yan's body didn't dare to make the slightest movement. The intense killing intent from the Chi-Chi blade caused his heart to tremble. He couldn't even speak. When the blue-clothed old man saw that Yan Yan was suddenly restrained, he was immediately shocked. He staggered and rushed towards Yan Bing. A light flashed in Yan Bing's eyes. The radiance of the Chi-Chi blade brightened and a surging aura was released. Although he didn't say a single word, that old man launching suddenly stopped when he was 3 meters away from him. He didn't take a single step forward. Yan Bing released her Heaven's Eye domain very cleverly. It just happened to envelop him and the 5th Prince Yan Yun. She spat out word by word with an ice-cold voice, I don't care what your identity is, and I don't care who you are. Remember my words. If you dare to have any ideas about Linger again, then the next time we meet, your body will be turned into pieces. Also, go back and tell your old man that I have no interest in being an imperial chef. If you want to catch me, then I'll give you a suggestion. Ask the ice snow goddess to come. At the same time, the radiance disappeared as if nothing had happened. Yan Yin fell forward a few steps. His eyes were filled with shock. At that moment, he clearly felt that death was so close to him. Elder Lan Yong angrily roared. His body rushed towards Nian Bing as fast as lightning. Silver light burst out. It was swordsman Saint Do Qi. If it was in the past, even if Nian Bing obtained the 7 magic blades, it would be very difficult for her to contend against swordsmen in such a close distance. However, she was no longer the Nian Bing of the past. Her gradual mastery of the ice and fire origin magic, as well as the opening of her heaven's eye acupoint, had already sent her to the top of the continent's mages. The distance of 3 meters suddenly became very far in front of Elder Lan Yong. His surroundings were completely covered by the 7-colored radiance. 7 shadows appeared in front of him. Each radiance was so real, yet so illusory. The 7 ghostly shadows crossed each other. Elder Lan Yong only felt that his body was numb. He couldn't even gather the Do Qi in his body. The 7-colored radiance disappeared once again. Nian Bing walked step by step in front of Elder Lan Yong, who was standing there in a daze. She said indifferently, You're already so old. Why do you still want to work for others? I don't want to kill anyone, so you're lucky. I used 7 types of magic to seal your meridians. It will only be removed after a month. Take your master and leave. Long before Nian Bing went to the capital city, he had relied on the fusion of magic to fight to a draw with Elder Fengren, who was at the level of swordsman. Now that he had the Heaven's Eye domain, he didn't need to fear any warrior. When a mage's magic could predict the situation, it would be very difficult for a warrior of the same level to win. With the wonders of the Heaven's Eye domain and the 7 magic blades that could be used freely, how could a swordsman be Nian Bing's opponent? Although his victory was related to the surprise attack, at the same time, it also showed his powerful strength. Although Saint Do Qi was strong. Wind, moon, net, attack. However, in the Heaven's Eye domain, Nian Bing could clearly grasp the attributes of her opponent's Do Qi. Under the effect of weakening the Do Qi, she could seal it with magic that completely countered the opponent's Do Qi. She could immediately achieve the best results. If a swordsman wanted to contend against Nian Bing, they had to first not be enveloped by his domain. Otherwise, they would have no chance. The blue-robed elder and Yan Yin left. Yan Yin had a very strange look in his eyes when he left, but Nian Bing could still easily detect the sinister aura coming from Yan Yin's body with the help of his heavenly eye acupoint. However, this was no longer important to him. In order to protect Ling he didn't care who his enemy was. After enduring for so many years, he finally had the strength to stand on the mainland. He knew what Bai Ji should do. Nian Bing, what have you done? Do you know how important this opportunity is to the Union? Long Ji angrily shouted. Nian Bing turned to look at Long Ji. His gaze was somewhat cold as he nodded, Of course I know how important this is to the Union. To the Union, I'm only a chess piece that can be used. Perhaps even you didn't think that I would be able to take first place in the competition. With me as the champion, the Union's position in the Ice Moon Empire will be greatly increased. This opportunity is simply too hard to come by for someone like you who has been working hard to develop the Union. However, in the end, I'm only a chess piece. Even if my magic is powerful enough to bring more fame to the Union, I'm still only your disciple and a mage. Compared to the 5th prince who has a very good chance of inheriting the throne, what am I worth? If we can climb up to him and become the master of the Ice Moon Empire, the benefits to the Magician Union will naturally be great. Under the influence of nepotism, the Magician Union will very likely be able to catch up to the Ice God. After all, the Ice God isn't something that the Ice Moon Empire can completely control. This is a process of mutual benefit. As long as this political marriage is successful, then you will become the future father-in-law of the Emperor. The Magician Union will also be able to truly take root in the Ice Moon Empire. It might even become the strongest magician union on the continent. Am I right? My teacher. End of chapter 133. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.